I'm discharged. I'm free. Hooray. We're all discharged. I'm thirsty, let's grab a drink. Fresh fruit juice, I love fresh fruit juice. Dozens of voices identical to mine echoed in my head simultaneously, noisy as hell, like a group of aunties holding a conference inside my brain. These are my clones, currently overlapping with me. 2 months ago, I woke up to find myself in a parallel world brimming with various races and ruled by martial arts. I unexpectedly gained a special ability to create clones, splitting off one clone each day automatically, simple as that. The clones have only half of my attributes when created and cannot split further. But in all other aspects, they're no different from me, they possess intelligence, flesh, and soul. I share senses and memories with my clones, like a multi-core processor. When I first got this ability, I was overwhelmed. To hide the clones, I could only let them overlap with me. These guys would chatter all day long, driving me to the brink of actual schizophrenia. As a result, my parents sent me to this psychiatric hospital, where I stayed for 2 months. Where's my sister? Didn't she say she'd take me out for dinner tonight to celebrate my discharge? I stood alone by the roadside, feeling lost. My phone's dead too. Damn. Watching the sun sink lower, I realized it would be dark soon if I didn't leave. Without waiting any longer, I started walking home along the mountain road. The psychiatric hospital is located atop a hill in the suburbs, with few people around. At this hour, the only thing I might encounter would be a ghost. At the foot of the mountain, just as I planned to wait for a passing car, I noticed a girl squatting under a distant street lamp. Her back was to me, and her shoulders were trembling as if she were crying. An eerily quiet setting, dusk falling, a lone man and woman, with crows cawing overhead. I turned to leave immediately. But before I'd gone far, I saw the same girl under the next street lamp ahead. Pretending not to notice, I kept walking. Less than 100 meters later, I ran into her again under another street lamp. Her crying grew more intense, sharp like a baby's wail. "Excuse me," I said with a dark expression, sidestepping her. Swoosh, a flash, and the girl stood in my path again, her back still toward me. Enough already. My patience ran out, and I burned with anger. Crack, 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 her head twisted 180 degrees, her mouth splitting to her ears, revealing a sinister smile. Her body began to swell, hundreds of limbs sprouting out like a hedgehog. Boom! The 2-story-tall creature took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble. "Excuse me, I admit I might have raised my voice earlier," I said, retreating cautiously while panicking internally. How could there be a beast here of all places? Sure, it's the outskirts, but it's still technically part of the city. Calling for help won't work. Is this the first boss fight after leaving the tutorial area? Just a mere beast, watch as I show it my power. It's just a beast, watch me slide tackle it. One clone dashed out, sliding toward the beast. The beast's belly suddenly opened into a large mouth, swallowing the clone in one gulp. Burp, the beast let out a burp, looking at me in confusion. How was the human it just ate still standing there? Everyone, attack. At my signal, a dozen clones charged forward. The beast was dumbfounded. Was this heaven? It grabbed the clones, shoving them into its mouth like a self-serve buffet. Now's my chance. While the beast was distracted, I turned into a black flash, moving too fast to leave an afterimage. Duang, I leaped high and smashed a punch onto the beast's head. Caught off guard, its massive body toppled. This punch channeled the power of all my clones, a technique I developed during my stay in the psychiatric hospital. With a single thought, I could consolidate attributes, maintaining it for 30 seconds before becoming utterly exhausted. 20 seconds left. I quickly rushed forward to deal another blow. The beast's belly mouth opened wide, emitting a terrifying suction. My clones were pulled away one by one, the ones behind stepping on the backs of those in front to escape. Sacrificing 10 clones. I finally broke free from the suction. As I landed, my legs gave out and I flopped onto the ground like a toad, entering a state of complete exhaustion. The beast swayed as it stood up again, patting its belly contentedly. It had never imagined that eating just one human could be so filling. Protect me. The remaining clones rushed out, one carrying me and running, while the others sacrificed themselves to buy time. The beast continued devouring clones, despite being overly full. After all, opportunities for such a buffet were rare, it had to clean its plate. Gurgle, after consuming a few more clones, rumbling noises came from its stomach, and it suddenly vomited out a mass of mangled limbs. Boom, seconds later, the beast collapsed, motionless. The 20-something remaining clones exchanged glances. I was carried back. Could it be playing dead? If anyone's playing dead, it's us. Maybe it overate and died. Serves it right for being so gluttonous. We're incredible, we literally stuffed such a huge beast to death. There's nothing to be proud of about this, is there? Why not? It died because of our skillful stuffing. We should be proud. I circled the beast's corpse. Let's cut it open and see if it has an inner core. That's how it always goes in novels. Without a knife, the clones used the beast's vomited bones, sharpening them into makeshift blades. Before long, they found a black orb the size of a baby's fist. As expected, an inner core. I held it in my hand, cool to the touch. Let's head back. The clones carried me in formation, chanting rhythmically as they vanished into the night. 10 minutes later, a young man in a blue and white uniform appeared. After inspecting the beast's corpse, his expression turned grim. Report from Enforcement Team 3. The escaped, heavily injured S-Class beast is dead. Its soul orb is missing. Its cellular structure is disintegrating. The cause of death seems to be the effect of Alpha Agent. Moments later, a woman's voice came through his communicator. Recover the soul orb. Understood. The young man scanned the surroundings and began chasing in the direction I had left. I'm back. I stood at the door with arms wide open. Expecting a warm embrace from my sister and greetings from my parents, reality was. The place was deserted, with a layer of dust on the cabinet by the door. Annoyed, I walked into my bedroom. Found my charger, and plugged in my phone. Turning it on, I dialed. Chin Yu, where are you? You weren't at the hospital entrance to pick me up as promised. I shouted angrily. A pleasant female voice responded on the other end, Huh? Chin Zhe. Why are you calling from outside the hospital? My face darkened. I was discharged today. You promised to celebrate. Where are you? Chin Yu fell silent for 10 seconds. Crap, I got the date wrong. I thought it was next month. I flopped onto the bed, resigned. Where are you now? Mom and Dad aren't home either. So bored. I wanted a feast. Rolling around like a salted fish, I grumbled. Chin Zhe, I have a secret to tell you. Chin Yu's tone suddenly turned serious. You got a boyfriend? My gossip instincts flared. So that's why you're at a hotel. Congrats on finally getting hitched. Bring him home soon so I can see which blind guy picked you. Chin Yu gritted her teeth. Picked your sister, not me. It's not that. I rolled to the side. If you're my sister, then she's your sister also. Is Mom pregnant again? Shut up and listen. Chin Yu interrupted. Actually, Mom, Dad, and I are all secret martial artists working on a classified mission. Focus on preparing for your college entrance exams. We'll return once the mission is over. I sat up, frowning. Had my family's identity changed after I transmigrated? Was I now a second-generation martial artist? The thought put me in a great mood. From now on, I could stroll around, admire flowers, flirt with girls, and do what second-gens do. Nice. I was starting to like this world. At this moment, Mom's voice came from the phone, Sweetheart, come help me bargain. This piece of rag costs $100, are they robbing me? Me? Chin Yu. So your so-called secret mission is just a trip. And you didn't even take me along. The signal here's bad, alien fighters are invading. Gotta go, bye, beep beep beep. I'm going crazy. My sister is still as unreliable as ever. Bored, I took out the black bead and started examining it. In novels, this thing can absorb. After some fussing, I found out the bead was incredibly hard. You eat it. I summoned a clone. The clone had a bitter expression. It's so big, how am I supposed to eat it? Just eat it, stop whining. I forcibly stuffed the bead into the clone's mouth, and we both experienced the feeling of almost choking to death together. Any changes? I asked. The clone's face turned redder and redder, his voice trembling. It's coming. My eyes lit up. It's working. Pfft. The clone let out a long fart, then rushed to the bathroom. Me, figures, it's my clone. After the sound of flushing, the clone walked out leisurely. You didn't poop it out, right? The clone shook his head. I've gotten stronger, and I've gained the devouring ability of exotic beasts. Show me. The clone scratched his head. I need to devour a living creature. There's only the two of us here. I snapped my fingers, summoning another clone. Alright, let me see you. Before the new clone finished speaking, he collapsed into a corpse. A bit full, said the devouring clone, burping. I won't be able to devour again for a week. My cultivation improved slightly. Hearing this, a fiery determination rose in my belly. I summoned a clone, pressed my hand on its head, and silently recited the word, devour. The clone fell, and a warm current surged into my body. So that's it. The clone's abilities can be shared with me, and it's even an enhanced version. I devoured another clone. This time, I was so full I felt like I was going to burst. My whole body brimmed with power, making me want to shout, I can take on 10 people. I noticed my vitality had increased, about a third of the shared power from the devoured clone. Other clones were just blanks, their shared power didn't have any noticeable effect on me. Sigh, lost 3 brothers again. Let's mourn for 3 seconds. A bow. Zhe, you're inhumane. When will the clones stand back up? I ignored them, dispose of the bodies. Thankfully, no one was home. If Mom, Dad, or my sister saw this scene, they'd be scared to death. The clones scratched their heads as they looked at the corpses. Dump them? What if the police find them? Sink them in the river. Chop them up and feed them to dogs. But where do we find that many dogs? Sewer. Good idea. They got to work. Dragging the bodies into the bathroom and grabbing a kitchen knife. I may not be a top-tier martial artist. But I'm still a martial artist. The clones inherited half of my attributes. Making the cleanup job easy. With the devouring clone helping. It went smoothly. I sipped tea leisurely in the living room. Bang bang bang. Someone knocked on the door. The bathroom instantly went silent. I opened the door to find Aunt Wong from downstairs. Ah Zay, you're out of the hospital. I thought your parents were back. Yeah, just got discharged. What are you doing? What's with all the noise? Making dumplings. You're stuffing a whole pig in there. It's taking forever. I laughed, almost done. Be patient, Aunt Wong. Don't make a mess, it's hard to clean. Aunt Wong left after reminding me. I closed the door and shouted toward the bathroom, are you done yet? A clone responded, almost, just half a piece left. Hurry up. Blood seeped out from under the bathroom door. A clone wearing a red apron came out with a mop to clean up. Watching the busy clones, I nodded in satisfaction. If I had this ability before transmigrating, sending clones to work in an electronics factory screwing bolts would have made me a fortune. Knock knock knock, someone else knocked on the door. Aunt Wong, I told you to wait. I'll bring you dumplings when they're done. I opened the door. Standing there was a young man in a blue and white uniform. The broken hallway light flickered, casting shadows on half his face. Seeing the prominent law character on his chest, I knew this was bad. Law enforcers here were like the Jinui of ancient Ming, but with even more power. They could supervise officials and commoners, interrogate major cases, and even deal with exotic beasts. Every enforcer was an expert, at least a second-grade martial artist. Hello, what's the matter? I guessed he was here because of the exotic beast, but I could never admit it. The clones were my trump card, and the bead was already consumed, I couldn't vomit it back out. Qin Zhe, 18 years old, lives in Jinyuan Community, Building 2, Unit 2201, Class 3 Senior Year at Number 2 High School. College entrance exams in 3 months. Hospitalized for 2 months at Jiangqing No. 1 Psychiatric Hospital, discharged this afternoon. Is this you? The enforcer held up a headshot of me. Nope. I shook my head. Enforcer. If there's nothing else, I'll get back to making dumplings. I tried to close the door, but the enforcer blocked it with his foot. You are Qin Zhe, he said sternly. I mumbled, then why ask if you already know? Procedures can't be skipped. Is this you? Nope. Enforcer, I chuckled, stuck in a logic loophole, huh. Looks like I'll have to take you to the Enforcement Bureau for questioning, he said, releasing a second-grade martial artist's oppressive aura. Fine, it's me, I surrendered. The enforcer retracted his aura. Where were you between 6 o'clock and 6:15 this evening? I thought for a moment, on my way home. Walking? By car. Where would a car come from in the middle of nowhere? I got lucky, caught one. No cameras in the countryside, he couldn't verify. License plate? Who remembers license plates when taking a ride? See any suspicious people near the mountain? Nope. The enforcer pulled out a golden law badge. Just looking at it, a surge of righteous energy flooded into me. Under its influence, lying felt like a death sentence. I opened my mouth, ready to confess. Just then, the energy dispersed into the clones, weakening its effect on me. I quickly shut up, pretending to examine the badge curiously. Did you lie? The enforcer asked. No. If even one word of what I said was fake, may my sister never get married. The enforcer stared at me for a while, then put the badge away. The righteous energy dissipated, and I felt much better. Report to the bureau if you think of anything. Tips with value come with rewards. I feigned ignorance. What happened? The enforcer sneered. An S-class exotic beast died at the mountain base near the psychiatric hospital. If you hadn't left early, you'd have been eaten. I exclaimed, that's terrifying. How could there be exotic beasts in the city? The enforcer snorted and was about to leave when he sniffed the air. Why does it smell so bloody? He peeked inside the house. I stepped aside. I wanted fish, so I killed one. Want to try some? The enforcer glanced around the living room, then left. A second-grade martial artist is already this strong. A third grade must be godlike. I patted my chest, finally understanding the terrifying power of martial artists in this world. I need to work harder on my cultivation. In these chaotic times, strength was the key. Pushing open the bathroom door, I saw the clones lying on the ground, exhausted. That badge was too much. In a cultivation world, it'd be a high-grade artifact at least. Felt like my soul was laid bare. Almost peed myself. You already did. I clapped, get back to work. Good thing the enforcer didn't search the house, or there'd be no explaining this mess. Walking out of the community, the enforcer contacted his superior. I've checked the mental patient. Used the badge to verify. A non-ranked martial artist, no capability to kill an S-class exotic beast. I'll continue investigating. Ending the call, he glanced at my lit window, still feeling something was off. Couldn't put his finger on it. After 3 hours of effort from the Chain Masters, the cleanup was complete. I was summoned by my buddy and arrived early to a street food stall, ordering some food while waiting. Not long after, a panting chubby guy ran over. "Zay bro. You're finally out of the hospital." The chubby guy's name is Lin Ziyuan, and we've been classmates from elementary school to high school. "Zay bro, this meal's on me, to celebrate your discharge." After gobbling down a skewer of grilled kidneys each, I said seriously. "Chubby, I've decided to train hard and take the martial arts exam." Chubby gave me a strange look. "Zay bro, are you drunk without drinking?" I shook my head. "I'm serious. In this world where martial arts reign supreme, martial artists are the true bosses. Big corporations and leading companies are all dominated by martial artists. Ordinary people can't hold on to their family businesses. If you want to make it big, you have to become a martial artist first." Chubby blinked and laughed. "Zay bro, you're joking again. Everyone in the school knows we're both losers. If we could become martial artists, pigs could climb trees. After graduation, I'll arrange for you to join my family company. I'll be the general manager, you'll be the deputy, and we'll keep living the good life." Chubby's family business is massive, though I'm not exactly sure what they do. "What level is your dad as a martial artist?" "Level 2. I said, "Have you thought about it? Decades from now, when your dad's gone, and you're not even level 1, how will you protect the company?" Chubby's smile faded. He could tell I was seriously discussing this. Sigh. "Let's talk about it later." Chubby brushed it off, unwilling to work hard, as expected of a loser. "Are you willing to hand over your family fortune to others? Who says losers can't train? This time, I'll take the martial arts exam and show the whole school that even losers can become martial artists." Chubby was inspired by me. Damn it. Zay bro's right. Starting tomorrow, I'm training to defy fate. I nodded. That's the spirit of a true brother. Cheers. As the two of us dreamed about the future, we suddenly heard a girl's startled cry from the neighboring table. "Let go of me." The screaming girl was a waitress at the neighboring table, in her early 20s, pretty, and somehow looked familiar. She was being grabbed by a drunken brute. Not bad, quite feisty. The drunkard blatantly ogled her. "Come here and let me kiss you," he said while pulling her into his arms, his pig-like face inching closer. Slap. The terrified girl slapped the drunkard and ran off in a panic. Bang. The table was smashed to pieces by the drunkard's palm. He's a martial artist. I could feel the strong energy waves emanating from him. Chubby glanced at him, probably just came back from the front lines, can't handle his drink and forgot his manners. The drunkard roared, "Ungrateful wench. It's your honor that I fancy you." The surrounding diners, initially filled with righteous indignation, fell silent upon realizing he was a martial artist. The waitress was now panicking, trembling, and at a loss. Crash. The drunkard swept all the items off the neighboring table onto the ground and pinned the girl onto the table like a chick. She shivered, crying helplessly, while the drunkard's two companions jeered. "Go, Guang bro. Show her your treasure." The 1.8-meter tall owner bowed and scraped before the less than 1.7-meter drunkard, as meek as a schoolboy. Slap. The drunkard slapped the owner across the face, sending him flying over 2 meters, unconscious. Where did this insect come from? The drunkard scanned the crowd. "What, you're not happy? I've risked my life on the front lines, killing beasts to protect you ants. I've faced death, and now I deserve to enjoy myself. What's wrong with that?" The onlookers all lowered their heads, not daring to breathe loudly. The law didn't apply to martial artists. Martial artists don't kill each other, and killing a few ordinary people could be offset with military merits. No one dared to provoke the drunkard. Seeing no one resist, the drunkard smirked. "Prepare yourself, you wench. Daddy's here." He pressed the girl's head onto the table and began undoing his belt. My chest felt tight. I really hated this world. "Zay bro, don't be rash," Chubby whispered, reminding me that going against the drunkard would be suicide for an ordinary person. Woo woo woo, a police car pulled up, and 2 officers got out. "Freeze. Report your name, martial artist level, and serial number immediately." The 2 officers pointed their guns at the drunkard. The drunkard ignored them, pointing to his forehead. "Come on, shoot me. I'm a level 1 martial artist with military merits." The officers were nervous. The police had no authority over martial artists, only the enforcement department did. The drunkard sneered, "If you're not going to shoot, put down your guns and watch me perform. If I'm in a good mood later, I might let you join in." His two companions whistled, "Go, Guang bro. Save some for us." The drunkard grinned viciously, whispering in the girl's ear, "This is the price you pay for refusing my kindness." The girl sobbed, shaking her head, "No, please don't." The drunkard's eyes were bloodshot, filled with exhilaration. Smack! A beer bottle smashed on the drunkard's head, shattering into pieces. Who the F*** did that? The drunkard's head was pierced with glass, blood streaming down his face. The diners all kept their heads down, while Chubby whistled, and I remained calm, eating my skewer. Smack! Another beer bottle flew over. "Damn it, I knew it was you." The drunkard stormed toward me. Chubby sighed, "Zay bro, why can't you hold back?" "Buddy, my dad is Lin Gang of the Lin Group. Give me a break, and let's call it even." Chubby tried to mediate. The drunkard adjusted his collar, "Open your damn eyes. I'm He Guang, the second son of the He family." Chubby's heart tightened. They'd run into a tough one. The He family was a renowned martial arts clan in Jiangcheng, and his own family couldn't compare. "So, it's Guang bro. No wonder you looked familiar. We're classmates with He Bai. It's like the flood washed into the Dragon King's temple." Chubby tried to smooth things over. He Guang smiled smugly at me, "You little brat, trying to play hero? I'll give you a chance. Crawl through here and bark like a dog 3 times, and I'll let the girl go." He spread his legs arrogantly. I finished the last bite of my skewer, set down the iron skewer, and elegantly wiped my mouth. He Guang rolled up his sleeves, "You little brat, this isn't over." Boom, my punch landed on He Guang's stomach, bending him like a shrimp and sending him flying several meters. "Ah, damn it." He Guang gasped, struggling to get up but failing due to the alcohol and the force I'd used. 25. I turned into a black lightning bolt, charging at He Guang's two companions. They were still dumbfounded, staring at He Guang. By the time they realized, I was already in front of them. A right whip kick, a left front kick, and they were sent flying into He Guang. 15. I quickly grabbed 3 beer bottles, smashing one on each of their heads. Smash, 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 3 thuds left them seeing stars. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, I pulled over a chair, sat down nonchalantly, crossed my legs, and reached a state of serene satisfaction. The entire process was executed with seamless grace, flowing effortlessly from start to finish, leaving everyone dumbfounded. No one had ever imagined that fighting could be this elegant. "Is that really my bro?" The chubby guy swallowed hard, unable to believe his eyes. "Weren't we supposed to be losers together? How did you suddenly go and rewrite fate?" Watching me, who now looked like a movie star, the chubby guy clenched his fists. "Brother Zay, I swear I'll catch up to you." Meanwhile, He Guang, who was pinned beneath 2 of his companions, slapped the ground in frustration. "Get off of me, damn it." He squirmed like a beached fish but couldn't get up. I leaned back slightly, keeping my legs steady. "What? You're not getting up? You little bastard, I'll kill you. I'm a warrior who's been on the front lines and earned medals." He Guang cursed, his eyes practically spitting fire. Smash! I grabbed a beer bottle and cracked it over his head. "Say that again. I'll kill Y." Smash! "Keep going. I'll." Smash! Smash! When I reached for another bottle, I realized the table was empty. The onlookers stared at me in shock. Who the hell is this guy? So fierce. That's a trained warrior he's smashing bottles on. Who does that? "Brother Zay, more beer." The chubby guy came over, dragging a whole case of beer and setting it at my feet. I picked up another bottle, weighing it in my hand. Wait. I won't curse anymore." He Guang, now bleeding profusely from his head, finally gave in. "But..." Smash! "I don't care if you stop cursing. You're still getting hit." I clapped the dust off my hands. You're going too far." He Guang was fuming, practically about to burst a blood vessel. "I think it's fair," I said flatly. Smash smash smash. After smashing through half the case of bottles, I started to feel a bit tired. I waved to the chubby guy. "Let's head home." Damn, this warrior's skull is tough, still awake after dozens of hits. In truth, He Guang was already seeing stars, his vision filled with twinkling lights. "Law enforcement is here," someone in the crowd exclaimed in alarm. I looked up and saw a man in a blue and white uniform approaching. "You again," the law enforcer frowned. "Officer, you have to help me." He Guang, as if seeing a savior, began to sob and accuse me of my atrocities. He dared to attack an official warrior. "I suspect he's a foreign spy. Arrest him and interrogate him immediately." "Shut up. I haven't asked you anything yet," the officer snapped impatiently. But He Guang didn't notice the officer's irritation and continued to shout, "I'm the second son of the He family. If you don't arrest this kid, I'll report you to the enforcement department tomorrow." The officer sneered, pulling out a golden badge. Immediately, an overwhelming aura of righteousness descended upon everyone present, enveloping the entire scene. The crowd fell silent, their hearts suddenly purified and uplifted. Some were even moved to tears, confessing their deepest secrets. "Honey, I'm sorry. The kid isn't yours, he's Wang's. Attention, everyone. I have an announcement, I'm gay. Earlier, I secretly peed in your beer. Bro, I like your wife. Can you get a divorce?" The street-side barbecue joint instantly turned into a massive public embarrassment session, with everyone blurting out their private confessions. I stood there, stunned, feeling an intense urge to spill my own secrets. Thankfully, the power of the badge was diluted, likely because of my split consciousness ability. I couldn't help but look enviously at the golden badge. A tool that could attack both groups and individuals. How badly I wanted one. "Brother Zay, I have something to tell you too." The chubby guy suddenly grabbed my hand, tears streaming down his face. A shiver ran down my spine, and I yanked my hand away. "Don't tell me you're in love with me." The chubby guy shook his head. "I want to be your brother-in-law. If I end up with your sister, we'll each mind our own business. I'll still call you Brother Zay, and you'll call me brother-in-law." I froze, speechless. "You sneaky bastard, trying to steal my family's treasure." Seeing me glance around, the chubby guy asked, "Bro, what are you looking for?" "Your brother-in-law can help you find it." "My knife," I replied. At this point, He Guang finally managed to stand up from the metaphorical sandwich he was in. He threw himself at a young woman, hugging her leg and crying, "I'm sorry. I'm not worthy. I never earned those medals, I stole someone else's achievements. When I was on the front lines, I didn't kill a single beast, I was scared. I wet myself. The beasts were so big, I was terrified." He Guang sobbed uncontrollably. The girl hesitated. I forgive you. Just get up, okay?" The officer put the badge away, and the area fell silent. As the aura of righteousness dissipated, everyone began to recall their earlier confessions, wishing they could dig a hole and hide in it. "Brother Zay, your sister." "Shut up." "Got it." The chubby guy dashed off to settle the bill. He Guang, regaining his senses, released the girl's leg and backed away in terror. "What did you do to me?" He looked like he wanted to punch the officer, furious that he'd just admitted to a crime punishable by death. "You've got guts," the officer smirked. Though he hadn't captured the S-class beast he'd been after, this would certainly help him meet his monthly performance targets. "It's a misunderstanding," He Guang pleaded. The officer threw out a metallic ring that instantly shrank around He Guang, immobilizing him. "Take him and his two buddies to the enforcement department," the officer instructed his subordinates. "Yes, sir." The enforcers hauled the three men into a vehicle. He Guang continued to cry out his grievances. "You can't do this to me. I've bled for this country. I've risked my life." The three were taken away. The other customers, too ashamed to stay, quickly paid their bills and left in a hurry. "There aren't many people who can withstand the power of the badge," the officer remarked as he walked up to me, studying me with keen interest. My heart sank. Damn, I forgot to act earlier. Among everyone present, only the girl and I hadn't succumbed to the badge's power. The officer raised two fingers. "There are two possibilities for resisting the badge's effect. 1. You have a pure heart and have never done anything illegal or unethical. 2. You possess a stronger power that can counter the badge." I replied firmly, "I'm the first. I've been kind-hearted since I was a kid. I even help old ladies who fall down." The officer raised an eyebrow. "You must come from a well-off family." "Just a regular working-class background," I said. "And you still dare to help them?" he asked. "I'm just that kind-hearted. It's normal for the badge to have no effect on me," I replied confidently. The officer smirked. "People who talk too much usually aren't clean." I shut my mouth. "I'll be keeping an eye on you," the officer said before turning to leave. I knew I'd just been flagged as a key suspect. "Oh, by the way," the officer suddenly stopped and looked back at me. "Since you're just a student, you probably don't know this. Never directly absorb an unpurified soul bead. Your mental strength won't be able to handle it. Your brain could be damaged, and your body might start to mutate like a beast." I stared at him blankly. "What's a soul bead?" He studied my face for a moment. "Ask your teacher at school tomorrow." After he left, I let out a sigh of relief. What a pain. My brain can handle the sensory input from dozens of clones, mental strength is the least of my worries. And so what if someone mutates? It's not like I'm the one eating soul beads anyway. "Thank you, Qin Zhe." The girl walked over to me. I asked, "Huh? You know me?" "I'm Qin Yu's college classmate. I visited your house during the summer break, she said. I suddenly remembered. No wonder she looked familiar, I had met her before. Ah, it's Sister Ma Yan. Long time no see, I greeted her. My name is Ma Yan, she corrected me. Sister Ma Yan, what do you do for work? I asked. I'm a waitress here, she said. The atmosphere grew a little awkward. Ma Yan, take a couple of days off to rest, the boss, whose face was swollen like a pig's, finally woke up. Got it, boss. Ma Yan looked dejected, clearly understanding she'd just been fired. Sniffling, she forced a smile and said, Qin Zhe, come over for dinner in a few days. Bring Xiao Yu with you. My sister's traveling right now. Don't know when she'll be back, I replied. Then you do it yourself. All right. We exchanged contact information. Goodbye. Ma Yan mounted his bicycle, which creaked and rattled everywhere except the bell, and disappeared into the night. Zji, the bill's been settled. Fatty ran over. We walked home. He Guang will probably get out in a few days. Zji, be careful in case he tries to retaliate, Fatty warned me. Falsely claiming military merit is a capital crime, though, I said, confused. It is for ordinary martial artists, but not for He Guang. His elder brother, He Fei, is an official sequence martial artist in Jiangcheng and even a major, Fatty explained, shaking his head. What's a sequence? I asked. I'd heard He Guang and the enforcement officers mention it before, but this was my first time hearing the term in detail. You don't know about sequences? Fatty looked at me like I was an alien. Just say it, I urged him. Fatty explained, after becoming a martial artist, you're assigned to a sequence, which is divided into official and unofficial categories. Official sequence martial artists include martial arts school students, government-affiliated martial artists, and military martial artists. Unofficial sequence martial artists are mostly civilians who are weak in combat or injured fighters who can no longer serve on the front lines. Official sequence martial artists are often deployed to the front lines but occasionally get leave. Unofficial sequence martial artists are only summoned in emergencies. Fatty looked worried. Zji, why don't you come stay at my house for a few days? After all, Fatty's dad was a martial artist, and He Guang wouldn't dare come to his home to retaliate against me. I shook my head. The martial arts exam registration is in a few days. As a martial arts exam candidate, I'll be under protection. He wouldn't dare make a move, or the enforcement would be on him. And after the exam, once I become a martial arts school student, He Guang won't dare touch me either. Fatty thought for a moment. Then I'll register with you when the time comes. I patted his shoulder. Good brother. After I got home, I remembered what the enforcement officer had said and called out to the devourer. Has your body mutated? The devourer replied, how could it? I'm perfectly fine. No sooner had he spoken than 2 extra arms sprouted from his back. Me, _. It's the same mutation direction as that alien beast, I observed, recalling the alien beast covered in limbs. I shuddered, there was no way I could consume this soul pearl. I found that although it's taxing, I can devour any creature with vitality to convert into cultivation. Humans are the most effective, but the mutation process speeds up, the devourer explained. I said seriously, you're already a mature individual. It's time for you to venture out on your own. So what if you turn into a mutated beast? You'll always be our good brother. The other clones chimed in. Devourer, be careful. Qin Zhe is totally manipulating you. Isn't this just KFC-level emotional blackmail? You're all wrong, it's the Darwin effect. Qin Zhe's mental strength is so strong that even if the devourer fully mutates into a beast, it'll just be a change of appearance. Ignoring the other clones, the devourer nodded. Alright, I'll go grind in the wild. To be safe, I assigned 5 clones to accompany him. After sending off the devourer, I looked at the remaining clones and said with frustration, look at the devourer, learn from him and work harder on your cultivation. Stop nagging. We're practicing. Here's a fun fact, since the main body, you, are trash, we who inherit half your attributes are even more trash. That hit right in the feels. Who can relate? A piece of trash urging even trashier clones to cultivate. I flopped onto my bed, ready to slack off. Just as I was scrolling through videos of pretty girls on my phone, a news notification popped up. A new anomaly has appeared 1 kilometer southeast of Jiangcheng. The Defense Bureau is working with local martial arts clans to clear the danger. Once secured, it will be open to martial artists. I'd read about anomalies online before. They're independent small worlds, full of both danger and opportunities. Most major cities have them nearby, but this was the first time one had appeared in Jiangcheng. As usual, when an anomaly appears, the authorities and martial arts clans explore it first under the guise of clearing dangers. Everyone knows what that really means. After scrolling for a while, I put my phone down and went to sleep. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, I groggily got up from bed. One of the clones immediately helped me dress. In the bathroom, my toothbrush was already prepped, I just had to stand there with my mouth open. When I sat at the dining table, a steaming breakfast was served. I took a bite and immediately gagged. Did you think salt was free? The apron-wearing clone shrugged helplessly. Our cooking skills are all inherited from you. I bought 2 buns from a breakfast shop downstairs and ate as I walked to school. Near the intersection by the school, I ran into Fatty, who looked troubled. Something on your mind? Fatty sighed. Zaji, my ex-girlfriend wants to get back together. That's good news, I commented. Fatty groaned. But I haven't broken up with my current girlfriend yet. Both are equally important to me. I said flatly, easy solution, break up with one. Fatty was silent for a moment. Which one do you want? I meant you break up with one, not hand her over to me. A stretch limousine pulled up at the school gate, and out stepped a show-off type of guy. It's He-Bai. Zaji, stay away from him, Fatty whispered. The moment He-Bai got out, he spotted me and shot me a hostile glare. I raised a middle finger in response. He-Bai sneered and turned to enter the school. Fatty sighed. You got his second brother locked up. This kid definitely won't let it slide. I didn't care. I dared to beat up He-Guang, why would I be afraid of He-Bai? The classroom was noisy, but when I entered, everything fell silent as all eyes turned to me. I heard Qin Zhe spent 2 months in a mental hospital. Wonder if he's cured. Mental illness doesn't just go away that easily. Stay away from him, it's not illegal for mentally ill people to kill. Everyone automatically distanced themselves, which suited me just fine. As in my previous life, my seat was in the last row next to the trash can. My desk mate was Fatty. On the left side of the blackboard was the class schedule, on the right, a countdown read, 110 days until the college entrance exam. Fatty pulled out his phone and started typing. I wasn't sure if he was breaking up with his current girlfriend or his ex. The bell rang, and our homeroom teacher, a man in his 30s with black-rimmed glasses and a slightly bald head, walked in. His eyes immediately landed on me by the trash can. Qin Zhe, you're back from the hospital. With only about 100 days until the college entrance exam, you need to catch up on everything you missed. Old Ban, just like in my previous life, still worried endlessly about his students. I nodded slightly. He put down his book and said, today's first class is breathing meditation. Qin Zhe, come up here. I'll personally guide you and see how much you've fallen behind. Everyone turned to me with gleeful anticipation, waiting for me to make a fool of myself. Who am I? My skin is thicker than a city wall. Unbothered, I stood up and walked over to the empty spot beside the podium. Begin gathering your energy, Old Ban instructed in a deep voice. I blinked. Gather energy? How does one even do that? Speaking of which, I did eat some radish stuffed buns for breakfast. There's definitely some kind of energy brewing in my stomach. Old Ban and I stared at each other, big eyes meeting small. He frowned. Why are you looking at me? Close your eyes and meditate to gather your energy. I obediently shut my eyes. Then, a faint radish scent filled the air. Ha 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 ha. The entire class erupted into laughter. He-Bai scoffed disdainfully, convinced that my so-called victory over his second brother last night must have involved some underhanded trick. Old Ban's expression darkened. Qin Zhe. The college entrance exams are only 3 months away, and you still can't meditate on your own. I was speechless. He said to gather energy, but he never explained how. With a sigh, Old Ban pulled back the blackboard, revealing a stone carving of a lotus flower in the center. It had 10 petals, still in bud form. Look at the lotus platform. Focus your mind, slow your breathing, each inhale and exhale must have rhythm. When you establish a mental connection with the lotus platform, close your eyes immediately and visualize the lotus in your mind. Once you've done that, the Lian Xiang breathing technique will activate successfully. I almost burst out laughing. Lian Xiang. What a casually named technique. Following Old Ban's instructions, I fixed my gaze on the lotus platform. After staring at it for a while, it started to look more pleasing to the eye. Gradually, threads of light seemed to flow toward me from the lotus platform. In that moment, I felt a subtle connection with it. For ordinary people, mental energy is an abstract concept. But for martial practitioners, it's entirely different. I closed my eyes, and in my mind, I heard faint echoes of waves as I entered my mental sea of consciousness. There, I began meditating on the shape of the lotus. Soon, I successfully sketched out the first petal. Old Ban was astonished. I had entered into meditation so quickly. While the lotus platform certainly helped, my speed surpassed 90% of the class. Could it be that I was a hidden genius overlooked by Old Ban? My breathing gradually slowed. After entering meditation, my breaths naturally became rhythmic. Meanwhile, one petal after another materialized in my mind. By the time I reached the 8th petal, a faint fatigue crept into my mind, the telltale sign of reaching my mental energy limit. Think you can do it, skinny mutt? He's done 4. Restart already. I tried, it's 3 petals max for me. Watch me. Let's be real, we're all blank slates. 3 petals at best. The chatter of my mental clones filled my head as I pushed forward, sketching out the 9th petal, followed by the 10th. As soon as the 10th petal was complete, the lotus flower bloomed instantly, and a refreshing, spring-like sensation washed over me. I was stunned. Turns out, these chatty clones of mine were the ultimate tool for refining my mental energy. I had no idea how much time had passed. When I finally opened my eyes, I exhaled a long breath of stale air. The classroom was silent. My classmates stared at me as if I were some kind of alien. What's going on? I asked, confused. Old Ban's tone was serious. We're already into the 2nd class. I was shocked. I didn't feel anything at all. For those in meditation, time always seems to pass quickly. Normally, meditation ends when one's mental energy is depleted, so Old Ban hadn't disturbed me, thinking I'd finish soon. He hadn't expected me to stay in meditation for nearly an hour. How many petals did you sketch? Old Ban asked. 10, I replied. Old Ban sighed, clearly thinking I was bluffing. He assumed I'd finished a while ago and had just been pretending. Wow, what a show-off. Our best student, Hebai, only got 4 petals, right? Ridiculous. Trash is still trash, he's deluded if he thinks he's a genius. Sure, lie to everyone, but don't lie to yourself. No one believed I could sketch out 10 petals. If I had, my mental energy would rival that of a first-tier martial practitioner. Fine, I only managed 1 petal, I admitted. Everyone gave me a look that screamed, we knew it. I sighed, why is it that no one believes the truth? Just as I was about to return to my seat, Old Ban suddenly placed his hand on my abdomen. Don't move. Let me check. His eyes lit up. It's huge. I glared at him. What are you touching? I mean your qi, it's enormous, Old Ban clarified. The Lian Xiang breathing technique works by consuming mental energy to gather qi. The energy gathers in the qi and gradually converts into qi blood. Each session of meditation not only refines mental energy but also strengthens this process. Though the technique is basic, it's an essential foundational practice taught in every high school. Considering how large my qi was, my mental energy must be extraordinary. Could I really be a genius? Not bad, not bad. Focus on your training these next 3 months. You might actually have a shot at passing the martial exams, Old Ban said, clearly excited. Perhaps I really was the talent he had overlooked. The next 2 periods were academic classes, and the morning passed quickly. During lunch break, my chubby friend poked me mysteriously. Zhe, I've got something good for you. He handed me a small box. Inside were 2 black pills. Qi-gathering pills. My dad bought them for me. Let's each have 1. There's a blood energy test in 2 days, and if your blood energy doesn't reach 100, you can't register for the martial exams. 1 of these pills should be enough to get you there. Qi-gathering pills were expensive and hard to obtain, strictly regulated by the government. Ordinary folks could only buy them on the black market at exorbitant prices. I shook my head. You take them both. Chubby was stunned. You're not planning to register. I don't need the pills. My blood energy will meet the standard on its own, I explained. You take them, train hard during this time, and don't waste the opportunity. I didn't know my exact blood energy level, but being able to meditate for an hour suggested it wouldn't be low. I planned to visit the martial arts center after school to measure it. Zhe, don't tell me you really meditated out 10 petals. Chubby asked, suddenly realizing something. Piece of cake. Don't act so surprised, I said nonchalantly. If not for my unchanged personality and habits, Chubby might have suspected I'd been possessed by someone else. Fine, I'll hold on to 1 of these pills for you. If you need it, just let me know, he said, pocketing the box. The afternoon class was body forging, and the whole class gathered at the training field. In high school, students are only taught 2 techniques, the Lian Xiang breathing technique and the reverse fate technique, which strengthens the body for combat. The reverse fate technique works by using qi blood to break through acupuncture points. Humans have 720 points, and each level of the technique breaks through 80. The more points you unlock, the tougher your body becomes and the stronger your combat ability. Body forging class focused on the practical application of this technique. Mr. Wang is sick, so I'll be taking over body forging class from now on, said a tall, new teacher in a white martial arts uniform as she walked into the field. At 17 or 18, teenagers are naturally drawn to idealized beauty. Ms. Yao was tall and slender with delicate features. Her jet black hair was tied into a high ponytail, giving her a spirited and heroic appearance. The boys were smitten, and the girls were envious. Even I couldn't help but glance at her twice. She was indeed quite beautiful. I'm the new teacher, Yao. I hope we'll work well together, she introduced herself, then added, now, line up from front to back and demonstrate your progress with the reverse fate technique. Let me see how far you've gotten. The first one was Hebe. He closed his eyes and began to concentrate his energy and blood. Moments later, a muffled boom echoed from his body, and a small shockwave spread out half a meter in every direction. Wow! The classmates gasped in amazement. As expected of our class prodigy, Hebe must have opened more than 30 acupuncture points by now, right? This year's martial arts exam top scorer will probably be Hebe. Teacher Yao nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Hebe's lips curled into a slight smile as he calmed his energy and blood. He had already opened 35 acupuncture points. By the time of the martial arts exam, 80 points would be no problem. Even if he couldn't take the top scorer title, getting into the top ranks would be easy. He thought that the beautiful teacher might give him a few extra glances, but teacher Yao quickly turned her attention to the next student. Hebe felt a little disappointed. As he passed by me, Hebe slowed his steps and said, "Get ready. When it's sparring time, I'll pick you." The chubby guy next to me chuckled. I really don't know where you get the courage to spar with my Zge. Last night, my quick combo moves had left the chubby guy completely stunned. In his opinion, forget one Hebe, even 10 wouldn't be enough for me to handle. I ignored Hebe completely and silently reviewed the incantations of the fate reversal technique in my mind. Seeing my indifferent attitude, Hebe swore to himself that he'd make me lie in bed for months after this. The other classmates took turns demonstrating their progress. Most of them had opened between 20 and 25 acupuncture points. Finally, it was our turn, us two, trash, guarding the garbage bin. The chubby guy went first. Ha! He shouted loudly. And then, nothing happened. Teacher Yao frowned. Not even 10 points. What have you been doing these past 3 years? The chubby guy scratched his head awkwardly. Teacher Yao, it's not that I don't work hard. I just can't gather energy in my chi. No matter how hard I try, it's useless. Let me see your hand, Teacher Yao said, stepping forward. The chubby guy nervously extended his right hand. Teacher Yao grasped his wrist, her face showing a hint of puzzlement. Strange. She had never encountered such a peculiar chi before. It absorbed energy quickly, but it leaked out just as quickly, and its efficiency in converting energy to blood was abysmally low. Teacher Yao, is there any way to fix it? The chubby guy's eyes lit up with hope. Sorry, I'm not an expert in this area. There's nothing I can do, Teacher Yao sighed. The spark in the chubby guy's eyes dimmed again. He had grown used to this kind of disappointment over the years. Next, it was my turn. The classmates all watched with great interest. A guy who couldn't even meditate without external aids, how many points could he possibly open? Probably fewer than the chubby guy. I had spent the entire morning flipping through the fate reversal technique manual until the pages were practically worn out. I had memorized the incantations by heart, but this was my first time trying to put them into practice. Step 1, focus your spirit. Step 2, gather energy in blood, guiding it through the meridians. I muttered the incantation softly, proceeding cautiously. My classmates were laughing so hard they could barely stay seated. Hebe looked at me with utter disdain, thinking his older brother had really underestimated me by losing to someone like me. Step 3, after circulating for 1 round, charge the points with all your might. I suddenly opened my eyes, feeling the energy in blood inside me boil like scalding water. Bang, bang, bang. A chain of explosive sounds echoed as my energy and blood burst through one acupuncture point after another. Boom. When the 80th acupuncture point was breached, a shockwave of chi swept out several meters around me. The chubby guy, who was closest to me, was flung over and landed on his backside. The other classmates were knocked off their feet, left sprawling in the dust. Only Teacher Yao remained standing, her ponytail swaying gently in the breeze. Incredible. Is this, really Chinze? He must have opened at least 40 or 50 points, right? No way, more like 60 or 70. The classmates scrambled to their feet, their faces full of shock. Hebe, who had face-planted into the dirt, wore a dark expression. He couldn't understand how someone he deemed worthless could open more acupuncture points than him. You've already mastered the first level of the fate reversal technique. Very impressive, Teacher Yao commented, a flash of surprise in her beautiful eyes. She hadn't expected to find such a young talent in this small city. Hearing Teacher Yao confirm that I had reached the first level of the fate reversal technique, the classmates were utterly dumbfounded. No one in the entire school had ever been known to perfect the first level of this technique. Now, pair up and choose your sparring partners, Teacher Yao instructed. Hebe's heart sank when he saw me grinning and looking directly at him. I choose him, I said, raising my hand and pointing. Hebe gritted his teeth, cursing me for my lack of sportsmanship. How could a martial artist who had mastered the first level of the fate reversal technique challenge someone who had only opened 35 acupuncture points? Qin Zhe, I advise you to reconsider, Hebe warned through clenched teeth. Just a friendly sparring match, Teacher Yao interjected. Hebe is the second fastest in our class in mastering the fate reversal technique, after Qin Zhe. You two are well-matched opponents. Realizing he couldn't avoid it, Hebe reluctantly agreed. Fine, but let's keep it friendly. I don't want to hurt you. Hebe activated all 35 of his acupuncture points and launched a left jab aimed at my face. I tilted my head to dodge it and countered with a duan, as my right hand hammered down on Hebe's head. Hebe felt as if he'd been struck by a sledgehammer. His vision swam with stars, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Nice sound, solid skull, I commented as I withdrew my hand. But your head's nowhere near as tough as your brother's. Not even close. That hit Hebe right where it hurt. His vision went black, and he passed out. Teacher Yao remained calm. Two of you, take him to the infirmary. Two classmates quickly lifted Hebe and rushed off toward the medical office. The other classmates instinctively took 2 steps back, a hint of fear in their expressions. The martial arts exam is in 3 months. Don't slack off during this time, you still have a chance to get into a good university, Teacher Yao said to me. Got it. Thanks, Teacher Yao, I nodded. For the rest of the class, no one dared to challenge me to a sparring match. I found a quiet corner and meditated on my own. As the school bell rang, I opened my eyes and let out a soft sigh. Meditating to enhance my energy and blood was too slow. After school, I didn't head home. Instead, I decided to visit a martial arts gym to measure my energy and blood levels. In this world where martial arts were highly revered, martial arts gyms were as common as pharmacies in my previous life. Even first-level martial artists could qualify to open a gym, so the quality of gyms varied greatly. Only a select few top-tier gyms taught extraordinary techniques, most were focused on general fitness or providing extracurricular martial arts coaching for students. For C's Martial Arts Academy, you're the one. I swear, it's absolutely not because of the long-legged hostess at the door that I chose this place. Welcome to 4C's Martial Arts Academy. Enroll now as a student and get a 30% discount. The hostess greeted me with a smile. I'd like to rent a training room, I said. The Academy's training rooms were well equipped, with arenas, weapons, protective gear, and even a blood energy testing device. The hostess's eyes curved into a smile. The training room is 500 yuan per hour. How long would you like to rent it for? I felt a pang in my heart. After getting out of the psychiatric hospital, I had less than 1,000 yuan in my pocket. My family was on vacation, and who knows when they'd return. I'd have to ask my sister for money, or else I'd starve in a couple of weeks. An hour will do. Please follow me. The hostess led me to the front desk to pay and handed me a black room card. First floor, second room on the left. Thanks, I said, taking the card. The hostess suddenly leaned closer and whispered, do you need a tutor, classmate? Our female instructors are recent graduates from Martial Arts University. You can choose from their photos. She was wearing a high-slit qipao and even lifted her leg slightly. Are these tutors legitimate? I asked. She chuckled. This is a legitimate martial arts academy, but if you have other needs, there's an extra charge. Back in the day, the most tutors you'd find were at barbershops. In this world, I think martial arts academies have even more tutors than barbershops. No need, I just want to practice casually. Free. I'd consider it. Paid? Forget it. The hostess instantly lost interest and sashayed back to the entrance to greet other customers. I sighed at the fickleness of human nature and quickly headed to the training room. From the moment I swiped the card, the timer started. Beep, I swiped open the door and found the blood energy testing device in the center of the room. It was just a wooden pillar with an electronic screen. You punch it with full force, and the screen displays your blood energy value. I took a deep breath and punched the wooden pillar with all my might. The screen flickered and displayed the blood energy value, 513. A score of 100 is the threshold between ordinary people and martial artists. Surpassing 100 makes you an entry-level martial artist, and breaking 1000 makes you a level 1 martial artist. Based on my score, I'm currently around a 0.5 level martial artist. Not strong, but it meets the minimum requirement for registering for the martial arts exam. Bam 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 bam. I activated my arms, opening 80 meridians and fully operating the reverse fate technique, then hit the wooden pillar again. The result, 801. But I wasn't done. I gathered all the attributes of my avatars and struck one more punch. The screen's blood energy value surged wildly before finally stopping at 1269. Moments later, the post-buff fatigue hit, and I collapsed on the floor like a salted fish. So, with all buffs active, I can trade blows with a level 1 martial artist for a bit. Although it's only about 30 seconds, and gathering all my avatar attributes has a cooldown of around an hour, meaning I can use it about 20 times a day at most. Suddenly, a wave of pleasure spread through my body, and the post-buff fatigue disappeared. Devourer Bro has leveled up. I received blood energy feedback from my avatar, Devourer Bro, who was out hunting. Bam! I flipped upright and punched the wooden pillar again. 835. Holy crap, Devourer Bro is amazing. The blood energy feedback from him was equivalent to 2 months of meditation for me. Quick, say thank you to Devourer Bro. Devourer Bro is suffering while you, the leech, keep draining him dry. Just gather more soul orbs. If each avatar has one, won't the main body soar to the skies? To gather soul orbs, we'd have to hunt exotic beasts. At our current level, all we can do is slide tackle them. Let's leave that mission to Devourer Bro. The avatars chimed in one after another, giving me some ideas. Once Devourer Bro levels up further in the city, he can venture outside to develop. If luck is on our side and he gets his hands on a soul orb. There were still more than 30 minutes left in the training room. Too lazy to continue practicing, I lay down under the air conditioner and pulled out my phone to call Chinyu. After 3 calls, she finally picked up, her voice weary. Zay, I told you, your sister is in a life-and-death battle with the alien race right now. Don't call me unless it's urgent. I vaguely heard other voices in the background. Keep up, we're almost at the summit. I've arranged the hot spring hotel. We'll watch the sunrise tomorrow morning. My face darkened. Fighting a life-or-death battle on the forbidden peak with the alien race, huh? Hurry up and send me money, or I'll starve to death. My priority now was training, so I wasn't about to care where my sister was playing around. Huh? Food costs money. Chinyu sounded puzzled. I replied, of course food costs money. Who eats for free? True, never heard of that. Drinking Northwest Wind is free. Want to try that? I don't drink wind. Neither do I. No decent person drinks Northwest Wind. Then send me money already. Hello. My signal's bad, gotta go, beep beep beep. Grinding my teeth, I called my parents instead. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Blocked. I fell into deep self-doubt. Am I even their biological child? Time's up. I left the martial arts academy. Thank you for visiting. See you next time, the long-legged hostess said, bowing with a smile. Did you work at a barbershop before? I asked out of curiosity. The young lady shook her head. No, I work part-time at a bathhouse. Alright, that was, somewhat related to her major, I suppose. Downstairs, I found a place selling pork knuckle rice, and it cost me 15 yuan. It was just after the lunch rush, so there weren't many customers. I sat in a corner. The television on the wall was broadcasting Jiangqing's evening news. A rift has appeared 26 kilometers east of the city. Over 30 F-grade exotic beasts have escaped. Enforcers are currently clearing the area. Residents are advised not to leave the city unless necessary. The Jiangqing secret realm has stabilized. The City Defense Bureau is leading efforts to clear dangers, and it will be open to the public at a later date. There are just over 100 days until the college entrance exams. Registration for the martial arts exam begins in 5 days. Students, keep fighting for the great revival of humanity. The pork knuckle rice was served, meat, rice, vegetables. The taste wasn't bad. In the following days, I continued my training as usual. Hebai didn't come around to cause trouble either. Whenever he saw me, he'd deliberately go the other way. One morning, just as I sat down in the classroom, the chubby guy ran over excitedly and grabbed my hand. Zhe, I've awakened a gifted ability. Gifted abilities come in all sorts of strange and varied forms. Things like spitting fire, spraying water, immense strength, or even being able to pee higher and farther are all considered gifted abilities. These abilities typically stem from 2 sources. One is spontaneous awakening, which is exceedingly rare, about 1 in 10,000 can awaken naturally. The other comes from exotic beast soul orbs. Exotic beasts are ranked from lowest to highest as F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Usually, only beasts ranked B or higher possess gifted abilities, which can be inherited through their soul orbs. Martial artists who consume these orbs can inherit the beast's ability, like in my case, with my devouring talent. What ability did you awaken? I asked the chubby guy curiously. Watch me demonstrate. Standing up proudly, he straightened his body. 1 second passed, then 2, then 3. Suddenly, he broke into a sweat and plopped back into his chair. So, your gifted ability is kidney deficiency. I was dumbfounded. I had never seen such a bizarre talent before. Zge, didn't you notice? He asked, wiping the sweat off his face. Notice what? I just teleported. My gifted ability is teleportation. I stared at him, completely at a loss for words. You think I'm stupid? You were standing in the same spot the entire time. You didn't move an inch. It's true. My ability is to teleport 5 centimeters. I fell silent, unsure how to even begin roasting him. That distance is pretty impressive, I finally managed to say. The chubby guy explained, gifted abilities grow as our blood vitality increases. Right now, it's 5 centimeters, but one day, it could be 50 kilometers. I asked, so, can your chi condense energy now? He sighed in frustration. No. Then he slumped onto the desk and lamented, I really am just trash. I patted him on the shoulder. Look at it this way, awakening a gifted ability means you're chosen by fate. Remember, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, never underestimate the poor youth. Ding dong, his phone chimed. After reading the text, he suddenly grew ecstatic. Zge, you're right. I really am chosen by destiny. My girlfriend just broke up with me. Awakening a trash tier ability and being dumped by a fiancé, wasn't this the classic setup for a waste protagonist in cultivation novels? Which girlfriend? I asked. Both of them want to break up with me, he said happily. I paused to choose my words. Well, that's certainly unique. During class, the homeroom teacher called the chubby guy out, and he didn't return for the rest of the morning. Zge, I've been directly admitted to Marshall University, he exclaimed excitedly when he came back. The homeroom teacher took me to the education bureau to test my ability. They said that gifted ability awakeners don't need to take the martial arts exam, they can directly apply to schools. He then animatedly recounted his morning experience. I was left deep in thought. There's a loophole like that. I also have a devouring talent. Should I go get tested at the education bureau too? But there's no way I can expose my clone ability, that's my bottom line. After all, my talent involves devouring others' blood vitality. Plus, the 3rd Enforcement Division has been keeping an eye on me. If I suddenly reveal an ability akin to an exotic beast's, wouldn't I just be inviting them to capture me? Better to keep things under wraps. Anyway, I'm confident I can pass the martial arts exam with my own strength. News of the chubby guy awakening his ability spread quickly, and the classmates all looked at him with envy. No one would have expected the two of us, who used to hang out by the trash bins, to pull off a reversal of fortune, one mastering the first level of the fate reversal technique, and the other awakening a gifted ability. Zge, these 2 chi gathering pills are for you, the chubby guy said, producing a small black box. I tried to refuse, but he stuffed the box into my hands. Try to get the top score. Then I can tell everyone my buddy is the champion, it'll be so awesome. I smiled and replied, good brother. He responded firmly, for life. That evening, I went home and took out the chi gathering pills. I swallowed one. As soon as the pill went down, a warm current surged through my entire body, filling my chi with energy almost instantly. I hurriedly used the lotus method to continuously transform this energy into blood vitality. At that moment, it felt like I was sitting on a cloud, weightless and euphoric. I had never felt so good. An hour later, I slowly opened my eyes. As I sat up, my entire body cracked and popped loudly. I could feel that my blood vitality had already reached nearly 1,000. Though it was a bit unstable at the moment, it wouldn't drop much once it settled. I didn't immediately take the second pill. The chubby guy had warned me not to take chi gathering pills too frequently before becoming an official martial artist. I needed to wait at least a month between doses. Feeling sweaty and sticky, I took a shower and went to bed. Tonight, there was no moon. The entire city lay shrouded in darkness. A young woman riding her bicycle home after her evening shift turned a corner, only to be tackled to the ground along with her bike by a shadowy figure. The girl tried to cry out, but her mouth was quickly covered. Don't move. I'm just here to make some money and have a little fun. If you dare make a sound, I won't hesitate to slit your throat. The man pressing down on the girl's back pulled out a gleaming dagger. The girl immediately fell silent, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Good girl, the man sneered, rummaging through her belongings to find anything of value. With that done, he began dragging her towards an area without streetlights. This world just keeps getting more unbearable, a voice sighed from the darkness behind him. The man spun around abruptly, his grip on the girl tightening. Standing under the faint glow of a street lamp was a figure cloaked in black. Who the hell are you? The man barked, raising the dagger and positioning the girl as a human shield. Since you're so sincerely asking, I guess I'll graciously enlighten you, the cloaked figure said, his voice slow and deliberate. To prevent the destruction of the world, to protect its peace. He raised his head slightly, half of his face obscured by shadows. I am your father. The man froze for a moment, then erupted into a string of curses. To hell with you. If you want this girl to live, you'd better get lost. A sudden gust of wind swept past the man's face, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the black cloak. He instinctively swung the dagger, but his consciousness was suddenly shrouded in darkness as his entire body went limp, drained of vitality. The girl, trembling uncontrollably, stared in horror at the collapsed man and the cloaked figure now standing mere steps away. Don't walk alone at night again, the cloaked figure said simply before turning and disappearing into the shadows. Wait, can I know your name? The girl mustered the courage to ask timidly. The figure paused, lifting his cloak to reveal a lion-shaped mask covering half of his face. Call me the Lion King of the Night, he said. The girl bowed deeply, gratitude pouring from her voice. Thank you, Mr. Lion. When she straightened up, the cloaked figure had vanished. The Lion King of the Night moved swiftly through the narrow, dimly lit alleys, but eventually, he came to a stop. Damn it, just like a relentless leech, can't shake him off, he muttered. Whoosh, a shadow descended from above. Finally caught up with you, Lion King of the Night, said Enforcement Officer number 3, a faint smirk playing on the corner of his lips. I'm not the Lion King of the Night. You've got the wrong person, the cloaked figure replied calmly. Then who are you? Number 3 pressed. I'm your father, the cloaked figure deadpanned. Number 3 snorted coldly. Your mouth really is something else. The cloaked figure sighed impatiently. What do you want? If it's nothing urgent, then scram. Number 3's tone turned serious. Unidentified individual, alias, Lion King of the Night. Over the past few nights, you've ambushed and drained the vitality of 21 civilians and are suspected to be involved in the recent death of an S-class beast. I hereby place you under arrest. The cloaked figure smirked dismissively. I've been cleaning up scum for you people, and instead of thanking me, you're here to arrest me? Number 3 frowned. If you have anything to say, you can say it to the Enforcement Bureau. The adjudicator will give you a fair trial. He had been tailing this man for days, convinced he was the one who had stolen the soul orb of the S-class beast. Catching him would guarantee he'd hit his KPI for the month. And what if I refuse to go with you? The cloaked figure asked, his voice tinged with mockery. You don't have a choice, Number 3 said firmly, pulling out a golden enforcement badge. The moment he activated it, a surge of righteous energy crashed toward the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure trembled under the overwhelming force, visibly struggling against it. Number 3 took a step forward, confident that the man was now restrained. Who are you, really? He demanded. Suddenly, the cloaked figure looked up, grinning wickedly. You fool. I'm your father. Boom, the cloaked figure's vitality surged explosively, and like an arrow loosed from a bow, he vanished into the darkness, faster than the eye could follow. Number 3 stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the enforcement badge in his hand. Another one? Another person who could resist its power? His mind flashed back to the face of Qin Zhe. Humph. This time, you're not getting away, Number 3 growled, putting away the badge and accelerating his pursuit. Stop right there. Number 3 yelled as he chased the cloaked figure into an alley. Just as he was about to throw out a golden restraint ring, a figure wearing a monkey mask leapt down from a nearby street lamp. Good evening, the masked figure greeted cheerfully, blocking the path. Number 3 could only watch helplessly as the Lion King of the Night slipped further away. Damn it! Number 3 roared in frustration. An unranked fighter daring to block his path. The audacity. Relax, no need to get so worked up, it's bad for your health, another voice called out. From the depths of the alley emerged a figure wearing an elephant mask. Perfect timing, the monkey mask chimed in. There are 4 of us now. Shall we play an exciting round of Ludo? Number 3 turned around to see a third figure, this one wearing a rooster mask, leaning casually against the wall. He was flipping a coin, his hair slicked into a middle part, and he wore suspenders that gave him the look of someone who was oddly adept at basketball. A group effort? Number 3 frowned, sensing that this was no ordinary encounter. Do you 3 really think you can stop me? He sneered. As a peak-level second-tier fighter, he could crush unranked amateurs with one hand. State your identities, Number 3 demanded, reactivating the power of his enforcement badge. But the trio remained completely unaffected, watching him with amusement. Number 3 glanced at the badge, then at the 3 masked figures, suddenly questioning whether the badge was malfunctioning. This was a rule-based artifact, how could so many people defy its power? Since you're so sincerely asking, one of them began. We'll graciously enlighten you, another continued. The 3 began advancing toward Number 3 in a triangular formation. The rooster mask puffed out his chest proudly. We are from the Black Circus. A deafening silence fell over the scene. The elephant mask tilted his head. Who came up with that name? The monkey mask groaned, Ugh, why would you say that? The rooster adjusted his suspenders. This group name perfectly matches the look I worked so hard to put together today. The elephant raised a hand. As a true fan, I protest. The monkey mask mused thoughtfully, if outsiders hear the name, Black Circus, they'll think we're just a bunch of clowns. The rooster shrugged. Then we can give the clown mask to Benben. The three of them fell into a lively discussion, completely ignoring number 3, who stood there with a vein throbbing in his forehead. Where had these lunatics escaped from? Enough. Number 3 finally snapped, lunging at the rooster mask. Bring it on, the rooster mask shouted enthusiastically, charging forward with an Iron Mountain stance. Number 3 hesitated for a split second. Where did an unranked fighter get the confidence to face off against a second-tier martial artist head-on? But as the two closed in on each other, number 3 realized something was off. The exposed skin of the rooster mask's body had turned bright red, like a boiled shrimp. Sensing danger, number 3 tried to retreat, but it was too late. Art is an explosion, the rooster mask yelled, spreading his arms wide. With a resounding boom, his body detonated, unleashing a crimson shockwave that engulfed number 3 in an instant. The elephant and monkey masks immediately launched their own attacks. The ensuing explosions collapsed half the alley, filling the air with dust and leaving behind a small, mushroom-shaped cloud of blood-red smoke. Cough, cough, cough. It took over 10 minutes for the aftermath of the explosion to subside. Enforcement officer number 3 leaned against the wall in a sorry state, coughing uncontrollably as if he might cough up his bile. His uniform was tattered, resembling that of a beggar, and a faint green light shield flickered weakly around him, sputtering like a dying flame. Madmen. A bunch of lunatics, he spat. These 3 people had blocked him here, but from the very beginning, they hadn't planned to survive. They were ready to blow themselves up and take him down with them. If he hadn't reacted swiftly and activated his defensive equipment in time, he would have been blown to smithereens. The scene was a complete mess. After the 3 individuals self-destructed, there wasn't even a trace left of them. The Lion King had escaped, and the trail had gone cold once again. Black Circus. Number 3 muttered to himself. This organization had suddenly emerged in Jiangqing without a sound. These people didn't value their lives in the slightest. To protect their stronger teammates, the weaker members were even willing to self-detonate to buy time. This had to be reported. If this circus was allowed to grow unchecked, who knew what kind of disaster might ensue? After steadying his breath and calming his energy, number 3 limped out of the alley. The next morning, as I was brushing my teeth, one of my clones handed me a towel and reported, Brother Devourer got cornered by that idiot officer last night. We lost 3 brothers to self-destruction, but Brother Devourer managed to escape. Since my clones and I shared memories, I had already known about the incident the moment it happened. Still, having a clone report it to me gave the event a certain elegance and ritualistic feel. I took the towel and wiped my mouth. Send 5 more brothers over. Ever since Brother Devourer shared his cultivation with me last time, I've been able to split into 2 clones a day. Over time, I've accumulated quite a few, enough to serve as cannon fodder for him. Oh, and from now on, call me Captain, I added. After finishing my morning routine, I summoned 2 more clones and activated my devouring skill to drain their energy completely. I left a few clones behind to deal with the bodies before heading out to school. Good morning, I called as I approached the school gate, only to be startled by a sudden voice. Morning, officer number 3 said, appearing out of nowhere. Damn it, do you have to walk so silently? I blurted out, my surprise evident. If you've done nothing wrong, you wouldn't fear a ghost knocking at your door, number 3 remarked. Or is it that you've got something on your conscience, Chin? I raised an eyebrow. I'm a law-abiding, upright young man. Don't forget, even your law badge doesn't work on me. It would have been better if I hadn't mentioned this. The moment I brought it up, number 3's expression soured as he clearly remembered the mess from last night. I'm here to let you know that there's been progress in the investigation into the beast incident at the psychiatric hospital. For now, you're not a suspect, he said, staring directly into my eyes. Too bad for him, I didn't give away a single flicker of emotion. Me? A harmless, chicken-hearted student killing a beast. What a joke, I said, feigning innocence. Number 3 changed the subject. The college entrance exams are coming up. Don't wander around at night. There's a serial killer on the loose. Thanks for the warning, but I'm running late. Let's talk next time, I said, turning toward the school. Black Circus. Number 3 suddenly shouted behind me. I ignored him and kept walking. Number 3 frowned. Did I misjudge him? The people from last night gave him a similar feeling to me. He had wanted to test my connection to the circus, but the results left him frustrated. This guy's like Sherlock Holmes, suspecting me of everything, I muttered as I entered the school building. I'd need to have Brother Devourer keep a low profile for now and wait for things to cool down before making any moves. Zay, guess what? He guangs out, Fatty said, sliding over as I sat down near the trash can. That fast? I had thought He Guang would be locked up for at least 10 days to half a month. It had only been a week. I heard He Bai's big brother used up all his military merits to bail him out, Fatty whispered. Zay, maybe you should come stay at my place for a few days. He was worried He Guang might come after me for revenge. I shook my head. Today's the martial arts exam registration. I'll officially be a martial arts examinee soon. Unless He Guang has a death wish, he wouldn't dare touch me. Fatty still looked uneasy. If something feels off, just run to my place. I felt a surge of warmth in my chest. The world may have changed, but my brothers were still the same as ever. After all, if something happens to you, how am I supposed to explain it to Sister Yu when she gets back? Fatty muttered. I raised my hand and flicked his forehead. The bell rang, and our homeroom teacher walked into the classroom. Students interested in registering for the martial arts exam, line up in the hallway immediately and follow me to the field for the blood energy test, he announced. The college entrance exams were divided into two parts, the academic exam and the martial arts exam. Students without sufficient blood energy or martial arts talent could only take the academic route and apply to regular universities. Those who passed the blood energy test, however, also had to face the crucial martial arts exam. Out of 45 students in our class, 30 were signing up for the martial arts exam. We followed the teacher downstairs for the blood energy test. The testing machine was the same as the one at the martial arts hall. You had to punch it with all your strength. A score of 100 was the threshold, only those who reached it could qualify for the martial arts exam. For students who had been preparing for 3 years, this threshold wasn't particularly challenging. 741. Almost at the level of a first-rank fighter. That's insane. Exclamations erupted from the next class over. Someone had scored an unprecedented 741 in blood energy, practically the highest on record. The guy looked smug but stayed calm in the face of the crowd's reactions. That's Fong Songhua, someone whispered. He's from a martial arts family. With all the resources he's had since childhood, it's no surprise his blood energy is so high. Our school has resource rewards for students who get into martial arts universities. Once you're in, the gap between us and those from big families will only shrink, our teacher said, clapping his hands to encourage us. I found it amusing. That gap would only get wider, not smaller. Qin Zhe, you're up first, the homeroom teacher said, clearly expecting great things from me after hearing from Teacher Yao that I had mastered the first layer of the reverse fate technique. I stepped up to the testing machine and casually threw a punch. 327, pass. Next, the staff member called out. The homeroom teacher looked a bit disappointed. For someone who had mastered the first layer of the reverse fate technique, this blood energy value was rather unremarkable. Seeing my score, He Bai's confidence swelled. He had thought I might be something special, but now, just this. He Bai focused his energy, his blood roaring like a boiling pot. Boom, a loud bang reverberated as the numbers on the testing machine shot up, finally stopping at 690. 690, pass. Next, the staff member said, clearly impressed. This year's second high really is full of talent. In previous years, the highest score rarely exceeded 500. Today, there were already 2 students who had broken that mark. He Bai returned to the line, throwing me a smug look. A mud-legged peasant is still a mud-legged peasant. Without massive resources, even the best talent is wasted. He was feeling pretty pleased with himself, thinking he had left me in the dust. I let out a yawn, then smirked. Do you even understand the art of lying low and quietly developing? Just wait until the martial exam day, I'll show you what it means to rise to prominence in one swift move. By mid-morning, the entire school's blood energy tests were complete. Out of the 321 students from our second high, 290 passed. Among them, 21 students exceeded the 500 blood energy threshold, with Fong Songhua ranking the highest. The average blood energy this year was noticeably higher than previous years. Rumor had it that the first high next door was even more outstanding. Back in the classroom, our homeroom teacher made an announcement. Students who passed the test, get some rest. Tomorrow, the school will take you for an otherworld trial. The otherworld was open already. I had done my research. Typically, an otherworld would only be open to the public a month after the official exploration. But it had barely been 10 days. Something felt off. Now, I'll read out the group assignments, the teacher continued. Mr. Yao's group, Qin Zhe, and Mr. Wang's group. The chubby guy sitting next to me nudged me with a sly grin. Lucky you, getting grouped with Mr. Yao tomorrow. That's awesome. The other students looked at us with envy as well. In the afternoon, we had Mr. Yao's physical conditioning class. While he was guiding me, he suddenly asked, I saw you being stopped by the enforcers at the school gate this morning. What happened? I smiled lightly. That was my cousin from far away. He was just delivering some keys to me. Mr. Yao nodded without pressing further. Fate reversal techniques work hand in hand with blood energy. You've hit a bottleneck in your fate reversal training. To improve, you'll need to increase your blood energy, he advised. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Yao, I replied. That evening, I planned to head home and gnaw on some plain steamed buns. Given my current financial situation, even plain buns were becoming a luxury. I was sighing in frustration when Ma Yan suddenly called. Qin Zhe, are you free tonight? Come over to my place for dinner. I'm free. My eyes lit up. Finally, a break from those buns. Ma Yan's home was in the shantytown by the city wall, a rundown area at the city's outskirts, inhabited by the lower class. The environment was filthy, chaotic, and crime-ridden. After weaving through the narrow alleys, I stopped in front of a graffitied security door. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Zhe, a voice called from inside. It's me, I replied. Creak, the security door opened. Ma Yan stood there wearing a black apron, her hair lazily tied into a ponytail that draped over her chest. For a moment, the thought popped into my mind, Madam, you wouldn't want to. Come on in. Ma Yan said warmly, snapping me out of my thoughts. The apartment was small, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and an open kitchen. The furniture was old but meticulously clean, a stark contrast to the stench and trash-filled streets outside. Yen Yen, do we have a guest? A woman's voice called from a half-closed room. Mom, it's my classmate's younger brother. He helped me out a lot recently, so I invited him over for dinner, Ma Yan explained. Well, make sure to thank him properly, the voice said before falling silent. Good evening, Auntie, I greeted politely from the doorway but received no response. Ma Yan smiled. My mom's hearing isn't great. I nodded. I understand. Dinner was ready in no time, 4 dishes and a soup. They were simple home-cooked meals, but to someone like me who'd been surviving on plain buns for days, it felt like a feast fit for an emperor. Won't your mom eat? I asked, noticing it was just the 2 of us at the table. Ma Yan shook her head. My mom's paralyzed and can only lie in bed. I'll bring her food later. Let's eat first, don't worry about her. As we ate, we chatted. Ma Yan shared many stories about Qin Yu from their university days. I also learned that her main job was as a receptionist at a pharmaceutical company. To cover her bedridden mother's medical expenses, she worked several side gigs after hours. How did your mom get sick? I asked curiously. My mom used to be a sanitation worker. She accidentally bumped into a martial artist while working, and, that's how she ended up like this, Ma Yan said flatly. I frowned. Didn't the other party offer any compensation? Ma Yan gave me a surprised look. That was an officially licensed martial artist. Letting us off the hook was already a blessing. Compensation? Don't even think about it. To Ma Yan, this was just the way of the world. But it left a bitter taste in my mouth. Oh, by the way, He Guang's been released by the enforcement division. Make sure you head home early after work. If anything seems off, call me immediately, she said. I hadn't taken He Guang seriously before, but hearing about Ma Yan's mother's experience made me worry that He Guang might go to extremes against Ma Yan. I'll be careful, Ma Yan nodded. After dinner, I got up to leave. Ma Yan walked me to the door and suddenly said, Xiao Yu told me you signed up for the martial exam. Qin Zhe, you have to become a martial artist. In her eyes, I saw a mix of defiance, bitterness, and a hint of hope. My heart felt heavy, but I forced a smile. On the day of the martial exam, come and watch, Ma Yan. I'll show you how I take the top spot. Ma Yan smiled. I'll be rooting for you. Saying goodbye, I walked alone through the shantytown. Vagrants in tattered clothing and staggering drunks were everywhere. Not feeling at ease, I left one of my clones nearby. Meanwhile, at the He family residence. Here, take this, He Guang said, calling He Bai into his room and handing him a short sword. Inject blood energy into it to unleash slashes. The more blood energy, the stronger the attack. He Bai examined the sword, puzzled. Isn't this your standard issue weapon, second brother? Why give it to me? He Guang's eyes glinted with malice. Tomorrow, you're joining the Otherworld trial, aren't you? Use this to cripple that Qin kid. Make sure he's bedridden for the rest of his life. If it weren't for his elder brother's warning about this being a sensitive time and not to harm martial exam candidates, He Guang would have already taken matters into his own hands. Qin Zhe wanted to take the martial exam. He'd destroy Qin Zhe's blood sea and turn him into a cripple. The thought of Qin Zhe's life being reduced to misery brought He Guang a twisted sense of satisfaction. Second brother, isn't this overkill? Qin Zhe's blood energy was only around 300 during the test. I could take him down with one hand, He said, feeling his brother was being overly cautious. He Guang frowned. 300. No way. He had personally experienced the power of my punch. Even though he had been drunk and his reaction speed dulled that night, it wasn't the kind of punch a kid with only 300 blood energy could land. By his estimate, that punch had unleashed at least 500 blood energy. He was testing it right next to me. How could the machine make a mistake? Seeing how cautious his second brother was, He sighed helplessly. He Guang fell into doubt. Had he really become so weak that a kid with just 300 vitality could toy with him so easily? Just to be safe, take the weapon with you first. Return it to me once you're out of the anomaly. Unable to argue, He reluctantly accepted it. Don't worry, second brother. Tomorrow, I'll definitely cripple him and help you vent your anger. He Guang patted his shoulder. Good brother. Little did I know, the He brothers were plotting to play dirty against me. Unaware, I went home, took a shower, and went straight to bed. I also reminded swallowing bro not to act tonight. It started raining late at night, pouring as if the heavens had burst open, flooding the entire city. Achoo. Third brother, squatting on a rooftop in the city center, sneezed. Even with a raincoat, he was soaked to the bone. The view from here was excellent. He could see most of the city, detecting even the slightest commotion. Tonight, he had braved the rain, squatting for half the night. Dawn was nearing, yet there was still no sign of the circus. Can you guys be professional for once? Avoiding the rain? How lazy can you be if you still want to be villains? Third brother gritted his teeth in frustration. After another hour of sneezing and grumbling, he finally gave up and went to find shelter from the rain. Early the next morning, the students heading to the anomaly gathered on the school field, and buses transported us to the destination. This was my first time leaving the city since my transmigration. Outside the city, it was desolate, an endless wilderness with only a winding road cutting through. The area within a 10-kilometer radius of the city had been cleared of vegetation taller than half a meter to prevent any beasts from hiding. After half an hour, 10 buses arrived at a temporary base guarded by heavily armed city defense soldiers. The security was tight. As soon as we got off the bus, I spotted a dazzling rainbow-colored glow in the sky not far away, like a giant, multicolored bubble. Beneath the glow, there was a vertical fissure about 20 meters long, stretching from the sky to the ground. Second High Trial Squad, gather. I quickly found Teacher Yao's group, which consisted of 2 boys and 2 girls. Let me explain today's trial task. This anomaly is a maze. The beasts inside are all below F grade, roughly at a 0.3 level in terms of martial artist rankings, making it ideal for your combat practice. Our goal is to explore uncharted areas and map them. Rewards will be given based on performance, including beast kills and mapping progress. Teacher Yao handed each of us a palm-sized locator and a short sword. The signals from all the locators would converge to a main terminal to automatically generate a map. No wonder they opened the anomaly earlier than usual. It's to get people to map it out, I immediately understood. This was no different from my past life when college internships meant being sent to assembly lines as free labor, a classic case of being a tool. Stay close to me and don't get separated, Teacher Yao instructed as she led the 5 of us toward the giant fissure. All the students participating in the trial were from Second High, divided into groups of 5. Due to a lack of teachers, some martial artists from the city defense forces had joined as escorts. Standing in front of the fissure would immediately pull you in. To ensure safety, one group entered every 3 minutes. Soon, it was our turn. Don't worry, there's no danger, Teacher Yao reassured us. A flash of white light blinded me for a moment. When my vision cleared after a few seconds, I found myself in a 3-meter-tall, 2-meter-wide corridor. It resembled the interior of a building, with a messy floor littered with broken wires, debris, and unidentifiable fragments. The walls on either side appeared to have been painted, but the lights overhead flickered erratically due to insufficient power. Follow me, Teacher Yao said, leading us through twists and turns into a narrower passage. Along the way, we didn't encounter any beasts or human remains. The rooms on either side of the passage contained numerous beds, resembling dormitories, which made me even more certain that people had once lived here. Teacher Yao, are all anomalies the same? I asked. Each anomaly is unique. Broadly, they fall into 2 categories, accessible and inaccessible. Inaccessible anomalies are either filled with toxic mists or radiation. Enter and you die. Accessible anomalies, while not immediately fatal, are still fraught with danger. Stay vigilant at all times when inside. Hearing this, the other 4 in the group looked visibly tense, unlike me. Scree, suddenly, a humanoid beast leaped out of a room on the right. Its hairless body was covered in wrinkled, yellowish-brown skin. It jumped right in front of the girl leading our group, freezing her in place, too terrified to react. At the critical moment, I activated the first layer of the fate reversal technique and decapitated the beast with one swift slash. Compared to the beasts I had encountered in the mental hospital, this was a walk in the park. I'd estimate this beast's combat power to be equivalent to 3 aggressive geese at most. The girl, now snapping out of her shock, took one look at the headless corpse and immediately threw up. Qin Zhe's reaction was the quickest. This is what a martial artist should be like, Teacher Yao praised me with satisfaction. The girl, having finished vomiting, lowered her head in shame. We pressed on, encountering several more humanoid beasts of the same type. With me leading the charge, the others soon managed to claim their first kills as well. These beasts were on par with us in level but lacked weapons, making one-on-one combat an easy win. Teacher Yao stayed behind us, stepping in only when necessary. 2 hours later, we had completed 2/3 of the map. A few hundred meters more, and our trial task would be done. Teacher Yao, I need to use the restroom, I said, clutching my stomach. Make it quick, she replied. I jogged back a short distance and slipped into a room. Time to split up. I summoned 5 clones. The rooms along this stretch of the corridor were all filled with beds, but I was curious about what other areas might hold. A few minutes later, I returned to join the squad. Meanwhile, my clones emerged one by one from the room and began exploring in different directions. The layout here was a maze of interconnected passages, reminiscent of an underground ant colony. Even if I sent out dozens of clones, it would take days to fully explore the place. Elsewhere, Hebai had also strayed from his team, wandering aimlessly like a headless chicken. I remember Qin Zhe's team went this way, he muttered. After wandering for ages, he found himself back where he started. Apparently, he was lost. Damn it! Hebai cursed under his breath and chose another door. As soon as he opened it, he bumped right into one of my clones. Watch where you're going. Hebai snapped, rubbing his forehead as he staggered back. When he got a clear look at the face before him, his heart leaped with joy. Well, what do we have here? Qin Zhe, finally found you. I shoved him aside and brushed past him. Sorry, not interested in your advances. Xing. Before the clone could get far, a streak of sword energy came from behind, severing its legs. You sneaky bastard, the clone shouted, caught off guard. Hebai smirked smugly. Qin Zhe, remember this, a mud-legged commoner will always be a mud-legged commoner. Thinking you could lord over us? Keep dreaming. He kicked the fallen clone one more time before leaving, satisfied. Now that I've dealt with second brother's business, I should head back to the team. Hebai passed through several more doors before spotting a familiar figure standing in a room through the glass wall. Qin Zhe. Hebai's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Just moments ago, Qin Zhe's legs had been clearly severed. Yet now, here he was, standing perfectly intact. Why is it you again, you sneaky little sixth? The clone looked a bit startled, not expecting to run into him once more. Hebai swung his sword again, slicing through the clone's legs a second time. Let's see how you recover this time. He slammed the door shut, leaving the clone to fend for itself. Stepping out of the passage, Hebai was greeted by yet another version of himself. This is getting ridiculous. Hebai felt something was off. Hey, you little sixth, eat this sliding tackle. The clone accelerated toward Hebai, launching itself at him. You're asking for it. Hebai repeated his earlier move, severing the clone's legs once more. This is beyond bizarre. Hebai frowned deeply. He noticed that these clones of his were far weaker, nowhere near the level of a single layer of destiny reversal technique. Could I have stepped into some sort of illusionary realm? Hebai pulled out his tracker and briskly started heading back the way he came, determined to leave this strange place. Where are you rushing off to? He hadn't gone far before another clone appeared to block his path. Hebai gripped his short sword tightly, his body trembling slightly. Who the hell are you? Meanwhile, the 5 clones I had sent out had all been taken down by Hebai. Honestly, they could have just avoided him entirely, but after the first clone had its legs severed, the others decided to mess around, actively seeking him out to provoke him. After all, from their perspective, teasing a high school boy was far more entertaining than exploring a map. I was speechless. Don't pin this on us. We share the same processor. Our thoughts are your thoughts, one clone retorted. Exactly. You were the one who wanted to stir up trouble, so we acted on it, another chimed in. That kid's practically losing his mind at this point. It's hilarious, a third added. When the 5th brother showed up, he was so scared he almost wet himself, another said, laughing. And in their final moments, the brothers all self-destructed, leaving nothing behind, not even a grave marker. All Qin Zhe's fault. Agreed. I rolled my eyes, too tired to argue with them. All right, we've finished exploring our designated area, Teacher Yao said, putting away her tablet after some quick operations. The team's trial task had come to an end. Over the course of the morning, we had only managed to explore a small portion of the anomalous realm. The rest of the map would likely be left to other high school martial arts examinees to handle. On average, each of us had taken down 10 exotic beasts. Though we looked a bit worse for wear, everyone's eyes were shining with excitement. This was, after all, their first actual combat experience. Okay, time to head back, Teacher Yao said, submitting the map and stowing the tablet. I was wandering ahead when I noticed a collapsed wall. Behind it was a dark hole, as if something had clawed it out. The entrance was piled with rubble and dirt. Gaga gaga. A strange sound echoed from within the hole. Qin Zhe, let's go, Teacher Yao called out to me. Coming. I glanced into the hole but couldn't see anything. As I turned around, I noticed a few classmates looking deathly pale. Are you guys okay? I asked, puzzled. You? Behind you, a female classmate pointed at me, her body trembling uncontrollably. I quickly looked down and realized I was completely engulfed in a massive shadow. Get down! Teacher Yao shouted. A blast of energy shot toward the top of my head. I immediately dropped to the ground, covering my head with my arms. A deafening explosion followed, leaving my ears ringing. Shaking my head to clear it, I caught a glimpse of a massive black figure leaping toward Teacher Yao. It was a humanoid exotic beast over 2 meters tall. Unlike the ones we had encountered earlier, this one was far stronger, with razor-sharp claws. Boom! Teacher Yao exchanged a punch with the beast, only to be sent flying the next second. A D-rank exotic beast. Equivalent to a level 3 martial artist. You all need to leave now, I'll hold it off. Teacher Yao quickly got back on her feet and positioned herself in front of the students. The 4 classmates snapped out of their shock and immediately started running back the way we had come. I wasn't so lucky. The passage was too narrow, and Teacher Yao's battle with the beast blocked the way completely. There was no way through. I glanced back at the dark hole, gritted my teeth, and dove in. Hang in there, Teacher Yao. I'll go get help. The hole was pitch black and freezing cold. At first, it was so narrow that only one person could squeeze through. After walking a few dozen steps, it suddenly opened up. What's that smell? I muttered, catching a whiff of an intense odor. At the same time, I noticed my internal energy and blood rapidly depleting. Alarmed, I quickly transferred my consciousness into one of my clones. That way, even if something happened, it would be the clone that died first. Qin Zhe, the clone didn't even finish its sentence before collapsing. I immediately switched to another clone. The air here was toxic, extremely so. A clone couldn't survive for more than half a minute in this environment. Boom! Planting my feet firmly, I launched myself forward like a cannonball, leaving a trail of fallen clones behind me. After sacrificing about 10 clones, I finally saw a light up ahead. I moved swiftly toward the light and reached out to touch it. It was a metal plate with cracks in it. Knock, knock, knock. I tapped on it and realized it wasn't too thick. Gathering my energy, I punched through it and finally crawled out of the hole. Looking around, I found myself in an unfamiliar passage. Thankfully, there was no toxic air here. Both ends of the passage were sealed by gray, tightly shut gates, with a large number, 10, painted on them. Organic life form detected. Commencing scan. Scanning. A red beam of light shot down from a corner of the ceiling, startling me. I instinctively tensed up. But after a moment, nothing happened. Scan complete. Carbon-based life form identified, Earth human. Initiating identity verification. Verifying. I glanced toward the source of the red light. It resembled Moss from that movie I'd watched before. Verification failed. You are not a resident of this shelter. State your identity, or you will be treated as an intruder. Panic set in, and I quickly pulled out my student ID. I'm a student. A student from Second High. The red light scanned the ID card. Connecting to database. Identity confirmed, Qin Zhe, graduate of Jiangqing Second High School. Deceased on July 27, 2050, during the Jiangqing Beast Tide. Wait, what? I'm dead. But I'm alive and well. And what's this about 2050? Isn't it 2025 right now? My mind was reeling with questions. It felt like I had uncovered the secret of the anomalous realm. So, this so-called secret realm was actually a shelter, meant to protect against the exotic beasts lurking in the outer passages. Resurrected individual, please disarm yourself. I will take you to meet the shelter's administrator. I obediently dropped my short sword onto the ground. A mechanical arm extended from the floor, picking up the weapon. Rumble, rumble. The gears on the gate ahead began to turn, producing a deafening mechanical roar. A new chapter's starting. Will there be a boss fight right behind the door? How are we supposed to play this if they throw us straight into a scripted death event without any time to prepare? The shelter's AI seems pretty reasonable, though. At least it didn't eliminate us as unidentified intruders outright. This place has such a strong sci-fi vibe. Wasn't this supposed to be a high martial world? How'd it turn into a sci-fi one? What if the shelter's administrator turns out to be a stunning beauty? The clones chattered incessantly, brimming with anticipation for what lay beyond the gate. I felt the same. After all, not even the officials had explored this place. The air in that passage wasn't just toxic, it was highly corrosive. Even with a gas mask, a person's body would dissolve into mush within 2 minutes. Only by exploiting my clone's bug could I make it this far. Clank. The mechanical gears seemed to reach their limit as the alloy gate slowly slid open. A curious outsider, a voice echoed. Welcome to shelter number 10. There was no boss guarding the gate behind the door. Instead, it revealed a brighter, more spacious corridor. Please proceed according to the guide. An arrow was projected onto the floor, pointing forward. With every step I took, the arrow moved a step further ahead. This felt eerily similar to the beginner tutorial at the start of a video game. Following the arrow's guidance, I quickly ventured deeper into shelter number 10. This place was vastly different from the outside, its facilities were far more comprehensive. There was a power plant, a water station, rest areas, a gym, a cafeteria, dormitories, and even a massive swimming pool. Anything one might need for daily life could be found here. But strangely, I hadn't seen a single shelter resident along the way. The immense shelter was deathly quiet, with only the rhythmic sound of my footsteps echoing through the halls. You've arrived at the administrator's office. As the arrow vanished, I found myself standing in front of a tightly closed alloy door. I hesitated for a moment, then raised my hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hello. No response came from inside. Knock, knock, knock. Hello. Is anyone in there? I knocked repeatedly, but there wasn't a sound from the office. How dare they ignore me, the mighty Zabro. Kick the door down. This shelter feels too strange. Better proceed cautiously. Well, we've come all this way, at least take a look at what the administrator's like. After a brief debate with my inner voices, I decided to break in. Focusing my energy and blood, I raised my leg and delivered a sharp front kick. Duong. Ow. Damn it. I clutched my foot, hopping backward on one leg. It hurt like hell. The alloy door remained completely unmoved, while my foot felt on the verge of breaking. After examining the door for a while, I noticed a handle next to it. Giving it a gentle twist. Click. The door opened. I stood there dumbfounded, with 1,000 curses running through my mind, unsure whether to say them or not. Pushing the door open, I was met with a gust of stale, decaying air. The administrator's office was spacious, with walls lined with monitors displaying every corner of the shelter. At the center of the room was a desk, upon which lay a skeleton, reduced to nothing but bones. Approaching for a closer look, I saw a handgun resting by the skeleton's right hand, and a charred black hole at the temple on the right side of the skull. It was clear, this person had committed suicide with a gun. Could this be the shelter's administrator? My suspicion was quickly confirmed. On the desk lay a yellowed journal. Though the pages had oxidized over the years, the writing was still barely legible. February 21st, 2053. Today marks the first day all residents moved into the shelter. Everyone is tense, filled with uncertainty about the future. Even I, the administrator, am no exception. To pass the time, I've decided to start keeping a journal. What kind of serious person even writes a journal, anyway? There was no doubt, this skeleton was the administrator. But why had he chosen to end his life? And where had the shelter's residents gone? I continued reading. February 25th, 2053. To lift everyone's spirits, I decided to organize a social evening. The shelter is filled with good-looking men and women, carefully selected to ensure the propagation of exceptional offspring. During the event, everyone finally seemed excited again, and began to look forward to life here. March 10th, 2053. The power module malfunctioned today. Though the electricity was out for half a day, the issue was eventually resolved. The shelter is powered by a nuclear reactor, which, according to the plan, can generate electricity for 100 years. Please, I'm begging, let the reactor stay functional. The hydroponic system for food and vegetables relies entirely on the power grid. March 25th, 2053. People are growing increasingly restless. Shelter life isn't as great as they imagined, it's confined, almost like a prison. Some residents wish to enter cryosleep, but unfortunately, shelter number 10 doesn't have cryogenic facilities. Cryogenic chambers consume too much power, and the shelter's electricity supply can't sustain them. During today's routine meeting with the other 9 shelter administrators, I learned some good news. The abyss has closed, and no more beasts will appear. If only the mutated could disappear along with the beasts. I came across a peculiar term, mutated. It was clearly distinguished from beasts. Did it refer to the humanoid beasts outside? If they weren't beasts, then where had the mutated come from? April 13, 2053. Disaster struck, shelter number 3 was overrun by the mutated. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I'm such a damn fool. April 27, 2053. Shelters number 1 and number 5 are also out of contact. Some administrators are beginning to question the viability of the shelter plan. Can hiding like cowards truly ensure survival? The administrator of shelter number 6 has already established contact with Sky Island and is considering opening his shelter to join the resistance forces. In the past, I might have tried to dissuade him, believing joining the resistance would only lead to death. But now, we're merely clinging to life as it is. By this point, I could tell the administrator's mood had become deeply despondent. June 1, 2053. Now, only shelter number 9 maintains stable contact with me. For the residents of shelter number 10, I've started sharing only good news and hiding the bad. I keep telling them the shelter is absolutely safe, that the mutated can't get in. It's all just self-deception. October 15, 2053. Shelter number 9 has also fallen. The shelter program is a joke. In my final conversation with the administrator of shelter number 9, I learned that Sky Island has developed humanoid combat machines, seemingly no longer requiring human soldiers on the front lines. Should I join them? November 20, 2053. After a month of consideration, I've decided to contact Sky Island. Unluckily, the antenna is broken, and someone will need to go outside to repair it. November 21, 2053. While opening the gate, the mutated broke in. The eastern dormitory was overrun, and 4,000 residents who couldn't evacuate in time were killed. November 23, 2053. The gate isolated the eastern dormitory, but the mutated began digging tunnels. Thankfully, I injected a corruption toxin in time. November 25, 2053. The shelter has become an island. December 30, 2053. It's over. Everything is over. The rainwater collection system was destroyed by the mutated. Our only fate now is to die of thirst. January 1, 2054. When it rains, it pours. The hydroponics system is malfunctioning. We have no food. January 7, 2054. The residents formed a volunteer assault team, but they couldn't even make it past the eastern dormitory. January 23, 2054. By unanimous vote, the residents have decided on collective euthanasia. January 24, 2054. I personally pressed the button to release the hypnotic gas. 13,000 shelter residents will peacefully pass away in their sleep. I often wonder, what if I had never developed the alpha serum? Without the alpha serum, there would be no reverse alpha serum, and thus no mutated. But without the reverse alpha serum, how could the beasts have been dealt with? Perhaps humanity's fate is simply extinction. The journal ended there. Closing the book, I felt a heavy weight in my chest. On the monitors along the right wall, images of the shelter's dormitories played. Rows of skeletons lay quietly in their beds, their hands either resting at their sides or folded across their stomachs. It was clear, they had died peacefully. More than 10,000 lives were lost just like that. For the first time, I truly realized how fragile life could be. According to the diary entries, this world no longer faced the threat of monstrous beasts. Instead, it was now plagued by a type of creature called the aberrants. Their emergence was tied to something known as the alpha reagent, an invention of the diary's author, who happened to be the administrator of shelter number 10. Faced with the aberrants, humanity had split into two factions, the conservatives and the resistance. The conservatives had retreated into 10 shelters, all of which have since fallen. The resistance, on the other hand, lived in a place called Sky Island. I had no idea how the resistance on Sky Island was faring now, whether they had managed to defeat the aberrants outside. And then there was something else that puzzled me deeply. Why was there another version of me in this world? On the corner of the desk lay a wrist-mounted microcomputer, something that looked eerily familiar. A Pip-Boy? I picked it up and strapped it to my wrist. After powering it on, an animated line of fiery text scrolled across the screen. Welcome to Shelter Technology. Shelter Technology is at your service. I tugged at the corner of my mouth. The sense of déjà vu was growing stronger. Please initiate identity verification. Input fingerprint, iris scan. Following the prompts, I completed a series of tedious steps. This Pip-Boy seemed brand new, like it had never been used before. Identity verification complete. Shelter number 10's administrative authority has been transferred from the previous administrator, Professor Lin Xiao, to the only human occupant of the shelter, Qin Zhe. I was stunned. I'm the administrator now. That's so casual. Using the administrator terminal on my wrist, I discovered I could control the entire shelter, right down to every single door. The terminal also had a user interface displaying my current physical stats, heart rate, blood pressure, respiratory rate, and even something called chi blood. Chi blood, 896, it had increased again. Not bad, this thing could double as a portable chi blood monitor. Pull up information on the alpha reagent, I commanded, curious about what this substance actually was. However, the terminal flashed a line of red text: all data on the alpha reagent and anti-alpha reagent has been sealed. Only accessible to Professor Lin Xiao. My attempt to uncover the truth hit a dead end. Wandering through the shelter, I soon came across the armory's door. Let's see what kind of treasures future tech has to offer. I rubbed my hands together, unable to contain my excitement. Clang, the armory door opened slowly, and the sight inside left me dumbfounded. The 200 square meter armory was completely empty, so barren you could run laps in it. The shelter's weapon stockpile has been entirely depleted by the assault squads, the terminal displayed. It showed the withdrawal records from the armory. The shelter's residents had formed several suicide squads in a desperate bid for survival. When the weapons were exhausted and aberrants surrounded them, the residents ultimately chose to end their own lives. In one corner of the room, a few black equipment cases remained. I curiously rummaged through them. The first few were empty, but in the last case, I found a sleek black handgun. It was larger than the typical handguns I knew, with a thicker barrel and an integrated design, no detachable magazine. Who's the joker that put a toy gun in here? I muttered in disappointment. Just then, the terminal displayed new information. Weapon, Dragon Might Modified Hand Cannon. Manufacturer, Magic City Weapons Research Institute. Description, absorbs chi blood to unleash powerful shots. The more chi blood, the stronger the shot. Note, as the final generation of weapons in this world, the Dragon Might Hand Cannon embodies the collective wisdom of the Magic City Weapons Research Institute. Packed with surprises and hidden features, its power should not be underestimated. A weapon! I exclaimed, elated. I couldn't believe I had actually found a treasure. Weapons like this were exclusive to martial artists, capable of incredible feats when paired with chi blood. Because of their rare materials, weapons like these were produced in small quantities and were far too expensive for ordinary martial artists to afford. The only weapon of this kind I'd ever seen was the law card in number 3's possession. I'd coveted that social death device for ages. One day, I was determined to get my hands on one. I carefully stowed the hand cannon and made my way to the shelter's exit, ready to explore the world outside. Would you like to open the shelter gate? Shelter number 10 had two gates, a front one located in the east residential area, which was already overrun by aberrants, and the rear gate, which I was currently standing at. Open it. Rumble, the massive gear-shaped door, marked with a bold 10, began to rotate slowly. Accompanied by the grinding of gears, the 5-meter-high, half-meter-thick alloy gate gradually slid aside. For the first time in years, sunlight spilled into the long-sealed shelter. Taking a deep breath, I cautiously stepped outside. Thankfully, there were no aberrants nearby. Scanning my surroundings, my first impression was desolation. Endless desolation. The land was severely desertified, with hardly any greenery in sight. In the distance, I could make out crooked buildings with cracked walls, where withered plants stubbornly grew from the crevices. The scene before me was nothing short of apocalyptic. Let's head to the city first. If I could find more weapons, I'd be set for life. Bang! I pushed off the ground with all my strength, swiftly making my way toward the city. Clang as I reached the city's outskirts, a gust of wind toppled a decayed billboard to the ground in front of me. The faded lettering was barely legible, "Welcome to Jiang City." This is Jiang City. I frowned. There wasn't a single trace of familiarity in this ruined city. Whoosh, just as I was about to delve deeper into the city, a piercing sound of something cutting through the air came from above. A massive aircraft, trailing black smoke, wobbled as it flew in from the distance. Upon reaching the city, it began dropping black, oval-shaped objects. Moments later, a series of explosions erupted in the city center, sending up small mushroom clouds. A few already unstable buildings collapsed entirely. Even though I was on the outskirts of the city, the shockwave from the blast still knocked me off my feet. The aircraft, having completed its bombing run, started to retreat. Bang! Just as it exited the city, its tail exploded, and it spiraled down, crashing into the ground not far from me. Could it be the resistance from Sky Island? Torn between my quest for the truth, and riches, and whether or not to interact with the locals, the aircraft's crash landing just a few hundred meters away made the decision for me. I figured I might as well check it out since I was already here. As I approached the wreckage, I realized the aircraft was in shambles, almost beyond recognition. The outermost layer of paint and the external skin were completely gone, exposing the internal framework in many places. Black smoke billowed from the tail, it appeared the engine was ruined. And yet, this thing could still fly into the sky. This was future technology from decades ahead, all right. The cockpit door was tightly sealed, and the pilot inside hadn't come out. I'm here to save you. Are you still alive? I shouted from over 10 meters away. I called several times, but there was no response. I pulled out my hand cannon and slowly moved closer. Through the transparent canopy of the cockpit, I could see the pilot's condition. He had already turned into a white skeleton, strapped tightly to the flight seat by the safety harness. His head was tilted to one side, and the hollow, dark eye sockets seemed to be staring directly at me. I furrowed my brows. Judging by the degree of weathering on the skeleton, this pilot had been dead for at least 50 years. A bomber without a living pilot still managing to take to the skies and complete bombing runs? The thought sent a chill down my spine. This world is full of eerie mysteries. Could this be the world of a Cthulhu-esque eldritch god? Are those mutants just its minions? It does have that vibe. There's a hole in the cockpit canopy. The pilot must have been shot dead. I suggest we retreat. Seconded. We're not even first-rank martial artists yet, don't push your luck. I was starting to feel nervous. Suddenly, on the other side of the bomber, a tiny, dun-colored head peeked out. Its large, lively eyes blinked curiously at me. A mutant. I quickly backed away, aiming my hand cannon at the little head. But unlike the mutants I'd encountered before, this little creature showed no signs of aggression. With a few fingers in its mouth, it looked completely innocent, like a curious child. Why are you here? The little guy stammered out a few unclear words. A mutant that could speak. The previous administrator's journal never mentioned mutants being capable of speech. I was just about to respond when I suddenly noticed a dozen adult mutants surrounding me. The aircraft had created a massive crater in the ground upon impact, and I was now standing in the middle of it, encircled by mutants at the edge. It finally dawned on me, I'd stumbled into a mutant nest. Wait. I raised both hands high, trying to appear as non-threatening as possible. Like the little one, the surrounding mutants didn't attack me either. Compared to the ones from the shelter, their expressions were more varied. Their eyes glowed only faintly red as they stared at me with curiosity, like I was a panda on display. Out, danger, underground, safe, one of the mutants stammered, but I couldn't make sense of what they were trying to say. Boom. 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 Suddenly, explosions rang out. The mutants outside the crater burst into clouds of blood mist one after another. Even the little one by the bomber was blown away by the shockwave, rolling who knows where. Staring at the carnage and scattered flesh, I swallowed hard. Was I really that strong? Could I kill with my mind? Whoosh, a white figure descended from the sky. 11 low-level mutants spotted outside Jiang City. All eliminated, the figure reported. It was a tall, statuesque woman dressed in a sleek, white mech suit. Her features were sharp and delicate, as though she had stepped out of a two-dimensional anime. The moment I saw her, I couldn't help but think of a certain big sister from the 3D section of my brain's database. After delivering her report, the woman finally noticed me standing by the aircraft. I'm not with them. I quickly explained, terrified she'd blast me to bits with a single shot. Her eyes widened. A human. Me? Isn't that obvious? She quickly approached me with an expression full of curiosity and excitement, making me a bit uneasy. She straightened her posture and introduced herself solemnly. Humanoid combat weapon, code BT-21. I am the last unit of the first-generation BT series weapons. I responded, hello, I'm Chin Zhe. So this was one of the humanoid combat weapons mentioned in the previous administrator's journal about the Sky Island. Judging by her appearance, she looked nearly identical to a human. You'd never guess she was a robot. I wasn't ready to engage with the locals yet, especially since I was still weak. I decided to retreat for now and come back better prepared, with a ton of clones. That would be fun. Oh no, I just remembered I left the gas on at home. Let's chat some other time. I turned to leave. BT flashed in front of me, blocking my path. Please don't wander off, sir. There are many mutants in the vicinity. I've already contacted all combat units in the area. We will escort you back to Sky Island together. I felt a wave of awkwardness. This was troublesome. Sky Island was the local stronghold, and I really didn't want to go there right now. Soul Pearl. As I racked my brain for a polite way to decline, I noticed a bright soul pearl hanging from BT's chest. BT noticed my gaze and removed the pearl. Are you interested in this, sir? I nodded eagerly, my breathing quickening. Could I have it? Of course. BT handed me the pearl without hesitation. This was a keepsake I retrieved from the corpse of the last abyssal beast I killed. There are many more on display in the Sky Island Museum. There are more. In the museum? Lots of them. When will the main force arrive? I can't wait to meet my fellow humans. I spoke earnestly. Family, who can understand? I was about to score a heap of free soul pearls. BT smiled. Please wait a moment. They'll be here soon. I examined the soul pearl in my hand. It was slightly heavier than the one from Devourer Lady. When I looked closely, I could see tiny electric arcs coursing through it. It was even a little shocking to touch, lightly numbing my palm. An S-grade soul pearl. I was ecstatic. If it weren't for the people around, I'd have let my clone devour it on the spot. What sort of ability would I gain? Whoosh! 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 One by one, more white-armored figures descended from the sky. They wore the same standard mech suits as BT, but their appearances varied. All of them were stunningly beautiful. I couldn't help but suspect that whoever designed them had some peculiar preferences, molding them all as women. Was this some kind of battlefield Valkyrie force? Can I touch you? One of them asked cautiously. Seeing her eager expression, I couldn't bring myself to refuse. I nodded, and they immediately swarmed me, petting me like I was some sort of cafe mascot. BT-21, when should we set off? Reluctantly, I extracted myself from the group. Let's go now. By then, I'd have a clone for each soul pearl, launching myself straight into the sky. Once I unleashed 100 unique abilities, let's see how anyone could stop me. Beep. 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 Suddenly, the Valkyrie's detection radars emitted a piercing alarm. Mutants incoming. Protect the human. BT-21 commanded, and the humanoid combat units immediately surrounded me. Cautiously, I peeked between two of the combat units' waists and saw a dense swarm of mutants charging toward us. At a glance, there were at least 100 or two. These mutants looked similar to those in the shelter, eyes crimson red, brimming with murderous intent. Sir, hide quickly. BT-21 pushed my head back into the circle. The outside world is way too dangerous. My face turned pale as I finally realized how reckless I'd been just moments ago. If I were to encounter so many aberrants on my own, I'd probably end up as their excrement by the next day. Right now, all I could do was pin my hopes on these humanoid combat weapons to hold their own. Open fire. When the swarm of aberrants closed into within 100 meters, BT finally gave the order to fire. The humanoid combat weapons raised compact, robust barrels from their shoulders and arms. Boom! 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 Blazing blue laser beams shot out from the barrels, mowing down the densely packed aberrants like rows of freshly cut grass. The luckier ones, who weren't struck in vital areas, merely lost their limbs, while the less fortunate were hit directly, exploding into clouds of blood and mist without even a chance to scream. Seeing the scattered limbs and the ground slick with entrails intertwined with red and white matter, I couldn't help but swallow hard. No wonder they were called weapons. Their combat power was terrifying. It made me wonder, if these humanoid combat weapons were so formidable, why did anyone still choose to hide in shelters? If someone like Li Yunlong had a unit like this, even the Emperor would probably acknowledge his ancestors. Though the aberrants weren't weak by any means, it was clear that the humanoid combat weapons were far superior. This battle was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. After the initial barrage, BT led over a dozen of her companions in a charge against the remaining aberrants, leaving 3 behind to guard me. The humanoid combat weapons each drew their melee weapons, blades, spears, swords, halberds, all kinds of armaments. BT's weapon was a silver katana. With a single strike, she effortlessly cleaved an aberrant in two. Even when surrounded by numerous aberrants, she fought with ease, her figure flickering back and forth among them. Each time she was encircled, she would instantly teleport out of the trap and deliver a fatal blow to her enemies. It reminded me of Fatty's teleportation ability, though compared to BT, Fatty's power was worlds apart. Still, his ability had the potential to grow, and I couldn't help but look forward to the day he might reach BT's level. The other humanoid weapons, while lacking BT's elusive teleportation, were equally deadly in close quarters. Their combat techniques were so refined that fighting aberrants seemed like slicing through vegetables. In less than 10 minutes, nearly 200 aberrants lay dead on the ground. None had managed to break through the line to reach me, and the humanoid combat weapons remained unscathed. This is at least the power level of a mid-tier warrior, I muttered in awe. The warrior rankings ranged from level 1 to 3 for beginners, 4 to 6 for intermediate, and 7 to 9 for advanced. The strongest warrior I'd encountered so far was a level 2 enforcer known as number 3. But even number 3's oppressive presence paled in comparison to BT's full firepower. I estimated BT could take on 10 of him single-handedly. Are you injured? After the battle, BT hurried over to me, her face full of concern. I'm fine. BT visibly relaxed after a quick inspection. There's an abandoned airfield near Jiangcheng. There's a spacecraft in the hangar. I'll take you there now. With that, BT hoisted me onto her shoulder, positioning me embarrassingly, my backside facing forward, my head dangling backward. This position is utterly humiliating. I can walk on my own, you know. BT decisively refused. The airfield is still some distance away. We need to hurry. Can't you carry me on your back? Or in your arms? I need my hands free in case of a sudden attack from the aberrants. Resigned, I had no choice but to comply. Hold on tight, my lord. We're setting off. I clung tightly to the Valkyrie's waist. Ugh, this mech was so cold, there wasn't a trace of warmth. Whoosh! Blue arcs of light burst from BT's calves as she leapt into the air, speeding off into the distance. The other humanoid combat weapons followed closely behind, forming a protective formation around us. Half an hour later, we landed safely at the airfield. My hair was thoroughly windswept, sticking up in every direction. Wow! As expected of a human lord, you can even change your hairstyle at will. The humanoid combat weapons gazed at me with sparkling eyes. Even with my thick skin, I couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed under their concentrated praise. They seemed to harbor an innate reverence for humans, as if it were hardwired into their systems. They'd probably cheer and give me a thumbs up even if I so much as passed gas. Follow me, my lord. I know where the spacecraft is, BT said. The airfield was overgrown with weeds. A few planes sat rusting on the runway, reduced to piles of scrap metal. The terminal's glass windows were all shattered, its walls cracked, and occasionally, a black crow would flutter out. The place looked like a perfect set for a horror movie. No additional props needed. Why don't you just carry me directly to the floating island? I asked cautiously, trailing behind BT. You wouldn't be able to breathe in outer space, BT replied. The floating islands in space. I was dumbfounded. I had assumed it was something like a flying aircraft carrier or a beacon floating within the atmosphere. Could it be that humanity in this world had already colonized outer space? If they had that capability, why cling to Earth so desperately? BT tilted her head, looking at me curiously. Aren't you from the floating island, my lord? Crap. I'd slipped up. Trying to cover, I coughed awkwardly. Of course I'm from the floating island. I've just been carrying out secret missions in the shelter and only recently emerged. BT's eyes were filled with confusion. What's a shelter? Now it was my turn to be stunned. You don't know what a shelter is? BT shook her head. What year were you manufactured? I asked. I'm a first-generation humanoid combat weapon, the last of the BT series. My production date is 2051, BT answered after accessing her logs. The shelters weren't closed until 2053. How could BT, built in 2051, not know about them? Have you seen any other humans besides me? I pressed. BT shook her head again. The floating island is humanity's headquarters. Once humanoid combat weapons are deployed, they don't return. Our mission is to eliminate all aberrants. I nodded thoughtfully, digesting BT's words. Do you have any information on the Alpha Serum in your database? I asked next. BT straightened up, her eyes flickering with streams of data. Information on the Alpha Serum is classified as S-level top secret. I don't have access. You can view it directly on the floating island, she added. I sighed. What on earth was this Alpha Serum to warrant such stringent secrecy? As we made our way to the hangar, I pieced together a timeline from BT's explanations. BT was manufactured in 2051 as part of the first batch of humanoid combat weapons, which consisted of only 21 units. Over the years, BT became the sole survivor of the first generation. She explained that she was deployed directly to the front lines upon activation. At that time, the enemies were primarily wild beasts, with aberrants being a minor, insignificant threat. A year later, the beasts were eradicated, but the number of aberrants began to skyrocket exponentially. With the growing number of aberrants compressing humanity's living space, the Floating Island project was proposed. The Floating Island, a massive space station, was completed and operational by the end of 2052. By early 2053, all humans had moved to the Floating Island, leaving only aberrants behind on the Earth's surface. Thereafter, Sky Island continued to produce humanoid combat weapons to fight against the surface-dwelling mutants. The subsequent weapons lacked the special abilities of the initial BT series, equipped only with overwhelming firepower and martial arts chips. Vault 10 was also activated in early 2053, coinciding with Sky Island's timeline. I couldn't help but wonder what had happened back then to make both sides so desperate. More puzzling was that Sky Island seemed to have concealed the existence of surface shelters and surviving humans. Now it's 2102, and humanity has been battling the mutants for 50 years. How were the alien beasts wiped out, anyway? I asked. Even with their teleportation abilities, the initial 21 BT units would have struggled to turn the tide against the hordes of beasts. BT scratched her head, looking aggrieved. The alien beasts just suddenly started to disappear. I don't know why, she said. She wasn't some advanced AI brain after all, so expecting her to understand everything was futile. I didn't press further. We soon arrived at the hangar, which hadn't been used in ages. Dust coated the ground thickly. At the center stood an aircraft covered in a gray tarp. BT tugged the tarp off, revealing a black flying wing aircraft resembling a B-2 bomber. After inspecting it, BT said, "Fuel is sufficient, the engine and avionics are in good condition, it can take us to Sky Island." The cockpit seated two, BT took the pilot's seat, while I sat in the co-pilot's. The aircraft rolled out of the hangar and taxied toward the runway. I pointed at the screen, which was filled with red dots. "What are these?" BT's expression changed drastically. "Mutants." She immediately issued orders through the comms channel. "Mutant attack. Approximately 300. Protect me and the human lord during takeoff." "Understood," came 17 simultaneous replies. A vast wave of mutants surged forward, like a dam of filth breaking loose. The humanoid combat weapons opened fire, their ferocious firepower halting the mutants' advance. "Don't worry, my lord," BT said with ease. "There are no flying mutants. Once we're airborne, we'll be safe." Roar, the aircraft's engines ignited, spewing ghostly blue flames from its exhaust. After 100 meters of taxiing, it soared into the sky. The defending units ceased their resistance upon seeing us take off. Their mission was clear, the human lord's safety was paramount. "How long until we reach Sky Island?" I asked. 2 hours, BT replied. An ominous feeling crept over me as my eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Something about this journey felt off. BT, large numbers of flying mutants spotted on the right. "Adjust course," a combat unit warned urgently. I swallowed hard, danger was closing in. The flying mutants resembled grotesquely enlarged, dun-colored bats, propelling themselves with fleshy, grotesque wings. The combat units opened fire, turning hit mutants into fireballs that plummeted to the ground. Thankfully, the mutants lacked long-range attack capabilities, otherwise, the aircraft would have been in serious trouble. Seeing my pale face, BT tried to reassure me. "These are the lowest-tier mutants, they pose no threat. As long as there are no high-tier mutants, we're safe." I mentally groaned. Why did she have to say that? "Don't jinx us." "Alert! High-tier mutant detected 500 meters ahead," one of the escorting units shouted. BT's tempting fate had come back to haunt us. Whoosh, a fiery blast streaked toward the aircraft. BT yanked the control stick sharply, causing the aircraft to tilt sideways. The flames grazed the underside, leaving scorched marks. "BT, we'll hold it off. Get the human lord out of here." The escort formation split, one group engaged the flying mutants on the flanks, while the other charged at the high-tier mutant. BT seized the opportunity to break through. Through the screen, I saw a humanoid combat unit get cleaved in half by a single swipe from the high-tier mutant. Standing nearly 5 meters tall, its wings sprouted from its back, leaving its arms free for combat. As its comrades fell, BT remained indifferent. Death is the destiny of weapons. To die for the human lord is an honor. A pang of guilt gnawed at me. Words formed in my mind but dissolved into a sigh. "Prepare yourself, my lord. We're about to breach the atmosphere," BT announced as the aircraft's nose tilted upward, accelerating. Bang, the tail of the aircraft exploded. Both engines died, and we plummeted rapidly. At the same time, a massive shadow loomed over us. A high-tier mutant had ambushed us, having hidden in the clouds. It latched onto the aircraft, its twisted face pressed against the cockpit canopy in a grotesque grin resembling a filthy, distorted flower. "Hold on to me, my lord." BT unbuckled her seatbelt and lifted me like a child. The ejection system activated, launching the cockpit canopy and dislodging the mutant. BT engaged her leg-mounted thrusters, carrying us clear of the aircraft. "This is our secret safe house," BT said as we arrived at a hidden shelter within the ruins of a small town. "The mutants won't find this place." Though modest, the safe house was well equipped, with tools and supplies for repairs and rest. It had a large workbench, charging stations, and more. BT stepped over to a charging station. With a click, her mech opened up from the back, allowing her to step out effortlessly. That's so lifelike. I finally understood just how realistic humanoid combat weapons could be. Out of the mech, BT wore a tight-fitting bodysuit that highlighted her figure. She connected herself to the charging station, and with a BZZT, the mech began to charge. "Apologies, my lord," BT said. "No humans have ever been here before, so we didn't prepare living quarters or food." I waved it off. "It's fine. Don't you need rest or food?" Shaking her head, BT explained, "Our outer layer of flesh is carbon-based cells, but our skeletons and internal organs are mechanical. We don't get tired or need rest. We usually just consume energy liquids." She grabbed a bottle of white liquid resembling a nutrient drink from a shelf. I opened it to sniff, only to be hit with the sharp smell of machine oil. She downed it in one gulp, her energy visibly restored. How are we getting to Sky Island now that the aircraft is destroyed? I asked. BT replied, I've already contacted the central AI, Xinghe, on Sky Island. Headquarters will dispatch another aircraft. We'll wait here. What about the others? When will they return? Data streams flickered across BT's eyes. 17 weapon unit standby signals have disappeared. The realization hit me hard. There were too many mutants, including high-tier ones. They could have retreated but chose to cover my escape instead. A heavy sigh escaped me, leaving me lost in thought. BT's expression remained stoic. Your comrades are gone. Don't you feel sorrow? I asked. Tilting her head, BT responded, why would I? Death is the destiny of weapons. Besides, they died for the human lord. Humans guide all life follows. To me, they weren't disposable weapons. They had thoughts, souls, emotions. One moment they called me human lord, and the next, they were gone, all because of me. I took out a pack of cigarettes from my pocket, something I'd swiped from the vault to use as bribes for locals. Lighting 3 cigarettes, I placed them on the table and clasped my hands together. BT watched curiously. I explained, it's a custom where I'm from. When someone dies, we light 3 incense sticks to show respect and wish them peace in their next life. No incense here, so cigarettes will do. BT stared, as if stunned. She finally understood I was mourning the fallen weapons, something her emotional modules couldn't fully process. But they're not humans, she said. They sacrifice themselves selflessly, a virtue greater than most humans, I replied calmly, closing my eyes. Rest in peace. May your next life be as humans. BT blinked, then mimicked my gesture, murmuring softly, rest, in peace. The smoke dissipated, and BT gazed at the cigarette butts in silence. Knock, knock, knock. Half an hour later, a loud knocking broke the silence. I stood to open the door, but BT stopped me. She shook her head and swiftly donned her fully charged mech. Boom! The alloy door exploded. BT shielded me, slashing out with her blade. Mutants. I saw a hulking, dun-colored mutant outside. I knew it. The safe house isn't safe, I muttered. BT grabbed me and leapt out the window, taking flight. From above, I saw the safe house surrounded by mutants, including the high-tier flying mutant from before, this time with reinforcements. There's a traitor, BT muttered. What do you mean? I asked, confused. She explained, the safe house's location is top secret. Mutants couldn't possibly know it unless a weapon unit leaked it. But didn't you say their signals disappeared? I broadcasted our position to other units in the region. They might have known. Looking at the pursuing mutants, I realized reaching Sky Island was a lost cause. Head back to Jiang City, I said. The city wasn't far. I planned to leave the alien realm from the vault. I was too weak and could only rely on BT for now. Once I regrouped and prepared new resources, I'd return stronger. BT said, I've contacted Xinghe. The Sky Island aircraft has arrived. However, the mutant presence near the safe house is too dense, so it landed 15 kilometers away on an abandoned highway. Once you board, you'll be safe. The high-tier mutant was closing in fast, less than 10 kilometers now. It was faster than BT. Head to Jiang City, I repeated. I spoke in a low voice, the bunker door is thick. The aberrants can't break through. Only then will it be safe. Understood. BT didn't question me. In her programming, human orders always came first. A high-level aberrant spewed fire. BT couldn't dodge in time and was hit in the back, damaging the propulsion system in her legs. We both plummeted to the ground. She shielded me with her body, ensuring I was unharmed. Are you alright, sir? BT's mech was severely damaged, with half of her body charred and wrecked. I glanced at the bunker, estimating the distance. It's less than a kilometer away. We're close. Hang in there. BT shook her head. Sir, go quickly. I'll cover you. It was then I noticed her lower leg had been severed. Stop talking nonsense. Gritting my teeth, I hoisted BT onto my back and activated a layer of reverse fate energy. The aberrants in the sky descended, encircling us. Human sir, if I die, will you light 3 cigarettes for me? BT whispered softly from my shoulder. I clenched my teeth and sprinted with all my might. You won't die. Neither of us will. We soon reached the bunker door. I used the administrator terminal to unlock it. The door required time to open, and I pulled out my hand cannon, firing madly to hold the line. BT's energy waned rapidly, she couldn't even lift her hand. If the door opens fully, the aberrants will pour in. No one will survive. Her eyes turned red. Activating hidden energy reserves in my back. An electronic sound buzzed as BT's weight lifted from my shoulder. She transformed into a blur, charging into the mass of aberrants. BT unleashed a storm of destruction, her blade dancing wildly. A rain of blood and carnage followed her every move, leaving the aberrants unable to approach her within 2 steps. In mere seconds, a field of dismembered limbs littered the ground. But the number of aberrants was overwhelming, as if a cesspool had exploded, with more of the vile yellow creatures swarming in from every direction. The bunker door finally opened. I jumped inside and immediately used the terminal to close it. BT, get in here. I shouted, firing my hand cannon to provide cover. BT sliced through several aberrants and charged toward the bunker. She was only a dozen steps away when a high-level flying aberrant descended from the sky, blocking her path. Damn it. My blood boiled. I was about to launch a sneak attack when I was swatted back into the bunker by the high-level aberrant. Cough. Cough. Sir, go. Don't worry about me. Seeing the high-level aberrant attempting to breach the door, BT launched a ferocious assault, forcing the creature to turn its attention back to her. The bunker door slammed shut with a heavy thud. Through the narrow gap, I caught a glimpse of BT's obstinacy. I need to see what's happening outside. I manipulated the terminal, but the screen remained black. The bunker AI responded, external surveillance is damaged. Unable to display footage. Immediate repair is required. Damn it. I kicked the door, pain shooting up my foot. I knew BT was merely holding on with her last reserves of strength. Surrounded by the high-level aberrant and its minions, her fate seemed grim. I returned to the administrator's office, rummaging through the bookshelf for information on aberrants, floating islands, and humanoid combat machines. Unfortunately, the shelves only held bunker management documents, completely useless. Forget it. I opened the bunker map navigation system, planning to leave this distorted realm through the eastern dormitory zone. 2 paths led to the eastern dormitory zone. One was tunneled out by the aberrants and filled with toxic gas, while the other was the bunker passage, sealed by an alloy door but also surrounded by toxic gas outside. Fearing aberrants might be lurking at the passage entrance, I avoided retracing my original route. I opened the door, vented the toxic gas in advance, and replenished it after exiting. Instinctively, I checked my locator, only to find it had been damaged while passing through the toxic mist. The corrosive nature of this gas is insane, it can even erode mechanical devices. With the terminal map, I no longer wandered aimlessly. The fallen zone included the living quarters and various facility areas. After navigating the labyrinthine layout, I stumbled upon an unexpected figure. Qin Zhe. Hebai was studying a wall-mounted route map. Hearing footsteps, he spun around, stunned to see me, perfectly intact despite having been killed by him 5 times. What are you? Human or ghost? Hebai retreated cautiously, keeping distance between us. This area was vast, and he had gotten lost. His locator had no signal, rendering any calls for help useless. I spoke coldly, truly, enemies meet on narrow roads. Hebai drew a short sword gifted by his older brother. Doesn't matter how you're so hard to kill. I'll just kill you more. Hebai swung the sword, unleashing a crimson arc of energy. A weaponized artifact. I rolled out of the way. Hebai raised an eyebrow. So you recognize it. Dying to my weapon is an honor. Any last words? I rolled my eyes. You talk too much. Flipping my wrist, I aimed my hand cannon at him. Seeing what looked like a toy gun, Hebai sneered. Using a toy to scare me? How naive. Bang! He didn't finish his sentence. A sharp pain erupted in his stomach as his body bent backward like a bow. A bloody mist exploded from his back, plastering him against the wall like a pancake. Bright red blood splattered across the white wall, creating an oddly artistic scene. Hebai looked down at the gaping hole in his stomach, his intestines shattered, the scenery behind him visible through the wound. In that instant, it felt like he'd been hit by a speeding train, leaving no time for reaction. Thud. Hebai collapsed, convulsing, blood gurgling from his throat. I walked over with my hand cannon, aiming it at his head. Hebai finally recognized my weapon as an artifact. He couldn't comprehend how an ordinary student could possess something so valuable. Do you think wealth makes you superior? There's scum like you in every world. Compared to him, humanoid combat machines like BT seemed far more humane. Hebai was terrified. He had always been above others, never experiencing such fear. His wide eyes now brimmed with pleading. Don't. Bang. His head exploded. A single outburst of rage can darken the world. The wrath of the downtrodden isn't something just anyone can bear. I had always lived by the principle, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. But Hebai had crossed my bottom line. I left Hebai's weaponized artifact untouched. Instead, I killed a weak aberrant, dragged the corpse to Hebai's body, and staged the scene to look like an aberrant attack. There were no cameras or witnesses anyway. Even if Hebai's family suspected me, they'd have no proof. He family, let's settle this slowly. I etched the He family into my memory. First, I had sent He Guang to jail, which had already created bad blood. Now, killing He Bai meant this was a fight to the death. I need to strengthen myself quickly. This world is far too dangerous. I clenched the soul orb BT had given me. After setting the scene, I prepared to leave. But then, I heard faint coughing from a nearby room. Frowning, I raised my hand cannon and approached. The door was locked from the inside. Bang! I shot the door handle and kicked the door open. Teacher Yao. I froze upon seeing the person in the corner. This was trouble. The noise earlier, she must have heard everything. Should I silence her? Teacher Yao was gravely injured, her breaths weak. At this distance, I could kill her with one shot. The matter of killing He Bai must not be exposed. Cough, cough. Teacher Yao coughed weakly, seemingly realizing my intent. I didn't hear anything. She spoke faintly. Nothing. Teacher Yao, that statement feels a bit like, there's no silver buried here, doesn't it? I toyed with the hand cannon. Hearing my words, her heart sank. She sensed the killing intent emanating from me. A tiger fallen to the plains is bullied by dogs. She hadn't expected to face death at the hands of a mere child. But my demeanor surprised her. In an insignificant small town like this, how had such a ruthless, talented warrior emerged? If I didn't die young, my future was boundless. But she didn't want to become a stepping stone on my path to success. Previously, she had fought fiercely with a beast, barely escaping with her life after using her trump card. Severely injured and drained of energy, she had no strength left to resist. Go ahead, shoot. Unable to fight back, Teacher Yao closed her eyes and resigned herself to her fate. Her reaction, however, left me completely dumbfounded. No struggle. Too suspicious. She was cooperating too easily, it couldn't be that simple. Was she hiding some final trump card, waiting to ambush me the moment I pulled the trigger? The air grew tense. I aimed my gun at her, hesitating whether to fire or not. Time dragged on in silence. Finally, Teacher Yao opened her eyes and, seeing my hesitation, smirked to herself, amused by my inexperience. The room was dim, with me blocking the light from the hallway. I stepped aside slightly, letting the light fall on her. What I saw left me both shocked and terrified, and I nearly dropped the hand cannon in my grip. Her body was covered in wounds, drenched in blood. But that wasn't the most important detail. The critical point was, her blood was golden, and glowing. A foreign species. She was a foreigner. My mind was racing. A foreign species infiltrating the school as a teacher, what was the goal? No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't figure it out. Teacher Yao, are you okay? A voice called out from the hallway. I noticed the locator on her wrist flashing red. She had already sent out a distress signal. The rescue team would arrive soon. If I fired now, I'd definitely be caught. You're out of chances, Teacher Yao said with a smirk, visibly relieved. I smiled too, and when she saw my reaction, a sense of foreboding crossed her face. Teacher, you wouldn't want your foreign identity exposed, would you? I said as I lowered my gun. What do you want? She frowned. She clearly didn't want her identity revealed. I took off my jacket. Simple, you keep my secret, and I'll keep yours. That's it. She had expected me to demand something outrageous. Deal. Pleasure working with you. I tossed her my jacket, and she put it on. She was shorter than me, and the oversized school uniform jacket covered her wounds well. Teacher Yao is here. I called out as I stepped into the hallway, waving to the approaching city defense soldiers. 4 heavily armed soldiers hurried over. Seeing that she was alive, they collectively sighed in relief. Teacher Yao, can you walk? The captain asked. I can, she replied, glancing at me. I understood immediately. Let me help you, teacher, I offered, supporting her to her feet. The soldiers split into pairs, one group leading the way and the other bringing up the rear. I stayed in the middle with her. I was surprised, since when was the City Defense Bureau this diligent? As we passed by He Bai's corpse, Teacher Yao suddenly spoke. Wait. He was one of my students too. My eye twitched in a mix of irritation and amusement. Teacher Yao, you wouldn't want. She rolled her eyes. He was killed by a beast ambush. I didn't have the strength to save him. Bring his body out, I'll apologize to his family. The captain hesitated. It was hard enough to bring out the living, let alone a corpse. You carry him, Teacher Yao commanded directly. Gritting his teeth, the captain nodded. Understood. He Bai's body was hoisted onto a soldier's shoulder, and we quickly evacuated. Along the way, any beasts we encountered were swiftly dispatched by the soldiers. I noticed their bullets were unusual, beasts shot by them dissolved into blood within a minute. Teacher Yao seemed surprised as well. The soldiers explained, the bullet tips are coated with alpha reagent from Black Mountain Research Institute. Effective against beasts at F rank or lower. My heart skipped a beat. Alpha reagent? Wasn't that the substance mentioned in the administrator's journal? How had an object from the other realm appeared in reality? What's wrong? Teacher Yao asked, noticing my distraction. She assumed I was worried about being implicated in Hebai's death. I know you're upset about Hebai's death. I'll take responsibility for it, she said, her tone reassuring. Her meaning was clear, don't worry, she had it covered. I snapped out of my thoughts and forced a weak smile. Don't blame yourself, Teacher Yao. Roar. Around the corner, the D-rank beast Teacher Yao had severely injured earlier lunged at us. It pinned down one of the leading soldiers, crushing his head underfoot. Open fire. The remaining 3 soldiers shot at it, but the reagent was ineffective against D-rank beasts. Instead, it only enraged the creature. With a single swipe of its claws, the captain was cleaved in half. The soldiers were around 0.5 rank in strength, while this exhausted D-rank beast still had the power of a rank 1 martial artist. Run. Teacher Yao pushed me aside, narrowly dodging a fatal blow herself. At least you have some decency, I muttered, activating my clone attribute. I charged at the beast, sweeping its legs out from under it and smashing its head with a right hook. Over 1,000 units of blood energy erupted, and the beast's skull shattered instantly. The 2 remaining soldiers stared in disbelief. A high schooler this strong? Teacher Yao leaned against the wall, her legs trembling slightly. She must have realized I had used a secret technique that overdrew my energy. Can you still walk? She asked, moving closer to help support me. Piece of cake. I grinned. By the way, grab its soul bead for me, I said to the soldiers. One of them shook his head. Beasts from the other realm don't have soul beads. No soul beads. I hadn't noticed that before. Generally, F rank and above beasts had soul beads, and only S rank and above beasts possessed talent-based abilities. Ordinary soul beads, once purified, could only enhance blood energy. The rest of the journey went smoothly. 20 minutes later, we emerged from the other realm. At the entrance to the realm, a woman in a white lab coat was directing operations. When I saw her face, I froze. Lin Xiao. On the desk in the administrator's office at Shelter 10, there had been a photo of a young Lin Xiao. There was no mistaking her. As I stared at her, Teacher Yao snorted coldly. Keep staring, and I'll have you dragged into the lab for experiments. Lin Xiao noticed my gaze and walked over directly. You alright? She asked Teacher Yao. The 2 seemed to know each other. Still breathing, Teacher Yao replied curtly. Let's draw some blood for testing. Check for latent infections, Lin Xiao said, already holding a syringe. Get lost. Teacher Yao snapped irritably. Ungrateful, Lin Xiao muttered, shrugging. Teacher Yao pulled the school jacket tighter around her and climbed into a sleek black limousine parked nearby. Miss, the doctors at home are ready, the driver said respectfully. Teacher Yao nodded. Let's go. Oh, and investigate someone. Second high school student, Qin Zhe. Understood. As the car drove off, I couldn't help but sigh. Being rich really was nice. But my curiosity about Teacher Yao's identity only grew. She was a foreigner, yet operated so openly. She even knew top-tier researchers. Wasn't she afraid of being exposed? You're Qin Zhe. Lin Xiao suddenly turned her attention to me. You know me? I had no memory of meeting her. Not long ago, an S-rank beast injected with massive amounts of alpha reagent escaped from our lab. It was later killed, but its soul bead went missing. You were at the scene. Come here, let's draw some blood. She pulled out another syringe and waved it at me. I was beginning to suspect she had a fetish for drawing blood. Don't worry, it's just to check your health. She jabbed the needle into my arm, drawing less than 5 milliliters of blood. Then, she pulled out a small device from her pocket and dripped some blood onto it. Blood energy levels are high. You're almost at rank 1. Impressive for someone your age. Cellular state is normal, no signs of mutation. She put the device away. Looks like you didn't absorb the S-rank beast's soul bead. I silently exhaled in relief. Of course, it wasn't me, it was my clone who absorbed it. I'm just an ordinary student who can't even fight a chicken. There's no way I could have gone up against an S-rank beast. You're overestimating me, I said. Lin Xiao smirked. Don't be so modest. You're far from ordinary. She stepped closer, lowering her voice to a whisper in my ear. You figured out Yao Shue's identity, haven't you? I have no idea what you're talking about, I replied, looking away. Don't play dumb. That jacket she's wearing, it's yours, isn't it? To cover her wounds. So Lin Xiao had known all along about Teacher Yao's identity as a foreigner. Dropping the pretense, I asked, you're in cahoots with her. What are you foreign spies planning? Before this, I'd thought all foreign species were monstrous creatures. I hadn't expected them to look just like humans. If they infiltrated in large numbers, humanity would have no way to defend against them. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. I'm an Earthling. And she's not some alien spy, though she might wish she were. Let me give you a little advice, don't talk nonsense. Some things you'll understand when you're older, little brother. With that, she swayed her hips and walked off. I pondered for a moment. Teacher Yao's identity seemed rather complicated. There were few who knew about her alien nature. Thankfully, she wasn't a spy, so I didn't feel any guilt anymore. On the bus ride back to school, the atmosphere was heavy. The appearance of that D-class beast had triggered a riot among the mutated creatures in the alien realm. Not only had the number of lower-class beasts increased, but there were now 2 D-class ones. The trial team had suffered casualties. From our class, in addition to Hebe, there were 3 other classmates whose whereabouts were unknown. The odds were grim. Our homeroom teacher raised his voice, pull yourselves together. If this minor setback is enough to crush your spirit as warriors, then why even bother with the martial exams? Choosing the path of a warrior means having the resolve to fight mutated beasts to the death. If you lose confidence against a few low-tier beasts, how will you survive the abyssal battlefield in the future? The mood in the bus lightened somewhat, but those who had just experienced life-and-death moments were still visibly shaken. When I got home, I received a call from Fatty. Thank heavens you picked up. I heard something went down in the alien realm. Thank God you're alive, Zhe. I replied calmly, some of our classmates didn't make it. I was lucky. I'm alive. Hebe didn't make it either. Fatty was shocked. Hebe's dead. Oh no, oh no. He Guang is definitely going to pin this on you. I slumped onto the couch, unconcerned. Hebe died while Teacher Yao was present. She can vouch that it had nothing to do with me. Fatty let out a sigh of relief. As long as Teacher Yao's there, He Guang won't have any proof to blame you. Don't worry, I'm fine, I assured him. We chatted for a bit, made plans to grab barbecue over the weekend, and then hung up the call. I sprawled on the couch, finally able to relax. This trip to the alien realm had been an adrenaline rush, exploring a labyrinth, stumbling into a shelter, obtaining administrator privileges, encountering BT and her group, being hunted by the mutated, killing Hebe, uncovering Teacher Yao's true identity, and meeting Lin Xiao. I had a rough understanding now. Jiangqing's alien realm seemed to be a parallel world, similar to reality. The people from reality had counterparts in the alien realm. But some details required further confirmation on my next visit. The mutation in the alien realm is caused by the Alpha Serum. Should I try to stop Lin Xiao? But this serum can also eliminate the mutated, I saw it with my own eyes. Alpha Serum, Reverse Alpha Serum. What even is the Reverse Alpha Serum? My head was spinning with questions. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the soul orb BT had given me. The immediate priority was to increase my strength. I was far too weak, so weak that even uncovering the truth felt out of reach. Eat it, I commanded, summoning one of my clones. You always use us as guinea pigs, you heartless bastard. The clone grumbled as it swallowed the soul orb. Having gone through this once before, the process went smoothly this time. How do you feel? I asked. The clone opened its eyes, and electric currents flickered within them. Witness as I shatter the darkness with thunder and lightning. Zotsap. Blue electric snakes danced around the clone, its hair standing completely on end as arcs of blue electricity leaped between the strands. Ugh hi ha. The clone clenched its fists, body trembling uncontrollably. Zotsap. The clone thrust its right fist forward, and a bolt of lightning shot from its fingertips. Bang! The ceiling light shattered into pieces, plunging the room into darkness. Only the faint glow of electricity surrounding the clone provided illumination. What the hell is wrong with you? I scolded. The clone shot back, if there's something wrong with me, there's something wrong with you too. Grumbling, I snapped, replace the damn light. The clone stood with its hands on its hips. From now on, don't you dare raise your voice at me. Address me as the Lord of Thunder and Lightning. I sent it sprawling with a swift kick. Replace the light. The so-called Lord of Thunder got up angrily, glaring at me. Electric currents crackled around its body, and a thick electric snake slithered around its waist, ready to strike at any moment. We stared each other down for a while. Fine, I'll replace it, it finally yelled, stomping off to the storage room to find a spare light bulb. I sat back on the couch, focusing on the feedback coming from the clone's cultivation. That soul orb was high grade, the clone had directly reached the level of a first-rank martial artist and had even sent back a significant boost to my own vitality. I opened my terminal. My vitality had reached 999, just shy of breaking through to become a first-rank martial artist. I quickly sat cross-legged, closed my eyes, and began circulating the lotus meditation technique. But no matter how I channeled my energy, my vitality remained stuck at 999. My chi-si felt bloated, unable to hold any more vitality. Am I using the wrong method to break through? I stopped the meditation and decided I'd ask Teacher Yao tomorrow. She probably wouldn't be stingy with advice. Opening my palm, I summoned a small lightning ball the size of a baby's fist. The Thunder Lord's innate ability was now mine as well. From today onward, I was a dual ability user. I clenched my fist, dispelling the lightning ball. It's fixed, the Thunder Lord announced, flipping on the light switch. The room lit up. You go team up with Devourer Bro for some wild hunting. Watch each other's backs. I'll give you 10 more clones to help out. Under Devourer Bro's leadership, the Heisei circus had been growing steadily. With my continued supply of clones, my eyes and ears were now spread throughout Jiangqing. Now, with the Thunder Lord joining them, the circus was stronger than ever. After the Thunder Lord left, I began thinking about my plans. The top priority was the martial exams, which were less than 100 days away. By the time the exams ended, I'd at least be a first-rank martial artist, ready to re-enter the alien realm. Plus, I'd have accumulated enough clones. This last trip to the alien realm had cost me around 20 clones. After giving some to the Thunder Lord, I had only about 10 left. If another emergency cropped up, that number wouldn't be enough. I needed to lie low and build up my strength. I lit 3 cigarettes and placed them on the coffee table. BT, these are for you, as I promised. Next time I enter the alien realm, I'll avenge you. The alien realm ran deep. I had barely scratched the surface and almost lost my life. The mutated beings, the shelter, the floating island, the humanoid combat weapons. It felt as if there was a massive secret hidden behind it all. To uncover the truth, I'd likely need to go to the floating island. I sighed. BT was a good comrade. Without her, I wouldn't have made it back alive. I planned to erect a monument for her in the alien realm. But my clones protested. We're treated as disposable tools, and yet we don't get a monument. You ungrateful bastard. Heartless. Absolutely heartless. I rolled my eyes. Was I supposed to build a monument for myself? That'd be insane. The clones, however, were enthusiastically discussing the idea. I think we should have a monument. We could even hold a memorial service to honor the fallen brothers. Seconded. The monument needs a name. What should we call it? The Heisei Monument. Forget that. Let's call it the Qinzhou Monument. That's perfect. Qinzhou Monument it is. I didn't participate in their discussion. Instead, I closed my eyes and curled up on the couch. Their chatter was oddly soothing, and before long, I drifted off to sleep. At the He family residence. The gates and courtyard were draped in white fabric. In the front yard, a mourning hall had been set up. A woman clutched a photo of Hebe, collapsing to her knees in front of the coffin, wailing in grief. My son. How could you leave me behind? How can a mother bury her child? Wah! He Guang stood nearby, his eyes bloodshot and his expression dark. When Hebe's mangled body had been delivered home, He Guang had nearly passed out. That morning, they had been laughing and joking, and by evening, they were separated by life and death. His heart ached with grief. Qinzhou, it must have been you. It had to be you. He Guang clenched his fists tightly, convinced that I was responsible. Hebe must have been caught off guard and killed by me. He regretted not taking action the previous night. Third brother, don't worry. I'll bring back Qinzhou's head to honor you. At that moment, a man in a military uniform approached He Guang. Eldest brother, you're back, He Guang said, visibly relieved. The man was He Fang, the eldest of the He family and a second-rank martial artist in the City Defense Bureau. Since their father's death, he had been the pillar of the He family. Take madam to rest, he said. He Fang spoke in a low voice. The woman was helped out of the room, leaving only He family relatives in the morning hall. Follow me. He Fang led He Guang to the study. Tell me what happened. He Fang sat down, placing his feet on the desk. He Guang gritted his teeth and recounted the plan he had made with their third brother the previous night. Big brother, it must be that kid Qin. I'm going to avenge our third brother. Bang! He Fang slammed the table. Look at the mess you've caused. Isn't the situation chaotic enough already? He Guang was stunned. In his impression, his elder brother had always been someone who protected his own, so this reaction was unexpected. As for the third brother's death, the school teacher said he was killed by a mutant beast. She explained that she couldn't save him because she had exhausted her strength at the time. She has already apologized and promised compensation. Let this matter rest. He Guang was unconvinced. What kind of excuse is that? She stood by and let him die. She should pay with her life and accompany third brother in death. He Fang's tone turned cold. Second brother, when will you finally grow up? Do you think I can just let this go? The information came from my direct superior. I didn't even get to meet the teacher. My superior specifically instructed me to let this matter slide and stated that it has nothing to do with that Qin kid. He Guang was dumbfounded. What kind of background does this teacher have? He Fong stood up. It doesn't matter what kind of background she has. This matter ends here. Also, stay at home and behave yourself for the next few days. Prepare to enter the abyss next month, and don't cause any more trouble. Watching his elder brother leave, He Guan bit his lips so hard that they bled. The next day, the atmosphere in the classroom was heavy. The bodies of the students who had gone missing yesterday had all been recovered, and the City Defense Bureau and the school were negotiating compensation with the families. The students who participated in the trial received their rewards. Each received a 1,000 yuan bonus, with additional blood crystals awarded to those who performed well. Teacher Yao gave me an S evaluation, and I was awarded 2 blood crystals. The blood crystals were about the size of half a baby's fist, brimming with vital energy that could be directly absorbed. Since I was stuck at a bottleneck, absorbing them wouldn't help much for now, so I carefully put them away. The trial missions have been suspended. I heard the City Defense Bureau sent intermediate-level fighters into the other realm to clear out high-threat mutant beasts, Fatty said, sharing the news he'd heard from his dad. Good thing I didn't go. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come back. Fatty had innate abilities, so he didn't need to take the martial arts exam, and his participation in the trial missions was voluntary. Yesterday, he had overslept and missed the bus, which ended up saving his life. Zeiji, what's that on your wrist? Fatty noticed the management terminal I was wearing. I showed it off proudly. A little genius phone watch plus edition. Fatty immediately lost interest. Zeiji, you're so boring. In the morning, we had a body refinement class. I thought Teacher Yao, given how badly injured she was yesterday, wouldn't come to school today. But when the bell rang, she appeared in the classroom, dressed in a white martial arts uniform, showing no sign of her injuries. We exchanged glances, understanding each other without words, and then went about our respective tasks. After class, I knocked on Teacher Yao's office door. What is it? Teacher Yao put down the documents in her hand and looked at me curiously. I chuckled. Teacher Yao, I wanted to ask, how do I break through to become a level 1 martial artist? She looked at me in surprise. You're ready to break through? I nodded. That's right. Teacher Yao stood up and grabbed my wrist. Your vitality has reached its limit. You really are about to break through. She looked at me in disbelief, as if she were staring at a monster. According to her investigation, I came from an ordinary family. My parents and sister were all regular people, and there hadn't been a martial artist in my family for 3 generations. For me to become a martial artist was like a miracle, a blessing on the Qin family's ancestral tomb. Throughout high school, my performance in martial arts was mediocre, with no apparent talent. Yet in the past half-month, I had transformed. At not even 18 years old, I was on the verge of becoming a level 1 martial artist. Even those from prestigious martial arts families who treated chi gathering pills like candy didn't progress this quickly. Did you practice forbidden techniques? Teacher Yao frowned. Some banned methods could enable rapid breakthroughs in a short time, but they came at a cost, whether that cost was life, mental stability, or faith. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I answered honestly, the techniques I've practiced are just the destiny reversal method and the lotus contemplation technique. Teacher Yao stared directly into my eyes, and for a moment, it felt like facing a legal authority. Tell me all the techniques you've practiced, her voice echoed in my mind, leaving no room for resistance. It was even more imposing than facing a legal enforcer. Soon, the pressure and righteousness were shared among my other selves, and the weight on me disappeared. I repeated my answer from earlier. Teacher Yao was dumbfounded. Could I really be a once-in-a-century martial arts genius? Teacher Yao, do you know how to break through or not? If you don't, I'll just ask someone else, I said, pretending to be impatient. Teacher Yao snorted, then sat back in her chair. You're probably feeling like your qi is bloated, and no matter how much you meditate, your vitality doesn't increase, right? I nodded. She continued, I've mentioned before that vitality and the destiny reversal method complement each other. The level of proficiency in the destiny reversal method reflects, to some extent, the strength of your physical body. Right now, your vitality has reached the limit your body can handle. Your body can't bear any more vitality. To surpass the 1,000-point barrier, you need to temper your physical body first. Her explanation was enlightening. So, what should I do next? I asked. Teacher Yao didn't keep me guessing any longer. It's simple. Use your vitality to refine your body, starting with your bones. The more bones you refine, the stronger your body becomes, and the more vitality it can hold. I asked, why don't teachers cover this in class? She rolled her eyes. You're kidding, right? This is university-level knowledge. Who breaks through to become a level 1 martial artist before they're 18? I understood now, it was because I was breaking through too early. I thought university students were all at least level 1 martial artists. Teacher Yao threw a book at my face, unwilling to listen to my nonsense. Go back and practice on your own. If you have questions, come ask me. I held the book in my hands, its title reading, The Bone Refinement Method. In the top left corner, there was a line of small text, 3rd edition, Marshall University Standard Bone Refinement Textbook. So it was a university textbook. Thank you, Teacher Yao. I cheerfully put the book away. There's always someone better out there. Don't get cocky just because you have some talent. When you get to Marshall University, you'll be surrounded by people with gifts, Teacher Yao cautioned, worried I might squander my potential. I nodded. Don't worry, teacher. I'll be careful. Goodbye, teacher. I closed the door behind me. This Jiangqing really produced an impressive youngster, Teacher Yao muttered, re-evaluating me. She glanced at my file on her desk, then picked up her phone to make a call. Send the compensation gift to the He family today, and emphasize again that He Bai's death has nothing to do with Qin Zhe. Before I could fully grow, Teacher Yao decided to give me some protection. Understood, Mississippi. By the way, the family head just asked about the mission's progress. When will we proceed to the next step? Teacher Yao circled a date on her calendar. Today. Send out the notice. The mice can be released. Understood. I happily returned to the classroom with the book in hand. I was about to become a level 1 martial artist. But after reading the book, I realized that breaking through wasn't so simple. It was like the legendary 81 tribulations. I was just arriving at Gao Laozhuang. I learned that the human body has 206 bones, 29 in the skull, 51 in the torso, and 126 in the limbs. Martial artists need to refine 10% of their bones to expand their qi and hold more vitality. After refining all their bones for the 9th time, reaching 90% progress, they would become level 9 martial artists. However, the method for the 10th refinement wasn't mentioned in the book. For someone like me right now, this was already enough. The first stage of tempering had to start with the bones of the limbs, followed by the bones of the torso, and finally the skull. Closing my eyes, I followed the method described in the book, guiding my vital energy in blood towards the bone to be tempered. The process was tedious and lengthy, like washing clothes over and over again. After dozens of cycles of tempering, I opened my eyes. Success. I extended the pinky finger of my right hand. The tip of that finger was the part one had just tempered. Outwardly, there was no visible difference, but my energy core had clearly expanded slightly, and I could now absorb energy in blood while practicing my cultivation technique. The administrator terminal only displayed whole numbers, but I could feel that my energy blood level had reached 999.1. I glanced at the clock on the classroom wall. It was already 4 p.m. Only half an hour until school ended. I spent the whole afternoon on this. I muttered to myself. And this was just the easiest pinky bone. To temper all 20-something bones for the first time would take at least 2 months, far too long. An idea suddenly struck me. If my clones could feed back cultivation progress, couldn't they also reflect the progress of bone tempering? The book didn't explicitly say that bone tempering required a full energy blood level, it only mentioned that it would be more efficient that way. But if I let my clones do the tempering, I didn't need to worry about that. As long as they could reflect the progress, it would work. With so many clones working together, the small increments would add up. Without hesitation, I instructed over a dozen clones to begin tempering bones. It works. Watching the progress bar move up as the clones tempered, I couldn't help but smile. Not bad, I can take it easy now. My heart brimmed with joy. With the clones handling the work, all I needed to do was occasionally check in. If I deployed more clones and went all out, I estimated I'd complete the first round of bone tempering within a month. Zay, you're finally awake. You've got to pace yourself, man. Too much grinding will burn you out, Fatty muttered quietly as he noticed me open my eyes. This was a self-study period, and most of the students aiming for the martial arts exam were meditating, while those focused on academics were furiously working through practice papers. Our teacher, Ms. Yao, sat at the lectern. When she saw me wake up, she glanced over casually. Was this whole afternoon self-study? I asked. Yeah, Ms. Yao's self-study session, Fatty nodded. Why didn't you wake me up during class? I was going to, but Ms. Yao wouldn't let me, Fatty said with a smirk full of gossip. Hey, Zay, do you and Ms. Yao have some kind of secret deal? I heard she was still wearing your school uniform when she came back from the other world. That's grown-up stuff, don't poke your nose into it, I said, pushing Fatty's face away as he leaned in. I'm going to nap for a bit more. Wake me up when school's over. Bone tempering was mentally exhausting, requiring constant focus. Any distraction would result in failure and having to start over. I was as tired as if I'd pulled an all-nighter. Fatty sighed dramatically. Pace yourself, Zay. When school ended, Fatty woke me up. Though I'd only napped for half an hour, I felt refreshed. At the classroom door, Ms. Yao stopped me. Hold out your hand, she said. I obediently complied. She gripped my wrist for a moment, then her face lit up with joy. She knew I had spent the entire afternoon tempering bones and had instructed Fatty not to disturb me. She was curious about how far I'd gotten. Among the geniuses at Martial Arts University, tempering 2 or 3 finger bones in an afternoon was considered impressive. I'd only tempered one, so it seemed I wasn't all that extraordinary. But why was Ms. Yao so happy? Did she win the lottery or something? Ahem, it's nothing, she said, attempting to mask her excitement. I just thought of something that made me happy. Bone tempering is a long and arduous process. You must persist, giving up halfway won't make you a warrior. I nodded. Ms. Yao looked like she wanted to pat my head in encouragement but realized, somewhat awkwardly, that I was too tall for her to reach even on tiptoes. She gave up and instead patted my shoulder. Keep it up. I'll be waiting for you at Martial Arts University, she said with the air of a master, then turned and walked away. What was she so worked up about now? I couldn't make sense of it. With my prize money, I no longer had to worry about meals. If I was frugal, it would last until my parents and Chin Yu returned from their trip. I grabbed a plate of pork knuckle rice downstairs and went home to check the news about the otherworld on my computer. Sure enough, as Fatty had mentioned, the otherworld was sealed off again. As I scrolled through the images, a headline caught my eye: Maka tribe delegation to arrive in Jiang City next month for joint development of the Jiang City otherworld. Aliens coming here. This was Earth's otherworld, why should it be developed jointly with outsiders? The comments section was in chaos. Some were cursing the officials, while others claimed it was a decision made for the good of all humanity. The Maka tribe seemed formidable. Could they really withstand the toxic gas from the portals? I felt a pang of anxiety. I couldn't afford to slack off anymore. I had to speed up my bone tempering. But then again, maybe just a few more minutes of slacking. As I procrastinated, another headline caught my eye: Nation rejoices, humanity's disgrace, Wang Biao, to be executed in 10 days. I quickly skimmed the article and discovered that Wang Biao was a ruthless figure. At least 20 warriors had died at his hands, including 5 enforcement division officers and 1 adjudicator. Enforcement officers were at least 2nd level warriors, and adjudicators started at 3rd level. These were not weak forces, even in the abyss, yet they all fell to Wang Biao, earning him the title of humanity's disgrace. But no article mentioned his motive for the killings, and the internet was rife with speculation. Some called him scum and said he deserved to die. Others lamented the resources wasted on cultivating warriors. Some were curious about his reasons, while others suspected there was more to the story. There were even voices claiming that all warriors were corrupt and that Wang Biao was right to kill them, though such comments were quickly deleted. Meanwhile, some warned that broadcasting his execution during the martial arts exam might provoke retaliation. The internet was lively, as usual. There were even ads for live chats with college girls. I couldn't resist clicking the link, just to see which shameless student would stoop so low. The next week passed in a routine of bone tempering. Thanks to my clone's efforts, I had already tempered 10 bones in my left hand, ahead of schedule. After school, I occasionally went to Ma Yan's house for dinner. During this time, the city defense department cleared out F-level and weaker beasts from the otherworld. The administrator terminal now displayed live footage of the shelters. The East District cameras showed that the city defense department had reached the toxic gas barrier. Their drones corroded quickly, and even mid-level warriors couldn't venture far inside, so they stood guard at the perimeter. This gave me some peace of mind. In other news, the Blackie Circus welcomed its first client. Most reborn individuals prioritized making money, but I was so broke I could barely scrape by. To earn some cash, I had the circus branch out into mercenary work, assassinations, courier protection, guarding venues, catching cheaters, basically anything, as long as the price was right. After nearly a month of hard work, the Blackies had gained some notoriety in Jiang City's underworld, and a client finally sought us out. Out of respect, I decided to meet them in person tonight. Time flew, and night fell. I arrived at the Northern Warehouse, the Blackie Circus's headquarters. The dilapidated warehouse had been converted into an office. With my current finances, this was the best I could afford. This area was Jiang City's gray zone, more chaotic than Gotham or Queens neighborhoods. Even the police rarely ventured here. I sat in the boss's chair, spinning around for a bit. Not bad. To my left and right stood Swallowing Bro and the Law King. The Law King handed me a mask, and once I put it on, I felt the part. In addition to the two of them, there were 27 Blackies in the main base, plus over 30 clones stationed at key positions. I instructed everyone to keep their composure. It was important to present a professional image to outsiders. Before long, the client arrived. A clone wearing a rooster mask led in a tall figure, nearly 2 meters in height, cloaked entirely in black, with a mask covering their face. I poured them a glass of water. After glancing around the room, the client's gaze lingered on swallowing bro and the Law King. Both were first-level warriors and showed the client due respect, which seemed to puzzle him. Still, 2 first-level warriors were probably sufficient for his purposes. Introducing myself as the ringmaster, I asked for his name. He simply replied, 0. I asked him about the commission, and he said it was a significant mission, not just requiring strength, but also courage. He asked if I had both. A lightning serpent coiled around the waist of the Law King as if to warn him, and that's when he realized the Law King was a gifted individual, an elemental user of lightning no less. He immediately apologized. I told him to explain the commission. He said, I want you to raid the execution ground. Time, location, target, I replied, flipping open my notebook and readying my pen. The man in the black robe froze for a moment. This was a raid on an execution ground, not catching a cheating spouse or stalking celebrities. Why was I so calm? He repeated himself, and I still asked for time, location, and target, explaining that I would provide a comprehensive evaluation and commission fee. He couldn't help but praise my professionalism. The person I want you to save is Wang Biao. He's scheduled for execution at the Yunshan execution ground in 3 days. The name rang a bell. Isn't he that so-called disgrace of humanity, Wang Biao, making headlines on the news? That's right. He's a hero of mankind, a champion of justice. His emotions ran high. I frowned, assessing the feasibility of the mission. Wang Biao was currently a viral sensation, topping the trending searches with new insults hurled at him daily. The execution site's security would undoubtedly be on high alert. Was this guy part of Wang Biao's organization? You know Wang Biao's situation better than I do. Raiding the execution ground will be tough. The police and law enforcement will all be there that day. He seemed disappointed. You're not taking the job. I shook my head. You'll have to pay more. He seemed prepared for a big expense and asked me to name my price. I held up 5 fingers, initially intending to say 500,000. But when I noticed his silence and thought about lowering it, to my surprise, he said, 5 million it is. 3 million in advance, and the rest upon completion. 5 million. My breathing quickened, but I kept my composure. Let me be clear, I can't guarantee a 100% success rate in getting Wang Biao out. He nodded. No matter what happens, the deposit is yours. He placed a suitcase in front of me and opened it to reveal stacks of cash. The Law King and Devourer Bro's eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Even my clones, who had never seen so much money, were momentarily stunned before pretending to be nonchalant. All right, I'll take the deposit, I said, closing the suitcase and placing it by my feet. He marveled at how steady we were. I asked where to deliver Wang Biao if we succeeded. He said to bring him to the crooked tree at the summit of Black Wind Mountain. I agreed, stating we would act in 3 days and develop a plan in the meantime, instructing him to consult with me if any issues arose. He seemed reassured by my professionalism. After sending him off, I clapped my hands to summon my clones. They gathered around the money-filled suitcase, and I opened it to reveal the cash. First job kickoff. The clones cheered. Someone wanted to divvy up the money, but I kicked him over, saying we needed to reserve $1 million for operational expenses before discussing the rest. The room grew silent. I called on the Law King, who unexpectedly suggested we take the money and run. The other clone's eyes lit up, thinking it was a great idea. My face darkened. Run with the first job. How are we supposed to do business in the future? Devourer Bro proposed a plan. After half an hour of deliberation, I made the final decision. Tomorrow, we'd send someone to scout Yunshan. The room finally settled on an action plan. The Law King mentioned that Wang Biao might be hiding some secrets. Devourer Bro and I agreed, curious to uncover just how disgraceful this so-called disgrace of humanity really was. I straightened my collar and stood up. The first act is about to begin. Even if there's no applause, we must bow out gracefully. Is it handled? In a narrow, dimly lit room, a dozen black-robed figures gathered, their faces shrouded in darkness, revealing only their eyes. The money's been delivered. The 2 strongest level 1 martial artists are on the job, one of whom is a gifted individual, though their level is low. They won't affect the outcome. The tall black-robed man who negotiated with me spoke. Someone expressed concern about the gifted individual causing unforeseen issues, or what might happen if Wang Biao was actually rescued. He sneered, if they really managed to raid the execution ground, I'll hand over my head. 3 days later, at Yunshan. At dawn, the summit execution ground was already swarming with reporters. The authorities had announced ahead of time that the entire execution would be broadcast live, ostensibly to deter criminals, though their true motives remained unclear. As the first rays of sunlight broke through, police vehicles arrived at the summit. Wang Biao, shackled hand and foot, unshaven and looking utterly defeated, was escorted out of the car. Reporters swarmed him, cameras flashing incessantly, questions flying from all directions. Wang Biao suddenly raised his head and called them maggots, claiming he killed in the name of justice. His roar was beastly, startling the reporters into silence. Officers shoved Wang Biao onto the execution platform. The platform was a 50-square-meter plaza with an iron pillar at the center and a crane-like structure behind it. During execution, the crane's energy would charge the nozzle, releasing flames at 2000 degrees Celsius, incinerating a person instantly. I observed the device through binoculars from a tree in the distance, marveling at its design. The Law King nodded in agreement. Devourer Bro, who was also there, mentioned that our team was in position. I donned my mask, signaling that the operation would commence in half an hour. Devourer Bro warned that there were other suspicious individuals nearby with likely similar intentions. I instructed everyone to act swiftly, losing the balance of payment was not an option. At the same time, on Yunshan's highest peak, Teacher Yao and her law enforcement team were lying in wait. She asked if the fish had taken the bait. The officers confirmed that many individuals had shown up, none appearing to be part of the same group, nor resembling the macarons. Teacher Yao ordered them to stick to the plan and keep a close watch. Near the execution platform, Officer Number 3 muttered about his right eyelid twitching, sensing trouble. The execution began. Across from the platform, a high-ranking judge listed Wang Biao's numerous crimes, sentencing him to immediate execution. He asked if Wang Biao had any final words. All cameras turned to Wang Biao. He sneered, and the live broadcast's comments section exploded with activity. Wang Biao suddenly shouted about the atrocities committed by those who trafficked women and underage girls and harvested organs, claiming such martial artists deserved death. The comment section went wild. Some called him a liar, while others argued that even if his claims were true, it wasn't his place to pass judgment. Wang Biao continued, decrying the unfair privileges of martial artists and declaring they all deserved to die. The judge, infuriated, ordered the execution to proceed. The crane began to charge. Wang Biao shouted, "For justice." Just then, a bolt of blue lightning struck the nozzle, causing the crane's beam to explode. The judge panicked, and his assistant reported a repair team was being contacted. Before the judge could question the sudden lightning on a clear day, another bolt struck. Thunder descends from the heavens, darkness rises from the crimson earth. Amid the crackling thunder, a minotaur shrouded in lightning appeared, the Law King. Officer Number 3 recognized the figure as part of the Blackie circus and shouted for the officers to surround him. They ordered the Law King to get on his knees with his hands behind his head. Instead, the Law King clenched his fist, discharging a barrage of lightning bolts. "He's a gifted individual. Get down!" Officer Number 3 yelled, immediately diving to the ground. Those who reacted quickly followed suit, while the slower ones were struck by the lightning, incapacitated instantly. Officer Number 3 was shocked at how quickly the Blackie circus had grown in power. The Law King swiftly untied Wang Biao's restraints and hoisted him over his shoulder. Wang Biao, ungrateful, made a snide comment, prompting the Law King to stuff him into a sack before lifting him again. From the crowd of reporters, someone suddenly shouted, "RPG." A rocket-propelled grenade flew toward the Law King. He lashed out with a chain of 5 lightning whips, detonating the RPG midair. "The Blood Hand Gang's here. Move aside." Over 20 martial artists wearing black skull masks emerged, aiming to snatch Wang Biao. The Blood Hand Gang's leader was accompanied by 3 level 1 martial artists, while the rest were lower-tier fighters. The Law King sneered, calling them delusional and claiming they were already surrounded. He warned them to retreat. The leader mocked the arrogance of gifted individuals and ordered his men to attack, cautioning them not to harm their distinguished guest. As the Blood Hand Gang charged, the Law King threw a smoke bomb. When the smoke cleared, 13 figures wearing animal masks, my clones, had appeared. Given the heavy security at Yunshan, I had instructed my combat clones to attach themselves to the Law King to infiltrate the execution ground. The clones shouted bizarre slogans and clashed fiercely with the Blood Hand Gang. Number 3 shouted, "Enforcers, follow up and capture the criminals." A dozen enforcers joined the chaotic clash, turning the square into utter pandemonium. The reporters had fled, leaving only the live-streaming cameras. On the small square, though the little Blackies were outnumbered, they employed close-range self-detonation tactics. After 4 or 5 explosions, both the Blood Hand Gang and the enforcers were intimidated. The Blood Hand Gang had the edge in both numbers and level, but the little Blackies' insane, death-defying fighting style crushed their morale. The gang started to retreat, pursued relentlessly by the little Blackies. Left with no choice, the gang leader ordered a full retreat, prioritizing survival. The enforcers had been on guard and avoided being caught in the explosions. Brother Biao poked his head out of a burlap sack, utterly shocked. The Law King had mentioned something about the Blackie Circus and urged him to hold on tight, before transforming into a streak of lightning and descending the mountain. The moment the Law King left, his remaining clones simultaneously self-detonated, blasting the square into fragments. From the highest vantage point, Teacher Yao witnessed it all. Scouts reported back that no trace of the Fairness Society had been found nearby. The Bloodhand Gang was an established faction, while the circus was a newer player. Teacher Yao decided to pursue. He couldn't allow anyone to be taken away. Originally, his plan was to use Wang Biao to lure out the Fairness Society, but things had spiraled out of control. The Law King stopped to catch his breath near a large boulder, still lugging the sack. At that moment, a dozen figures in black robes emerged. The tallest among them seemed genuinely surprised that the Law King had managed to bring the target out. The Law King asked, "Weren't we supposed to rendezvous at Black Wind Mountain?" The robed figure replied that they had never actually expected him to succeed. Their intent was merely to sow chaos. The Law King suddenly understood, so the Bloodhand Gang had also been hired by them. The robed man nodded, then demanded the sack, preparing to kill the Law King to silence him. He explained that if the Law King had learned about the key from Wang Biao, it would complicate matters. The Law King was utterly baffled. As the robed figures closed in, he suddenly raised his hand and made a proposal. "What do you want to say?" The tall robed figure sneered, "Considering you brought the target out, I'll give you a chance to say your last words." The Law King replied earnestly, "I want to join you." The tall robed man froze. The other robed figures exchanged confused glances. After a long silence, the tall figure asked, "Are you serious?" The Law King nodded, radiating sincerity. The tall robed man frowned. He had intended to kill the Law King, but the unexpected offer gave him pause. After all, the Law King was a gifted and talented individual. Rejecting him outright would be a waste. He tossed the Law King a small black box containing a red pill, explaining it was a gut corrosion pill. Without the antidote in 3 days, the victim's internal organs would rot away. "As long as you behave, you'll get the antidote in time," he added with a cold smirk. The Law King hesitated as he held the pill. The tall robed man sneered, but before he could say more, the Law King suddenly shouted, "Look, a plane." No one believed him. He tried again, "There's someone behind you." The robed figures were growing irritated. At that moment, the sharp whistle of something cutting through the air became audible. 2 robed figures were pinned to the ground by long swords. "Who's there?" The tall robed man spun around, wary. The Law King sighed, "I tell the truth, and no one believes me." Teacher Yao appeared with the enforcers in tow, much to the Law King's surprise. He thought to himself, so Teacher Yao is actually an enforcer. The tall robed man narrowed his eyes. "This time, we were cautious, yet you still found us," he said begrudgingly. Teacher Yao drew a blue longsword and demanded the location of the key. The tall robed man admitted that only Wang Biao knew its whereabouts and that their purpose in rescuing him was tied to this. Teacher Yao looked disappointed but saw the capture of the Fairness Society agents as a significant achievement. He ordered their execution. Both Teacher Yao and the tall robed man reached for the burlap sack containing Wang Biao. Seeing this, the Law King exclaimed, "I forgot to turn off the gas at home." He tossed the sack aside and vanished in a flash of lightning. Both men lunged for the sack, with the tall robed man grabbing it first. Teacher Yao's sword slashed toward him, forcing him to toss the sack under a tree as he focused on his attack. Teacher Yao deflected calmly, unperturbed. Over 2 minutes, the robed man threw over 100 punches but couldn't even graze Teacher Yao's clothing. Teacher Yao remarked, "Had this been 10 days ago before my breakthrough, you might have stood a chance. But now, I can suppress you with one hand." With that, he unleashed the aura of a level 4 martial artist. The robed man paled in fear. Teacher Yao struck him with a single sword slash, sending him flying and coughing blood. The robed man, on the verge of death, muttered something about spoiling the Fairness Society's dealings with the Maka clan. Teacher Yao ended it by decapitating him, finishing off the remaining robed figures shortly after. When Teacher Yao opened the sack beneath the tree, he found not Wang Biao but a man wearing a hyena mask, yawning lazily. "Where's Wang Biao?" Teacher Yao exclaimed in shock. The hyena-masked man chuckled, "Mission accomplished." His skin turned red before he self-detonated. Teacher Yao couldn't draw his sword in time. As the dust settled, he stared at the crater with clenched teeth. Blackie Circus. Meanwhile, by a lakeside near Cloud Mountain, I lounged against a rock, basking in the sun, a fishing rod propped next to me. Devourer emerged from the water, carrying a burlap sack on his back. "Must you always come up on this side? You've scared my fish away again," I grumbled, reeling in my line. Devourer glanced at my empty bucket and sneered, "With your skills, you wouldn't catch anything even if you fished for a year." I pouted. I was misled. Who said this lake had base? Devourer tossed the sack onto the ground, shook himself like a dog, and dried his clothes instantly by circulating his chi and blood. I watched enviously. You guys don't even need bone tempering to break through level 1. Must be nice. Suspicious of my tone, Devourer sprouted extra arms and legs. You could do it too if you looked like this. Their method bypassed bone tempering, mutating their cells with soul orbs and following the path of beast evolution. In battle, their mutated cells transformed their bodies, giving them a monstrous appearance. Open the sack. It's a sunny day, let Brother Biao get some sun too, I said, scattering bait into the water to lure fish back. Devourer untied the sack, revealing Brother Biao, pale and half dead. Devourer slapped him twice. Wake up. Brother Biao coughed up water, opened his eyes, and stared at us blankly. You're not with the Fairness Society. I cast my line, my back to him. The Fairness Society hired us to rescue you, but they planned to kill us afterward. Our plan had been simple. The Law King would lead the frontal assault, stuff the target into a sack, and fly him along the lake's surface before tossing him into the water. A decoy sack would replace the real one, which Devourer would retrieve and bring to me. We had intended to hand over the target for payment, but the Fairness Society's treachery had ruined that. If not for Teacher Yao's intervention, the Law King would have been in real danger. I was livid. Brother Biao chuckled weakly. That's just how the Fairness Society operates. So, what do you plan to do with me? I replied solemnly, first, answer 2 questions. What is the Fairness Society? Brother Biao froze. You don't know about the Fairness Society? Devourer stood guard beside me like a bodyguard. Answer what you're asked. Brother Biao sighed. Once, he wouldn't have even looked at someone like Devourer, a mere level 1 martial artist. Now, his life was in their hands. The Fairness Society aims to create a fair, equal, classless world. Their slogan is, Fight for Fairness, and their mission is to eradicate martial tyranny and return freedom to the people. I snorted. What a load of empty ideals. Brother Biao asked cautiously, you think the Fairness Society's dream is impossible too? I reeled in my line, but the fish had slipped away again. There's no such thing as absolute fairness. If the martial class disappears, a scholar class might rise instead. Even within the Fairness Society, true equality doesn't exist. Brother Biao seemed thoughtful but conflicted. The conflict between martial artists and ordinary people is real and worsening. The Fairness Society may be hypocritical, but at least they're trying to address it. I shook my head. Their approach is flawed. Killing all martial artists won't solve anything, it's a temporary fix, not a solution. Even if the Fairness Society succeeds, they might just become the new martial class. Brother Biao fell silent, his thoughts muddled. I could see he found my reasoning sound but struggled to refute it. Then what should we do? Let martial artists keep oppressing the weak. I replied firmly, the Fairness Society's direction is wrong. If all martial artists die, who'll fight the beasts? Them. This world is rotten. It needs a complete restructuring. Brother Biao was obviously a warrior, not the type to understand complicated explanations. I simply said, you're from the Fairness Association, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Brother Biao stayed silent for a moment before speaking. Much of what you're saying, I don't get, but it does make some sense. Besides, I'm not with the Fairness Association anymore. They're way too rigid, everything has to follow orders, and it drove me nuts. I refused to obey once, so they kicked me out. Still, their slogan, Fight for Fairness, is kind of cool. I nodded. I don't care about your history with the Fairness Association. Just tell me, what's the deal with the key? Brother Biao recalled, 2 months ago, in Yun City, I discovered a human trafficking and organ harvesting ring. Following the trail, I found out the masterminds were a few martial artists. That night, it was pouring rain. I killed them all and got the key. As he spoke, he took off his shirt, revealing a 10-centimeter tattoo of a small tree on his chest. The design was vivid, almost lifelike. This is the key, he said. I looked at it carefully but couldn't discern anything special. What does it unlock? Brother Biao scratched his head. I have no idea. Back then, it was just a small sapling about the size of half a palm, planted in a flower pot. Someone mentioned it was the key to a new world. I didn't really listen, I just killed them and took it. I was speechless. My impression of this brainless brute sank even lower. He continued, when I touched the sapling, it turned into this tattoo. Later, I was captured by the enforcers. During their live stream, I shouted that whoever saved me would get the key. Then the Fairness Association came to my rescue. I asked, the enforcers didn't notice the key. Brother Biao sneered. How would they know the key is a tattoo? Isn't it normal to have a tree tattooed on your body? I couldn't even find the words to respond. What kind of normal person tattoos a tree, though? Brother Biao, however, was serious. I, Wang Biao, always keep my word. Since you saved me, the key is yours now. I asked, it's tattooed on your chest. What are you going to do? Cut off a piece of your skin and give it to me. Brother Biao placed his right hand on my chest. Instantly, I felt a burning heat, as if a branding iron was pressed against me. In less than a minute, he withdrew his hand, and the small tree tattoo disappeared from his chest. I pulled open my collar, and the tree had appeared on my chest instead. Somehow, I sensed a subtle connection with the small tree. With just a thought, I realized I could transfer it back to Brother Biao, or even to Swallowing Brother. You're just giving it to me like that? I asked, puzzled. The small tree seemed extraordinary. Both the Fairness Association and the enforcers had been after it, yet Brother Biao handed it over so casually. He waved dismissively. It's useless to me. Think of it as your reward. The Fairness Association didn't even pay me the rest of my fee. He seemed to believe that I was smart and that the key should go to someone clever. That was his entire reasoning. I'll take it, then, I said, turning around to continue fishing. Swallowing Brother stood respectfully by my side. Brother Biao scratched his head, realizing no one was paying him any attention. Hey, so what are you guys going to do with me? Get lost. Go wherever you want, I replied. He looked stunned. You're letting me go just like that? I glanced back at him. What else? Keep you here and feed you. The key was now in my hands, and I'd learned what I needed about the Fairness Association. Brother Biao was no longer of use. Keeping a warrior like him around wasn't ideal, letting him go was the best choice. Brother Biao grinned. You're my kind of person. From now on, I'll continue fighting for the new order. Supporting himself on a tree, he stood up. The suppressant drugs injected into him earlier had disrupted his energy and blood flow, but he seemed to have recovered a bit. I asked, weren't you fighting for fairness? That was in the past, he said. I think your idea of a new order is even better. What exactly is the new order? I asked. He shook his head but spoke with conviction. Doesn't matter. I just think you're right. I rolled my eyes. What level martial artist are you? Level 5, he said. No wonder he managed to kill so many martial artists and still escape. Goodbye, I said. With a powerful leap, Brother Biao stepped onto the surface of the water, heading toward the opposite bank. Halfway across, however, he fell with a loud splash. Resurfacing, he cursed while swimming. Damn it. Failed to show off. My energy and blood haven't fully recovered yet. Swallowing Brother watched him leave and asked, why didn't you kill him? If he blabs about the key being with us, wouldn't that put us in danger? He's a level 5 martial artist, I replied. Even with his energy depleted, we wouldn't be able to hurt him. Besides, Brother Biao is just a clown. Honestly, I'm kind of looking forward to the next time we meet. Little did I know that this seemingly insignificant decision would one day bring the circus a loyal preacher. Teacher Yao returned home looking disheveled and defeated. She entered the bathroom, peeling off her torn jacket, and stood under the shower, turning on the hot water. In the mist, her blurred reflection appeared on the glass door. The phone in the living room rang, but she ignored it, biting her lip in frustration. Damn it, she muttered, slamming her fist against the wall, cracking the tiles. Her plan had been flawless, yet something had still gone wrong. The circus. She snarled, vowing to hunt them down. Turning off the shower, she wrapped herself in a towel and walked out, noticing the missed call. A flicker of fear crossed her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she dialed back the number. After a moment, a man's voice came through. Wang Biao is gone. The trial mission failed. The family is disappointed. Teacher Yao quickly responded, Wang Biao's disappearance was an accident. I've already eradicated the Fairness Association's main forces. Give me more time, and I'll find him. Failure is failure, the man said coldly. I don't want excuses. Return immediately. But I have leads. Teacher Yao protested. Wang Biao was taken by a new organization. I can track him down. Come back, the man ordered firmly. Wang Biao might be a decoy. The key isn't on him. The family has a new mission for you. Be back in 2 days. The call ended. Teacher Yao curled up on the sofa, moonlight streaming in, casting a bleak shadow over her. After a long time, a heavy sigh escaped from the room. In a dimly lit conference room, 3 figures in black robes sat around a large round table. Surrounding them were 12 chairs, each marked with zodiac symbols. The chairs for Leo, Aries, and Pisces were occupied, their wearers donning masks that matched their signs. Leo spoke first. Our members in Jiang City were completely wiped out by the enforcers. The president is furious. Aries, Jiang City was your responsibility. What do you have to say? Aries turned to Pisces. If it weren't for that damned key, my people wouldn't have been exposed. Pisces chuckled. And who was the one eager to claim credit and ask me for help? Enough, Leo interrupted, slamming the table. The Maka clan will arrive in Jiang City in a little over a month. This time, the Jiang City anomaly is ours to claim. Aries, don't disappoint the president again. Aries sneered. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Pisces added mockingly, exactly. Aries is the president's favorite. How dare you, Leo, try to boss them around. Aries unleashed a terrifying killing intent, locking onto Pisces. Pisces countered with a surge of energy, and the two clashed. Leo's overwhelming presence silenced the room, making Aries and Pisces feel like candles flickering in the wind. Pisces was stunned. You've broken through. Aries straightened up, now wary. Leo ignored them and said, Pisces, continue searching for the key. Aries, handle the Jiang City anomaly. Fail again, and you'll pay with your head. With that, Leo vanished. Pisces smirked at Aries. So, little lamb, want to work together again? Get lost, Aries snapped. The Aries disappeared, and Pisces left too. The meeting room plunged back into darkness. Classmates, Ms. Yao is sick. From now on, I'll be teaching the body forging class, the homeroom teacher announced at the training ground. The students let out a collective groan, no more beautiful teacher to admire. My gaze flickered as I recalled the scene yesterday of Ms. Yao leading the enforcers. Had she completed her mission? It's just as well that she's gone, now I don't have to worry about my secret being exposed. Without the beautiful teacher, the body forging class became dull, and the students were listless all afternoon. At the end of the school day, the class monitor stepped onto the podium and said, It's my birthday next week, and I'm planning a party. I hope everyone can come, it might be our last gathering before the martial arts exams. The class monitor was a cute, doll-faced girl that many in the class had a crush on. When they heard about her birthday, a few of them were clearly tempted. The chubby guy next to me asked, Zji, are you going? I refused without hesitation, not going. Gatherings are too much trouble. He shrugged, well, if you're not going, I won't either. I think I'm about to break through with my abilities recently. I patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him, good luck. Your ability is really useful in actual combat. As I spoke, an image of BT flashed through my mind. The chubby guy still had a long way to go compared to him. That evening, I went to Ma Yan's place for dinner. Ma Yan's cooking skills were truly impressive. Thinking about it, how could she and Qin Yu both be my close friends, yet Qin Yu's cooking was so much worse. I overheard Ma Yan humming a tune in the kitchen and asked, Sister Ma Yan, you seem to be in a great mood today. She brought out a dish with a cheerful smile and said, I am. Got my paycheck today, and a bonus too. I laughed and said, no wonder. Ma Yan worked tirelessly, juggling multiple jobs to pay for her paralyzed mother's treatment. Seeing her life improve made me happy too. I've thought about lending her money once I'm well off, so her mother could recover sooner. But she had always refused, stubbornly saying she didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Suddenly, there was a loud smack and a startled cry from the kitchen. I rushed in to see Ma Yan staring blankly at her bleeding finger. Are you okay? I asked, shaking her gently by the shoulders. She snapped out of it with a shudder and said, I'm fine, just a slip of the hand. I spent an hour making that braised pork. She looked devastated, staring at the shattered plate and ruined dish on the floor. I grabbed a broom and started cleaning up. There's still plenty of food left, I reassured her. During dinner, Ma Yan mentioned, the company just got a new batch of qi condensation pills. Want me to get you some? I can get an insider discount. I shook my head. My qi was already at its limit. Qi condensation pills wouldn't help anymore, I needed to focus on bone tempering now. After dinner, while she was washing dishes, I quietly left some money behind and slipped out. Meanwhile, in a top-tier private room at Jiangqing Grand Hotel, 3 middle-aged men were drinking. The balding man cursed, damn it, how did the enforcers let Wang Biao escape? The man with black-framed glasses said, if he's escaped, so be it. I doubt he'll dare to act brazenly again. The bald man added, the urgent issue now is replenishing our supply chain. That idiot's chaos cut off our resources. Without fresh blood for the Phoenix Tower, even the organ transplant surgeries have been halted. The man with glasses sighed, last quarter's financial report was halved. We can't continue like this. The bald man turned to the balding one and said, Old Zhao, you're in charge of sourcing. Don't drop the ball at this critical time. The balding man chuckled, don't worry. I found a new partner, and I called you all here to meet him. Just then, there was a knock at the door. The balding man raised an eyebrow. He's here. He Guang entered the room and froze when he saw the 3 men. The balding man introduced him, this is He Bai, the second son of Jiangqing's He family. His elder brother is a major in the city defense department and a level 3 martial artist. He Guang himself is close to breaking through to a level 2 martial artist, young and promising. He Guang was flattered. You're too kind. It's all thanks to the resources you've provided. The man with glasses asked, you know why you're here, right? He Guang nodded. Mr. Zhao explained. You need fresh supplies, and I'm familiar with Jiangcheng. I'll take care of it. The bald man said, work hard, young man. If we're eating meat, you'll drink soup. He Guang poured drinks for the three men and raised his glass. I'll do whatever it takes for you seniors. The room grew lively again. He Guang added, but I might only be able to work for you until the end of this year. I'll have to head to the abyss next year. The bald man caught his drift and said, do the job well, and you'll never have to set foot in the abyss your whole life. He Guang was overjoyed. He had no desire to return to the abyss. The fear of death there was something he never wanted to experience again. The next morning, the homeroom teacher made an announcement. Today's practical class will be a visit to the Heishan Research Institute. The first 3 classes will go in the first batch. The bus is waiting at the playground. Everyone, gather there. Practical classes at the end of the semester usually involve tours of companies or enterprises related to martial artists. The Heishan Research Institute focused on martial artist pills, techniques, and reportedly even exotic beasts. The institute offered excellent benefits, and graduates dreamed of getting in. They even provided student aid, requiring a 10-year work agreement in exchange for the funding. I boarded the bus with a hint of anticipation. Lin Xiao was a researcher there, and the alpha serum had come from that institute. The bus drove out of the city and stopped half an hour later in front of a massive alloy gate at the foot of a mountain. As the gate slowly opened, the students marveled at its towering height. I was unfazed. Compared to the gates of a sanctuary, this was nothing impressive. Inside was a large parking lot with tracks running through the center. A black train was stationed by the platform. A uniformed staff member greeted us. Welcome to Heishan Research Institute, students. Good morning. Welcome to Heishan Technology's transportation system. This system provides a comfortable and safe travel environment. The current time is 9:37 a.m., the weather is clear, the outdoor temperature is 27 degrees Celsius, and the indoor temperature is 22 degrees Celsius. The students buckled their seatbelts, pressing their faces against the windows in curiosity. The train moved slowly through the tunnel, and workers could be seen welding along the tracks. It's so deep. They must have hollowed out the entire mountain. With this level of secrecy, even a beast tide wouldn't break through. The students chattered excitedly, their eyes open to a new world. The chubby guy was amazed. His family company had collaborations with the Heishan Research Institute, but this was his first time visiting. He had initially planned to work here after graduation before returning to take over the family business. Now, he seemed to have changed his mind. I, however, remained calm. Compared to the sanctuary, this was nothing extraordinary. Arriving at platform 1. Please disembark in an orderly manner. 10 minutes later, the train stopped, and we got off, forming a line. A staff member led us forward. From here on, you'll see the real Heishan Research Institute. We stood before another closed alloy door. The staff member swiped a card, and the door opened, revealing a spacious hall bustling with activity. A central signboard displayed the research departments on each floor. The institute had 5 floors in total, and we were in the reception hall on the first floor. Next, we'll take you to the specimen hall. We took the elevator to the second floor, which was entirely dedicated to specimens. Glass cabinets displayed various exotic beast specimens, ranging from skeletal structures to full bodies. These enormous, fearsome beasts exuded an oppressive aura, even in death. The staff explained that the specimen hall housed beasts ranging from F level to S level. By studying their genetic sequences and cellular strength through dissections, researchers could identify weaknesses. The staff emphasized the importance of research in combating exotic beasts and even encouraged students who didn't take the martial arts exam to consider working at the institute, listing the benefits in a subtle recruitment pitch. After visiting the specimen hall, we headed to the pill development department. Through the glass walls, we could see researchers wrapped in protective suits, their expressions tense. A staff member explained that this department developed healing pills for martial artists, chi condensation pills, and even took orders from the front lines. They mentioned they were severely understaffed and encouraged academic students to apply for related majors, noting that after passing their graduation interviews, they could join the team. They were particularly enthusiastic toward academic students, while those of us focused on martial arts were largely ignored. The chubby guy muttered a complaint, to which I replied, we're of no use to them. Being allowed to visit is already a privilege. After finishing the tour of the development department, I felt the urge to use the restroom. I informed a staff member, who directed me straight down the hallway and then a right turn. The chubby guy and our class monitor followed behind. The class monitor asked if I would attend her birthday party next week. I declined, citing the need to train for the martial arts exam. She seemed a bit disappointed. The chubby guy and I stood side by side at the urinals. He casually said, I think the class monitor likes you. I dismissed it as his imagination. After washing our hands and stepping out, the lights in the hallway suddenly went out. The entire floor's doors shut tight, emergency lights flickered, and the alarm blared. A broadcast announced that there was a transformer failure and repairs were underway, urging everyone to wait in place. The chubby guy groaned about his bad luck, but I frowned, my sixth sense tingling with unease. Then, a loud crash came from the women's restroom, followed by the class monitor's scream. The chubby guy and I rushed in. Under the dim red glow of the emergency lights, we saw the class monitor collapsed on the floor, tiles shattered where the ventilation duct panel had fallen. Standing before her was a hunched, humanoid creature growling lowly. Even in the poor light, its silhouette seemed eerily familiar. We stared each other down for a moment before it lunged toward the class monitor. I activated the first level of my reverse fate technique and met its attack with a punch. Both of us staggered back. I seized the moment to pull the class monitor behind me. Under the weak light, I finally got a clear look at the creature, a man, not yet 30, completely bald with sallow skin, dressed in a hospital gown. A chest badge bore the number 3. An aberrant. I muttered, my brows furrowed. Its transformation was incomplete, vastly different from the fully mutated aberrants of the other realm, a watered-down version, almost like a castrated one. My gut churned with a foreboding sense. Could it be that aberrants were now appearing in reality too? The aberrant didn't attack rashly again. From our earlier clash, it realized my strength far exceeded its own. It backed away, red eyes flickering with a malevolent glow as guttural growls rumbled from its throat. Is this a beast? The class monitor was pale, trembling as she stood and hid behind me. She explained that while washing her hands, the aberrant had suddenly jumped out from the ventilation duct. Something like that, I replied, my gaze fixed on the creature. It was evident this aberrant had been created by the Research Institute. For some reason, it had escaped. A rumbling noise echoed above, and moments later, 2 more aberrants dropped from the ventilation ducts. The clamor didn't stop. You two, get out of here, I instructed. Good luck, Zay. The chubby guy, knowing his own limits, grabbed the class monitor and didn't hesitate to leave. I'll fight alongside you, the class monitor declared, summoning her courage. The chubby guy sighed in frustration. Class monitor, don't make this harder than it already is. Just as he finished speaking, a deafening crash sounded above. A massive chunk of the ceiling collapsed, and a dark shadow descended with it. The chubby guy reacted quickly, grabbing the class monitor's arm and activating his innate ability, teleporting 5 centimeters away just in time. A sharp claw grazed his chest, leaving a bloody streak. Without the teleport, he'd have been split in 2. One after another, aberrants began dropping down like dumplings from the broken ceiling. Within seconds, the cramped restroom was packed with over 20 of them, surrounding me from all sides. Go now, I said darkly. I'll get the security team, the chubby guy shouted, dragging the class monitor as they bolted out of sight. 2 aberrants tried to pursue them. I flicked my fingers, releasing a bolt of lightning that instantly dropped them to the ground, convulsing. The rest of the aberrants turned their full attention to me. They all looked nearly identical, red eyes, sallow skin, bald heads, and identical hospital gowns. Judging by their strength, they were only about level 0.4. Boom! A massive shadow burst through the ceiling, landing with enough force to leave a shallow crater. I raised a brow. Finally, someone worth fighting. This aberrant stood nearly 2 meters tall, its bulging muscles taut under its skin. Its teeth were sharp and dense like those of a shark, with bone spurs protruding from its back and a long, 1.5-meter tail trailing behind. Its presence commanded respect. The other aberrants immediately backed away, seemingly deferential. Kill, humans, it growled, vaguely intelligible. The others howled and charged at me on command. I smirked. You think you've got the numbers advantage? Snapping my fingers, my clones emerged from within me. Dressed in black suits and wearing animal masks, they lined up behind me. The hulking aberrant blinked, scratching its head in confusion, unable to comprehend where these people had come from. Over 30 versions of me now stood against the 20-plus aberrants, filling the restroom to capacity. The hulking leader glared at me with its crimson, vertical pupils. I met its gaze fearlessly, raising my right hand to beckon it forward. Come on. Soldier to soldier, king to king. Bang! Its tail slammed the floor as it roared, signaling the charge. The aberrants lunged forward, and my clones, yelling nonsensical war cries, clashed with them head-on. The fight was intense but evenly matched. My clones were roughly at the same level as the aberrants, but their numbers gave us the edge. Slowly, we began to dominate. The only issue was the limited space in the restroom, otherwise, I could have summoned another 20 or 30 clones to overwhelm them even faster. While my clones had their fun, I focused on provoking the hulking leader. It, being simple-minded, couldn't resist and charged at me, its tail sweeping horizontally. Nearby aberrants who didn't move fast enough were reduced to a fine mist. I shook my head. So ruthless, even to your own kind. Its tail whipped toward my head. I gracefully sidestepped, grabbing it mid-swing. The tail was clearly one of its sensitive spots. The bone spurs on its back immediately bristled as it thrashed, trying to free itself. But my grip was like steel, the more it struggled, the tighter I held. Ready? I whistled, swinging it with all my strength. The hulking aberrant soared through the air, crashing through the women's restroom wall and landing in the men's restroom. I followed it in. It was sprawled across a stall, its head submerged in a toilet bowl. Growling, it climbed out, visibly enraged. I activated the first layer of reverse fate technique, readying a punch. But suddenly, its eyes flashed an eerie red for just a second. In that moment, my body froze, even my blood seemed to stagnate. The hulking aberrant closed the distance, pinning me against the women's restroom wall. Its tail snaked around, the tip splitting open to reveal a sharp bone spur, hovering above my forehead. Its face twisted into a mocking grin. I clicked my tongue in amusement. This was the first time I'd encountered an aberrant with an innate ability. You think you've won? My lips curled into a smirk, lightning flickering in my pupils. Zap! A bolt of lightning shot from me, striking the hulking aberrant square in the chest. It screamed, flying back into the men's restroom. I landed lightly on the ground, arcs of electricity dancing around me. Innate abilities relied on mental energy and didn't consume chi or blood, making them highly coveted. Unlike martial techniques, there was no preparation time, they activated with just a thought. Done yet, skinny, one of my clones called out, mocking me. We're all finished here, and you're still dragging this out. Need help? Just say so. The other clones were lounging around, some squatting while others poked at the corpses of fallen aberrants. None of them had taken so much as a scratch. With our numerical advantage, this fight had been an easy win. I infused my voice with the authority of thunder. Watch carefully. Your big daddy will always be your big daddy. Lightning coiled around my right arm, thick as a serpent. The clones cheered and jeered, but I ignored them, fully charged and ready to strike. As I approached the massive hole, a dense barrage of bone spikes shot toward me, impossible to dodge. Without hesitation, I grabbed the nearest clone and hauled him in front of me. The bone spikes embedded themselves all over his body. Chin-zay, am I beautiful? The clone collapsed to the ground, bristling with spikes. His skin turned blue, and he began to convulse. Poison, I muttered, raising an eyebrow. This mutated creature had quite the arsenal of abilities. Thankfully, it hadn't reached level 1 yet, otherwise, neither I nor my clones would stand a chance. Your attack is over. Now it's my turn. I stepped into the men's restroom. The hulking brute was leaning against the wall, panting heavily. Seeing that I was unharmed, he froze for a moment, then lunged at me with all his might. Face the judgment of thunder. My straight punch connected, and a bolt of lightning coiled like a serpent, slamming into the brute's chest. The electric surge pierced through his body and shot into the nearby stall. Boom! The toilet exploded, spraying filth everywhere. My face darkened as I retreated a step. The brute collapsed, smoke wafting from his chest, reeking of burnt flesh. The clones rummaged through his remains but couldn't find a soul orb. Mutants, both regular and those with innate abilities, didn't seem to have soul orbs. Glancing at their hospital attire, a bold theory crossed my mind. The lights flickered on, the emergency lamps went out, and the gates reopened. The clones merged back into my body. Footsteps echoed from outside as a team of security personnel entered, led by a man in a trench coat and sunglasses. He frowned as he surveyed the restroom carnage. The hulking brute was dead with a single strike, and the other mutants lay in various states of disfigurement. Some had twisted limbs, thanks to the clones testing their regenerative abilities. You did all this? The trench coat man looked at me. I shrugged. As you can see, his worldview was clearly shaken. A high school student had taken down over 20 mutants, including some with high threat levels. He pressed his communicator to report the situation. I yawned. Can I leave now? He stepped in front of me. Not yet. Feigning innocence, I put on a pitiful expression. Bullying a minor? Don't you have a conscience? I came here for a practical lesson and nearly lost my life. Now you won't even let me leave. My fragile heart can't take this, I'm devastated. His mouth twitched. With so many corpses around, he doubted my claim of having a weak heart. He took a deep breath. It was our oversight. We'll negotiate compensation with your school. All your losses will be covered. I sniffled dramatically. Then why can't I go? He explained that I needed to cooperate with their investigation and promised I could leave after answering a few questions. Leaning back against the wall, I said, I have claustrophobia. I can't stay here long. Minutes later, the sound of high heels echoed down the hallway. Well, it's the little brother again, said a familiar voice. Lin Xiao, dressed in a white lab coat, hands in her pockets, stood at the doorway. The trench coat man reported the situation to her. She looked me over, her eyes gleaming as if she'd found a rare treasure. I stepped back instinctively. She didn't seem like a good person. Don't look at me like that. I'm still a kid. Lin Xiao chuckled. I've never seen such a remarkable kid. Let big sis take a closer look at how developed you are. She pulled out a syringe and approached. I sidestepped. What was it with this woman and her obsession with needles? She didn't seem offended, casually brushing back her bangs. Relax. It's for your own good. I turned to the trench coat man. Does cooperating with an investigation involve drawing blood too? He coughed awkwardly and said to Lin Xiao, Professor Lin, let's focus on the task at hand. Lin Xiao pouted but put the syringe back in her pocket. She inspected the mutant corpses, finally pausing at the hole in the brute's chest. A clean cut, charred edges, likely caused by a high-voltage current. Her expertise was evident, she identified the cause of death with a glance. So, you're a gifted one, huh? Lightning abilities? Her gaze shifted back to me, full of curiosity. I suspected she wanted to draw my blood even more now. Changing the subject, I asked, what's the deal with these creatures? She muttered something under her breath, then replied, an accident at the research facility. They broke free during a lapse in security, damaged the transformers, and tried to escape through the ventilation ducts. Lucky you were here. Lucky? I scoffed. A powerless student like me almost died. She rolled her eyes. We'll compensate you, but first you'll need to sign a non-disclosure agreement. She placed a document in front of me. Understanding the situation I was in, I signed without hesitation. Smart choice. I thought I'd have to convince you, Lin Xiao said, her tone satisfied. With so many guards around, refusing would have been asking for trouble. What's the compensation? I asked. She tucked the agreement away. We'll publicly credit you with subduing intruders at the research facility. You'll receive full marks for your practical lesson and a bravery award. That's it? I pressed. This level of hush money wasn't enough. Yao Shui mentioned you're working on bone refinement, she added. We'll throw in a bottle of advanced bone refinement liquid. She gestured, and the trench coat man handed her a brown plastic bottle filled with a black, viscous liquid that looked suspiciously like pesticide. What does it do? I asked. Mix it with water at a ratio of 1 to 10 and soak the bone you want to refine, she explained. My eyes lit up. This was exactly what I needed. Still, I feigned grievance. I went through so much, and my heart still aches. I'm truly devastated. She rolled her eyes again. Fine. 2 bottles. I sighed dramatically. I talk in my sleep sometimes. If I accidentally reveal something I shouldn't. Her temple throbbed as she realized I was extorting her. 3 bottles. No more. Advanced bone refinement liquid is rare, even millions can't buy it. I grinned and thanked her. With this, I can focus on training at night. Less sleep means no sleep talking. She snorted. Take your liquid and get out. Goodbye, big sis. I waved cheerfully, my pockets now bulging with the 3 bottles of refinement liquid. Oh, by the way, she added, Yao Shui said she's handled the He family for you. Focus on your martial exam and stop overthinking. I was surprised. My connection with teacher Yao wasn't particularly deep, yet she had taken care of such a big issue for me. I felt touched. With the He family no longer a threat, I could recall the clones I'd stationed near Ma Yan's home. The circus could use more manpower. Where did teacher Yao go? I asked. How should I know? I'm not her mom. Now scram, Lin Xiao snapped, clearly irritated after her failed experiment and my extortion. I muttered under my breath, must be menopause. Her mood swings are wild. Zeiji, you're finally out. Fatty greeted me with excitement. The class monitor patted his chest in relief. Glad you're okay. Our homeroom teacher gave me a once-over to ensure I was intact, then sighed in relief. Just a few intruders, I explained. I took them down and handed them over to security. Nothing serious. Just intruders. Fatty muttered skeptically. It had been dark, and he hadn't seen much, but if I said they were ordinary intruders, he'd take my word for it. With the incident resolved, our practical lesson ended, and we boarded the bus back to school. That evening, I rushed home, eager to mix a basin of bone refinement liquid. The concoction was black, sticky, and warm. The clones, ever the jokesters, chimed in. Qinze, are you brewing poop? Go on, stick your hands in and give it a try. Taking a deep breath, I plunged my hands into the basin. A tingling sensation spread through my body instantly. Oh. Feels amazing. The main body and clones shared sensory input, so they felt it too. This single soak sped up the refinement process significantly. What would have taken weeks at stage 1 now felt like stage 2 speed. At this rate, I could complete a round of bone refinement in half a month, maybe even faster, I mused. I mixed another basin and had the clones soak as well. Since this was free, I intended to make the most of it and accelerate their progress, too. For a while, the room was filled with groans of satisfaction. Over the next week, I took time off school to focus solely on bone refinement, soaking in the liquid almost 24/7 until my hands were pruned like wrinkled chicken feet. The clones weren't faring much better, but the results were undeniable. After tonight, the final finger bone for my first bone tempering session will be complete. With the sun setting outside the window, I decided to seize the moment and push through tonight. Suddenly, the phone rang. "Chin Zhe, I bought a chicken. Come over for dinner later," said Ma Yan, who always thought of me whenever she had something delicious. The last time she found the money I left her, she returned it, insisting she had hands and feet and didn't need charity. "Did you get a bonus again? How did you guess?" From her excited tone, I could already tell. "I participated in a new company project recently, and we made some progress. This is the second bonus," Ma Yan said happily. I chuckled. So she called to share her joy. "I'm training tonight, so I won't make it. Save me a drumstick, and I'll eat it tomorrow." After a few meals together, we become good friends. "Alright, I'll save one. Work hard on your training and become a martial artist," Ma Yan encouraged. I wanted to tell her that after tonight, I'd officially become a level 1 martial artist, but I held back and simply said, "I will." Hanging up the phone, I placed my right hand into the bone tempering solution. This was the last batch. For the past week, my duplicates and I had worked tirelessly day and night on bone tempering. The solution was nearly depleted, but the dawn of success was finally in sight. I focused my vital energy and began refining the thumb bone in my right hand. The process of tempering bones with vital energy was excruciating, like having a heavy object grinding down on my fingers. Yet, the bone tempering solution had a soothing effect, like a sedative. This dual sensation of fire and ice lasted over 2 hours. Splash! I lifted my right hand. The final finger bone was complete, and my entire right hand had been successfully refined. While my fingers didn't glow with light, I could feel the change, a significant one. My energy core had expanded several times over, and vital energy now surged through my body, washing over my limbs and torso like countless tiny hands massaging me. 15 minutes later, I opened my eyes and exhaled a deep breath of impurities. On either side of me, my duplicates celebrated. One popped a confetti cannon, showering the room with streamers, while another uncorked a bottle of champagne, spraying it wildly. "From now on, you're officially a level 1 martial artist. So, we start at 0.5 level from birth now. Damn it. Born in the wrong era. I had to scrape and claw to get to 0.5 level. Don't worry. You'll have a chance to start over. Should we throw a party to celebrate? Didn't we still need to hold a memorial service from last time? Then let's do both at once." "Great. A memorial party it is." The 40-odd duplicates bustled about the living room, chattering noisily. I was starving, having gone all day without food, so I headed to the kitchen to make instant noodles. When I returned to the living room with my bowl, the atmosphere had grown strangely somber. The duplicates stood in 3 solemn rows, with a large portrait of me placed in front of them. One duplicate, acting as the host, began delivering a eulogy. "Dear friends and family, today we gather for the memorial service of Chin Zhe. Dozens of brothers sacrificed their blood and flesh to help the main body achieve a breakthrough. From now on, our newborn brothers will start as 0.5 level martial artists. This isn't because the main body is generous, but because we have lived, because we existed." The other duplicates lowered their heads in grief, their expressions sorrowful. Leaning against the kitchen doorway, I slurped my noodles while watching my own memorial service. It was quite surreal. This Chin Zhe memorial shall forever commemorate the deceased. Neither history nor we shall forget, the host declared as they erected a wooden plaque about 30 centimeters tall, engraved with the words, "The Chin Zhe Memorial. Bow once. Bow twice. Bow thrice." "The ceremony is complete," the duplicate said, bowing in unison. Then, with a sly grin, the host pushed aside the portrait and the memorial plaque. "The memorial service is over. Now it's party time." Dance music blasted from the speakers. The host jumped onto the table, tossing their head to the beat, and the other duplicates joined in, dancing wildly. The room devolved into utter chaos, devoid of any semblance of mourning. "These guys are insane," I muttered, finishing my noodles. I returned to my room and lay down comfortably. After enduring so much pressure since my reincarnation, I decided to let loose for once. Breaking through to level 1 martial artist meant I now had the power to protect myself. I debated whether to venture into the other world. I needed soul beads and wanted to test my theories. After some thought, I decided to hold off for now. I'd keep developing first. With my breakthrough, I could now create 3 duplicates a day. Once I had 100 or 2, I'd head out, bringing along Devourer Bro and the Spellcaster. They were close to reaching level 2. As the explosive dance beats from the living room echoed in the background, I quickly fell asleep. The next morning, I went downstairs for breakfast. My leave of absence was over, and I had to report back to school today. Boss, 3 baskets of soup dumplings, 2 bowls of porridge, and a plate of pickled vegetables, I ordered, finding a seat in a corner. Since becoming a martial artist, my appetite had grown. Even we martial artists had to obey the law of energy conservation. On the wall-mounted TV, the morning news was playing. Recently, several young women aged 16 to 30 have gone missing in Jiang City. Police have obtained leads and are actively investigating. Women are advised not to go out alone. In other news, a suspected arson case in the shantytown late last night caused significant property damage. 1 person died, but no injuries were reported. Preliminary investigations suggest the suspect is a woman who had been caring for her paralyzed mother for years and finally snapped under the pressure. The deceased is the suspect's mother. The suspect is currently at large, and police urge anyone with information to call. The elderly patrons around me were visibly angry. Ungrateful wretch. Raised for nothing. Burning her own mother to death, how vicious. Matricide. In ancient times, she'd be executed by slow slicing. She deserves to die. While devouring my food, I glanced at the TV out of curiosity, wondering who could commit such a heinous act. When the suspect's photo appeared on the screen, I froze. My steamed bun slipped from my hand onto the floor. The person in the photo was Ma Yan. Seeing her face on the TV, my mind went blank. I felt an intense wave of nausea, gagging and coughing uncontrollably, like a startled cat. "Young man, are you all right?" The elderly woman at the next table stood and patted my back. I waved her off. "I'm fine." After sipping some water, I managed to calm down. "Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital?" she asked, still concerned. Forcing a smile, I replied, "Thank you, ma'am. I'm all right." When I looked back at the TV, the news had already switched topics. He Guang, the deputy general manager of the He Corporation, was making a statement to reporters. The voiceover explained that he had donated 1 million yuan to the police department to assist the families of the missing women. I frowned deeply. Having spent so much time with Ma Yan, I refused to believe she could commit matricide. To gather money for her mother's surgery, she worked herself to the bone. There was definitely more to the story than met the eye. I lost my appetite, paid the bill, and quickly left the breakfast shop. To the east of the shantytown lay a field of ruins. Scorched wood and blackened bricks bore witness to a devastating fire. Yellow police tape surrounded the area, but there wasn't a single officer in sight. This was Ma Yan's home, now reduced to nothing but rubble. Standing outside the police line, I clenched my fists tightly. If only I hadn't called my doppelganger away, if only I had come here last night, would any of this have happened? But regrets were meaningless now. "What are you doing here?" A familiar voice called out. I turned to see Enforcer number 3, his eyes scanning me warily. "This is my friend's home," I replied. He pulled out his official badge. "Say that again." After I repeated myself, he shrugged and put the badge away. "Forgot you're into some strange stuff, kid." I insisted I was telling the truth and asked, "Since when do enforcers handle regular cases?" Number 3 glanced at the ruins. "This isn't just any case. I smell a big one. Last night, when the fire broke out, there was a report of a missing girl nearby. I've investigated this trafficking ring before, there's a high chance martial artists are involved." I considered his words. Are the 2 cases connected? Who knows? Number 3 replied indifferently. "But since you're friends with the suspect, you'll need to cooperate and give a statement." He pulled out a small notebook. "I'll tell you everything I know," I proposed, "but only if you let me investigate with you." I needed to uncover the truth myself, I only trusted my own judgment. Number 3 sneered. "You? A third-rate martial artist? What happens if you die out there?" In response, I activated the first layer of reverse fate technique, unleashing the aura of a level 1 martial artist. My energy surged, and I stared at him. His smirk froze. A level 1 martial artist? He rubbed his eyes, disbelief written all over his face. I calmed my blood and energy before asking, "So, am I qualified now?" After a moment, he nodded reluctantly. "All right, fine. But you'll follow my lead." I agreed to try, and then I told number 3 everything I knew about Ma Yan. After listening, he said, "From what you're saying, she seems like a dutiful daughter, not the type to kill her own mother." I replied firmly, "Which is why I need to clear her name and find the truth." Number 3 nodded. "Fair enough. From now on, you're my assistant. He then led me to the house 2 doors down from Ma Yan's, knocking on the door. A cautious man inside cracked it open after number 3 identified himself as an enforcer. Half his face was visible through the gap. Number 3 asked if he'd heard anything unusual before the fire. The man initially shook his head in panic, claiming he knew nothing and had gone to bed early. But when number 3 pulled out his badge again and pressed him, the man broke into tears. Last night, around 11, I heard a woman screaming for help, the man confessed. I ignored it at first. These kinds of traps are common in this area, especially at night. But then her screams got louder, turned into cries of agony. I was debating whether to open the door when Miss Ma opened hers first. I only heard her yell, "Who are you people?" before it went silent. Then the fire started. That's all I know. Number 3 shot me a smug look, as if to say, "Told you the cases might be connected." He then asked the man about his impression of Ma Yan and whether he thought she could have killed her mother. Kill her mother? Ma Yan? Impossible, the man exclaimed, bewildered. That girl wouldn't hurt a fly. She took care of her mother like no one else could. Everyone in the neighborhood saw it. Number 3 frowned. You didn't know. The fire was started by Ma Yan to kill her paralyzed mother. The man erupted in anger. Who said that? That's nonsense. I asked, did the police come to question you before? The man shook his head. No, they never come to places like this. To them, we're no different from stray animals. If we die, we die, it doesn't matter to them. Number 3 closed his notebook, saying the questioning was over. As the man hesitated before shutting the door, he asked, will that girl come back? Number 3 offered a small smile. As long as she hasn't broken any laws, I'll make sure she gets justice. The man muttered a thank you and closed the door. Number 3 turned to me. What do you think? My expression darkened. It's obvious. The police didn't investigate. Their claim that Ma Yan killed her mother is just something they made up to close the case quickly. With a single sentence, the police had destroyed Ma Yan's reputation. To them, the people here were no better than livestock. No one cared whether they lived or died. I suggested, let's go to the police station and check the case files. They were the first ones on the scene, there must be something we don't know. Number 3 agreed, but before we could leave, a dirty little boy hiding in a corner waved us over. Over here, he whispered. We approached the wall where the boy, about 10 years old, stood in tattered clothes with a grime-covered face. What is it, kid? Number 3 asked impatiently. The boy spoke timidly. Are you investigating Ma Yan? I saw something last night. Number 3 and I exchanged glances. He pulled out his badge and began questioning the boy. Tell us everything you saw last night. Under the badge's righteous aura, the boy couldn't resist and began trembling as he recounted his story. Sister Ma Yan is so kind to me. She always gives me food. Last night, too, after I ate, I got sleepy and fell asleep in the trash heap. Around midnight, I saw the Black Tiger gang grab a woman passing by. She screamed for help, but they beat her until she was covered in blood. I was so scared. His account matched what the middle-aged man had said. It wasn't a trap set by law enforcement. My earlier suspicion that someone was targeting Ma Yan seemed wrong. The Black Tiger gang beat her badly, the boy continued. She was barely alive. Then Sister Ma Yan came out and yelled at them. But instead of being scared, they knocked her out and took her away. Before leaving, they set the fire. So that was the truth, it was all clear now. I asked urgently, where is the Black Tiger gang? The boy whispered, they're a gang from this area, about 50 people. Their base is at the casino to the south. Number 3 put away his badge. Not bad. We've got a lead. With the badge's pressure gone, the boy exhaled in relief. Sister Ma Yan will come back, right? Number 3 patted his head. Of course. I promise. As I began walking, Number 3 stopped me. Where do you think you're going? To the casino to rescue her, I replied. He sighed. We have to follow procedure. Without special circumstances, enforcers can't get involved in regular cases. The Black Tiger gang is just a bunch of thugs. Let's notify the police and organize a joint operation. I don't have time for that, I said impatiently. You call the police. I'll scout the casino. Number 3 grabbed my arm. It'll only take 2 minutes to make the call. He didn't like breaking protocol. I shook him off. You've got 2 minutes. Number 3 immediately called the police, explaining the Black Tiger gang's involvement in the case. A moment later, he hung up, his face dark. What did they say? I asked. His expression was grim. They said there's not enough evidence to issue a warrant. I sneered. What a waste of time. Number 3 followed me. Wait. We need evidence first. Meanwhile, at the Jiang City Police Department, in the deputy chief's office, a man in black-framed glasses casually sipped coffee and read the newspaper. There was a knock at the door, and his assistant rushed in. "Sir, an enforcer is investigating last night's arson case. They've traced it to the Black Tiger Gang and called for a joint operation. I told them we didn't have enough evidence." The man with glasses put down the newspaper, his expression puzzled. "Why is enforcement so idle that they're investigating ordinary people?" The assistant cautiously replied, "If enforcement digs too deep, the Black Tiger Gang will eventually be exposed." The man with glasses shook his head. "It's already exposed. Summon Team 1 Action Squad. I'll personally oversee the capture." The assistant hesitated. "You mean?" The man with glasses snorted coldly. "A pawn that's been exposed is useless. Let it serve its final purpose. Also, inform He Guang, tell him to clean up his messes properly in the future. This is the first and last time I'll cover for him." The assistant lowered his head and acknowledged, "Understood." "Up ahead is the casino," number 3 said, keeping close behind me. I hadn't said a word the entire time, and he could sense my suppressed anger. At the entrance to the casino stood a burly man wearing sunglasses. Number 3 whispered, "In a moment, sneak in quietly and wait for my signal." Before he could finish, I walked straight toward the man. "Closed for the night. Get low," bang. My foot slammed into the man's chest, sending him crashing through the doors and into the casino. The casino hall was spacious, lined with nearly 20 gambling tables. It wasn't operating hours yet, so there weren't many people. About a dozen enforcers were clustered together smoking and playing cards. The sudden commotion left them stunned. "Who the hell is so blind they don't know this is Black Tiger Gang territory?" one of them bellowed. In an instant, I unleashed a surge of reverse fate technique, charging into the nearest group of enforcers like a tiger into a flock of sheep. One punch per man. In less than a minute, 13 enforcers were all incapacitated, writhing on the ground with broken limbs. I grabbed one of them by the collar. "Where are the people you've taken being held?" The enforcer gritted his teeth and refused to speak. "Tough, huh?" Crack. I snapped his arm. "They're in the back warehouse," he screamed. Crack crack crack. I broke his remaining limbs and tossed him into a trash bin like garbage. The warehouse door was chained shut. I kicked it open, and immediately, a stench of filth and blood hit me. The warehouse had no windows and was pitch dark. I flipped the switch on the wall, and the sight before me made my jaw drop. Against the walls were 8 large iron cages, each holding 3 to 4 women. They were naked, covered in wounds, and marked with dried, white stains. When the light came on, they huddled together in fear like frightened animals. My face remained calm as I scanned the room quickly. No sign of Ma Yen. I couldn't tell if that was good or bad news. Number 3 followed me into the warehouse. The sight of the women in the cages made him suck in a sharp breath. "They've really got some nerve." His whole body trembled with rage. This was too much, even for someone in law enforcement. "Which bastard dares to mess with our turf? If I don't cripple you today, you'll never understand the power of the Black Tiger Gang." As I stepped out of the warehouse, I saw Scarface leading over 50 enforcers into the casino. Zzzzzzzztt. Lightning crackled in my eyes, flashing with rage. Bolts of thunder shot into the crowd, triggering a chain reaction. Boom boom boom. Over 10 enforcers exploded into blood mist. They were barely at 0.1 level and couldn't withstand the power of lightning. The rest collapsed, twitching and convulsing. Number 3 frowned slightly. This lightning talent ability, it was far too familiar to him. I grabbed Scarface. "I'll ask you one more time. Where's the girl you took last night?" "Wah, what girl?" Scarface's body was covered in burn marks, reeking of charred flesh. The paralysis from the lightning left him twitching uncontrollably. I slammed him into the ground with a thud. Blood sprayed from his mouth. "The girl you framed for arson." "Can't remember." "Let me help you." 2 slaps later, his teeth were all gone. I remember now. 2 hours ago, she and the other top-quality goods were selected and taken away. So, there's someone higher up pulling the strings. These lowlifes wouldn't have dared act so boldly on their own. Where were they taken? Who are you working for? I slapped him again, harder this time. Splat. Suddenly, Scarface's head was pierced by a flying blood projectile. His eyes went blank, and he stopped breathing. "Quick! Who's your contact?" I threw Scarface's lifeless body to the ground. Who did this? The truth was just within reach, but now the lead was gone. It was me. The man with glasses walked in. "Are you hurt?" he asked with concern. I breathed heavily, anger boiling. "Do you even realize what you just did?" The man with glasses smiled. "You were being held hostage by bad people. I saved you." "Hostage my ass." I cursed. Number 3 stepped in to hold me back. The man with glasses remained unbothered. You all did well. I'll even send you a banner of commendation. A fully armed action squad entered the scene. The surviving enforcers were apprehended, and the women in the warehouse were rescued. Number 3 spoke in a low voice. Half an hour ago, you were saying there wasn't enough evidence for an arrest. The man with glasses waved dismissively. I didn't want to alert the snake before the trap was ready. This trafficking ring is finally dismantled. On behalf of the people, I thank you. Move quickly, take the bodies away. As Scarface's body was carried off by 2 team members, a small black slip of paper fell from his pocket. I discreetly stepped on it before anyone noticed. The scene was soon sealed off, and both number 3 and I were ushered out. I sneered. You law enforcers act so tough, but you're just spineless. Number 3 rolled his eyes. Ever heard the saying, a higher rank crushes the lower? He's the deputy chief of the police department. I'm just a regular enforcer. Unless the adjudicator from the enforcement division steps in, there's nothing I can do. The man with glasses struck me as suspicious, his timing was too perfect. Number 3 said, I'll report this to the adjudicator. The case will be handed over to the enforcement division. But there's one thing I'm very curious about. His gaze turned serious, scrutinizing me closely. My heart sank. I just realized that my lightning ability had been exposed. In my rush earlier, I hadn't thought to hide it. Number 3 had been present at the execution grounds on Thundercloud Mountain. He had seen the Lightning King in action. Not long ago, I saw a talent user with lightning abilities. His moves were very similar to yours. For a brief moment, your silhouettes overlapped in my mind, Number 3 said, his hand moving to the golden ring at his waist. I stayed calm. Talent abilities aren't unique. There are only so many ways to use lightning in combat. They're bound to look similar. Number 3 narrowed his eyes. So, you're saying he's not you? I shot back, what kind of riddle are you trying to play? Who else would I be? Number 3 slowly moved his hand away from his waist. If you have nothing to hide, would you dare come with me to headquarters for verification with the law monument? Why not? I replied. Although I had no idea what the law tablet was, I couldn't afford to lose my momentum. Then let's go take a look. Just then, my third phone rang. After answering the call, Number 3's face turned sour. Impatiently, I asked, are we going or not? Number 3 hung up and said, I have something to take care of. Another day. I scoffed, I won't have time another day. He flagged down a taxi, got in, and waved at me as the car drove off. I let out a sigh of relief. This time, I managed to dodge the bullet, but I couldn't always rely on luck. I needed a solution. After some thought, it seemed like the only way to permanently solve the problem was to eliminate Number 3. But killing an enforcer would bring even more trouble. Where there's a will, there's a way. I sighed, prying a black card out from the sole of my shoe. It bore nothing but a string of numbers. I dialed. Moments later, a man's voice came through. We just made a delivery this morning. Why are you calling again? Panicked, I replied, I'm one of the boss's trusted aides. I went out early to hunt for prey. When I got back, I found the headquarters had been raided by the police. Many brothers are dead, and the boss was captured. The other side went silent for a moment. Got it. Don't call this number again. I quickly asked, what about the prey I caught? A few of them looked decent. Another silence lingered. After 5 minutes, the man finally said, tonight at 7, behind the Rubik's Cube Tower. I understand, I said, exhaling deeply. I had a lead now, but I wasn't planning on telling Number 3. Tonight, I'd act alone. Glancing at my phone's date, an idea struck me, a perfect alibi. Fatty, what are you up to? Playing games. What's up, Brothers A? Isn't tonight the class president's birthday party? After the incident at the Research Institute, the students were too shaken to celebrate, and the class president postponed the gathering. Yeah, it is. You're coming with me tonight. Brothers A, you've finally come around. Come around, my ass. Meet me at 7. Don't be late. Hanging up, I smirked. Perfect. Now I had an alibi. At 7 p.m., behind Rubik's Cube Tower, a black van pulled up at the back door. The door slid open, and a masked man stepped out, dragging 14 women with plastic bags over their heads. The goods are here. Several men in black stepped forward, counting the cash before handing a stack of bills to the masked man. Don't come back here again. The masked man got into the van and drove off. The men in black led the women inside the building. Time to inspect the goods. Grinning wickedly, one of the men approached, muttering, I'll check out the jade-like feet first. He lifted one woman's foot, but from inside the plastic bag came a chilling sigh. Jade-like or not, it'll only be your demise. The jade foot struck the man in the chest, sending him flying backward. The plastic bag fell off, revealing a man wearing a black and white mask. Woohoo, the boss is here. Take a good look. Are my feet jade-like or not? Alright, everyone, eyes on me. Tataki. One by one, the women removed their plastic bags, revealing 14 cross-dressing men wearing animal masks. The men in black barely had time to react before they were all taken down in an instant. Find them, I commanded. We regrouped in a luxury suite, while my counterparts fanned out to search. However, after combing through the area, they found no one and quietly left to scour the surroundings. As I wandered through the building, I realized this was no ordinary place. The entire floor was opulently designed, the elevator required a key card, and there were over 20 rooms on this level. Each room contained beautiful women, all of whom were undergoing torment. Anxiety churned in my gut as I searched every room, but I couldn't find Ma Yen. Just then, a server appeared at the corner. I pulled him into an empty room. Where's the girl who arrived this morning? Terrified, the server stammered, still in the training room. Where's the training room? At the end of the hallway, by the statue. Turn its head to open the hidden door. What kind of training? Before serving VIPs, they must be trained to give everything. I knocked him out and hurriedly gathered the Law Master and Glutton Brother, heading for the training room. At the end of the hallway, I found the statue and twisted its head. The hidden door creaked open, revealing a red-carpeted corridor illuminated by warm lights. Faint sobbing echoed within. I kicked open the door at the end, revealing a spacious room with 3 large beds and a cabinet filled with peculiar tools. 5 women huddled together, trembling. They were fully clothed, but their faces were etched with terror. On the floor to the right, 2 men and 1 woman lay in pools of blood, their chests hollowed out, intestines strewn about. Beside a male corpse, a woman crouched, feasting voraciously. The figure was familiar. I removed my mask and called softly, Sister Ma Yen. She froze. Rising to her feet, she turned, and it was her, but not the Ma Yen I remembered. One of her eyes was crimson, her clothes soaked in blood, and her mouth full of flesh. Qin Zhe. Ma Yen froze, disbelief in her voice. I'm Qin Zhe. It's me, Qin Zhe. Blood tears streamed down her face as she sobbed. What's happening to me? What have I done? Qin Zhe, I killed someone. I didn't mean to, I don't know why I became like this. She collapsed into my arms, crying uncontrollably as the red in her eye faded away. I sighed, gently patting her back. Let's go home. I'll take you home. Hearing the word home, her body trembled. She looked up at me with tear-filled eyes and shook her head. There's no home. Mom's gone. A lump formed in my throat. I didn't know how to comfort her, nor did I understand what had happened to her. Damn those martial artists. It'll get better. I promise, it'll get better. Well, it's you. A voice interrupted. He Guang entered the training room with over 10 guards and 2 second-tier martial artists. Killing my trainers. None of you are leaving here alive. My brother told me not to mess with you, but since you've come knocking, let's settle old and new scores together. He waved his hand, and the security guards surged forward. My counterparts immediately engaged. I reassured Ma Yen, give me 5 minutes. Then we'll go home together. She only cried, blood tears flowing freely. I exhaled deeply, unleashing a fierce aura. That guy's yours, I told the Law Master and Glutton Brother, signaling them to handle the second-tier martial artists. They jumped into action without hesitation. He Guang loosened his tie. Qin Zhe, you're my inner demon. Every night, I dream of tearing you apart. Today, I'll finally make it a reality. He flexed his arms, unleashing the aura of a second-tier martial artist. He had only recently broken through, and his aura was unstable. I instantly activated a layer of reverse fate technique, sweeping a whip-like kick toward his head. He blocked with his left arm, countering with a strike from his right hand. Lightning burst from my chest, hitting him squarely. He staggered back several steps, his limbs numb. An ability user? He exclaimed in astonishment, his intent to eliminate me now evident. I channeled my doppelganger's attributes, my aura surging to the level of a second-tier martial artist. Seizing the moment as he was paralyzed by shock, I closed the distance between us. My fists rained down on his head like a storm, forcing him to retreat step by step. Panic filled his eyes as he realized he was no match for me. Old Wang, help me, he shouted, but the second-tier martial artist was already struggling to protect himself. Qin Zhe, you can't kill me. This wasn't my doing alone. If you kill me, they won't let you go either, he pleaded as he desperately blocked my blows. My expression remained cold, exuding a chilling killing intent. No rush. They'll join you soon enough, one by one. I raised my hand, lightning coalescing around it. It was time for judgment. Stop. The second-tier martial artist's eyes widened in fury, his face twisted with rage. Old Deng, worry about yourself first, the Law King interjected, unleashing a bolt of lightning. The second-tier martial artist's limbs went numb. Devourer seized the opportunity, closing in and executing a fluid combo of attacks. The second-tier martial artist stumbled backward, coughing up blood, his face pale. He had never encountered a first-tier martial artist as troublesome as this. The Law King's lightning wasn't lethal, but it continuously harassed him from afar. Meanwhile, Devourer's iron-hard fists landed blow after blow, which even a second-tier martial artist couldn't endure. Their coordination was flawless. Attempting to assist was futile, the second-tier martial artist could barely protect himself. I was wrong. Spare me, please. I'll change for the better. Higuang finally gave up all resistance, collapsing to his knees and kowtowing. Too late. You only regret after hitting a wall or missing out when stocks rise. But in this world, there's no medicine for regret. Lightning crackled around my right fist as I delivered a ferocious punch. With a resounding bang, Higuang's head exploded into a mist of blood. The high temperature of the lightning instantly cauterized the wound, leaving not a single drop of blood dripping from the severed neck. His headless body collapsed with a thud. Damn it! You'll all pay for this. The second-tier martial artist roared in fury. His mission was to protect Higuang, and with Higuang dead, his own fate was sealed. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his full power, his aura spiking to the peak of the second tier. The Law King gasped, this old dang has activated his cosmos. Devourer smirked coldly. So what if he has? Don't underestimate our bond. I entered a state of calm and leaned back against the wall. Stop wasting time. End this quickly. Roger that, Devourer grinned. As soon as the words left his mouth, Devourer's body expanded grotesquely. Dozens of arms and legs sprouted from his back and sides, and his abdomen split open, revealing a gaping maw lined with sharp teeth. The Law King wasn't to be outdone. Lightning surged up from beneath his feet as his flesh dissolved, leaving behind a white skeleton with blue lightning flickering in his hollow eye sockets. Seeing their grotesque transformations, the second-tier martial artist recoiled in terror. You actually absorbed unpurified soul orbs. That's suicide. But the two of them were alive and well, showing no signs of impending death. The second-tier martial artist turned to flee, but there was no escape. The Law King clasped his skeletal hands together, summoning a pillar of lightning beneath the second-tier martial artist. His entire body seized up, paralyzed, and even his blood flow was suppressed, rendering him incapable of fighting back. The nearly 3-meter-tall Devourer charged forward, several arms grabbing the martial artist while the rest rained punches down on him. The second-tier martial artist, overwhelmed by the flurry of blows, was soon reduced to a bloody pulp, his aura fading rapidly. With a sickening rip, he was torn in half, his blood spilling across the ground. How utterly inelegant, the Law King said with a look of disdain, reverting to his normal form. Say another word, and I'll eat you too, Devourer quipped, reverting back to his human form and wiping his mouth. The battle was over. Not a single one of my doppelgangers had been harmed, and I was no longer in my calm state. I approached Ma Yan, who had been paralyzed with fear by the gruesome scene, especially Devourer tearing a man apart. The shock was evident in his eyes. Don't worry, it's all over now, I reassured him. He didn't respond, too shaken to speak. Don't be fooled by their terrifying appearances. They're actually good people, I said with a faint smile. I'll have someone escort you out. I still have matters to attend to. Turning to the girls on the bed, I instructed, we didn't see each other tonight. The girls nodded hastily, their faces pale. I summoned my doppelgangers to escort Ma Yan and the girls out of the building. Then I donned a mask and began clearing the building room by room with my doppelgangers. We tied up the perverts, rescued the girls, and left the building in utter chaos. With Higuang and the second-tier martial artist dead, the rest posed no threat. In a luxurious office, I found a password-protected safe. Smashing it open, I discovered a ledger. It detailed the accounts, profit distribution, and targets associated with the brothel. Skimming through it, I chuckled coldly. This was their death note. That night, the Jiang City Enforcement Bureau was bustling with activity. Many girls with injuries and terror-stricken expressions were brought in. Investigations revealed that they were all on the missing persons list. Even off-duty officers were called in, and the bureau was lit up throughout the night. In a KTV private room, I held a microphone and sang, "Only the remnants of a body remain today, welcoming the glorious years fighting through storms with my brothers." Mid-song, I noticed Officer 3 standing at the door, motioning for me to come out. Tossing the microphone to the chubby guy next to me, I said, "You take over. I need to pee." "The room has a bathroom," the chubby guy replied. Ignoring him, I stepped out and closed the door behind me. "What's up?" Officer 3 gave me a once-over. "I used to think you were the same person as that lightning ability user from the circus. But now, I realize I was wrong. I was confused." "Circus? Who still watches traditional circuses these days? Officer 3 rolled his eyes. Not that. Earlier tonight, the human trafficking ring's hideout was raided, and the girls were rescued, including Ma Yen. I was overjoyed. Really? Who did it? That's great. He nodded. An executive officer arrived earlier today. The infanticide and arson case had a terrible impact, so he's personally handling it. The case has been overturned, and Ma Yen is innocent. The officer is leading a team to arrest every member of the trafficking ring. It's going to be a long night. I came to tell you that your friend is safe and receiving treatment at the hospital. Check the news tomorrow. You left in such a hurry this morning, was it to pick up that executive officer? I asked. Officer 3 nodded, his expression filled with admiration. Exactly. I thought he'd be a bureaucrat, expecting a grand reception from the department. But I was wrong. Curious, I asked, he's different. Officer 3's excitement was palpable. Different? He's extraordinary. I stared at him, unimpressed. That explanation was as good as none. Number 3 continued, the executor gathered the entire enforcement team and questioned us about our ongoing cases. Once he learned from me that the human trafficking operation was linked to the arson case, he immediately launched an investigation and took over the case from the precinct. During the day, some leads surfaced, and by night, there was a major breakthrough. One of the rescued girls showed up at the enforcement headquarters and handed over an account ledger. That was it. Using the list in the ledger, the executor started making arrests. The ledger didn't have the names of anyone from the enforcement department, so I let the girls take it to them without worry. Still, I made a copy, just in case. If the enforcers didn't act, I planned to expose it publicly. To my surprise, this executor turned out to be incredibly decisive and efficient. Are executors highly ranked in the enforcement system? I asked curiously. Number 3 explained, at the bottom are the regular enforcers, just working stiffs like me. Above us are the adjudicators, who are at least 3rd-tier warriors, most of them 4th tier or higher. They handle significant cases involving martial artists. In a place like Jiangcheng, there are only 3 or 4 adjudicators. Above them are the executors, each one is a 6th tier or higher elite warrior, essentially the firefighters of the system, sent wherever they're needed. Wherever they're needed. Why would Jiangcheng need high-level warriors? The city lord himself was only a mid-tier warrior. My heart sank. Something was wrong. It had to be the Jiangqing anomaly. Number 3 continued, above the executors are the 9 chief ministers and the director general, all rumored to be 9th-tier warriors. He had a look of admiration on his face. I waved a hand in front of him. What are you daydreaming about, working stiff? Have you hit your KPI target this month? He snapped out of it and snorted, 30 years east, 30 years west, don't look down on the poor and young. I shot back, respect the dead. Rolling his eyes, he muttered, I'm not arguing with you. I've got arrests to make. Arrests? At a karaoke bar? Yeah, in the presidential suite upstairs. I'm guarding this door. Just then, his earpiece crackled. He responded quickly, his face turning serious, and dashed off without even saying goodbye. Poor working stiff. I let out a breath of relief, my identity crisis averted. When the incident at Fenglu happened, I was in a karaoke bar singing. Number 3's doubts were dispelled. Little did he know, that me at the karaoke bar was just a clone. Zeke, you've been gone forever. Fatty complained when I returned. I quipped, a man's business isn't about being short. The gathering wrapped up, and everyone went their separate ways. The class monitor seemed like she wanted to say something to me a few times but didn't. My home was close by, so I decided to walk. At the karaoke bar's entrance, the monitor and I helped our classmates into taxis. As she got into the car, I suddenly said, Happy birthday, monitor. She froze for a moment, then smiled. Thank you. This has been my happiest birthday. The taxi drove off. With my arms behind my head, I whistled as I strolled into the night. That night, Jiangqing was rocked by a violent storm of bloodshed. 92 enforcers and 4 adjudicators, led by the executor, were deployed to round up everyone connected to Fenglu. Resistance was met with lethal force. Over a dozen gangs were eradicated, and criminals across the city trembled in fear. As dawn approached, in the executor's office at the Jiangqing Enforcement Department, a tall and handsome young man, not yet 30, sat reviewing the arrest reports. Young master, your coffee is ready, a sultry maid in a French-maid outfit said as she placed a cup on his desk. The man waved her away, and she left without a word. Knock, knock. A middle-aged adjudicator, nearing 50, entered the room. Sir, regarding the Fenglu case, there are 48 martial artists and 126 civilians involved. How should we proceed? The man sipped his coffee. Kill them all. Let it serve as a warning. The adjudicator had expected this but was still taken aback. No trials first. The man sneered. No trials. Execute them immediately. Also, contact the media to report tonight's operation and its outcomes. The adjudicator nodded. The man added, look into the Heisey Circus. A massive organization operating right under our noses, and no one knew. What a bunch of incompetents. How can this enforcement system function properly? The adjudicator trembled. Your criticism is valid, sir. I'll investigate immediately. He hurried out before the man's temper flared. The phone on the desk rang. The man picked it up, his tone calm despite the irritated voice on the other end. I sent you to Jiangqing to handle the anomaly, not to clean up gangs. Don't forget your real mission. The man remained unbothered. And what I've done isn't part of the mission. You know what I'm talking about. And you know what I'm talking about, the man shot back. The line went silent for 2 full minutes before the voice spoke again, my phone's been blowing up. People are begging me to spare a few of their own. The man's voice was icy. Too late. They were already dead before you called. The voice on the other end gritted its teeth. Fine, fine, fine. The man slurped his coffee. Right. The call ended abruptly. The man raised an eyebrow. That was it. After finishing his coffee, he stretched and stood. The sky outside was beginning to brighten, the first rays of dawn breaking through. Early in the morning, I brought a basket of fruit to the hospital to visit Ma Yan. Inside the ward, she lay in bed, her eyes vacant and her entire being exuding a sense of despair. Even when the door opened, she didn't react, like a soulless puppet. Ma Yan, I came to see you. You're here, she rasped, her voice rough like sandpaper scraping. Are you feeling any discomfort? I asked, sitting down beside her and starting to peel an apple. She shook her head. Remembering number 3's warning, I turned on the TV and tuned it to the Jiangqing Morning News channel. Last night, led by the executor, the enforcement department launched a citywide operation against trafficking networks and 17 criminal gangs. The trafficking operation involved 48 martial artists and 126 civilians, all of whom have been executed. The news showed the list of names and footage of the executions. I marveled at the executor's decisiveness, arresting and executing everyone on the same night, leaving no one behind. The names matched those in the ledger. The news continued, the arson and matricide case from 2 days ago has been resolved. The culprits were identified as members of the Black Tiger Gang. They had kidnapped young women, and Ma Yan, while acting courageously, was captured and framed. All Black Tiger members have been executed. The enforcement department has commended Ma Yan and awarded her a 10,000 yuan bonus. The Jiangqing committee has also granted her the title of Outstanding Citizen. Though Ma Yan's name was cleared, she found no joy in it. Her mother had perished, and she was left paralyzed, unable to move. I couldn't imagine the despair she must have felt, watching the flames engulf her. Unsure how to comfort her, I handed her the peeled apple. She tried to take it but failed repeatedly. Ma Yan, your eyes. Just then, a nurse entered. Bed 4, time for your injection. After administering the shot, I asked the nurse about Ma Yan's eyesight. She explained that Ma Yan's overwhelming grief and emotional shock had caused temporary blindness. Her recovery depended on her emotional state, and staying in a depressive state wouldn't help. I also inquired about her overall health. The nurse assured me she was fine, aside from some malnutrition and weakness. The state she was in last night had been a stress-induced reaction, akin to how a mother might lift a car to save her child but collapse afterward. Relieved that Ma Yan wasn't in critical condition, I relaxed. Once the nurse left, I tried to encourage Ma Yan. The bad guys have been punished. Auntie wouldn't want to see you like this. You need to pull yourself together. Ma Yan didn't respond. Thinking of Qin Yu, I figured she might know how to cheer Ma Yan up, as they were close friends. But after several unanswered calls, I gave up. Knock, knock. 5 individuals in white uniforms entered, pushing a small cart. 3 men, clearly bodyguards, flanked 2 women who claimed they were there to check on Ma Yan. The cart was filled with medical equipment and various vials. Your company's benefits are this good? I asked skeptically. One of the women replied proudly, we're from a biomedical company. We care deeply about our employees' physical and mental health. The other woman pushed the cart to Ma Yan's bedside, where an array of sophisticated instruments and containers were arranged. Ma Yan, do you remember me? I'm Sister Wang. The warm, gentle voice of the older woman coaxed a small nod from Ma Yan. The company knows about your situation. Take your time recovering. Your salary will continue as usual, and we've deposited a 30,000 yuan bonus into your account. Today, we're here for a routine checkup. Since you can't come to the office, we've brought the equipment here. Just relax. Sister Wang drew a small blood sample from Ma Yan, then instructed her to turn slightly. She produced a thick syringe, seemingly preparing for a bone marrow aspiration. I frowned and moved to intervene, but the bodyguards, clearly first-tier martial artists, glanced at me sharply. Ma Yan reassured me, "It's fine. Just a routine check." Sister Wang echoed her, insisting it was standard procedure. Seeing Ma Yan's calm demeanor, I reluctantly stepped back. The thick needle plunged in. Ma Yan didn't make a sound, but I winced. After the test was done, the older sister placed the sample into the machine. I asked, "Is there any problem?" She shook her head and replied that Ma Yan was in good health. The 5 people left in their vehicle, and I couldn't help but find the company strange. "Big sis Ma Yan, you rest up. I'm heading to school. Call me if anything happens." After staying with her for a bit longer, I slung my bag over my shoulders and left. At the Blood Hand Gang's headquarters, things were tense after their losses at Cloud Mountain last time. The gang leader had ordered everyone to lay low to avoid the Enforcement Division's crackdown from the night before. But there was no real escape. Early in the morning, a man in black robes barged in, leaving the place a bloodbath. The gang leader, drenched in blood, was yanked up by the black-robed man, who demanded, "Where is Wang Biao?" The Blood Hand Gang's hideout, an underground bar, was now in utter chaos. Dozens of corpses lay scattered across the floor, the bar counter, and tables. Only the gang leader was still breathing. The black-robed man wore a golden mask engraved with 2 fish biting each other's tails. From his presence, there was barely any discernible fluctuation of a martial artist's aura. Wah! What Wang Biao? The gang leader, beaten so badly that his face was unrecognizable and his eyes swollen shut, had no idea why this harbinger of death had come for him. The black-robed man had kicked down the door and started slaughtering. The gang's dozens of members couldn't even match a flick of his finger. With a single slap, the gang leader's teeth were shattered. Cloud Mountain Execution Grounds. Wang Biao. Remember now? If not, I'll help jog your memory. The gang leader quickly nodded, I remember. His heart filled with regret. If he had known, he wouldn't have taken that job. Now the money was useless, and his life was about to end. "Where is Wang Biao?" the black-robed man demanded. "He was taken by the Black Circus. Their leader has lightning-based abilities, way too strong for us. We abandoned the mission," the gang leader stammered. "And where did they take him?" the man pressed. "I don't know. The Black Circus is extremely secretive. After the Cloud Mountain incident, they've gone underground. Their base is empty now," the gang leader said, trembling. Afterward, the Blood Hand Gang had tried to seek revenge but found their warehouse already cleaned out. "Grandfather, that's all I know. Please spare me." Crack. The black-robed man snapped the gang leader's neck. A bunch of scum ruining the balance of fairness. He straightened up, dusted his hands, and muttered, "Black Circus, I'll come see you myself." Meanwhile, at school, I had no idea I was being watched. After the Cloud Mountain ordeal, I had ordered the Little Blacks to relocate, telling everyone to keep their heads down and wait for the heat to die down before making any moves. During the afternoon self-study session, I was fiddling with the administrator terminal when a group of martial artists appeared on the poison mist's edge. Their leader was an incredibly handsome guy, his looks could almost rival mine. The martial artists around him clearly deferred to him, and I even spotted number 3 from the Enforcement Division. "Executor, sir, we found 2 pathways leading deeper into the other world. Both have been filled with toxic gas. Intermediate martial artists can't last 5 seconds in it, and the gas even corrodes mechanical components. Drones are useless," one of the martial artists reported. I raised an eyebrow. So this was the advanced martial artist number 3 had mentioned. Definitely here because of the other world. The handsome guy studied the edge of the poison mist, then vanished in a flash. 2 seconds later, he reappeared. So fast. His speed was too much for the cameras to track. "The gas directly affects cells. No matter how advanced a martial artist, they won't withstand it," he said. A martial artist nearby sighed. "We'll have to wait for the Maka clan to arrive." The handsome guy suddenly turned towards the hidden surveillance camera in the corner. I sat bolt upright. Even through the screen, I felt like a prehistoric beast had locked onto me. Advanced martial artists had terrifyingly sharp senses. That camera was supposed to be invisible. "Executor, sir, have you discovered something?" someone asked. The handsome guy's lips curled into a smirk. "We've got a rat watching us." Everyone was startled. Someone was monitoring them. Their group averaged level 3 martial artists, with the highest being the level 7 executor, capable of wiping out Jiang City. Anyone daring to spy on them must have a death wish. The handsome guy flicked out a burst of energy. Sparks erupted from the concealed corner above, and a pile of camera parts clattered to the ground. "Is this a surveillance camera?" Someone inspected it. The city lord of Jiang City said, "These facilities have been here for who knows how long. Some parts of the power system are still functioning, so cameras being operational isn't surprising." The handsome guy responded, the camera wasn't just operational, someone was actively watching us just now. The city lord was shocked. How could you tell? Instinct, the handsome guy replied. The group realized the gravity of the situation. An advanced martial artist's instincts were as good as evidence. The city lord asked, could there still be life deep within the otherworld? This was a major discovery. If there was life, it might bring them closer to the things they sought. Who knows? The handsome guy walked away. As of now, the otherworld is sealed. Without an enforcement division permit, no one is allowed entry. The city lord acknowledged the order. Staring at the now black screen of the terminal, I got goosebumps. Advanced martial artists were terrifying. Just 2 days ago, I had been patting myself on the back for breaking through to level 1, but now I realized how insignificant that was in comparison. I urged my clones to train harder. No slacking off. Everyone, get to training. The clones grumbled under their breath but also felt the urgency, so they sat down to meditate. Right before school let out, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom. Tomorrow afternoon, an enforcement division executor will be visiting the school for an inspection. Yes, the one from the news. Everyone, behave yourselves and represent the school well. Don't embarrass us. The handsome guy was coming to inspect. What did he want? My sense of urgency only grew stronger. After dinner that evening, I didn't laze around. Pulling out some blood crystals, I began absorbing them. The 2 blood crystals I had left were consumed in one go, increasing my strength by 0.01. Good. One step closer to becoming strong. I continued practicing the lotus meditation technique when suddenly, my clone reported an incident. One of the little blacks had been killed. Have mercy. I'm starving to death. A beggar with a face disfigured by acid sat by a trash bin, dressed in rags. His eyes were lifeless as he mechanically shook a tin bowl with only a few coins inside. Passers-by hurried past without even sparing him a glance. Clink. A gold coin dropped into the tin bowl. The beggar's eyes lit up, and he quickly grabbed the coin, biting it to check its authenticity. Thank you, kind sir. May you have fortune today and every day, a long life, and eternal youth. The black-robed man with the twin fish mask stood before him, smiling. Begging in North City, huh? You've got talent. North City had quieted down after the enforcement division's cleanup, but begging here among the underworld types was certainly unusual. The beggar patted his leg, covered by a tattered blanket, and sighed. I'd love to be anywhere else, but my legs are useless. I can't move. The twin fish masked man nodded. Quite a pity. Let me ask you something. Do you know where the Black Circus is? I've got some business with them. The beggar's smile vanished, and he waved his hand dismissively. I really don't know. That's not my area of expertise. The twin fish man asked, then what is your area of expertise? The beggar replied, if you want to know which widow is charming or which young lady is pretty, whether old Wang is home or not, I've got you covered. The twin fish man sighed. What a shame. The beggar echoed, indeed, what a shame. Watching the twin fish man turn to leave, the beggar weighed the gold coin in his hand and slipped it into his pocket. Whoosh! A brick came hurtling through the air. The beggar pushed off with his legs, dodging to the side. Damn it! Who's throwing trash around here? That brick nearly cracked his skull. Didn't think I'd turn into a miracle doctor. One brick, and I've cured a man who's been paralyzed for years, the twin fish man said, leaning against a nearby wall with a half-smile. The beggar raised an eyebrow. When had this guy come back? He hadn't noticed at all. Thank you so much. My legs are healed. The beggar stood up excitedly. I can walk, I can even run. Watch me leap. He started jumping and running, disappearing into the streets in the blink of an eye. Damn it, what kind of freak is that? Facing an opponent with unfathomable strength, the beggar didn't dare confront him head-on. Praising his own quick thinking, he made a swift escape. The northern part of the city was mostly composed of buildings from the last century, with crisscrossing alleyways that formed a labyrinth even locals could easily get lost in. After a series of twists and turns, the beggar slipped into an abandoned warehouse. Inside, 3 other beggars with similarly disfigured faces were engrossed in a game of landlord. Why are you back so early today? It's not even time for the shift change. Call landlord. With 17 cards, you think you can beat me? The 3 were absorbed in their heated game. Don't even bring it up. I ran into some guy cosplaying as a gold saint from Saint Seiya. He was asking about the circus. Luckily, I was quick on my feet, or else I would have been exposed, the newly arrived beggar said as he poured himself a glass of water and downed it in one gulp. The other 3 perked up, momentarily halting their card game, eager to hear more without even bothering to search their shared memories. A gold saint? Which zodiac sign? Could he do the Pegasus meteor fist? Was he wearing the gold cloth? All 3 clones were fixated on the mention of Saint Seiya. The beggar sat cross-legged. He was just wearing a black robe, like some knockoff Pisces saint. But the golden mask was quite stylish, way classier than ours. A knockoff? Then he's just like us. Immediately, the three lost interest. The four of them were my clones stationed in the northern city, disguised as beggars to gather intel. To avoid exposing the original body, they had deliberately disfigured their faces with acid. Most of the Darklings were in hiding, but these four remained on duty to monitor the ever-changing tides of the underworld. Wait a second. How did he know you're a Darkling? One of the clones suddenly remembered an important detail. The beggar scratched his head. I'm just as baffled. I've been laying low. Who would have guessed a beggar is actually part of the circus? The four clones engaged in a round of discussion but couldn't come up with any answers. I've found you. The half-closed warehouse door creaked open, and the Pisces saint stood at the entrance. The three clones froze in place. The knockoff gold saint. They turned to the beggar in unison. You led the enemy here. Useless idiot. You didn't even realize you were being followed. Pick up your weapons and take him down. Hot-tempered as ever, the three clones grabbed stools and charged forward. Bang! 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 Before they could even get close, they exploded into clouds of blood mist. The beggar raised both hands. I'm just a harmless Frenchman. The Pisces saint seemed slightly disappointed. He had expected to find a major base of operations, only to discover it was just a small four-man outpost. Where's your boss? The beggar, visibly annoyed, replied, how should I know where he's off enjoying himself? He just got lucky and became an ability user. Why does he get to do nothing while I'm out here begging every day? It's so unfair. The Pisces saint nodded. Indeed, very unfair. Tell me where your main base is, and I'll give you a chance to join fairness. The beggar said, I'm just a low-level member, I don't know anything. The Pisces saint pressed further. What about Wang Biao? Do you know where he is? The beggar looked confused. I've only heard of De Biao. Is Wang Biao his banana-hauling brother? The Pisces saint sighed. What a pity. Fairness will remember your sacrifice. The beggar noticed the space in front of him ripple, and a nearly 2-meter-tall mirror materialized, reflecting his own image. The next moment, the mirror cracked. With a loud bang, it shattered into countless fragments, which then dissolved into starlight and disappeared. At the same time, the beggar's body also broke apart and vanished, leaving no trace behind. This outfit really brings back memories. The Pisces saint removed his robe and mask, transforming into a beggar, his face disfigured, his clothes tattered, exactly the same as the ones before. He picked up the metal bowl from the ground and walked out of the abandoned warehouse. 5 minutes later, by a trash bin on a street in the northern city, yet another beggar appeared, shaking a metal bowl with only a few coins inside. Spare some change. I'm starving. After reviewing the shared memories, I couldn't help but shiver. What kind of godlike ability was that? It could erase someone completely, leaving no trace, and even transform into them with identical appearance and aura. Even their own mother wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Thankfully, my clones shared memories with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to tell who was real and who wasn't. How dare he? Killing our people like that? Let's get the Pope and Devourer to lead the brothers and take him down. Give it a rest. They'd just end up as snacks for him. That mirror, is it his innate ability? So cool. Agreed. He's after Brother Biao. He's probably looking for the key. What does this key even unlock? Who knows? Ha! This clown thinks his disguise is flawless. Little does he know he can't even access our internet. The clones chattered away non-stop. Although I didn't know how he had seen through the beggar clone's disguise, since he had come knocking, we couldn't just sit back and take it. Luckily, it seemed he didn't have any other leads, otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered taking on a disguise. If you like being a beggar so much, then stay that way. I decided to lay low for now and ordered all the clones stationed outside to return home. Retreat. I pulled open my collar and looked at the lifelike little tree on my chest. Just what kind of treasure was this? Why were so many people fighting over it? I didn't need to know what the key opened, but I couldn't afford to lose it. Yawning, I thought to myself, I've trained for an hour today. Poor me, working so hard. Sleep time. I lay down, tucked myself in with a little blanket, and reminded the clones, don't sleep, keep training. How can you guys even think about sleeping at your age? The clones replied in unison, Chin Zhe, we're really impressed by you. The next morning, the school organized a campus-wide cleanup in preparation for the arrival of an executioner in the afternoon. The students were excited, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary high-level warrior they had only ever seen on TV or the internet. Everyone was curious as to why someone of such stature would visit a small place like Jiang City, but they were too thrilled to care. Welcome, executioner, to our school. In the afternoon, during our physical training class, the principal led an entourage to the training grounds. At the head of the group was none other than the handsome man I'd seen on the surveillance footage, the star of today's visit, the executioner. Behind him followed the mayor of Jiang City, the commander of the city defense forces, various department heads, adjudicators from the enforcement division, and a squad of enforcers. I even spotted number 3 among them, winking and waving at me from the crowd. Who knows what nonsense he was up to? Executioner, these are the students who will participate in this year's martial arts examination, the principal said, gesturing toward us. Following the rehearsed protocol, we gave a warm round of applause to welcome him. The handsome executioner scanned the group with a detached gaze. Your students have good energy and spirit. The principal responded with a sycophantic smile, hearing that you were coming, everyone's been thrilled and excited. The executioner said, Jiang City is a land of talent, producing even an 8th-level Blade King. Let me see how the younger generation here measures up. The principal immediately understood and arranged for Fang Songhua and a few others to demonstrate. They were top students from well-off families who had been training diligently, with an average blood vitality of 800, equivalent to 0.8 level martial artists. At their age, this level of ability was impressive, even among students at martial arts universities. A few people sparred for a while, but the dashing officer seemed uninterested. Lin Ziyuan, show the executor your gifted ability, the principal said, noticing the officer's lack of enthusiasm for the children's antics. He decided to call upon the school's only student who had awakened a unique talent, the chubby Lin Ziyuan. The pudgy boy stepped forward, concentrating intensely to display his ability. Ha! He shouted, and his body instantly shifted forward by precisely 5.5 centimeters. Yes, it was an improvement compared to last time at the Black Mountain Research Institute, but the performance felt underwhelming. The atmosphere was awkward, and the principal had to awkwardly lead the applause. The accompanying martial artists joined in with some polite compliments. Surprisingly, the officer's interest was piqued. What's your current mental power level? He asked. 0.3 stones, the chubby boy replied. Stones was the unit for measuring mental power, enough mental strength to move a standard measurement stone equaled 1 stone. The officer nodded. Your ability has great potential for development. In real combat, it could be a game changer. Hearing this praise from the executor, Lin Ziyuan puffed out his chest like a proud rooster, practically glowing with confidence. I heard your school has a student who has cultivated the fate reversal technique to the 1st level mastery. Who is it? The officer asked. Qin Zhe, step forward. The executor wants to see your fate reversal technique, the principal called out. He seemed to remember me. Students who could reach this level in the fate reversal technique during high school were rare. He had high hopes for me once, but after my blood vitality test showed average results, he seemed to forget about me. I stepped forward nervously, standing before the officer. This was my first time facing a high-level martial artist. Surprisingly, his aura was gentle, without the overwhelming pressure I had imagined. You seem a bit afraid of me, the officer said with a smile. I'm meeting a high-level martial artist for the first time. It's making me nervous, I admitted. The officer stared into my eyes, his smile gradually fading. The first time meeting me? Your reaction doesn't seem like it. My heart skipped a beat. Was the intuition of high-level martial artists really this sharp? Danger. 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 Ha ha ha. Just messing with you. Look at how scared you are, he suddenly laughed, his demeanor shifting. Honestly, your reaction is kind of cute, like a little machi. My lips twitched awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Let me see your fate reversal technique, he said. I braced myself, activating the technique. My arms shuddered as energy surged through my body, opening 80 meridian points. However, I deliberately kept my blood vitality controlled at just above 700. Not bad. You have the potential to become Jiang City's next Blade King, the officer said approvingly, offering high praise. The Blade King was currently Jiang City's only 8th-level martial artist and a source of local pride. Someone like me, with average talent, could never compare to the Blade King, I said modestly. After my demonstration, I was about to return to my place when the officer suddenly called out, "What's that on your wrist?" My heart froze. Damn, I forgot to take off the administrator terminal. The officer's interest was clearly piqued as he examined the terminal on my wrist. A beep-beep kid gadget, he asked. I quickly explained, it's an electronic watch disguised as a beep-beep kid toy. As I spoke, I tapped the screen to display the time, date, and weather. The officer blinked, intrigued. Interesting. Where'd you get it? I made it myself, I replied. He immediately said, could you make one for me? I'll pay for the craftsmanship. I was internally screaming. Isn't this pushing it too far? But with the conversation at this point, I had no choice but to agree reluctantly. I can, but it might take a while. No problem, he said, tossing me a soul orb as if it were nothing. This purified soul orb is your down payment. My breath quickened. Rich people were so extravagant. A soul orb, just like that. Around me, my classmates, the principal, and the martial artists were all stunned. None of them could understand why the executor valued someone like me, a student with average blood vitality. Sure, I had cultivated the fate reversal technique to first-level mastery in a short time, but with a weak foundation in blood vitality, everyone assumed my future potential was limited. Even the principal gave me a suspicious look. Had he misjudged me? I didn't care. If there was a freebie, I wasn't going to miss it. I quickly pocketed the soul orb. Don't worry, executor. I'll make sure to DIY something great for you. After accepting the gift, I felt obliged. I decided to visit the refuge warehouse during my next venture into the other world to see if there were any spare terminals I could modify and present to the officer. The officer patted my shoulder. If you can top the martial exam, you'll have the chance to see a much broader world. With that, he turned and left, followed by the principal and a procession of others. I was left utterly confused. Of course, topping the martial exam would open doors. Wasn't that obvious? Under the envious gazes of my peers, I returned to the class lineup. Young master, where to? Asked the driver, a cat-eared maid with a refined face. The officer stepped into his extended Lincoln, where a bunny-eared maid promptly handed him a glass of champagne. The enforcement division, he said, taking a sip of champagne. He took out his phone and dialed a number. I've met the student you mentioned from Second High. A woman's voice came from the other end. And? Does he meet your standards? The officer responded nonchalantly, quite an interesting kid. Knows how to hide his true abilities. People like that tend to survive longer. But whether he meets my standards depends on whether he can top the martial exam this year. The woman scoffed lightly. Martial exam champion? Your standards are high as ever. What do you mean by hiding his abilities? The officer's interest was piqued. That kid has clearly broken through to a first-level martial artist, yet he only showed blood vitality in the 700s. Impossible. The woman's voice rose sharply. The officer continued, I saw it with my own eyes. His bone refinement quality is also excellent, top tier. The woman drew a sharp breath. In just half a month? Even with advanced bone refinement fluid, that's way too fast. The officer paused. Are you saying he completed his first bone refinement in under a month? Exactly, the woman replied, her tone heavy. The officer swirled the champagne in his glass, murmuring to himself, if that's the case, placing in the top 3 of the martial exam might just barely meet my standards. Completing initial bone refinement in under 30 days is impressive, even among martial families. The woman asked, did you give him the soul orb? The officer nodded. As you instructed, I didn't mention your name. You're investing in him before he's even proven himself, the woman said disdainfully. You don't understand, the officer replied. A gift in a time of need leaves the deepest impression. Not talking to you anymore, I've reached the task zone, the handsome guy said, giving a reminder, the adjudicator assessment is coming up soon. Perform well. Stop making me pull strings for you. The woman was nonchalant. Isn't it a brother's duty to pave the way for his little sister? By now. Listening to the busy tone, the handsome guy sighed helplessly. Bring the adjudicator assessment task list here. The bunny-eared girl immediately presented the file. That evening, after school, I went straight home and locked myself in my bedroom without even eating. I hurriedly took out the soul orb. This orb is huge. I tried several times to put it in my mouth, but it just wouldn't fit. My clones, seeing my struggle, began to mock me. The great devourer and the sovereign of gluttony would say, this is my specialty. Who would have thought you'd have a day like this, Chin-zay? I'm not an expert, but after thinking about it, I still don't know how to help. Seriously, this isn't my area of expertise. Use some strength, you weakling. Shove it harder. Frustrated, I set the soul orb down and summoned one of my clones, tossing the orb to him. Here, you eat it. The clone was dumbfounded. What? Have you no humanity left? I replied calmly, if you eat it, I still gain the ability. If I eat it, only I benefit. This distribution maximizes our overall gain. The clone sighed in resignation. Damn it, I can't argue with that logic. Then hurry up and eat it, I said. Taking a deep breath, the clone, with my assistance, swallowed the soul orb. The orb's quality wasn't particularly high, but it was just enough for the clone to break through and become a level 1 martial artist. This ability is quite intriguing, the clone remarked, a mischievous smile playing on his lips after fully absorbing the orb. I sat on the sofa and urged, show me. The clone began rubbing his face with both hands, and something miraculous happened. His facial features became malleable like clay, stretching and reshaping at will. Within seconds, the clone's face had morphed into the handsome guy's. I can transform into anyone I've seen before, and I can maintain the form indefinitely, the clone explained. Excited, I eagerly tried it in front of the mirror myself. After experimenting, I discovered a flaw: the thousand faces ability could change appearances but not one's aura or temperament. Looking at the reflection of Brother Biao's face in the mirror, an idea suddenly struck me: a way to deal with that beggar. The blood energy feedback from the thousand faces clone soon came through. I opened the terminal to check. My blood energy value had risen to 1238, with the clone contributing over 100. This efficiency far exceeded meditation training. Even though I didn't do much today, it was still exhausting, I said, wiping imaginary sweat off my brow before reclining comfortably. Before drifting off to sleep, I reminded the clones to keep up with their training. Over the weekend, Fatty and I were at our usual street-side eatery, eating skewers. Fatty excitedly showed off his training progress. His teleportation distance had increased by another 0.01 centimeters. According to him, this is a small step for me but a giant leap for humanity. Boss, 2 more skewers of kidney, original flavor, Fatty called out. At that moment, Enforcer number 3 suddenly appeared and sat in the empty chair next to me. The previously lively eatery fell silent almost instantly. Several nearby tables hurriedly settled their bills and left. In the blink of an eye, only our table remained. The boss, resigned, placed the 2 skewers of kidney on the grill. I sighed. You really are a plague god, aren't you? Fatty recognized number 3. Aren't you the one from last time? Yes, it's me, number 3 replied. It's late, and the area isn't safe. I'm here for some close protection for you martial exam candidates. I smirked. Hit your KPI targets for the month. Now you're slacking off. Number 3 chuckled. Thanks to you, the execution officer credited the arson case performance to me. My KPI for both this month and next month are secure. This is my patrol zone. Can't I grab a skewer after my rounds? Whatever makes you happy, I replied. Fatty, watching me chat so casually with the enforcer, was full of admiration. Truly, Qin Zhe never disappoints. I asked, why is an enforcer doing such grassroots work, patrolling the streets now? Number 3's expression turned serious. Don't wander around unnecessarily at night, it's dangerous. We have credible intel that a high-level martial artist from a terrorist organization has entered the city, but we haven't located them yet. I immediately thought of that beggar. Should I inform number 3? After some thought, I decided against it. Unless the handsome guy intervened, even the entire Jiangqing Enforcement Department combined wouldn't stand a chance. I already had a plan, all I needed was the right opportunity. Number 3 sighed again. In 10 days, the Maka tribe delegation will visit Jiangqing. We're tightening security across the city, and the enforcers are working overtime every day. Hearing his complaints, I couldn't help but sympathize. Being at the bottom of the enforcement hierarchy was a tough life. But upon learning about the upcoming visit from the alien delegation, my eyes lit up. This was the opportunity one needed. Your kidneys are ready, the boss said, bringing over the skewers. Number 3 picked up one and said, I'll toast with these kidneys instead of wine. Wishing you success in the martial exam and great martial fortune ahead. I clinked my lamb skewer with his. And I wish you a swift promotion to adjudicator. After that, my team and I worked intensively to finalize details for the upcoming performance. The overall plan was set, with only minor adjustments left to discuss. Everyone was an experienced actor, capable of handling unexpected situations with ease. Apart from preparing for the performance, I visited Ma Yan at the hospital every day after school. Her physical condition was gradually improving, but her spirits remained low, and her vision hadn't recovered. During one of my visits, I once again encountered the company's medical examination team in her ward. After taking some samples, they seemed rather excited. I was quite curious about this mysterious company, but Ma Yan didn't want to talk about it. To welcome the Maka tribe delegation, Jiangqing was adorned with festive decorations. Streetlights and utility poles were draped with banners bearing slogans like, May the friendship between humans and the Maka tribe last forever, and, Warmly welcome the Maka tribe delegation. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was the Lunar New Year. Security in the city was stricter than ever. Many of the surviving gangs from last time had been rounded up again. One day after school, I went to the hospital as usual to visit Ma Yan. When I opened the door to her ward, it was completely empty. The bed was neatly made, and all her belongings were gone. I double-checked the room number to ensure I hadn't made a mistake. Where's the patient in this room? I asked a nurse I ran into in the hallway, the same one who had administered injections to Ma Yan before. She was discharged, the nurse replied. I frowned. When did that happen? She hadn't mentioned anything about being discharged when I visited last night. This morning, the nurse said. Her friends came to pick her up. Friends? I thought of the company's medical examination team. Were there 3 men and 2 women? The men looked a bit gloomy, and the women were quite attractive. The nurse nodded. That's right. Was she fit to be discharged? Why wouldn't she be? She's in good health. Resting at home is perfectly fine. She even signed the discharge papers herself, the nurse replied, looking puzzled. I see, I said. Walking back into the hospital room, I noticed a piece of paper on the neatly folded blanket. It was Ma Yan's handwriting. Qin Zhe, I've been discharged. You were right, people should look forward and embrace a new life. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. Your martial exam is approaching, and I don't want to hold up your training. Qin Zhe, you must become a martial artist. Once I've fully recovered, I'll come find you. By then, you should already be a martial artist after passing the exam. Looking forward to our next meeting. Don't worry about me. Ma Yan. After reading the letter, I let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, from the tone of the letter, it seemed Ma Yan had willingly left with the company's people. Although questions lingered in my mind, the fact that she was able to move forward was something to be thankful for. Ring, ring. Just as I stepped out of the hospital room, my phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, my face froze as if I'd seen a ghost. It was Qin Yu, who had blocked me a long time ago. Qin Zhe, your queen has returned. Hurry and receive me. I stood at the exit of the passenger terminal, glancing at the time on my terminal every now and then. Qin Yu had said on the phone that she'd arrive in 20 minutes, but nearly an hour had passed. The station was bustling with activity in the evening, beggars and homeless people huddled in corners, dozing off, pickpockets darting their sharp eyes around, searching for targets, and middle-aged women holding up signs for hotels, soliciting customers in the crowd. 81 a night, hot water included. Hey, handsome, looking to relax. Massage and lodging, just around the corner. Yawning, I politely declined the offers from two of the women. Another coach pulled into the station, and a crowd of people spilled out. From a distance, I spotted a red dress waving at me. It was Qin Yu. We shared some resemblance in our facial features, though hers were more refined. She had been known as a beauty since childhood. I stepped forward and took the two oversized suitcases from her. Why were you delayed? Qin Yu patted her shoulder and sighed, don't even mention it. A pack of mutant beasts showed up outside the city. Fortunately, the City Defense Bureau arrived in time, or you wouldn't be seeing me now. She then put on a pitiful expression, drawing the attention of nearby men. I, however, rolled my eyes. You're too tough to die that easily. I'm just glad Mom and Dad weren't traveling with you. Qin Yu shot me a glare. They're still fighting the alien tribes. They sent me back to check on you. I chuckled. How thoughtful. Thanks, I guess. When we got home, Qin Yu flopped onto the couch like a frog, completely abandoning any semblance of ladylike behavior. Golden nests, silver nests, nothing beats your own doghouse. She rolled on the couch, sniffed the air, and wrinkled her nose. Why does it smell so bloody in here? Did you start your period? My face darkened. It ended this afternoon. She got up and went to the bathroom, where she saw two cleaned fish in the basin. Earlier in the day, I had absorbed two of my duplicates and bought fish specifically to cover up the scent. My devouring ability had evolved since then. It no longer left me feeling bloated or slowed my digestion. Now, whenever my vitality was depleted, I could devour duplicates to quickly replenish it, with a 1-to-1 conversion rate, allowing me to maintain endless stamina in battle. My little brother has grown up. He knows how to cook for his sister now, Qin Yu said, grinning from ear to ear. Let's call Ma Yan over later to taste your cooking. It's been ages since we last saw her. I spoke in a low voice. Sis, I need to talk to you about something. Qin Yu blinked. Don't tell me, you two are together now. Together my foot. I knocked her on the head. Qin Yu, when will your brain function normally? Clutching her head, she looked at me pitifully. Then what is it? Taking a deep breath, I started from the arson case and recounted everything up to Ma Yan's sudden departure after being discharged. My sister's once bright eyes dimmed. Ma Yan has always been stubborn. She probably thinks you've done too much for her and doesn't want to hold you back from your martial arts exam, she said softly. The atmosphere turned heavy, so I changed the subject. I'm officially a martial artist now. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Really? I flexed my arms, and the aura of a first-level martial artist burst forth. Seeing the shock on her face, my vanity soared. Impressive. She grabbed my arm, showering me with flattery. Ah Zhe, you're amazing. When you make it big, don't forget your sister. Puffed up with pride, I replied, behave yourself, and I'll let you live the high life with me. Qin Yu grinned mischievously. Yes, sir. Back then, my sister's aptitude had been poor, so she hadn't taken the martial arts exam. After graduation, she didn't work, relying instead on Dad's money while playing cute. Now, in her eyes, I was her golden ticket. I want fish. I'll cook. She eagerly picked up the basin of fish and headed to the kitchen. I smirked inwardly. After years of living under her shadow, I had finally turned the tables. Chinyu, oh Chinyu, who would have thought you'd have your day? The Makar delegation arrived in Jiang City at 9 a.m. today. The city lord of Jiang City led a team to greet them, and the two sides held amicable talks. A welcoming banquet is scheduled for 8 p.m. tonight at the Jiang City Grand Hotel. It is reported that the Makar delegation's visit will involve a joint exploration of Jiang City's anomalous zone, further deepening cooperation between the human and Makar races. I was eating breakfast while watching the midday news. Last night, Chinyu had gone on a spree, dragging me around to look at cars. According to her, with the child's success comes the mother's glory, and once I passed the martial arts exam and made a name for myself, she too would need a car to match her status. She even fantasized about buying a villa. It wasn't until the wee hours of the morning that she finally let me go to bed. Thankfully, it was the weekend, so I didn't have school. The Makar race and humans looked quite similar in appearance, except for their pointed, elongated ears, which made them resemble elves. I suddenly thought of Teacher Yao. I had no idea what race she belonged to, but her golden blood was definitely extraordinary. The delegation had arrived, and the grand show was about to begin. Up so early, planning to take the graduate exam? Chinyu shuffled out in her slippers, yawning. I'm busy tonight, so you'll have to handle dinner yourself, I said, wiping my mouth with a napkin. Chinyu, still groggy, rested her face on the table. Oh. I pulled out 200 yuan and slapped it next to her face. If you're too lazy to cook, order takeout. She perked up immediately, snatching the money. My little brother finally knows how to spend on his big sister. Standing up, I said, I'm off. Chinyu eagerly saw me to the door. Come back soon, Ah Zay. In the enforcement department's executive officer's office, the dashing young man sat in his chair, analyzing the latest updates on the anomalous zone. Last night, after the poisonous gas incident, there had been a deafening explosion, causing the anomalous zone to tremble violently, only to fall silent once more. The officer furrowed his brows. Delving deeper into the zone was now an urgent priority. Young master, a cat-eared maid knocked and entered. A child just delivered this invitation, insisting I hand it to you personally. It's signed by the Black Circus. The Black Circus? Hand it over immediately. The officer's face darkened. He had been searching for traces of the Black Circus for days, but they seemed to have vanished into thin air. Now, out of the blue, they'd sent an invitation. He was determined to find out what they were up to. The invitation was exquisite, black and elegant, with a striking flame pattern at its center. The handsome commander nodded in satisfaction. From the invitation, he could discern that the other party had decent taste, suitable to serve as opponents. However, upon opening the invite, his brows furrowed deeply. The handwriting inside was crooked and messy, resembling tadpoles. Even a first-grade student could write more neatly than this. The message read, We sincerely invite your department to meet at 8 p.m. tonight in Banquet Hall No. 1 of Jiangqing Grand Hotel. Simple refreshments have been prepared, and we await your esteemed presence. Heisey Circus. Bang! The handsome commander's fury erupted as he slammed his palm onto the solid wooden desk, shattering it into fragments. The maid stood silently nearby, seemingly accustomed to such outbursts. Provocation. This is blatant provocation, he roared. The location, Banquet Hall No. 1 of Jiangqing Grand Hotel, was precisely where the Maka clan's welcome banquet was being held tonight. Inviting the enforcement department to the same place at the same time, what else could this be if not a challenge? But something didn't sit right. The handsome commander's initial rage cooled, and he began to think more clearly. What was the circus's aim in doing this? If they truly intended to stir up trouble at the banquet, why notify the enforcement department in advance? Wouldn't that simply prompt them to heighten their vigilance? He pondered over it for a long time but couldn't come to a conclusion. Regardless, their intentions were now laid bare. No matter the reason, he had made up his mind. Tonight, he would confront this group of Heisey. Originally, he had no interest in such banquets and hadn't planned to attend. Well done, he sneered. You've successfully caught my attention. The maid spoke softly, Young master, the boy delivering the invitation is still waiting in the reception hall. He said the letter was handed to him by a man wearing a bullhead mask. Do you wish to question him further? The handsome commander waved dismissively. That group is cautious. They wouldn't reveal any flaws in front of a child. Let him go. After a moment's thought, he added, prepare my evening attire. I'll attend the banquet tonight. At the circus's base, the Heisey were gathered together. I saw the Law King return and asked, was the invitation delivered? The Law King raised a hand in an okay gesture. Bought it for 5 cents on the street. I wrote it myself. I nodded in approval. Once he sees the invitation, he'll definitely come tonight. Anyone with even a bit of pride can't tolerate being provoked. Turning to the group, I announced, Brother Devourer, go fetch the second lead of tonight's show. The rest of you, get your makeup on and prepare. We take the stage in less than 3 hours. The various clones couldn't contain their excitement. Got it. We're all seasoned performers. Can I switch to the self-destruction team? I've been wanting to try blowing myself up. The self-destruction team is full. Sign up earlier next time. I'm new here. Any tips for a first-time performance? I'm so nervous. Relax with a bit of adhesive gel. By a trash bin in the northern part of the city, a ragged beggar huddled on the ground. Occasionally, passers-by tossed coins into his tin bowl, and the beggar would bless each one fervently with wishes for longevity. Pisces had been posing as a beggar for over 10 days now. No one from the circus had shown up to make contact. He began to worry his cover had been blown. However, given that even 9th-level martial artists struggled to detect his abilities, it seemed unlikely that a group of rookies would figure him out. He reasoned that the circus might simply not care about such a small outpost. So, he decided to keep waiting. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of Pisces. Without looking up, he instinctively muttered, "May your business thrive, your health endure, and your fame spread far and wide." "It's me," came a deep voice. Startled, Pisces looked up to see a man wearing a lion mask standing before him. Was this a lightning wielder? Pisces wasn't sure. A martial artist's level could be discerned from their chi and blood, but innate abilities only became clear when the individual demonstrated them. "Sir. Sir." Pisces immediately bowed in deference. As a second-level martial artist, he knew his position would be considered middle tier in the circus. Showing respect was only prudent. "I just came from the outpost." "Where are the other 3? The lion-masked man demanded coldly. Pisces trembled. They've all fled. It's just been me these past days." The lion-masked man's fury was palpable. "Traitors. When I catch them, I'll tear them limb from limb." Then he placed a hand on Pisces' shoulder. "You've done well. The organization needs loyal people like you." Pisces was elated. Was this his chance to infiltrate their inner circle? "Your orders are my command. I'm willing to climb mountains of blades and dive into seas of fire for you," he declared, his loyalty unshakable. The lion-masked man nodded in satisfaction. "Follow me. Tonight, you'll join me at the banquet." Pisces was both surprised and flattered. "I'm not worthy of accompanying you to such an event." The lion-masked man basked in the flattery, his tail metaphorically wagging. "Did you really think we're going there to feast? Last time, that bastard Yunshan humiliated us. I've heard he'll be at the alien welcome banquet tonight. We Heizi always repay our debts. Tonight, he'll pay. Yunshan. That's Wang Biao." Pisces was ecstatic. If Wang Biao had escaped the circus's clutches, that meant he still had the key. Pisces immediately decided to play along and infiltrate the venue. "He deserves to die," Pisces declared with feigned indignation. "Follow me. I have an important task for you," the lion-masked man commanded, leading Pisces out of the northern district. At 8 p.m. in Banquet Hall No. 1 of Jiangqing Grand Hotel, dozens of martial artists watched the stage as performers welcomed the guests. Seated at the head table were the city lord of Jiangqing and the delegation leader of the Maka clan. To the city lord's left sat the handsome commander. When the performance ended, the actors took their bows and exited the stage as the audience applauded. The host stepped forward to announce the next act, but just as they began to speak, click, all the lights went out, plunging the hall into darkness. "So, it begins." I straightened up in my seat, shedding my earlier nonchalance. Though the hall was dark, advanced martial artists like myself had no trouble seeing in the shadows. I scanned the surroundings, leaving no corner unchecked, but found nothing unusual. Was it truly just an accident? The city lord quickly tried to reassure the alien delegation leader. "It's just some old wiring. The power will be back on shortly." The delegation leader nodded. "Inferior species, outdated infrastructure, it's understandable." The city lord's face flushed with embarrassment as he silently cursed the electrical engineers. I scoffed coldly. If the Maka clan is so superior, why bother meddling in the world of us so-called inferior species? The delegation leader's smug expression faltered. "We're only here for your benefit. Without the protection of the human race, how could you hope to survive the abyss or harness the will of this world?" I countered sharply, "If that's the case, then you can leave tomorrow. We don't need your concern." The delegation leader's face turned dark with anger. The city lord anxiously tried to mediate. "Humans and the Maka clan have cooperated for years. We're practically family, let's not make this about sides." The delegation leader seized the opportunity to de-escalate. "Speaking of family, how's your sister doing these days?" I crossed my arms and stared at the stage, replying in a low voice, "She's doing very well. There's no need for you to worry." The delegation leader smirked faintly. "She's had a hard life, hasn't she? Born surrounded by misfortune. Perhaps her very existence was a mistake. My energy erupted in a fierce wave. The delegation leader slammed his right hand on the armrest of his chair, unleashing his own advanced martial artist aura. The two forces collided in the air, neither side willing to back down. The city lord was caught in the middle, feeling like a small boat about to capsize in a raging storm. Can you two consider for a moment that I'm just a mid-level martial artist? I can't handle this, he thought to himself, sweat pouring down his back. Crack. The chair beneath the delegation leader gave way, shattering into powder with a loud bang. Though he remained seated, his face was grim. This round, he had lost. Both of us withdrew our auras simultaneously. A smirk tugged at my lips. Someone, bring a new chair for the esteemed Maca delegation leader. The city lord wiped his brow and shouted into the darkness, where is the electrical engineer? Why isn't the power back yet? 5 more minutes, and I'll have your head. His assistant hurried off to relay the order. Hello. Hello. A deep male voice suddenly boomed from the sound system. A piercing screech of feedback followed, causing everyone's heads to ring. What the hell, the voice exclaimed, clearly startled by the noise. Sorry about that, first-time mistake. Hello? Can everyone hear me now? The city lord's frown deepened. What on earth was happening backstage? He was furious, determined to twist the head off the general manager after the banquet ended. Meanwhile, I frowned, sensing a strange atmosphere. The host just remembered they left the gas on at home and went back to check. I'll be hosting the rest of the program, a voice echoed through the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, next up, we present the stage play Chaos Unleashed, performed by the Black Circus. Please give a big round of applause to welcome the Little Blackies. Showtime. Rousing and intense music erupted, igniting the crowd. I raised an eyebrow and immediately issued orders through my earpiece, target spotted. Everyone, proceed according to the plan. My expression turned grim. These little blackies were audacious to show up here. Tonight, we must capture them all in one fell swoop. The leader of the foreign delegation was intrigued. He had witnessed countless welcome performances, but something this bizarre was a first. It seemed mysterious, maybe even interesting. Suddenly, the spotlights from the ceiling illuminated the stage, and over a dozen individuals wearing animal masks descended swiftly from ropes. Finally, the city lord sensed that something was amiss. Where's security? Take these people down. 40+ martial artist security guards sprang into action, charging towards the stage at the city lord's command. At that moment, the host's voice echoed again through the speakers. Act 1, Art is. Patrick Starr. Boom. 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 Almost simultaneously, 13 individuals wearing animal masks detonated themselves on stage. The advancing security guards, unprepared, were thrown into disarray. Those at the forefront, eager to claim credit, were blasted dozens of meters away, their bodies embedding into the walls, flattened like two-dimensional figures that couldn't be pried out. Clap, 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 clap. 9 representatives of the Maca clan, including the delegation leader, enthusiastically applauded. Known as a warrior race, the Maca clan loved such blood-pumping performances. The delegation leader praised, art. This is pure art. How did they achieve those self-detonation effects? They're so realistic. The city lord could only roll his eyes. How was he supposed to answer that? His head was spinning from the sheer impact of witnessing over a dozen people blowing themselves up simultaneously. He couldn't fathom where this group of lunatics came from or what they wanted. A bunch of low-level martial artists blowing themselves up. Did they really think they could harm foreign dignitaries? At best, they might frighten some low-tier martial artists. The stage was left in ruins after the explosion. The darkness, combined with the smoke and chaos, made it nearly impossible to see. Among the high-level martial artists present, only the foreign delegation leader and I remained. The lights were switched off, leaving everyone else in the dark. Amidst the disorder, another group of individuals wearing animal masks rushed out from backstage, shouting nonsensical slogans. Banzai. For the tribe. De Biao, get out here. It's freaking Wang Biao. Oh, Wang de Biao, come out and face your death. Behind the curtain, I was taken aback. Over a dozen people had just blown themselves up without hesitation, seemingly thrilled before doing so, even fighting for the chance to be the first. What was going on with this circus? Their brainwashing techniques were terrifying. Even the so-called lunatics from the fair society weren't this insane. Compared to them, this circus was the real deal. I was now itching to meet the circus leader, to learn how they'd managed to train their people to such a degree of loyalty. Not even death squads were this devoted. What are you spacing out for? It's your turn to go on stage, Brother Devour snapped me out of my thoughts. What's my mission tonight? I asked, regaining focus. Tonight's target is Wang Biao. He's disguised as a waiter and hiding near the foreign delegation. I've shown you his photo, remember what he looks like? I nodded. Got it. Good. Your job is to blend into the chaos with them, find Wang Biao, and pull him out. Once you've located him, report his position immediately, and I'll deal with him. He's carrying a key. Bring it back, and there will be a reward for you, Brother Devour explained. I sneered inwardly. These fools really thought the key was just an ordinary key. For now, the key still seemed to be on Wang Biao. Capturing him would fulfill the guildmaster's orders. Spacing out again. Move it. Brother Devour smacked the back of my head. I couldn't help but think, high-level martial artists sure had a satisfying texture when hit. I was on the verge of losing my temper. It had been years since anyone dared treat me this way, my fists were itching to retaliate. But, not wanting to blow my cover, I suppressed my anger and charged out with the last batch of little blackies. Seeing this, Brother Devour smirked and reported through the local network, he's in. In the director's room, I sat leisurely with a microphone in hand. The original director and staff were tied up in the corner, replaced by 10 little blackies now running the show. Hearing Brother Devour's report, I smiled and said, excellent. Let Thousand Faces take the stage. Then, I picked up the microphone and announced, next, we present Act 2, Biao, where do you think you're going? On the ground floor, the handsome big shot's face darkened. Did he just hear what he thought he heard? Wang Biao was here too. All the little blackies rushing out were shouting for Wang Biao. Suddenly, it clicked, the circus was after Wang Biao. But hadn't Wang Biao already been swapped out by the circus? Could he have escaped later? And what was he planning to do here? Just as one question was answered, a dozen more popped up. The big shot suddenly felt like a chess piece on a board, but he couldn't pinpoint where things had gone wrong. He tried to piece it all together, but there was no time, the little blackies were closing in. Meanwhile, the foreign delegation leader was still applauding. This is the best welcome performance I've ever seen. The city lord's face turned even darker. Sir, how have you survived this long? Delegation leader, please take your people to safety, the city lord urged. The delegation leader looked puzzled. Why? He pushed the city lord aside, annoyed. You're blocking my view. I want to watch the show. A little blackie charged at him with a baseball bat. Their eyes met. Little blackie, why isn't this foreign old man dodging? Delegation leader, is this an interactive segment? Duong. The baseball bat struck the delegation leader's head with a crack. The bat snapped in half, leaving the little blackie's hand trembling. Holy crap. He's this tough. The city lord reacted first, punching the little blackie in the chest. The blackie's chest caved in as they flew back into the backstage area like a sandbag. The foreign delegation leader's face turned livid. Zhao City Lord, you'd better have an explanation for this. He, a high-level martial artist, just got smacked on the head by a low-level martial artist. If word got out, it would be humiliating. I'll have my men escort you to safety first. Once we've dealt with the rioters, I'll explain everything, the city lord said firmly. The delegation leader frowned. Rioters? Aren't they actors? The city lord's face twitched. The bat literally broke over your head, and you still think they're actors. The delegation leader's face reddened as he turned to lead his representatives away. Tonight's audience wasn't just Jiang City's elite martial artists, their families had come too, most of whom were ordinary people. When the chaos broke out, the martial artists' first instinct was to escort their families out. At the same time, the outer security rushed in upon hearing the explosions, causing a bottleneck at the venue's entrance. Move! Why are you all blocking the way? Who just grabbed my butt? Let the security through first. Where's the engineer? Turn the lights back on. I'm not a high-level martial artist, I can't see a thing. The venue descended into utter chaos. I moved stealthily through the crowd, searching for Wang Biao. Soon, a suspicious waiter caught my attention. He was sneaking toward the foreign delegation. It's Wang Biao. I recognized his face and felt a surge of excitement. After all the trouble searching, here he was, practically delivered to me by the circus. What luck! But why was he approaching the foreign delegation? Thousand Faces, disguised as Wang Biao, had been keeping an eye on me. Noticing my recognition, he smiled inwardly. Thousand Faces kicked off the ground and leaped onto the table. You alien scum, where do you think you're going? Hand over the key. Today, I, Wang Biao, have only 3 goals, fairness, fairness, and more fairness. The alien captain frowned. How does he know I have the key? Meanwhile, the dashing swordsman slapped his thigh, realization dawning on him. Wang Biao came for the key, it all made sense now. But the matter of the key and the world's will was top secret. How much did Wang Biao know? I paused, glancing at the alien captain. So, the aliens have a key too. That means there are 2. The guild leader never mentioned this. What now? I quickly made up my mind, if there are 2 keys, I'll take them both. Starting with Wang Biao's. No more pretenses, I unleashed the aura of a high-level martial artist, sweeping across the room. The dashing swordsman and the alien captain both turned to look at me, but their thoughts clearly differed. Crash! The second-floor windows shattered as dozens of enforcers leaped in, surrounding the scene. Why is it so dark in here? Someone turn on the lights. Where's the target the chief mentioned? Who knows, it's pitch black everywhere. Hey, quit shoving. The enforcers who had broken in on the dashing swordsman's orders were immediately thrown into confusion upon landing. It was too dark, utterly pitch black. The overcast sky offered no moonlight. The director's room was on the second floor, giving me a clear view of the venue. I had prepared night vision goggles in advance and handed them to my clone beside me, who was now feeding intel to the little shadows below. The little shadows in the venue had activated their full map visibility and were causing chaos everywhere. The newly arrived enforcers were the first to suffer. The little shadows might not have much combat power individually, but their numbers were overwhelming. The enforcers felt surrounded by swarms of flies, impossible to hit, impossible to drive away. Playing dirty, attacking below the belt. Pair up, back to back. Fire the signal flares and regroup with the chief. Kick my backside one more time, and I swear I'll lose it. The scene was utter chaos. The dashing swordsman's expression darkened. This was not what he had expected. A dignified high-level martial artist, yet he was being toyed with by a group of nobodies. However, his attention was mostly on Pisces, the sudden appearance of another high-level martial artist. Could Pisces be the mastermind behind the circus? On the other side, the alien captain was panicking. We've been set up. One of the accompanying alien members was confused. Set up? How? The alien captain sneered. This so-called riot is a ruse orchestrated by the humans themselves to steal our key amidst the chaos. The alien member gasped. Are they mad? That's tantamount to breaking the treaty. The alien captain responded coldly, we don't have time to worry about that. Break through with all your strength, ensure the key's safety. The alien delegation consisted of 9 members, the captain, a high-level martial artist, accompanied by 3 mid-level and 5 low-level martial artists. Boom! The alien captain punched the main door, a violet-flamed fist of a 7th-tier martial artist crashing into the crowd. Bang! The dashing swordsman descended from above, blocking the attack. What are you doing? He demanded, face livid. Attacking your own allies? Do you take me for a blind man? The alien captain replied coldly, open the door. Don't think I don't know your intentions. Tonight's chaos was your doing. The dashing swordsman frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? The alien captain sneered, if it's not true, then let us leave. Leave? No one's leaving tonight. Not far from the dashing swordsman and the alien captain, a 2-meter-tall mirror appeared in midair. In the next moment, Pisces stepped out of the mirror. The ragged beggar disguise vanished, replaced by a black robe and a golden mask. Fairness Society, both the dashing swordsman and the alien captain exclaimed simultaneously. Now do you believe this wasn't orchestrated by humans? The dashing swordsman asked. When Pisces appeared, the dashing swordsman had entertained countless possibilities but never imagined it would involve one of the 12 constellations of the Fairness Society. Was the Black Shadow Circus merely their puppet? Or had Pisces truly entered the fray? If it were the latter, the circus's power was far more terrifying than expected. Hand over the key, and I'll give you a swift end, Pisces declared. Initially, he had planned to capture Wang Biao, but seeing that the alien delegation was trying to escape, he couldn't let the prize slip away. Wang Biao, a mere 5th-tier martial artist, could be dealt with later. You scared me half to death. 1,000 Faces patted his chest in relief. When Pisces locked his aura on him, he thought he was done for. The internet buzzed with my message, get into position, the next act is about to start. 1,000 Faces quietly edged closer to the window. At that moment, the high-level martial artist battle commenced. The alien captain struck first, his violet-flamed right fist aiming straight for Pisces' face. The golden mask cracked and spread across his entire body before shattering into countless fragments like glass. Behind you. The dashing swordsman wielded a 3-foot-long sword, thrusting it toward the alien captain's back. The blade's cold glint arrived first, its sword energy roaring like a dragon. The sword energy exploded behind the captain, shattering another Pisces into fragments. The alien captain broke into a cold sweat. If not for the dashing swordsman, he would have been sent to meet his ancestors. Hee. Pisces let out a sinister laugh. Which is the real me? And which is the real you? Mirrors appeared all around, reflecting images of them and Pisces. Which is real? Which is fake? The mirror images stepped out, attacking the two from all directions. Cheap tricks. Violet flames rose from beneath the alien captain's feet, burning away the approaching images. However, his chi and mental energy were rapidly depleting. The dashing swordsman's sword aura surrounded him, shredding any image within 2 steps. This ends now, the dashing swordsman declared. Several blades fused into one, emitting a brilliant white light before transforming into a sapphire blue blade. Cloud Cleaver. The reflection of the blade gleamed in his eyes as the sword shot skyward before crashing down. Its azure light swept across the room like a white ribbon, reducing dozens of mirrors to dust. In the director's room, my eyes widened. Is this what a battle between experts looks like? The techniques are so dazzling, I'm envious. I want to be this powerful too. Clap. 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 Pisces applauded, stepping out of a newly formed mirror. As expected of Yao Yuan, the so-called sword immortal of the human race. Yao Yuan, the dashing swordsman, narrowed his eyes. We're both 7th tier. 2 against 1, you can't win. Hee. Pisces' sinister laugh rang out again. Who said I was alone? Crack. The ground of the venue split apart. Emerald green buds sprouted, rapidly growing into over 2-meter-tall budding roses. As the petals unfurled, a woman in a red dress and a white fox mask stood atop the flower's core. I spat out the soda I had just been drinking in the director's room. What the? Chinyu. After living with my sister for 18 years, I could recognize her even if she turned to ashes. Mask or not, that posture was unmistakable. The woman in the red dress scattered a handful of seeds onto the ground. Dozens of pea plants grew rapidly to 2 meters tall. The pods burst open, and black-robed figures leaped out one by one. You're finally here, Pisces said with a smile. After tonight, we're even, the woman in red responded coldly. In the director's room, I frowned deeply. That's not Chinyu. The voice is off, and her build isn't quite right. Voices can be faked, but body shapes? Impossible. Still, her posture is eerily similar. No matter. It's time for the final act. Yao Yuan's expression turned serious. Another 7th-tier martial artist. Who is this woman? He'd never heard of her before, and her attitude didn't suggest she was part of the Fairness Society. The alien captain, meanwhile, was panting heavily from his rapidly depleting chi and mental energy. Testing. A voice crackled through the sound system. Up next, enjoy Act 3, No Escape. A beam of light illuminated the scene, focusing on Thousand Faces, who was halfway through climbing out a window, now awkwardly perched on the windowsill. In the pitch-dark venue, Thousand Faces was exceptionally conspicuous. Everyone turned to look. Got stuck, Thousand Faces grimaced, raising a hand in greeting. Hi there. Seize him. Yao Yuan and Pisces shouted in unison. The Enforcers and Fairness Society members lunged toward Thousand Faces like ravenous wolves. Sayonara. Thousand Faces snatched a rat mask from the ground, slapped it on, and flipped out the window. In the director's room, I stretched lazily. Tonight's performance had a few minor hiccups, but overall, it was a success. Now, all that's left is to clean up outside. Retreat, and don't forget to bring back the bodies of our brothers, I said, glancing at the 4 advanced martial artists locked in a standoff in the hall before turning away and leaving. Capture Wang Biao. Fairness Society, step aside. Law enforcement, move. Take this. Eat my fist. Jiangqing Resort Hotel was located halfway up a hillside on the outskirts of the city. After leaping out of a window, Thousand Faces bolted with all his might, with both the law enforcers and the Fairness Society members in hot pursuit. The 2 factions were already at odds, and now chasing the same target only ignited further chaos. Before long, they turned on each other. The law enforcers brought 3 adjudicators, while the Fairness Society had 2 mid-tier martial artists. Old grudges flared up, and the mid-tier martial artists fought fiercely, dragging others into the fray. Only a dozen or so members from both sides continued the chase, tacitly agreeing not to fight until the target was caught. The one in the black server jacket is Wang Biao, someone shouted. Hearing this, Thousand Faces quickly shed his jacket and tossed it into a roadside bush. The one in the white shirt is Wang Biao, came another call. Grinding his teeth, Thousand Faces unbuttoned his shirt while running, then flung it away. The shirtless one is Wang Biao. Are you kidding me? Thousand Faces cursed loudly. Spotting a patch of waist-high wild grass up ahead, he veered sharply and dove into it. Ah, I fell, he cried out dramatically, collapsing with a theatrical thud and burying himself in the grass. At the same time, a shirtless clone wearing a rat mask emerged from his body. Good brother, the rest is up to you. I will forever honor you by carving your name onto the Chinza monument. Thousand Faces said, patting the clone on the shoulder with a look of solemn determination. The clone, however, seemed thrilled. Perfect. I missed out on the self-destruct squad, so I finally get to experience what it feels like to blow up. The clone stood up and shouted at the pursuers, come on, your daddy's right here. To cover for Thousand Faces, the clone sprinted off in the opposite direction as fast as he could. Thousand Faces stayed hidden in the grass, not daring to make a sound. Only after the pursuers had all chased after the clone did he begin to slowly roll away toward safety. 15 minutes later, the clone reached the edge of a cliff, with 7 law enforcers hot on his heels. Several members of the Fairness Society had been intercepted earlier by other law enforcers. Damn, he's fast. Wang Biao, you're under arrest. This cliff is over 200 meters high, falling off would flatten even a mid-tier martial artist. Don't make this harder for yourself. Come quietly. The 7 enforcers pulled out golden shackles and formed a formation. Though they faced only a 5th-tier martial artist, they remained cautious, knowing the adjudicators were on their way. Their goal was to stall for time. Sigh. The clone let out a long sigh, then turned to face the 7 law enforcers. I, Wang Biao, have fought for fairness my entire life. Today, I risked everything to seize the key, unwilling to see the wealth of humanity fall into the hands of other races. Betrayed by scoundrels, now surrounded by traitors like you, it seems my life ends here. Ha ha ha. The clone threw his head back in manic laughter, dramatically overplaying his role. The 7 law enforcers exchanged confused glances. What was going on? Wasn't this supposed to be a fierce fight? Why was he suddenly giving a melodramatic speech? And since when did they become the villains? Yes, the key is with me. The clone's voice rose, filled with righteous indignation. Rather than let it fall into the hands of other races, it's better for it to vanish with me. In the struggle against other races, sacrifices must be made. Today, I will be the first. When I am gone, others will fight for humanity's interests, not out of conscience, but because I was here. As soon as he finished speaking, the clone's skin turned bright red. He's going to self-destruct, one of the enforcers yelled. The 7 of them scrambled to retreat. With a thunderous boom, a cloud of blood mist drifted down the cliffside. The 7 law enforcers cautiously approached the edge and peered down at one another. What did he mutter just now? The wind was too loud, I couldn't catch it. For someone so indignant, why did he make us seem like the bad guys? Is that all the power a 5th-tier martial artist's self-destruction has? It's like a fart. Who knows? Have you ever seen a 5th-tier martial artist self-destruct? Nope, you. Me neither. Alright, he's gone. Let's head back and report. The 7 law enforcers, thoroughly bewildered, headed back the way they came. The number 1 banquet hall was in ruins. The glass windows were all shattered, the walls reduced to just the load-bearing ones, and the floor was covered in thick green vines. In the center of the hall stood 2 large spheres woven from thorny vines. A woman in a red dress and Pisces stood nearby. Pleasure working with you, Pisces said with a smile. He had tipped off the woman in red before coming to the banquet, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to face 2 opponents alone. The woman in red snorted coldly. We're even. Pisces nodded. The handsome commander and the alien faction leader had both been subdued. The woman in red was about to leave when she suddenly felt a powerful sword aura emanating from one of the vine spheres. Not good, act now. Pisces' expression darkened as he waved his hand, conjuring mirrors around the thorny sphere. The woman in red's eyes flashed with surprise. To be able to fight back even while restrained by poison vines, this was a first for her. Crack, crack, crack. The mirrors shattered one by one, their shards like blades shooting toward the vine sphere releasing the sword aura. Boom! White sword energy erupted into the sky, obliterating the vines and mirror shards. The handsome commander stood on the shattered ground, sword in hand, his clothes billowing. His eyes blazed with unstoppable sword intent, his entire being exuding a chilling sharpness as though he himself had become a sword capable of cutting through anything. Neither the woman in red nor Pisces dared to meet his gaze directly. He broke through. Pisces was shaken to his core. Without a word, he turned and dove into the mirror behind him. The woman in red moved even faster, her body exploding into a flurry of rose petals that flew swiftly out the window. At that moment, white sword light surged from the handsome commander, blasting away the top 12 floors of the hotel. The night sky lit up like daylight as the sword light rendered the upper levels of the hotel into nothingness, leaving the building a towering platform. Thud. The handsome commander fell to one knee, his aura rapidly fading. Sigh, I still can't fully control this power, he muttered. The vines binding the alien faction leader withered, leaving the pale-faced leader slumped on the ground. Is this how you humans treat your guests? The leader asked bitterly, having narrowly escaped with his life that night. The handsome commander slowly rose. The Fairness Society has always been elusive. No one could have predicted their actions tonight. His words implied that tonight's events were merely an accident. Get some rest. We'll discuss the development of Jiangqing's anomaly in a few days. The handsome commander's sword disappeared as he left the hall. The alien leader exhaled deeply, finally dropping his pretense. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Though he had narrowly escaped death, the key was safe, and Jiangqing's anomaly could still be developed. The mission wasn't a failure. Having made my way down the mountain, I looked back at the hotel, its roof blown clean off, and couldn't help but marvel. The power of an advanced martial artist is terrifying, I thought to myself. Witnessing their battle firsthand tonight gave me a newfound sense of urgency to grow stronger. Though the performance was a success, I couldn't rely on luck every time. Using advanced martial artists as pawns was far too risky. I resolved to push my clone to train harder tonight, no slacking allowed. Still, with Pisces' problem resolved and no one suspecting that the key was with the circus, everything had ended with Brother Biao's self-destruction. First, though, dinner. I rubbed my growling stomach. Busy directing the night's events, I hadn't even had time for dinner, just a bottle of cola. Back at home, I pounded on Qin Yu's door. Qin Yu, I know you're in there. Open up. Click. The door creaked open, and Qin Yu, yawning, glared at me. What's your problem? I scrutinized her closely. She genuinely seemed to have been sleeping the whole time. Her hair was a mess, and besides, Qin Yu was an A-cup, there was no way the red-dressed woman from the hotel, at least a C-cup, could be her. Give me your hand, I said, grabbing her wrist. There was no blood energy fluctuation. Overthinking it. I muttered to myself, how could it possibly be that salted fish at home? What sort of craziness are you on about now? Qin Yu rolled her eyes. Nothing, forget it. Dismissed. I pressed her forehead and gently pushed her back into her room, closing the door behind her. Then, I went to the kitchen, cooked a bowl of noodles, ate it, and returned to my room to lie down and review tonight's operation. My clones were particularly excited, chattering non-stop. Our circus really made a name for itself tonight. Made a name? More like ended up on a wanted list. From now on, we're experienced performers too. Even without Devourer Bro and the Law Lord, our little Blackie can still put on quite the show. This is the process of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. Their noise was giving me a headache. Stop squabbling and get back to training. If you don't work hard, how am I supposed to get stronger? All the clones. Wow, I've never seen someone so shameless. When is Qin Zhe gonna kick the bucket? Don't. If he dies, we disappear too. Then let's all go together. I want to see rivers of blood. Same here. After arguing for a bit longer, they finally quieted down. At present, two things were important, the martial arts exam in 50 days and the otherworldly realm. I had planned to explore the realm after the exam, but the visit from the Maka tribe disrupted my plans. If the Maka tribe finds a way into the sanctuary, that would be disastrous. After weighing the situation, I decided to find an opportunity to enter the realm again soon. I had a gut feeling that the key was somehow connected to it. I looked down at the small tree on my chest and murmured to myself, what door do you open, exactly? The dashing man had just finished his bath and was now lounging on the sofa, savoring the maid's massage, sipping red wine, his eyes half closed as he mentally reviewed the night's events. Wang Biao's self-destruction had caught him off guard. Judging by his last words, the key was gone too. The dashing man couldn't understand Wang Biao's intentions. Was it all just to warn humanity? How foolish. Then there was the circus. They had completely disrupted the banquet, lost several of their own people, and ultimately gained nothing before fleeing. The dashing man furrowed his brows. It felt as though an invisible hand was orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Was it the Fairness Association? The circus? Or someone else entirely? He sighed. No matter how he pieced it together, there was a missing thread tying it all. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door broke his thoughts. Come in, he said, setting down his wine glass. The door opened, and a hurried adjudicator stepped in. Executor, sir, there's been an incident in the realm. The dashing man raised an eyebrow. Trouble never comes alone. What happened? The adjudicator reported, a large group of S-class mutated beasts suddenly appeared. Our side suffered heavy casualties and has completely withdrawn from the realm. A few days later, in a street tavern in Snow City, North Border, a large man wearing a black cotton hood strode in, snow and wind swirling behind him as he quickly shut the door. The sudden change from cold to warmth made him shudder in comfort. A draft beer and a plate of meat, he said loudly, sitting down carelessly and pulling back his hood to reveal steam rising from his head. The tavern was a mixed bag of all sorts, assassins, mercenaries, fugitives. In a place as unique as the North Border, you'd better have some credentials to even step inside. The waiter brought the beer first. The man took a big gulp and let out a burp. The tavern was packed, every seat taken, and the noise was incessant. You new to the North Border? A middle-aged man at the same table struck up a conversation. The large man nodded. Came because I had no choice. The middle-aged man gave an understanding smile. Who here didn't? Going to explore the abyss tomorrow? Need a team? The large man shook his head. Maybe in a couple of days. Men's topics were always the same few things, and after a few drinks, the boasting began. The large man and the middle-aged man quickly got to talking about the Fairness Association. I don't think the Fairness Association is fair at all. Hypocrites, the lot of them, the middle-aged man complained. The large man found the sentiment familiar. My friend says the same thing. He says the world is rotten to its core and needs a new order. The middle-aged man chuckled. A new order? That's a first. Interesting. Is your friend here? I'd like to meet him. The large man shook his head. You ever heard of the Blackie Circus? The middle-aged man looked puzzled. Who watches traditional circuses nowadays? The large man smiled faintly, taking a sip of beer. It's a group kind of like the Fairness Association. The New Order idea is theirs. When they come to the north border, I'll introduce you. The middle-aged man nodded. Deal. Cheers to that. As night deepened, the tavern grew livelier. A group of merchant-looking people walked in. The north border relied on imported grain due to its perpetual snow, so many warriors made a living as traveling merchants. At the bar, a bald drunkard asked, anything interesting going on outside lately? The bearded leader of the merchants grinned. Actually, there is. Curious and starved for news, everyone leaned in. The tavern owner even offered a beer on the house. The bearded man took a swig and began, a while back, a new realm appeared in River City. Naturally, the Fairness Association zeroed in on it. On the day the Maka tribe delegation arrived, the Fairness Association caused quite the ruckus. Everyone eagerly asked, what kind of ruckus? The Fairness Association is like a pack of dogs, wherever there's a realm, they go. Better them than the Maka tribe, at least they're human. Are you insane, saying stuff like that? The bearded man paused for effect, then continued, at the Maka tribe's welcome banquet, Pisces showed up and caused chaos. Then a mysterious woman in a red dress appeared, and the two nearly took down the entire Maka delegation. Their bad luck was having none other than Yao Yuan as the on-site executor that day. At the mention of that name, the drunkard sobered up. No way. Sword immortal Yao Yuan. No wonder Pisces lost. What's Yao Yuan doing in River City? Who knows? The bearded man relished the attention. Pisces and the woman in red escaped. It's also said that the disgrace of humanity, Wang Biao, was there too, but he self-destructed during the chase. The atmosphere grew even livelier, with people crowding around the bearded man. The large man, who had been listening intently, froze at the mention of Wang Biao self-destructed, his expression turning strange, as if he'd seen a ghost. The middle-aged man across from him noticed. What's wrong? The large man forced a smile. What if I said my name is Wang Biao, would you believe me? The middle-aged man nodded. Sure, Wang Biao is a common name, like Zhang Wei. 10 people, 3 of them are probably named Wang Biao. The large man, yeah. Damn it. Who's spreading rumors about my death? For the past few days, my life was a simple routine of home and school, eating, sleeping, training, teasing Qin. It was fulfilling in its own way. I wanted to enter the realm, but the lockdown was too strict. Without an enforcement division badge, there was no way in. Just as I was fretting, a turn of events presented itself. Through the administrator terminal surveillance, I discovered that a large group of advanced mutants had appeared in the sanctuary. They were formidable, while the warriors in the realm were not. Within half a day, the warriors had been routed, and the realm was now overrun by the mutants. Even the City Defense Bureau had retreated. For me, the more chaos, the better. Observing further, I noticed these advanced mutants seemed to be searching for something within the sanctuary. They charged around recklessly, with over 20 of them rushing into the toxic zone daily, only to die halfway through. After that, the mutants became more cautious, no longer forcing their way into the toxic area. What the hell are these mutants up to? I was puzzled. Their actions were purposeful and coordinated, almost as if they shared a single CPU. Maybe they're like us, united as a pile of crap but scattered into a messy spray. Devourer Bro and the Law Lord have both broken through to level 2. It's time to make a move. Just do it, why overthink it? After listening to my clones argue for a while, Qin finished cooking. She's taken the initiative to cook lately, probably worried that once I make it big, I won't take her along. Qin turned on the TV to watch a variety show, but I instinctively switched it to the evening news. She pouted in protest, but I ignored her. On the screen, the anchor was reading the news. The City Defense Bureau has issued a recruitment notice for freelance fighters. Those who enter the otherworld to exterminate exotic beasts will receive generous rewards. Hearing this, my eyes lit up. Opportunity has arrived. In the Enforcement Division's Grand Conference Room, Yao Yuan sat at the head of the long table. To his left were the revitalized alien faction leader and 6 other members. To his right sat the city lord and several adjudicators. "How's the fighter recruitment going?" Yao Yuan asked in a deep voice. The assistant replied, "So far, we've gathered 236 level 1 fighters, 178 level 2, 66 level 3, 12 level 4, and 1 level 5. Recruitment is still ongoing, and the numbers are expected to double by tomorrow morning when we enter the other world." Jiang City didn't originally have so many mid-tier fighters. The conditions offered by the City Defense Bureau were simply too enticing, drawing in mid-tier fighters from surrounding cities. Yao Yuan nodded. "That's enough. Tomorrow, mid-tier fighters will form a squad. The faction leader and I will personally lead the charge to eliminate the S-Class Beast Pack. The others will handle the smaller groups." The assistant added, "The Black Mountain Research Institute has provided a batch of the latest alpha serums. They're highly effective against beasts below F-Class. There's also been progress with the anti-alpha serum. Professor Lin has requested you visit the Research Institute when you have time." Yao Yuan had never been fond of relying on external aids, but he understood that others might need them. "Distribute the serums to the regular soldiers. They won't be on the front lines. Once we establish a foothold in the other world, they'll move in to construct defenses." Closing his notebook, the assistant quickly left to make arrangements. The Maka tribe leader suddenly spoke up, "Now that the action plan is set, shouldn't we discuss how to divide the world source?" Yao Yuan raised an eyebrow. "The usual rule, 50-50. The alien leader, however, shook his head. 80 for us, 20 for the humans." Yao Yuan was about to lose his temper when the leader cut him off. "I know you're in a hurry, but hold on for a moment. The abyssal tide is coming." At the mention of those 4 words, Yao Yuan's expression turned grim. "This distribution was decided by our respective higher-ups. I'm just the messenger," the alien leader said, his tone laced with amusement as he looked at Yao Yuan, as if to say, "Let's see what the so-called human sword immortal can do." After a moment's silence, Yao Yuan said, "I'll make a call." The Maka leader shrugged. "Go ahead." Yao Yuan left the conference room, returning 5 minutes later with a dark expression. "Tomorrow at 9 a.m., we enter the other world. Don't be late. We Maka are known for our punctuality." The alien leader left with his group, smirking to himself. So this is the human sword immortal. No matter how sharp a sword, it's still controlled by the one wielding it. The Maka pigs are too greedy. They're not even giving us half. The Jiang City Lord, privy to some classified information, was livid. Yao Yuan's voice was low and steady. "The abyssal tide is upon us. Without the Maka's help, we won't hold the line." He clenched his fists. Weakness, the original sin. The human race was too weak to even negotiate with the Maka tribe. The city lord frowned. "Why is the tide arriving so soon this year? Could the Maka be making it up?" Yao Yuan shook his head. "I've confirmed it." The city lord sighed. "Looks like I'll be summoned back to the abyss after this mission." The atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy. Those who had ventured into the abyss before knew the terror of the tide. It wasn't just a beast horde. "Wang Biao is dead. Your mission failed. The president is furious." Around a dimly lit round table, the voice of Leo was icy cold. Pisces, usually light-hearted, had lost his grin. "Something unexpected happened. I could have taken down Wang Biao." Regret gnawed at him. If only he hadn't been greedy for the alien key and had captured Wang Biao directly. Now, he had nothing. Ares sneered, gloating, "Who was it that vowed they'd secure the key? I had everything ready on my end. Where's your key?" Pisces gritted his teeth but had no retort. "Without the key, does my mission continue?" Ares turned to Leo. "Yes." Leo's voice was firm. "Yao Yuan and the Maka delegation leader each have a key. Without one ourselves, we'll wait until they divide the world source and then take it by force." Ares raised an eyebrow. "Boss, you're asking me to solo the human sword immortal Yao Yuan. You think too highly of me." Leo snorted. "Pisces will assist you. This time, failure won't be tolerated." With that, Leo vanished. Pisces' smile returned, but it was more forced now. "Looks like we're teaming up again." "Humph. Just don't drag me down," Ares snapped before leaving. Pisces' grin faded. He slammed a fist on the table, his frustration boiling over. The next morning, the entrance to Jiang City's otherworld was packed with people. Fighters who had registered were queuing to enter, while those who hadn't formed long lines at the registration desks. I arrived early to observe in secret and quickly discovered a big problem. Registering for the mercenary mission required a fighter's license. I didn't have one. Time to borrow one. I followed a level 1 fighter who had just registered into the restroom. "Hey, buddy, a little help?" I said as he was, well, midstream. Startled, the man flinched, splashing his shoes. "What the?" He looked up, only to see the barrel of a gun pointed at his forehead. "Big brother, whatever you say. What do you need?" he said with a flattering smile. "Hand over your registration card and fighter's license." He hesitated, but I pressed the gun closer. "Fine, fine. If you insist," he said angrily, shouting as he handed over the documents. "Good job." I took the items and knocked him out with a punch before tying him up and stuffing him into a stall. As I was about to leave, I heard a noise from another stall. I kicked open the door to find a yellow-haired guy sitting on the toilet. Our eyes met. He looked both embarrassed and terrified. Have you eaten?" he asked cautiously. I frowned. "How long have you been here?" He swallowed nervously. "Technically, I was the first to enter this restroom. Don't worry, I was keeping watch for you. Nobody saw anything." Bang! I knocked him out too, repeating the process. Minutes later, I walked out of the restroom, disguised as the level 1 fighter using my shape-shifting ability. The broadcast outside announced, "Registered fighters, please gather to the right of the entrance. The main force is about to depart." Blending into the crowd, I took a deep breath as I looked up at the radiant, multicolored light descending before us. The otherworld, here I come. At the forefront of the entrance stood over 100 mid-tier fighters, led by Yao Yuan and the alien faction leader. I glanced at them from afar. Low-tier fighters were organized into 13 teams of 30. My team was numbered 1. The command to move out was given. The mid-tier fighters entered the glowing light first. Half an hour later, it was the low-tier fighters' turn. Our team stepped into the radiance. That familiar weightless sensation returned. A flash of white light later, I was in the otherworld. What lay before us made everyone gasp. The massive corpses of over a dozen high-tier mutated creatures were strewn about haphazardly. The area was in ruins, evidence of an intense battle. I couldn't help but marvel at the quality of Shelter 10's construction. Its walls were sturdy enough to withstand attacks from high-tier fighters. Not like Jiang City's hotels, which were practically made of tofu, one sword and entire floors would collapse. 20 or so high-tier fighters guarded the entrance, all visibly injured to varying degrees. Some were heavily wounded, their bodies drenched in blood, with limbs missing. From their casual chatter, I learned that Yao Yuan was leading a team deeper into the area to clear out more high-level aberrants. Our team didn't linger long and continued along the pre-established route. Along the way, we only encountered low-level aberrants. Unlike the previous student trial group, this team was composed of seasoned fighters. They handled the aberrants' attacks calmly and efficiently, advancing nearly 200 meters in just 20 minutes without any casualties. I occasionally checked Yao Yuan's progress through my terminal. Their route was in the opposite direction from ours, and it seemed like they had stirred up a hornet's nest of aberrants, as waves of them kept surging outward. However, due to the limited coverage of the monitoring system and the fact that the invisible surveillance probes further ahead were damaged, I couldn't see the real-time feed. This made me anxious. I wanted to break away from the main team. 5-minute break, shouted the squad leader, and everyone immediately sat down to rest. This fight's been a breeze. Yeah, nothing like the intensity of the Abyss battles. No wonder so many people scrambled to sign up. I acted fast to get in. Just a quick sweep, and we get paid. Sweet deal. The atmosphere was relaxed, and no one seemed to sense the dangers of being on a battlefield. Bang! A concealed gate nearby exploded open, and a sickly yellow, massive bat-like creature burst out. It was a high-level aberrant. I instinctively retreated. This thing was tough even for humanoid combat machines to handle, let alone the people here on site. As expected, the massive bat immediately inflicted heavy casualties. Fall back. I've already notified the intermediate fighters stationed nearby, they're on their way to support us. The squad leader ordered. As expected from someone with Abyss battlefield experience, even in the face of sudden danger, they managed an orderly retreat. Taking advantage of the situation, I broke away from the team and headed toward the alloy gate sealed by toxic gas. With the administrator terminal in hand, I essentially had a bird's-eye view of the area and managed to avoid the aberrants along the way. After about 10 minutes, I arrived at the toxic gas zone. Manipulating the terminal, I activated the ventilation system. Within a minute, the gas in front of the alloy gate was cleared. I connected the terminal to the electronic lock on the gate. Connecting. Connection successful. Beginning identity verification. Visitor code 0000. Verification complete. Welcome home, administrator. The alloy gate slowly opened. Once it was halfway open, I slipped inside and immediately shut the gate, allowing the toxic gas to flood back in. I stepped into the administrator's office and pushed Lin Xiao's skeletal remains off the chair, taking a seat myself. The AI for this shelter? I'm here. How much control do I still have over the eastern zone? 9%. I pulled up a photo of Yao Yuan. Tell me their current direction. After a moment, the AI replied, they are heading toward the eastern zone's main gate. The gate was previously breached by aberrants, who have since built a nest there. My worst fears were confirmed. The shelter's main gate was no longer entirely under my control. The eastern zone was vast, like a labyrinth, and teeming with aberrants. The City Defense Bureau had long neglected clearing it, and the gate remained undiscovered. However, this recent aberrant uprising had inadvertently guided Yao Yuan in the right direction. Advancing along the trail of aberrants, they'd soon find the gate. Frowning, I noticed a flashing red light in the corner of the desk computer screen. Clicking on it, the monitor lit up. You have 3 unread emails. I opened them. The first, sent a month ago, simply read, "Who are you?" The second email, sent 2 weeks ago, contained the same question. The third, sent just a week ago, was more aggressive: "If you don't reply, we'll attack." All were signed off by the Sky Island Operations Command Center. I connected the dots to the recent aberrant uprising in the shelter. Could this be their doing? But weren't the enemies of Sky Island supposed to be aberrants? Why were aberrants listening to their commands? Scratching my head, I decided to reply. "Your father's here." The email sent successfully, and 2 seconds later, I received a reply: "Who the hell are you?" After pondering for a moment, I typed, "I'm not exactly an expert in this field. As I mentioned earlier, I'm not the right person to explain who I am." The reply came quickly. Grinning, I typed, "Let's meet face to face. Some things are better explained in person." 10 minutes later, I received their response: "In half an hour, a craft will land at the shelter's main gate to take you to Sky Island." I summoned a regular clone of myself, along with Devourer and the Law King, who had always been fused with me. "You'll take the craft," I instructed the clone. "Got it." The clone patted his chest confidently. The Law King asked, "What's our plan?" Smiling, I replied, "Naturally, we're going to handle something big." Half an hour later, a sleek silver shuttle-shaped craft landed outside the shelter's main gate. My clone was already waiting. When the craft's hatch opened and I saw who emerged, I was startled. "You're not dead." "Wow, this guy's been reduced to a dried-up corpse and still has to pilot a craft." "The fate of the working man," the Law King remarked, staring at the skeletal pilot still gripping the controls. I led Devourer and the Law King back to where the bomber had crashed during my first foray into the anomalous realm. Speaking of which, the pilot's been dead for at least 10 years. "How did the plane take off that day?" Devourer asked curiously. The Law King thought for a moment. Maybe the craft's AI preset the bombing route. Even if the pilot died, as long as it didn't crash, the AI would keep executing the bombing protocol repeatedly. The two of them debated the pilot's cause of death by the wreckage, with the Law King even pulling the pilot's body out to sit in the cockpit himself, fiddling around. I stood a short distance away, surveying the surroundings. This was the highest point within a few kilometers. Less than a kilometer ahead lay Jiangcheng, surrounded by desolation, barren wastelands, sandstorms, and no signs of greenery. So what exactly is this big deal we're here for? The Law King, finished with his antics, jumped down beside me. It led me here. I opened my chest to reveal the small tree given to me by Biaoji. It was emitting a faint glow, pulsing as if breathing. "It's alive." The Law King and Devourer poked at it curiously, finding its texture strange. Since entering the anomalous realm, I had noticed changes in the key. It seemed to function like a compass, guiding me. This was one reason I sent the clone to Sky Island. More than the Soul Pearl, I wanted to figure out this key's secrets. "Let's go. Time to handle the big deal." Straightening my clothes, I led them toward the city center, the direction the key was pointing. "Wow, you could shoot a whole post-apocalyptic movie here without needing a set," Devourer marveled. The three of us walked down a desolate street, curiously glancing around like children exploring a new world. "I feel like someone's watching us," the Law King muttered. "Same," Devourer agreed. I had noticed it long ago. After all, my mental strength had been honed through countless battles with my clones. Zap! The Law King transformed into lightning, darting to an abandoned car and dragging out a shallow yellow, less than 1.3 meter tall aberrant, throwing it at my feet. "It's you." I recognized it. I had encountered this aberrant at the crash site before. I hadn't expected it to still be alive. The small aberrant lowered its head, trembling. "You can speak, right?" I asked. It nodded timidly. "A little." Devourer scratched his head. "Doesn't it look like one of those aberrants from the Black Mountain Research Institute?" I frowned. Appearance-wise, yes, but this little thing felt different, more human. It had emotions, reactions, and thoughts, unlike the mindless killing machines from the Research Institute or the shelter. Were aberrants beginning to diversify? Why are you, out here?" The aberrant cautiously looked up, its face full of confusion. We quickly exchanged thoughts over the local network. "Judging by what it's saying, are there others here?" "Out from where?" Sky Island. Isn't the Sky Island resistance specifically hunting down ability users? Even after deliberating, we couldn't figure it out. Why shouldn't we be out here? I countered. The small aberrant grew anxious. You can't be out here. You need to go back. If you're discovered, it'll be bad. The Law King raised an eyebrow. My legs are attached to me. I go where I want. Freedom. The small aberrant stomped its foot, clearly upset. The clan leader says, it's dangerous. My eyes lit up, I had caught onto a key piece of information. Can you take us to your clan leader? There are things I need to ask them. The small aberrant hesitated before nodding. You, follow me. It took the lead, and we followed closely behind, weaving through the ruins of the buildings. Over the local network, Devourer asked, could this be a trap? I replied, it's leading us in the direction indicated by the key. Even if it's a trap, we have to check it out. The judge added, last time, this little guy's comrades got taken out by BT in seconds. Their combat prowess is pretty average. If they're all that level, I could storm their base solo and go in and out 7 times. Devourer exclaimed, impressive. After about 10 minutes, the small mutant led us to a section of ruins made up of several buildings. Beneath the rubble, a large underground space had been excavated, housing hundreds of mutants. The concealment was excellent, an outsider would never guess the scale of the space below. Along the way, the mutants curiously observed us, their gazes clear and unthreatening. Some even had eyes resembling humans, and none showed any intent to attack. At the deepest part of the ruins, I saw an elderly mutant. It was draped in tattered cloth around its waist, its skin wrinkled and sagging, but its eyes were deep and kind, no different from those of a normal human. It reminded me of the elderly men who basked in the sun in my neighborhood. Chief. I met 3 people outside. The small mutant stammered as it recounted its encounter with us to the chief. The chief waved a hand, and the little one hopped away to play. What exactly are you? I asked in a low voice. The chief replied softly, we are just like you. We are human. Even though I had anticipated this answer, hearing it still sent shockwaves through me. Why have you become like this? I asked. The chief gazed at me with profound eyes. It seems you haven't come from there. I decided not to feign ignorance. We come from far away. Where exactly isn't something I can explain. The chief did not press further. Follow me, he said, rising to his feet and leading us deeper into the ruins. The space grew narrower, barely wide enough for one person to pass through, and the surroundings became enveloped in darkness. The judge activated his lightning to light the way. We're here, the chief announced, stopping. In the dim light, I could make out the words on a sign overhead. This is a subway station. Jiangqing Line 3, Beijie Station. In reality, I remembered that construction on Line 3 had only begun earlier this year, but in this alternate world, the subway station entrance had long since turned to ruins. The chief went no further, raising a hand to point at the subway station entrance below. Go inside, and you will find your answers. Without another word, the chief turned and retraced his steps, never looking back. Devourer looked at me and the judge. Are we going down? I nodded. Since we're here, we might as well check it out. The judge agreed. Exactly. Feels like we're playing a single-player RPG, advancing the storyline. There might even be a final boss down there. Devourer asked, if there really is a boss, can the 3 of us handle it? I grabbed the judge and shoved him to the front. You go first. The judge's eyes widened. Why me? I replied matter-of-factly, because you're glowing like a giant light bulb. You can light the way and draw fire in critical moments. The judge rolled his eyes. It's clearly the second part you're more concerned about. Without further argument, the judge increased his electrical output, making himself shine brighter, and took the lead. I followed second, with Devourer bringing up the rear. After descending a flight of stairs, we arrived at the subway platform. The platform was in complete disarray. The safety gates were shattered, a large section of the track was broken, and the walls of the tunnel bore signs of heavy damage, evidence of a fierce battle that had once occurred here. Both ends of the track were blocked, one with rubble and debris, and the other seemingly by a door. There's nothing here. Couldn't that old man have just explained things clearly instead of being cryptic? The judge, visibly annoyed, released a bolt of lightning that danced chaotically across the subway station. Devourer jumped back. Watch it. Don't zap me. Click. Suddenly, the lights above us flickered on, illuminating the subway station in a blaze of brightness. The judge retracted his lightning, looking bewildered. I think I accidentally powered the generator. I approached the door and examined it closely while Devourer and the judge kept watch. The door resembled the alloy gates of Vault 10, featuring a large mechanical gear lock in the center. A thick layer of dust covered it, suggesting it hadn't been opened in a long time. Unlike Vault 10, there was no number on this door, indicating it wasn't part of the numbered sequence of shelters. Knock, knock, knock. I rapped on the door. Anyone in there? There was no response for a long time. Impatient, the judge raised his hand and struck the door with a bolt of lightning, but the powerful current left no mark on the alloy surface, only clearing away some dust. Just as tough as a vault door, Devourer commented. Suddenly, a beam of red light shone down, enveloping the three of us. At the same time, an electronic voice emanated from the door. Initiating identity verification. Verifying. Verification complete. Human. Not in the citizen registry. I raised an eyebrow. The scanning process reminded me of when I first entered Vault 10, likely a method to confirm the visitor's species. This suggested there might be living people inside. Raising my wrist with the administrator terminal, I said, I'm the administrator of Vault 10. We mean no harm and just want to talk to the administrator of your vault. The red light scanned my wrist terminal. After a moment, it disappeared, and the door remained still. Just as I thought we might have to leave empty-handed, the mechanical gear on the door began to rotate. With a loud clunk, the door opened. I'll go first, Devourer said, stepping inside ahead of us. His body was the toughest, capable of serving as a meat shield in case of danger. The judge and I followed closely behind, cautiously entering the door. With a rumbling sound, the gate closed behind us. Beyond the door was a spacious hall, with another sealed alloy gate further inside. In the hall stood a squad of heavily armed soldiers, over 30 rifle barrels aimed directly at us. There were also 2 sentry guns and a strange-looking cannon. The firepower here was at least 10 times that of Vault 10. We mean no harm, I quickly explained. The soldiers parted, and a square-jawed middle-aged man in military uniform walked out. He scrutinized us briefly before speaking in a deep voice. Welcome to the headquarters of the Resistance, mysterious outsiders. Honored guest, please board the vessel, BT said with an expressionless face. The doppelganger stepped forward, confused. You don't recognize me? Data flickered in BT's eyes. Database search complete. We've never met, BT replied, emotionless. The doppelganger was unconvinced. Humans aid all beings, and all beings follow humanity. Respected human, I am BT-21, a humanoid combat weapon, BT clarified. Look, it's a human lord, the doppelganger mimicked BT's earlier words and expression with exaggerated enthusiasm. BT, however, looked utterly unimpressed. What on earth are you talking about? Damn, you really forgot me. Someone must have deleted your memory program, the doppelganger muttered, patting his forehead. BT's voice turned colder. Are you boarding or not? Boarding, of course, the doppelganger replied hastily. The aircraft was designed for 2 passengers. Once seated, the doppelganger fastened his seatbelt as the engine roared to life. The craft shot upwards, breaking through the atmosphere. Do you have a plastic bag? The doppelganger asked, his face pale as the motion sickness churned his stomach. BT ignored him, focusing solely on maneuvering the craft. Once they exited the atmosphere, the flight stabilized. The doppelganger barely managed to keep himself from vomiting. Whoa! It's massive, he exclaimed as a colossal ring-shaped space station came into view. The aircraft landed precisely on the station's hangar pad. We've arrived, BT announced, leading the doppelganger out of the hangar and through an empty corridor. Commander, the guest has arrived, BT said as they entered a grand hall. Welcome to the headquarters of the Resistance, a voice greeted them. A wheelchair rolled out from an adjacent room. The doppelganger froze upon seeing the man in the wheelchair. His expression shifted dramatically. How could it be you? He blurted out in disbelief. I can't believe it. You, of all people, the chubby guy I grew up with, are now the commander. He was utterly shocked. Before coming to the floating island, he'd imagined countless scenarios. Perhaps the core AI had gone rogue, or the floating island had become a nest for aberrant creatures, or even humanoid combat weapons had taken over Earth. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect the island to be intact and the commander to be his childhood friend, a pudgy guy he hadn't seen in years. The man in the wheelchair had a scruffy beard, a head full of white hair, and a rounded physique that seemed to sink into the chair. Unlike the youthful 18-year-old the doppelganger once knew, this version of his friend had clearly aged into his twilight years. It's been ages since anyone called me by that nickname. Brings back memories. Your voice, it resembles someone I once knew. Could you take off that mask and let me see your face? The man said. The doppelganger hesitated but slowly removed his mask, his emotions a whirlwind of complexity. Seeing the doppelganger's face, the man in the wheelchair was visibly moved, even though he seemed to have anticipated the resemblance. Zge, he exclaimed, his voice trembling. In a flash, the man and his wheelchair appeared right in front of him. The doppelganger arched an eyebrow, realizing that even this world's version of his friend had awakened the ability to teleport. The distance he just covered, 7 or 8 meters, was far greater than BT's capabilities. Unbelievable. You look so alike, the man said, reaching out to touch his face. The doppelganger dodged. BT, go take a break. I need to catch up with an old friend, he instructed. BT nodded and left silently. You must have a ton of questions for me, just as I have for you, the man said, controlling his wheelchair to move into an adjacent room. The doppelganger followed him inside. The room turned out to be the space station's main control room. Screens covered the walls, and countless switches and buttons lined the panels. Do you manage all this by yourself? The doppelganger asked. Of course not, the man chuckled. I have an assistant. Xinghe, bring 2 bottles of cola. Moments later, a white, basket-shaped robot glided over to the wheelchair, carrying 2 bottles of soda. The man handed one to the doppelganger. I remember you loved this stuff. Thanks, the doppelganger said, accepting the bottle. The little basket robot rolled away as quietly as it had arrived. As you can see, Xinghe is the central AI of the floating island space station. I give verbal commands, and it handles the station's operations, the man explained. So where is everyone else? I didn't see a single person on the way here, the doppelganger asked. The man sighed. Resources on the station are limited. Most people are in cryogenic sleep to conserve supplies. Once the aberrants on the surface are dealt with, they'll be awakened according to protocol to return to Earth and rebuild. The doppelganger took a sip of cola and sat down. A transparent wall in the control room offered a breathtaking view of the cosmos. Watching the nebulae swirl, he couldn't help but feel insignificant. How did the aberrants come to be? Tell me the story, he asked. The man nodded. Alright, but it's a long story, he warned. I've got plenty of time, the doppelganger replied with a shrug. The man gazed out into the starlit void and began his tale. In 2030, the frequency of abyssal tides increased. Fissures appeared on Earth, accelerating the abyssal invasion. Warriors fought valiantly against the beasts, but the casualties were devastating. To reduce the death toll, the Alpha Serum was developed. Its purpose was to destroy the resilient cells of abyssal beasts, causing them to collapse. The doppelganger frowned. In his own reality, Lin Xiao had also been working on an Alpha Serum with promising results. Was this alternate world merely a glimpse of Earth's distant future? Unfortunately, the Alpha Serum was only effective against F-grade abyssal beasts. Higher-level beasts were immune, and the research was deemed a failure. But soon after, Professor Lin Xiao proposed a groundbreaking idea. If we couldn't eliminate the beasts, then why not mass-produce warriors? This led to the creation of a new serum. Using raw materials extracted from the beasts, it could enhance human cells. Ordinary people who injected it could achieve combat power comparable to low-tier warriors. For trained warriors, the enhancement was even greater. This serum became known as the Inverse Alpha Serum. The man took a sip of cola, grimacing. Ugh, this stuff tastes awful as you get older. That's normal, the doppelganger remarked. Every age has its own priorities. The man chuckled. You're still as full of snark as ever. He continued. With the Inverse Alpha Serum, we began mass-producing warriors. The abyssal tides were contained, and we even launched counterattacks. The beasts became less of a threat, and the abyss became a training ground. As the number of beasts dwindled, the abyssal tides subsided, and the fissures slowly closed. But then, everything changed. A shadow crossed the man's face. The Inverse Alpha Serum kept improving. Ordinary people injected with advanced versions could rival high-level warriors. But the distribution of the serum was monopolized by powerful factions and families. Martial academies shut down, and traditional martial arts were lost. If you wanted to become a warrior, you had to join them and inject the serum. The doppelganger was stunned. It sounded absurd, yet eerily plausible, exactly the kind of thing humanity might do. Throughout history, resources had always been hoarded by those at the top. If not for the existential threat in his own reality, even the preservation of martial traditions would have been unlikely. And the aberrants? He asked. The man let out a bitter laugh. The Inverse Alpha Serum was incredibly powerful, but every gift comes with a price. As the abyss fissures closed, those who had been injected began to transform into beasts themselves. They became bloodthirsty, violent, and lost all reason. The aberrants, they're just humans who turned on themselves. The doppelganger's expression grew increasingly complicated as he processed the story. Abyssal beasts hadn't destroyed humanity, humans had doomed themselves. The first aberrant queen escaped from her confinement at Black Mountain Research Facility, and all hell broke loose. The aberrants rallied around her, proclaiming her their queen. With the abyss sealed, humanity now faced an even greater threat. Over 1 billion people had been injected with the Inverse Alpha Serum. With martial arts lost to history, no one was left to oppose the aberrants. In 2048, Professor Lin Xiao proposed the Sanctuary Plan, constructing massive shelters to protect survivors, reasoning that aberrants lacked intelligence and would eventually starve. Simultaneously, the Floating Island Plan was introduced, using space stations as bases to deploy humanoid combat weapons to eliminate the aberrants. Neither side could convince the other, so both plans proceeded independently. The Floating Island and 10 sanctuary shelters were completed in the same year. But the Sanctuary Plan lasted less than a year, 9 shelters fell, and the 10th went silent. The man's gaze shifted to the management terminal on the doppelganger's wrist. The doppelganger quickly changed the subject. BT is incredibly powerful, I've seen it in action. Deploying robots to fight means 0 casualties. Why did Professor Lin oppose the Floating Island Plan? He was genuinely puzzled. A battalion of BTs storming the aberrant Queen's lair should have been an unstoppable force. The man shook his head. To some extent, the first generation of BT series humanoid combat weapons aren't true robots. They're more accurately called cyborgs. In my heart, I couldn't help but exclaim, good heavens, I thought it was mechanical ascension. The chubby man explained, the concept of humanoid combat weapons was proposed the year the aberrants first appeared. Back then, AI technology wasn't advanced enough, its information processing and real-time reaction capabilities couldn't compare to the human brain, so we had no other choice. Experiments found that female martial artists had the most suitable physical conditions for modification. The first batch of humanoid combat weapons consisted of only 21 female martial artists at the time, all of whom volunteered. After all, in such an unstable environment where survival was uncertain, everyone wanted to become stronger. I was one of the key members of the first humanoid combat weapons project. Due to their flesh and blood bodies being able to bear innate abilities, I copied the teleportation ability onto them. I looked at the chubby man in a new light. Being able to replicate innate abilities was truly extraordinary. The chubby man noticed my thoughts and chuckled. I wasn't the one in charge of the ability replication project, that was Professor Chen. He was killed in an aberrant attack and didn't make it onto the Ascension Island ship. Otherwise, you could have asked him. After a pause, the chubby man continued. A few years later, the second batch of entirely mechanized humanoid combat weapons began mass production. They were fully mechanical and couldn't bear abilities, which led to a drop in combat effectiveness, but they were sufficient to deal with ability users. The anti-alpha serum is also a form of human modification. Professor Lin has a deep-seated aversion to it and strongly opposes the humanoid combat weapon project, fearing a repeat of the aberrant catastrophe. Professor Lin believes the aberrant disaster was his own doing and regrets developing the alpha serum. But without the anti-alpha serum, how could humanity have ever defeated the exotic beasts? I'd seen that very question in Lin Xiao's diary. It seemed to be an unsolvable dilemma. Without the serum, humanity would perish to the beasts. With the serum, they faced the threat of an aberrant catastrophe. And the aberrant disaster was, after all, caused by humanity itself. If martial arts traditions had been preserved, perhaps there wouldn't have been large-scale aberrants. This was all humanity's own fault. Where are the other species? The Maca race claimed to be strategic allies of humanity. Didn't they step in to help? I was curious because neither Lin Xiao's diary nor the chubby man's account mentioned any non-human races. The chubby man looked puzzled. What kind of pig is a Maca pig? I tugged at the corner of my mouth. Apparently, in this world, there were no other intelligent species. What was going on here? Was this evolution but not complete evolution? Does the Ascension Island resistance only operate on the island? No ground forces? I asked curiously. The chubby man frowned. What do you mean? I scratched my head. When I left the shelter, I ran into 2 soldiers claiming to be from the resistance. They wanted to take me to their headquarters. The chubby man's breathing quickened, and he teleported right in front of me, grabbing my hand. Where is their headquarters? I yanked my hand free. How would I know? My sister always told me that boys need to protect themselves when they go out, so I wasn't about to just blindly follow strangers. Are they your people? The chubby man shook his head, his teeth clenched. They're not resistance at all, they're traitors, a despicable group of traitors. Ascension Island isn't even the resistance headquarters. Lin Ziyuan is a disgraceful traitor. He betrayed humanity. In a spacious office, a square-faced man in military uniform roared in anger. After confirming that the 3 of us were human, we were escorted past a second alloy gate. The station was much larger than I'd imagined, likely housing at least 50,000 people. It was divided into areas for the market, living quarters, farming zones, and military barracks. It was crowded but surprisingly orderly. I couldn't help but marvel at the competence of whoever ran this place. The administrator terminal in my hand proved my identity as the manager of shelter number 10. The 3 of us were led to the square-faced man's office. Through our conversation, I learned that his name was Nangong Xingye, a level 7 martial artist and the commander-in-chief of the resistance. When I asked about the origins of the aberrants, his initial explanation was similar to the chubby man's, but when it came to Ascension Island's resistance, he became furious and cursed the chubby man as a traitor. So, who was the real traitor? After his outburst, Nangong Xingye calmed down. Apologies, I lost my composure. I shrugged, indicating it was no big deal. Could you elaborate? What exactly happened on Ascension Island? It was hard for me to believe the chubby man could betray anyone. Nangong Xingye sat back down and said in a deep voice, Lin Ziyuan is nothing more than a lapdog for the aberrant queen. They'd been secretly colluding for a long time. The three of us quickly exchanged thoughts over our local network. Devourer was the first to comment, saying, this situation sounds messy. The lawkeeper, impatient as ever, said, stop dithering. Let's confront the chubby man directly. Devourer pressed again, did the key ultimately point to this place? I replied, deeper down in the subway. The lawkeeper, visibly irritated, exclaimed, everyone speaking in riddles. Even the key. All riddlers deserve to die. As he spoke, streaks of lightning began to crackle around him. Nangong Xingye, seeing the electric man, lawkeeper, became inexplicably excited. An innate ability user. I smacked the lawkeeper on the head, instantly snuffing out the electricity, and explained, he's just got excess energy and needs to discharge it occasionally. Nangong Xingye nodded. Innate abilities, I understand. If you want to know more, I can tell you about the rebellion on Ascension Island. I pulled over a chair and sat down, while Devourer and the lawkeeper stood on either side of me. Nangong Xingye poured me a glass of water and began his account. After Ascension Island was completed, the faction advocating for offense took a portion of the impoverished population to the island. The evacuation was rushed, and some key personnel didn't make it onto the ship. If they had, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Sigh, I'm getting ahead of myself. I recalled the chubby man mentioning something similar. Professor Chen hadn't made it onto the ship. Nangong Xingye rubbed his temples before continuing. Eventually, AI technology made breakthroughs. Humanoid combat weapons no longer needed to be based on martial artists and could be mass-produced. After the first batch of purely mechanical units was deployed, the command center was divided on its development strategy. Some believed martial arts traditions should be revived, true strength comes from within, and external tools are unreliable. However, Lin Ziyuan argued that humanoid weapons were enough to reclaim everything from the aberrants. Ascension Island's resources were limited, and martial artists were few. Reviving martial arts would take too much time and effort, so he proposed fully focusing on the next generation of humanoid weapons. At the time, the humanoid weapons were delivering solid results, so the command center approved Lin Ziyuan's proposal. Later, the next generation humanoid weapons saw no progress, and Professor Chen was dead. The current humanoid weapons lacked innate abilities, making their combat effectiveness drop significantly. The command center grew impatient and decided to restart the martial arts program. However, resources on Ascension Island were scarce, and restarting martial arts meant fewer resources for the humanoid weapons project. This deepened the conflict between Lin Ziyuan and the command center until one day, Lin Ziyuan used a spaceship to bring a group of aberrants onto Ascension Island. Recalling the scene, Nangong Xingye became emotional. It was a massacre. At least 10,000 civilians in the space station were killed. That same day, high-level aberrants stormed a command center meeting, and all the senior officials were slaughtered. I took the remaining people on an escape ship back to the surface and have been hiding in the subway ever since, avoiding Lin Ziyuan and the aberrant queen's pursuit. The subway's Line 3 had been constructed before the aberrant disaster and was a special shelter that could withstand a megaton nuclear blast. After the Ascension Island project was completed, people had forgotten about Line 3, until now. Most of Jiang City's subway system had collapsed, with only a section of Line 3 remaining intact. Finding Nangong Xingye and his people in the fragmented tunnels had been no small feat. I asked, when the aberrants attacked Ascension Island, where were the humanoid combat weapons? Nangong Xingye gritted his teeth. Lin Ziyuan had sent them all off on external missions. From that point on, the island was entirely under his control. After a while, Nangong Xingye asked with a glimmer of hope, how many people, how many martial artists remain in shelter number 10? I replied flatly, everyone in shelter number 10 is long dead. The three of us come from far away and only happen to gain access. Nangong Xingye's eyes dimmed. I knew it. When I saw that you were martial artists, I was so excited. I thought our plan might finally have a chance. I raised an eyebrow. What's the plan? Nangong Xingye pulled out a map and circled a spot. Here. There's an intact nuclear missile silo 100 meters underground. I have the key. The assimilation queen hasn't managed to breach it, so she left a group of mutated beings stationed there. My plan is to revive martial arts, train warriors to launch an assault, retake the silo, and fire the nuke at the Assimilation Queen's main base. Even if it can't kill her, it would wipe out 90% of the mutants. I stared at the circled spot on the map, feeling the ki on my chest grow hotter. Was it urging me to take the missile silo? I asked, how many warriors do you have now? Nangong Xingye lowered his head and sighed. 123 low-level warriors, 27 mid-level warriors. It'll take at least another generation of effort to gather enough warriors to execute the plan. There were nearly 200 mutants near the missile silo, including 2 high-level ones. To be safe, at least 200 warriors would be needed. With the subway's current resources, this plan would take 70 years, almost an entire generation. Do you have enough people now? I asked. Nangong Xingye looked up and froze, noticing for the first time the nearly 100 masked figures that had appeared in the office at some point. Through sensing their life force, he realized their average level was between 0.8 and 0.9. His eyes widened in disbelief. Why you? Your innate ability is to control corpses. My clones were immediately offended. Who's a corpse? Your whole family is. We're his dads. What kind of accusation is that? We'll give you one chance to rephrase that. After being berated by the clones, Nangong Xingye snapped out of it. Sorry, my apologies. I asked again, so, do you have enough now? Nangong Xingye nodded rapidly. Yes, more than enough. It was his first time witnessing such a bizarre ability. I tapped my right index finger on the table. I have one last question. What's going on with the mutants outside the subway station? Nangong Xingye sighed helplessly. Them? Just a group of pitiful people. Those bastards are shielding mutants, grumbled the bulky man beside me, his outrage causing him to cough violently. The Assimilation Queen took over the Black Mountain Research Institute, continuously producing reverse alpha serum to assimilate the remaining survivors. She even used the serum to create artificial rain. All the survivors got infected. Those bastards claim the infected aren't fully mutated yet. What nonsense. There's no reversing the mutation. Better to eliminate them before they become a threat. Cough, cough. I was puzzled. Weren't the survivors taken into shelters and Sky Island? How could they still get rained on? The bulky man sneered. Shelters and Sky Island have limited capacity. How could they accommodate everyone? Back during the assimilation crisis, it was those people who caused it. Later, they hoarded all the chances of survival too. In their eyes, ordinary people are nothing but ants. General Nangong and his group wanted control of the humanoid combat units, but I refused. That led to chaos breaking out on the space station. Luckily, most of the security forces sided with me, and they fled to the surface. After that battle, Sky Island's resources became even scarcer, and the rest of the people could only be put into cryosleep. I was curious. Why didn't you send the humanoid combat units into battle? The bulky man shook his head. The AI of those units is fundamentally programmed to protect humanity above all else. That can't be changed. Except for the first-generation BT series, other humanoid units won't harm human interests. However, after modifications, their original human memories are erased. Then why did the BT unit I met last time forget me? I asked. The bulky man sighed. When my people found her, she was severely damaged. Though we managed to get her operational again, her memory module couldn't be restored. Naturally, she doesn't remember you. I had more questions, but the bulky man glanced at the time and said, "It's late. I need my afternoon nap. Us old folks don't have your boundless energy. Feel free to explore. If you need anything, call Xinghe." With that, he maneuvered his wheelchair out of the control room. I muttered, he's pretty skilled with that wheelchair. Then I called out experimentally, "Xinghe. I'm here. I want to access the space station logs. Apologies, your clearance is insufficient. What about reverse alpha serum?" Searching. Search complete. Dozens of pages of documents appeared on the screen. I spent half an hour reading through them and thought to myself, no issues there. But bulky man, you have issues. They retain some of the people's consciousness. Unlike Lin Ziyuan, I'm not heartless enough to treat them as monsters. So, I let them camp outside and occasionally provide some help and supplies. Nangong Xingye sighed. I smiled faintly. You're surprisingly kind. Nangong Xingye shook his head. I don't deserve such praise. We share the same roots, why must we harm each other so ruthlessly? I just want these unfortunate souls to live a bit better. Once we secure the nuclear missile silo and resolve the mutant crisis, we'll return to the surface and lead them to a new life. I waved dismissively. That's your business. I just want to know when we're moving out. Give me a day to draft the plan and mobilize everyone. We'll depart at this time tomorrow, Nangong Xingye said. I gestured for my clones to merge back into me, leaving Nangong Xingye astonished again. This ability was simply beyond comprehension. After leaving the office, soldiers escorted us to the living quarters. Nangong Xingye summoned a young man with glasses. Go inform that old man outside to pick 200 capable young men. They'll join tomorrow's operation. The young man nodded. Understood, Commander. Can we succeed? Nangong Xingye gritted his teeth. Whether we succeed or not, this is our last chance to reclaim Sky Island. The young man seemed half understanding as he went to carry out the order. Lying on the bed, I replayed my conversation with Nangong Xingye in my mind. He seemed too much of a good guy. Mere kindness couldn't possibly keep so many people alive. Bang! The bedroom door burst open. The lawkeeper entered, dragging a glasses-wearing young man tied up like a dumpling. This kid went to the old man's office outside and then slipped out of the subway through a secret passage. No idea what he was up to. I stepped forward and tore off the tape over the young man's mouth. What's your name? The young man trembled, refusing to answer. I laughed. Quite the backbone. Alright, I'll leave you to Devourer. Devourer licked his lips and grabbed the young man. In his terrified gaze, Devourer's body swelled, arms sprouting from his back and sides, his abdomen splitting open into a gaping maw. Why? The young man couldn't finish his sentence before Devourer tossed him into his mouth. What should have been a drawn-out interrogation, with resistance, more questioning, and finally a bribe to make him talk, didn't go as he had hoped. Devourer returned to normal, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. My clones and I shared the extracted memories. This was Devourer's new ability after a breakthrough. He could access the last month's memories of those he consumed. The stronger Devourer became, the further back he could delve into someone's memories. The young man had grown up in the subway and hadn't experienced the Sky Island era, receiving the subway's indoctrination instead. From his memories, I picked up on a conversation he had with Nangong Xingye in the office after leaving earlier. Reclaim Sky Island. After all the moves they've made, it's the first time someone's treating us like pawns. The lawkeeper's aura crackled with lightning. I knew that old fox wasn't trustworthy. Devourer asked, so, do we still go tomorrow? I glanced at the key hanging on my chest. Of course. Tomorrow, I'll show them a masterclass in strategy. Sky Island. I spent an entire day exploring the space station, had dinner with the bulky man, and then went to bed. Late at night, my door creaked open. A shadow loomed over me, and my right hand was slowly lifted. It's a fake, the bulky man's furious roar echoed in the darkness. You seem quite disappointed. The fat man turned his head. I had woken up at some point, lying on my side on the bed, one hand propping up my head while the other rested lazily by my side, my posture rather seductive. Smack. The fat man slammed the terminal to the ground, shattering it into pieces. You're playing me, he snarled, his gaze fierce and beastly, completely devoid of the friendliness he had shown during the day, now more like an enraged wild animal. I yawned nonchalantly. About that floating island story you told earlier, I've got another version. Want to hear it? The fat man squinted at me, saying nothing. I continued on my own, decades ago. In order to ensure the successful deployment of the next generation of humanoid weapons, someone somehow managed to send assimilators up to the space station. Anyone who opposed them was killed and forced to retreat to the surface. The fat man was silent for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter, holding his belly as if he'd heard the funniest joke. Looks like you've met them before. I shook my head. Fatty, I never thought you'd become the villain boss. Last time, you leaked information, didn't you? That's why the safe house was exposed. And those assimilators in Refuge 10, was that your handiwork, too? The fat man shook his head. Last time was an accident. I wanted to bring you to the floating island, and the assimilator queen was curious about you, so she blocked you every step of the way. The safe house was exposed because the communication channels of the humanoid weapons were cracked by the assimilator queen. Back in the day, she was just like me, not a graduate of Wu University, but a top student nonetheless. As for the situation at Refuge 10, I don't know much about it. The email was just to threaten you. Now, about the villain boss thing, let me ask you, what makes a person good or bad? I was about to answer when the fat man interrupted me. Do you know how I lost my legs? He bent down and detached his prosthetics. Back then, my father died, and his company was carved up by the martial artists. My legs? They did that. I hated it, hated that I couldn't practice martial arts, hated that I wasn't an ability user. Tell me, were they the good guys? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his voice rising to a roar. The way the world is now, it's all the martial artists' fault. They hide in their sanctuaries and space stations, while ordinary people, they're left to die. They say that as long as someone isn't completely assimilated, they're still a comrade. What a joke. They just want dogs that can run errands on the surface. So, tell me, are they the good guys? I remained silent. In reality, martial artists couldn't exactly be called good. Otherwise, the Fairness Association wouldn't exist. But they weren't purely evil either, they were, after all, the ones fighting on the front lines against the alien beasts. The fat man continued his tirade. The martial arts should never have been revived back then. Martial artists should never have existed. They only make the world worse. I'm going to create a new world without martial artists. I raised an eyebrow. So that was the crux of it. The battle over resources was just a prelude. When Nangong Xingye and the others proposed reviving the martial arts, the fat man decided they couldn't be allowed to live. I was speechless. No wonder the world was heading toward destruction, everyone was insane. Nangong Xingye wasn't using the deadly weapon to eliminate assimilators, he wanted to attack the floating island. Meanwhile, the fat man had spent years hunting down the people in the subway, weak against external threats but ruthless internally. I said, have you considered this? If everyone in the subway dies, you'll be the only human left. Are you planning to create a new world with just you in it? The fat man grinned. The floating island has 1 million human fertilized eggs. After I eliminate the people in the subway, I'll focus on wiping out the assimilators. Then I'll hatch the fertilized eggs. In the future, humans won't need to study martial arts. Humanoid weapons will protect them. That's the fundamental logic. A world without martial artists will be equal and fair. For this new world, I need you to hand over Refuge 10's management authority. The space station doesn't have enough nuclear fuel to make a bomb capable of destroying Line 3. I need the nuclear reactor and fusion core from Refuge 10. Once the new world is built, you and I will both be kings. I sighed. How fair. The new world doesn't even exist yet, and you're already dreaming of being king. The fat man's smile faded, replaced by a cold, stern expression. Qin Zhe, I'm not negotiating. I know you're not the Qin Zhe I knew. I don't care where you came from. Hand over the authority, and I'll give you what you want. I dropped my seductive pose and sat up straight. What if I say no? The fat man shouted, BT. Suddenly, BT, who had been guarding the door unnoticed, flashed into the room. Looking at the cold, emotionless BT, I chuckled. No wonder I haven't seen any other humanoid weapons around. You've shut them all down, haven't you? After all, only the first-generation humanoid weapons can harm humans. The fat man sneered. That's why I went to great lengths to bring her back. BT now only listens to me. I sighed. I really hate being threatened. As I spoke, my skin began to glow red. The fat man's face twisted with unease. What are you doing? The corners of my mouth lifted. For the sake of our acquaintance in another timeline, I'll share a secret with you. The people in the subway found a missile silo over 100 miles south of Jiang City, guarded by assimilators. At 9 this morning, they're planning to take it. Guess who they'll target first? The fat man froze for a moment, and then, boom, I exploded. Commander, watch out. BT shielded the fat man, deploying a nitrogen shield to block the explosion. The fat man frowned. Those damn rats. But fine, if they've come out of hiding on their own, it saves me the trouble. The next day. Gentlemen, it's time to depart. Nangong Xingye pushed open the door, only to freeze at the scene in the living room. Landlord. Play your card already. This energy bar is disgusting. Everyone shut up, I'm cultivating. What time is it? Can't a man sleep? The dozens of clones were a chaotic mess, some playing cards, some sleeping, others sampling the metro delicacies. There wasn't a trace of tension in the air, not what you'd expect before a battle. Nangong Xingye swallowed hard. Surely he had opened the door the wrong way. Boss, are you ready? At the sound of the door opening, all the clones turned to Nangong Xingye in unison, making him momentarily unsure of what to do. It's time to head out. One of the clones who had been playing cards stood up. Hold on, I'll go get our boss. A moment later, I emerged with Devourer Bro and the Law King. Nangong Xingye said, everything's ready. I nodded and called out to my clones, let's move. The clones put down whatever they were doing and followed me out in a grand procession. Nangong Xingye looked on, full of envy. He, too, wished for such loyal subordinates. He figured my innate ability must be some kind of portable space, where my men stayed until they needed to appear. He'd seen similar abilities before, but nothing as over-the-top as mine, capable of storing so many people. On the track, a makeshift train composed of several open cars was waiting. Over 100 heavily armed martial artists were bidding farewell to their loved ones. Quiet sobs filled the air, the atmosphere heavy with sorrow. Suddenly, a group of individuals wearing animal masks and black and white uniforms appeared on the platform. They strolled around casually, commenting on everything around them. Wow, a steam locomotive. Did they pull this out of a museum? So boring. When are we leaving? Can I press the button when we launch the nuke? Keep dreaming. Why are they crying? Maybe because they're about to die. Whatever. Death's death. Why cry about it? The departing warriors and their loved ones were stunned by the clone's words. They had never seen someone so unafraid of death. Even Nangong Xingye and his adjutant were filled with admiration. No wonder the commander has confidence, the adjutant remarked. This group is even more formidable than death squads. Nangong Xingye nodded. Their origins are mysterious, but that doesn't matter right now. We'll have plenty of time to investigate after we take the missile silo. Nangong Xingye glanced around. Where's Shaowen? Shaowen, the bespectacled man, had been devoured by Devourer last night after returning to report. The adjutant replied, not sure, haven't seen him all morning. Maybe he got scared. Nangong Xingye frowned. What a disgrace to the Nangong family. I'll deal with him when I get back. It was time. Nangong Xingye addressed the warriors in a pre-battle speech, 40 years. We've lived in the subway for 40 long years. In those years, we revived the martial arts and trained over 100 warriors, gaining a foothold in this chaotic world. We are still small compared to the endless tide of mutants, but even a spark can ignite a prairie fire. Today, we will be that first spark. Today, we return to the surface and declare war on the mutants. I know some of you will fall, but those who come after will honor you as their foundation stones. You are the heroes of the new world, and your names will live on forever. The warriors roared, their fighting spirit ignited. Fight! 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 The Pope turned to me and asked, should we also give a pep talk? I thought for a moment and typed into the local network, do your best, so I can drive a Range Rover sooner. Screw you. Times 99. Board the vehicles. Nangong Xingye ordered, and the group climbed aboard. The Pope, Devourer, and the clones sat in the rear car, while I rode in the lead with Nangong Xingye. Nangong laid out the plan. I'll handle the two advanced mutants. You focus on clearing the grunts. Aim to finish the battle in 20 minutes. Once the advanced mutants are down, I'll head straight for the missile silo to launch the nuke. I nodded. Got it. 15 minutes later, the subway train came to a halt. Disembark. This is the closest exit, 2 kilometers from the missile silo. The group of over 200 exited the station. The clones showed no reaction, but the warriors were overwhelmed with emotion, some even kneeling to kiss the ground. Born and raised in the subway, this was their first time seeing the sun. I looked up at the sky. The show is about to begin. Don't be late, fatty. At another exit of Shelter 10, the ground was littered with the corpses of mutants. Yao Yuan flipped his wrist and sheathed his long sword. Can you feel it? The Maka tribe leader asked. Yao Yuan nodded. Yes, the key's guidance is getting stronger. The Maka leader frowned. We're not the only ones with a key. Yao Yuan smirked. Looks like someone got here before us. The Fairness Society? The leader asked. Yao Yuan shrugged. Who knows? We need to move faster, or we'll miss the soup. Their vitality surged as they sped away. Moments later, the space where they had vanished rippled, and Pisces and Aries appeared. Pisces eyed the blue crystal ball in Aries' hand with curiosity. What's that? It can make us completely invisible and erase our tracks. Aries shot him a glance and snorted. It's called the source of the world. Leo gave it to me. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. Pisces clenched his teeth in frustration. After their last failed mission, he'd been demoted to second-in-command, and his resentment was simmering beneath the surface. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Aries was thrilled, sensing that today would be his moment of glory. Pisces glared at him but quickly followed. Back on the hillside, Nangong and I stood overlooking the scene. The main force was concealed in the depression behind us. Not far below was a small military base with the missile silo at its center. Over 100 mutants milled about, while 2 mustard-yellow giant bats hung upside down from the water tower. I turned my gaze toward another direction, sensing 2 familiar energy fluctuations. It was the keys. I was taken aback. Was my key not unique? Had the hotel banquet really been right? Did the aliens indeed possess keys? What's wrong? Nangong noticed my reaction. I shook my head. When do we attack? Nangong stared at the military base. Let's wait a bit longer. Suddenly, a group of mutants charged down the opposite hillside, wielding steel rods and clubs, ready to die. Nangong explained, the clan leader sent reinforcements after hearing about our plan. I smirked. Whoever thought of stationing them at the subway entrance is a genius. Good for guarding the place and perfect as cannon fodder in critical moments. Nangong's mouth twitched. Below, the semi-mutants had already stormed the base. Their intrusion woke the sleeping mutants, and a bloody melee ensued. Though injected with the reverse alpha serum, the semi-mutants hadn't fully mutated, retaining most human characteristics. Their claws and teeth were no match for the mutants. From the onset, it was a one-sided slaughter. The ground turned red with their blood, littered with their organs and severed limbs. The two advanced mutants on the water tower remained motionless. Even so, the semi-mutants threw themselves into the fray, seeing death as liberation. "What did you promise them to make them fight so desperately?" I asked. Nangong Xingye replied indifferently, "Not much. Just a place in the new world. Their minds aren't as sharp as they used to be. A worthless promise, and they'll give their all." He crossed his arms, watching the battlefield without a flicker of emotion. To him, the semi-mutants were mere cannon fodder. Their deaths meant nothing. In that moment, I almost agreed with Fatty's proposal. A world without warriors didn't seem so bad. Over 200 semi-mutants, despite their numerical advantage, were no match in strength. In less than 10 minutes, few were left standing at the base entrance. Even those bisected clung to life, dragging their broken bodies to bite at the mutants, even if it meant having their heads crushed into pulp. Nangong Xingye withdrew his gaze. Utterly useless. I'd hoped they'd stall for longer. Still, the mutants have spent quite a bit of energy. It's our turn now. He waved his hand, signaling the warriors in the depression to advance. They took deep breaths to steel themselves. They were rookies after all, claiming not to be scared would be a lie. Some were visibly shaking. In contrast, the clones were raring to go. At my signal, they dashed down the hill like unleashed hounds, howling as they passed the subway warriors in a blur. Ritang's breakthrough fighter bull warrior requests to engage. "Don't fight me for first blood. Don't throw yourselves away, hold the line. The Father of the Gods has granted me vision. Suicide Squad, slow down, it's not time to detonate yet. Run as fast as me, and it's too cool." In seconds, the clones reached the foot of the hill. Their 100-strong force shouted with the momentum of thousands, momentarily stunning the mutants. Nangong Xingye sighed in admiration. Now these are true warriors. With subordinates like these, reclaiming Sky Island will be a breeze. Conquering the world won't be far behind. The subway warriors were inspired. Damn it. To hell with it, fight till the end. Kill. 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 After this, I'm confessing my love. Charge. The clones clashed with the mutants first. Sharing a single CPU, they coordinated seamlessly in three-person teams. One feigned weakness to lure the enemy, another attacked from the side, while the third struck from behind. The lower-level mutants at the gate were quickly eliminated. Some mutants were brutish but brainless, charging blindly, only to be kited to their deaths by the clones. The base had only one entrance, surrounded by 3-meter-high walls. The entrance was narrow enough for at most 3 people to walk side by side, making it impossible for the 200 or so clones and subway warriors to spread out. "Demolition team, you're up." Several clones flattened themselves against the wall like pancakes. After a few explosions, 30 meters of the wall collapsed. The subway warriors' eyes turned red with emotion. This was true bravery, warriors sacrificing everything for humanity to reclaim the surface. Inspired by this display, many warriors rushed forward, trying to outpace the clones. The clones were bewildered. "Don't steal my kills," one of them shouted. With the wall blown open, over 200 rushed into the base. On the water tower stood 2 advanced mutants, their eyes snapping open. They spread their 3-meter-wide wings and dove down, creating a gale force that sent clones and subway warriors tumbling. The mutants tore into the crowd, their claws ripping through chests. One of the mutants ascended, ready for another dive. "Your opponent is me." Nangong launched himself forward like a cannonball. One of the advanced mutants was momentarily distracted and took a punch that sent it crashing to the ground. The other mutant grabbed Nangong by the shoulder, spinning midair. Nangong drove his right fist through one of its wings, making it cry out and pull back. The grounded mutant roared and charged at Nangong again. "Need a hand?" asked the lawkeeper, watching from the hill alongside me. I replied coolly, if a level 7 warrior can't handle 2 brainless mutants, he might as well kill himself out of shame. "If you're bored, go help on the ground." The lawkeeper, who had long been itching to move, streaked into the base in a flash of lightning. "Leave it to me." Devourer Brothers' hands twitched. "What about me?" I glanced at the missile silo and smirked. "You're coming with me to steal the prize." Amid the chaos, I made my way to the silo control room with Devourer Brother covering me. The door was a massive gear-style mechanism made of special alloy, impenetrable by normal means. Nangong didn't give us a key. "How do we get in?" Devourer Brother asked, scanning our surroundings warily. I pulled a data cable from the terminal I carried and connected it to the door. Permission verification in progress. Verification complete. With a rumbling sound, the gear locks began to turn. I disconnected the terminal and said, "The permissions of a shelter administrator are very high. Even pre-war doors like this can be opened." I noticed Nangdong's gaze from a distance. Our eyes met, and I saw panic on his face. Old Nang, did you really think you could fool me? As the door opened halfway, Devourer brother and I slipped inside, quickly sealing the door behind us. The room hadn't been opened in decades, and the air was thick with a musty, decayed smell. Inside the control room, the pull of the key on my chest grew stronger. I approached the control panel and connected my terminal once again. Permission verification in progress. Verification complete. Input target coordinates. As I analyzed the system, I discovered the missile in the silo was no ordinary one. It boasted a range from 5 kilometers to 50,000 kilometers, capable of targeting anywhere, on land or in the sky. One strike could obliterate the sky island. Behind the console was a transparent glass wall, revealing the missile standing silently in the silo, its black paint gleaming ominously. Hunting capability acquired. Please begin purging world pollution. Countdown, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. A solemn voice suddenly echoed in my mind. You. I looked down at the key on my chest. It was speaking to me. Why can you talk? Your voice is nice, can you switch to a sultry tone? Say something else. Come on. No matter how much I rambled, the key remained silent. Only the 24-hour countdown in my mind continued ticking. World pollution. Who's the pollution of this world? The fat man? The subway resistance? Or the mutants? I stared at the targeting map on the screen. The key guided me to a specific coordinate. I zoomed in quickly. Black Mountain Research Institute. In that moment, everything clicked. I seemed to understand the purpose behind the evolution of this otherworldly realm. Placing both hands on the keyboard, I entered the coordinates for the Black Mountain Research Institute. So you're not dead after all. Then yesterday, that was a machine. A familiar voice came from behind me. Turning, I saw the fat man in his wheelchair, positioned at the half-open door. You're not the only one with access. And thanks to you, I wouldn't have discovered this big weapon otherwise, the fat man said, his gaze fixated with fascination on the missile behind me. I'm wearing a mask. How'd you recognize me? I asked, curious. He pointed to his nose. Your scent is the same as yesterday. I glanced at Devourer brother. What about him? The fat man frowned. It's familiar. Disgusting. Suddenly, his eyes widened. This is the scent of the abyss. I chuckled. You sure have a dog's nose. Enough chit-chat. Are you done or not? A sultry voice echoed from behind the slowly opening door. When it fully opened, I saw the figure outside and froze. Elsewhere, Yao Yuan and the leader of the Maka tribe sprinted to the base of Black Mountain. In the distance, countless mutants roamed the mountain slopes. Why here? Yao Yuan frowned. Is there a problem? The Maka leader tensed, scanning their surroundings cautiously. World hunts were dangerous. Yao Yuan shook his head. No, maybe I'm overthinking it. He remembered there was a research institute in these mountains in the real world. This is the source of the pollution. The hunt countdown has started, the Maka leader said gravely. Yao Yuan asked, puzzled, why isn't the other key here? He's the one who initiated the hunt. The Maka leader grinned. Probably a rookie hunter, still clueless about the rules. Perfect, this world's core will belong to us. After confirming that the third key wasn't present, Yao Yuan suppressed his doubts and turned his gaze to Black Mountain. Let's begin. With a flick of his wrist, a long sword appeared in Yao Yuan's hand. He swung lightly, and a sword wave several meters long swept out, slicing through a dozen sunbathing mutants in an instant. This one strike stirred the entire mountain into chaos. Roar! Deafening roars rang out as hundreds, then thousands, of mutants surged down the slopes, a filthy yellow tide. Yao Yuan remained calm. He tossed his sword into the air, and it split into 2, then 4, then 8, multiplying into nearly 100 blades floating above him. Go! At his command, the swarm of blades tore into the mutants like a dragon, slicing through them and leaving a storm of blood and gore in their wake. The Maka leader stomped heavily, and purple flames erupted from beneath his feet, engulfing his entire body. Burn! A 10-meter-long wave of violet fire roared into the mutant horde, exploding and incinerating dozens of them. The stench of charred flesh filled the air. In one round, the mutants at the base of the mountain were wiped out. Without hesitation, the two continued their ascent, leaving a trail of dismembered bodies in their wake. Low and mid-level mutants were obliterated instantly, while high-level ones only managed to hold out briefly. Watching from a distance, Pisces and Ares observed the carnage. Brutal, Ares commented, clicking his tongue. Pisces didn't seem too impressed. Yao Yuan hasn't even used that strike from the hotel yet. What are they doing? Pisces asked, confused. The two had gone straight to Black Mountain and started slaughtering. Hadn't they killed enough mutants at the shelter? They're completing a world hunt mission, Ares said nonchalantly. What's that? Pisces asked, still clueless. Aries glanced at him. A world hunt mission is a world hunt mission. Forget it, explaining it to you would be a waste of time. Pisces gritted his teeth. As a newly inducted member of the 12 constellations, he hadn't had time to review all the classified materials before being sent out. Just you wait, Aries, 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West, he cursed silently. Suddenly, he looked up. Do you hear that strange sound? Aries also turned his eyes to the sky. Something's definitely off. Far on the horizon, a red beam of light pierced the atmosphere, trailing a white plume as it hurtled toward Black Mountain. What's that? Pisces asked. Aries frowned, deep in thought. Looks familiar. The two locked eyes. Missile. Ma Yenjie. The gates fully opened, and I saw the person standing outside. She was dressed in a black, tight leather suit, her long purple hair draped over her shoulders. Light smoky makeup accentuated her features, and for a moment, I was reminded of Morgana. She exuded an aura of allure and danger, a far cry from the Ma Yen I remembered from reality. The Ma Yen I knew was kind and stubborn, but this version of her radiated an eerie, malevolent charm. Hearing me call her name, Ma Yen stopped in her tracks, startled. Kid, you know me? I asked back, you don't recognize me? Ma Yen scoffed lightly, crossing her arms. Why would this queen bother to remember an ant? I removed my mask. I'm Qin Zhe. Ma Yen furrowed her brows, her expression flickering with faint recognition. My sister, Qin Yu, I added. Her eyebrows shot up in surprise, and for a moment, her composure cracked. You're still alive. The pudgy guy beside me interjected, he's not from our world. Ma Yan's face lit with sudden understanding. Ah, you also came through that spatial gate at Shelter 10. Interesting. I've tried that gate, it won't let me through. How did you manage it? I rolled my eyes, thinking to myself, if you could pass through, the timeline would have collapsed already. Enough chit-chat. Get your ass off the control panel, the pudgy guy snapped, his patience wearing thin. Ma Yan's tone turned icy. You two working together? Now that's a rare sight. She sneered. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, isn't that how it goes? Since we all aim to purge the people in the subway, why not join forces for now? I stared at Ma Yan, a knot forming in my chest. The memories I had of her painted her as a kind but stubborn woman, one who even the law enforcement division struggled to deal with. It was hard to reconcile that image with the person before me. Ma Yenjie, how was life before this? Did you have warm little pets, like cats or dogs? Did you meet someone you loved? Did your old dreams ever come true? And now, are you living the life you always wanted? Her expression darkened instantly. Enough, she snapped, her voice trembling with fury. You have no idea what I've been through. My mother was crippled by martial artists and burned alive in a fire. The research lab lied to me, hiding the side effects of the reverse alpha serum, tricking me into being a test subject. I was sold to the Phoenix brothel, living a fate worse than death. Warmth? Where would I find warmth? As she spoke, a violent, oppressive energy radiated from her, suffocating and relentless. I felt as if I were drowning, gasping for air. Humanity is vile and doesn't deserve to exist. Now that I've ushered in glorious evolution, you should all be grateful. But instead, you resist. Every last one of you deserves death. I forced a twisted smile. So Ma Yan's plan was even more extreme than the pudgy guy's. She wanted to annihilate humanity entirely. No wonder the mutants were considered a form of pollution. The pudgy guy instantly teleported away from Ma Yan. He could sense her unstable emotions spiraling out of control and didn't want to be caught in her outburst. Boom! A deafening explosion came from outside, and a disheveled Nangong Xingye rushed in. He pointed an accusing finger at Lin Ziyuan, yelling, Lin Ziyuan, you lapdog of the mutant queen. Lin Ziyuan grinned calmly. Nangong, how many years has it been? The lifespan of high-rank martial artists is long, but you still look the same after decades. Nangong's expression hardened. Lin Ziyuan, the missile is in our hands. If you don't surrender the control of your humanoid combat weapons, Sky Island will fall. The pudgy guy laughed. When did it end up in your hands? That thing? It's my dear friend. Nangong turned his furious gaze toward me and roared, so you're in on this too. I threw up my hands in exasperation. Hey, hold on. This is a misunderstanding. I'm not with him. Nangong, like an enraged lion, didn't believe a word. Prove it. I shrugged, and under the watchful gazes of Nangong, the pudgy guy, and the mutant queen, I suddenly turned around and slammed my palm onto the red launch button. All three of them froze in shock. Stop. You idiot. How dare you? But it was too late. An alarm blared. Missile silo activated. All surface personnel, evacuate immediately. Launch countdown, 10, 9. When the countdown ended, the missile, several meters long, roared skyward. The exhaust flames incinerated the dozen or so mutants near the silo, leaving nothing but ash. Within seconds, the missile disappeared into the sky, leaving behind a trail of white vapor. Launch successful. Target, Black Mountain Research Institute. Impact estimated in 30 seconds. I turned to Nangong and smiled. See? I'm on your side. Nangong's face twisted in frustration. He had planned to use the nuke as a bargaining chip, and now it was gone. Fine, fine, he muttered through gritted teeth, his body trembling with suppressed rage. The mutant queen's expression turned venomous as she realized the nuke was heading for her headquarters. She lunged toward me in fury. I shouted, "Old Deng, stop her." Nangong roared, his energy surging as he reached the peak of an 8th-rank martial artist. With no other choice, he decided to deal with the mutant queen first. Boom! Nangong and the queen clashed fists, both forced back several steps by the impact. The pudgy guy smirked. TSK TSK TSK. Both burning through your lifespans. Nangong, I prepared a special gift for you today. As he finished speaking, the BT next to him deactivated its cloaking and revealed itself. Nangong's eyes widened, and his voice trembled. Qianro. Meanwhile, atop a mountain far from us, the leader of the Maka tribe was cursing. Damn it! There are too many mutants to kill. He and Yao Yuan had fought halfway up the mountain, but the mutants seemed endless, pouring forth like an unstoppable tide. The Maka leader felt his energy rapidly draining. If this went on, he wouldn't just fail the mission, he'd end up joining the ancestors. Yao Yuan remained calm, his 100 flying swords slicing nearby mutants into minced flesh. It was almost automatic, he barely needed to lift a finger. We don't know the prerequisite tasks. The key only pointed to the final source of pollution, Yao Yuan said, implying there might have been an easier way. Too bad they didn't know it. Do you hear that? The Maka leader suddenly paused. High-rank martial artists had sharp senses. They both looked up and saw a pillar of fire descending from the heavens. The Maka leader's face turned pale. I think I know what the shortcut was. In an instant, the fiery column struck the mountain summit. Boom! 100-meter-tall mushroom cloud erupted, sending a cataclysmic shockwave sweeping down the mountainside. The research institute hidden within the mountain was obliterated. Countless mutants turned to ash, and in a blink, the world was leveled. Black Mountain, now 10 meters shorter, bore a massive crater at its core. The research institute was reduced to rubble, many mutants near the epicenter didn't even leave behind intact remains. Ripples appeared mid-mountain as Yao Yuan and the Maka leader re-emerged from the protective barrier. The Maka leader ground his teeth. The hunt is over. Damn it. If I find out who did this, he trailed off, furious. The shortcut was too extreme, one nuke, and he had nearly gone down with the mutants. Yao Yuan glanced toward the direction the missile had come from. There's still a secondary hunt target. Let's check it out. The Maka leader sneered. I want to see which idiot pulled this stunt. Didn't they see the Maka tribe's notice? This hunting anomaly is ours. Yao Yuan frowned. He didn't like cooperating with the Maka tribe, but humanity's weakness left him no choice. Though this hunt being snatched away annoyed him, there was some satisfaction in knowing the world source didn't end up in the Maka tribe's hands. The two of them took to the skies, rapidly heading toward the military base. Not far behind, Ares and Gemini withdrew the world source's protective barrier. Why didn't the nuke kill them? Ares sighed in disappointment. They're leaving. Should we follow? Gemini asked impatiently. Ares' eyes gleamed. Of course. Today, Big Brother will help you earn great merit. Gemini rolled her eyes. Earn great merit? You'll be lucky if Yao Yuan doesn't cut you down in one strike. Pollution source eliminated. Primary hunt mission complete. Secondary hunt target marked. Countdown, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Half a minute after the missile launch, the key in my mind gave a new prompt. A new hunt target? I looked up at the queen and froze. Her nameplate had already turned red. Wonderful. The new mission was dead serious. The mutant queen had the strength of at least a 7th-rank martial artist. I'd only just broken into the 1st rank. How was I supposed to hunt her? Qianro, don't you remember me? On the other side, Nangong Xingye's eyes were wet, an unusual softness appearing on the face of this rugged man standing at 1.8 meters tall. BT's voice was calm and emotionless. I am BT-21, the last humanoid combat weapon of the BT series. You've mistaken me for someone else. Nangong Xingye clenched his fists tightly. You're Nangong Qianro, my daughter, Nangong Xingye's daughter. Streams of data flashed rapidly through BT's eyes. Apologies, you're mistaken. There's no record of the name Nangong Qianro in my database. Lin Ziyuan chuckled. Nangong, take a good look. She's BT-21. Nangong Xingye couldn't hold back any longer. To hell with this. His blood surged, and like a flash of lightning, his fist tore through the air with a sonic boom. The fat man, however, vanished in an instant and reappeared a few meters away, smiling at him. As Nangong prepared for another attack, BT stepped in, unleashing her full firepower. Nangong couldn't bring himself to strike his daughter, so he was forced to retreat while blocking her attacks. Xianro, it's me, your father. But BT only followed her programming. Since the commander's life was in danger, she would eliminate all threats. Kid, no one's coming to save you now. The queen's cruel smile spread across her face. I had blown up the Black Mountain Research Institute, destroying her decades of work. Her murderous intent was impossible to hide. I was frantic. Old Deng, look at me. But Nangong Xingye couldn't hear me, his eyes were only on his daughter. I calculated how many clones I could summon, just enough to buy me some time to escape. But just as I was about to act, a voice filled with amusement came from the doorway. Well, isn't this lively? I turned toward the sound and saw Yao Yuan and the leader of the Marca tribe standing at the entrance. In that moment, it felt like I was seeing family. Crackling with electricity, I dashed toward Yao Yuan. Big brother, you're finally here. I completed the task you gave me. Now, it's up to you to clean up this mess. Yao Yuan looked utterly confused, having no idea what I was talking about. When he saw the animal mask-wearing clones, he was initially surprised. After imagining all kinds of scenarios on the way here, he hadn't expected the newly minted hunter to resemble a circus act. Are you the leader? Yao Yuan scrutinized me, wearing my black and white mask. To his shock, I was only a level 1 martial artist. I said, Big brother, save the greetings. Just start fighting the monsters already. The queen completely lost it. It doesn't matter who you are, none of you are leaving here alive today. Yao Yuan glanced at the queen, finding her vaguely familiar. The leader of the Marca tribe ignited with fury. She's a secondary hunting target, attack now. With that, he charged first, only to be slapped 10 meters away by the queen. Yao Yuan drew his sword, its energy slicing past the queen's shoulder and splitting the glass wall behind the control console in two. Fatty, help me. The queen's heart trembled as she sensed an unprecedented danger emanating from Yao Yuan. The fat man sighed and teleported to Yao Yuan's side, firing a particle handgun. But Yao Yuan had anticipated this, dodging the shot and swinging his sword toward the wheelchair. The fat man teleported again, avoiding the strike. Yao Yuan raised an eyebrow. Interesting ability. Quietly, I slipped away from the battlefield. Let the gods fight amongst themselves, mere mortals like me would only get caught in the crossfire. They were all high-level martial artists, and I was just a small fry. Yao Yuan began losing ground under the queen's frontal assault and the fat man's teleporting interference. I was genuinely worried he might get killed, and if that happened, I'd be next. Old Deng, stop worrying about your daughter. Take care of the queen first. Nangong Xingye gritted his teeth, weighing his priorities, and finally turned to assist Yao Yuan. BT tried to pursue him, but I, along with Brother Devourer, intercepted her. I shouted, BT, you're a person, not a weapon. Remember the bond we share. Brother Devourer looked puzzled. Does that even work? I said, how dare you underestimate the power of bonds. Bang, BT didn't care about my nonsense. She threw a punch straight at my face. Luckily, Brother Devourer reacted quickly, pulling me behind him and taking the hit with his face. Boom, Brother Devourer's head exploded into a mist of blood. BT seized the moment to grab at my chest, but at that instant, a streak of blue lightning burst into the control room. Ha ha ha. The protagonist is here. Everyone, make way. The Lightning King landed, his body crackling with electricity that spread out like a swarm of serpents. A stray bolt struck BT squarely on the forehead, causing a short circuit in her systems. A wisp of white smoke rose from her head. BT froze, her movement stalled, and a hint of humanity appeared in her eyes. What am I doing? She lowered her hands, her expression filled with confusion. A flood of fragmented memories surged into her mind. They were both familiar and alien, forcing her into a philosophical crisis. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Ugh, she clutched her head in pain, crouching as countless memory fragments flashed before her eyes. You are Nangong Qianro, the only martial arts heir of the Nangong family in this generation. You must not slack off under any circumstances. Under a giant phoenix tree, a stern man lectured a 10-year-old girl. The girl, dressed in a white martial arts uniform, meticulously swung her sword. 997, 998, 999, 1000. She collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, her bangs sticking to her forehead. The man glanced at his watch. 1 second ahead of schedule. Rest for 2 minutes, then another 1,000 swings. This year's top scorer in the Chuanyang City Martial Arts exam is Nangong Chinro. At just 18, she has become a level 1 martial artist, well deserved. The little girl had grown into a graceful young woman, standing on the podium amidst the cheers and applause of the audience. Yet she didn't feel happy, as if something was missing from her 18 years of life. Congratulations to Nangong Chinro for graduating with honors from the Haidu Academy. We hope you will continue to excel in your hometown. Returning home, the young woman was welcomed by her townsfolk. The city lord's mansion hosted a banquet to celebrate her new position. That night, she tasted alcohol for the first time. On the walls of Chuanyang City, the young woman in a blood-stained green robe leaned on her sword. Piles of beast corpses lay before her. Exhausted warriors dozed off together after the fierce battle. The young woman frowned, unable to remember how many abyssal tides they had endured that month. Could Chuanyang City hold out much longer? Ma'am, there are reports of mutations within the city. Law enforcement requests your assistance, a soldier hurriedly reported. Understood. She gripped her long sword and descended the wall. Hurry onto the ship, this is the last flight. The young woman followed a middle-aged man onto a spacecraft while countless civilians protested outside the launch site's fences. What about them? She asked, her eyes filled with confusion. They had defeated the beasts, why did it end like this? The man sneered. Of course, they stay behind. There's no room for them on the Sky Island. As the spacecraft ascended, she saw the fence collapse, the people surging forward, only to be met with bullets from the guard towers. Shenro, I'm begging you. You've passed the physical exam, please join the weapons program. In the study, the middle-aged man pleaded desperately. The young woman bit her lip. But I don't want to become a cyborg. The man retorted, how is it being a cyborg? It's a chance to grow stronger and a hope for humanity's revival. If you join, I can enter the Sky Island Council, and the Nangong family can regain its glory. The young woman opened her eyes, finding herself in a large tank filled with transparent liquid, tubes connected all over her body. It hurt. Who am I? Why can't I remember anything? Suddenly, a fat man appeared in front of the tank, excitedly exclaiming, perfect. The first batch of humanoid combat weapons has been successfully modified. From today, your designation is BT-21. BT-21. Is that my name? How strange. This is the last beast, the abyss is about to close. The surrounding Valkyries cheered as the young woman gazed at the massive body of the creature beneath her feet. She used her sword to lift a glowing blue soul orb, smiling faintly. It's beautiful. Unknown number of mutations detected in Sector A1. Eliminate them immediately. Understood. Battle after battle after battle, the mutations seemed endless. Where did they all come from? The young woman pondered this question more than once. Humanoid combat weapon, designation BT-21. The boy before her was startled by her actions. Interesting. It had been a long time since she'd seen a human. How similar they were to her. Where I come from, we have a tradition. When someone dies, we offer 3 incense sticks as a sign of respect, wishing them a smooth journey in their next life. There's no incense here, so I'll use this cigarette instead, the girl said, curious about the mysterious ritual. She envied her fallen companion, wishing to be remembered too. Mimicking the boy, she pressed her hands together for the first time and made a wish. If there were another life, she wanted to live as an ordinary girl with everyone. Run, don't worry about me, the girl urged, feeling her energy rapidly depleting. Luckily, the gate had closed, ensuring his safety. She was so tired, longing for just a small rest. It wouldn't hurt, right? She hoped he'd remember to perform that ritual for her. Bang, her body was sent flying by an advanced abomination. This time, she could not stand back up. It's finally repaired. Though the memory module is somewhat unstable, it doesn't matter. Remember, your designation is BT-21. From now on, you follow only my orders. I am the Supreme Commander of Sky Island Command, Order Code A1B4. The girl stared at the chubby man before her, nodding blankly. Your name is Nangong Chinro. You're my daughter, Nangong Shinye's daughter, the man roared, his voice hoarse. My name is Nangong Chinro. But am I not the humanoid combat weapon BT-21? Whose memories were those just now? My head hurts. Who am I really? The Pope squatted beside BT, whispering, what's wrong with her? Did she short-circuit? I swear, it wasn't on purpose just now. You know, the protagonist has to make a dramatic entrance. Dramatic or not, it was definitely explosive, muttered Devourer Guy, wobbling as he stood without his head. The Pope's eyes widened. No way. His head exploded, and he's still alive. That's insane. Hurry up and weaken him. With a squelch, a new head emerged from Devourer Guy's neck. He pulled out a handkerchief to wipe off the strange goo. You don't get it. My body's not as fragile as yours. I ignored their banter, worried about BT's condition. BT, are you okay? A humanoid combat weapon couldn't possibly short-circuit from a single shock, right? BT slowly raised her head, her voice resolute. I am Nangong Chinro. You remember your past. I blinked. That chubby guy's repair work seemed as flimsy as tofu, one lightning strike from the Pope had shorted her out. Nangong Chinro stood up slowly, her gaze locking onto Nangong Xingye in the midst of a fierce battle, her eyes complicated. Noticing her change in demeanor, the chubby man immediately issued a command. BT-21, take him down. Order code X01. Nangong Chinro drew her long sword, flipping it in her hand before thrusting it toward the fat man. He barely managed to teleport away, saving his own life by a hair's breadth. Damn it. Just moments ago, everything had been smooth sailing, but now the tides had turned against him. He spun around, attempting to flee. Where do you think you're going? The chubby man barely teleported to the doorway when he collided with the fiery leader of the Maka tribe. The Maka chief, already seething with rage, didn't bother distinguishing friend from foe, he just wanted to unleash his fury. Before the fat man could react, a fire-imbued fist the size of a cooking pot slammed into his face. Being just a gifted ability user, not a martial artist, his 70 to 80-year-old frail body couldn't withstand the punch of a level 7 warrior. With a splat, he was plastered against the wall. You have no honor, ambushing an 80-year-old elder like me, he protested, though it fell on deaf ears. The Maka chief advanced, ready to deliver another heavy blow. Gritting his teeth, the fat man teleported again, but the previous punch had weakened him, reducing the distance of his teleport. Thus began a game of cat and mouse between the Maka chief and the fat man. Elsewhere, the queen was losing ground under the combined assault of Yao Yuan and Nangong Xingye. Nangong Xingye was amazed by Yao Yuan's strength, unbelievably formidable, and his masterful swordsmanship. It felt oddly familiar, as if he'd seen it somewhere before. Sky split. Yao Yuan yelled, taking advantage of the queen's momentary suppression to unleash his ultimate move. His long sword screamed, sending waves of sword energy flying. For once, panic flickered across the queen's face. She had a premonition that taking this strike head-on would mean death. But the surrounding space was sealed off by the sword energy, leaving no escape. The queen growled, don't think this will end me. 50 years. You have no idea how much I've suffered in these 50 years. Boom, her blood energy erupted, so dense it became tangible, forming a crimson shield in front of her. Yao Yuan's attack was fully charged. A single slash of sword energy tore through the ceiling of the control room, slicing effortlessly through the thick walls as if they were tofu, before slamming into the blood-red shield with a deafening crash. The queen poured her life force into sustaining the shield, but in the face of Yao Yuan, the so-called sword immortal of humanity, it was futile. Cracks spiderwebbed across the shield's surface, and finally, the shield and half of the queen's body were cleaved apart. I, along with Devourer Guy and the Pope, witnessed the slash from a distance. The only thing we could think was holy SHT** once again, Yao Yuan had redefined our understanding of martial prowess. Humans could actually become this strong. The queen, now missing half her body, coughed blood as she slumped against a wall. She had lost, utterly and completely. Reflecting on her life, it seemed like one long tragedy. Perhaps it was better for it to end now. But still, she felt unwilling to die, not without seeing the extinction of humanity. Ha ha ha, she suddenly laughed maniacally. You despicable humans, I curse you to eternal damnation. Yao Yuan sheathed his sword, looking at her calmly. I remember who you are now. The queen froze. She was certain that they had never met before today. Yao Yuan continued as if speaking to himself. I can guess at what you've been through. The world is indeed imperfect, broken even. But there are always those who try to mend it. The queen sneered, a tragic smile on her lips. Mend it? If anyone had truly mended anything, would the world be like this? Would I have fallen so far? Yao Yuan shook his head. I'm speaking of another world. Though it's also unequal, there are still people striving, sacrificing even their lives for humanity's survival. In that world, your life may not have been easy, but even in the darkness, there's light to be found. The queen chuckled coldly. Typical. Every human loves crafting fairy tales. Equality. There's only equality in the grave. She stopped listening to Yao Yuan, her face gradually regaining color as if in a final burst of vitality. At that moment, her image overlapped with Ma Yan's in my mind. Yao Yuan turned to me. You deliver the final blow. I hesitated. Me? The Maka chief roared, Yao Yuan, what are you doing? Seeing the Maka chief's fury, I understood Yao Yuan's intent. I walked up to him but couldn't bring myself to strike. Yao Yuan's voice was firm. She's not the her from that world. Everything here is merely the manifestation of the world's will. I sighed. Sister Ma Yen, forgive me. The queen's smile was bitter. This world, let it be destroyed. A blood-red tear slid down her cheek. Not good. She's going to self-destruct. The Maka chief was the first to react, grabbing the fat man to use as a human shield. Boom, a shockwave of blood energy exploded with apocalyptic force. Yao Yuan planted his sword into the ground, forming a barrier with his sword energy to shield against the blast. Moments later, the smoke cleared. The control room was gone, not even rubble remained. The sheer power of a high-level martial artist's self-destruction was terrifying. The chubby man, who had been used as a human shield by the team leader, was now reduced to a bloody skeleton. The team leader casually tossed his remains aside. No. Devourer bro. How am I supposed to live without you? The Law King clutched a lump of flesh, about the size of half a soccer ball, and wailed uncontrollably. The lump pulsed rhythmically like a beating heart. When the queen self-destructed, Devourer Bro had expanded his body to shield the Law King, sparing him from being obliterated. But now, Devourer Bro had been reduced to this state. Stop shouting. I'm not dead yet. A weak voice came from within the pulsating lump of flesh. The Law King froze, then rolled his eyes. Wasting my emotions. You didn't even die. You're too damn tough. Despite his words, he carefully cradled the lump of flesh against his chest for protection. You, Nangong Qianro stared at Nangong Xingye, who had shielded her with his own body. Her thoughts were a jumble of emotions. Her memories had returned, but she still didn't know how to face Nangong Xingye. Are you okay? Nangong Xingye slowly struggled to his feet, only to slump back to the ground, utterly drained. His back was a grotesque mess of exposed bone and mangled flesh. Qianro, there's something I've kept to myself for decades. I'm sorry. Secondary elimination target, deceased. World hunting mission complete. 100 units of world source issued, unactivated. Current world closing in 59 minutes and 59 seconds. World correction process initiated, 47 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The notification echoed in my mind. World source. What's it for? It sounded impressive, but it was grayed out and currently unusable. With only an hour left before the world closed, I realized I could take all of my avatars and leave the abyssal realm instantly. However, the hunting mission seemed incomplete because there was a follow-up task, the 48-hour countdown for world correction. Surveying the chaotic aftermath of the Queen's self-destruction, I had a rough idea of how to go about the correction. Contact me after you leave the abyssal realm, Yao Yuan said softly to me, slipping a small card into my pocket. Damn it. A whole lot of effort for nothing, the Maka tribe leader cursed as he stomped toward me. His tattered clothes barely clung to him, making him look worse than a beggar. Didn't you see the Maka tribe's world announcement? Hand over the world source now. I panicked slightly. He could crush me with one hand. But before I could react, Yao Yuan stepped forward. Snatching the world source in front of me. Do you think I'm blind? Yao Yuan's tone was calm but icy. The Maka tribe leader's face darkened. What's the meaning of this? Are you defying orders from the human high command? Yao Yuan replied indifferently, when did I ever defy orders? I'm acting precisely in accordance with them. The Maka tribe leader's voice grew heavy. Then hand over the world source from this kid. Yao Yuan smirked faintly. You've misunderstood. This collaboration means that both parties receive world sources, 8 for the Maka tribe, 2 for the humans. However, the world hunting mission wasn't completed by us, so naturally, it can't be shared. The Maka tribe leader's expression turned even darker. He could tell that Yao Yuan was intent on protecting me. Protecting the hunter of this world is also a direct order from the human high command. If you insist on seizing it, I'll fight you to the end, Yao Yuan declared, drawing his sword as his gaze turned sharp. The Maka tribe leader gritted his teeth. The prize he was about to claim was slipping away, and though he was unwilling, he didn't dare to face Yao Yuan's blade alone. Remember your words. I'll report this to the Maka tribe. Just wait for our punishment, he snarled before his body faded and he departed the abyssal realm. Cough, cough. I'll remember this favor, I said as I stepped out from behind Yao Yuan. Outwardly I appeared calm, but inside I was screaming, damn, Yao Yuan, you're amazing. As the leader of my team, I had a whole crew of beasts under me, but for the sake of my dignity, I suppressed the urge to kneel and worship him. Yao Yuan said nothing, his gaze fixed on the horizon. I hadn't forgotten about the soul pearls on Sky Island. Earlier, the chubby guy had been watching me closely, so I hadn't had a chance to grab them. With an hour left before the world closed, I still had time. Nangong Xingye had died. Normally, a high-level martial artist wouldn't be so fragile, but his advanced age, scarce resources in the subway, and lack of cultivation materials had made his body far weaker than that of most high-level warriors. Nangong Qianro stared blankly at his lifeless body, her face expressionless. At the critical moment, Nangong Xingye had fulfilled his duty as a father. Perhaps it was decades of guilt, or perhaps the harsh subway years had rekindled his sense of family. That single, "I'm sorry," had allowed Nangong Qianro to let go of the past. "Are you alright?" I approached her and asked. Nangong Qianro stood up and tilted her head slightly. "Thank you. Over the years, I was the first to treat her as a person. In the past, she had always been a tool for her family's rise during childhood, a tool for her father's power struggles as she grew older, and a human weapon for hunting mutated beasts and aberrants later on. She was truly exhausted. Starting today, she could finally live for herself. What are your plans now?" I asked. She looked out at the warriors beyond the base and said thoughtfully, "I want to rebuild this world." I nodded. "Good idea. It's easier to reshape order upon ruins. About those soul pearls you mentioned last time, I have bad news," she suddenly said, and I felt an ominous chill. The Sky Island Museum had a batch of soul pearls, but due to the martial arts gap, they were completely purified for safety. They're useless now, just for display. I felt like I was turning gray. "No, my soul pearls." Nangong Qianro seemed to hear the sound of my heartbreak. After a long silence, I forced a smile that was uglier than a crying face. Soul pearls are external objects. True strength doesn't rely on such things. If I wasn't on the verge of tears, she might have believed me. "You're leaving, aren't you?" she asked. I nodded. The Queen had tested it, creatures of this world couldn't leave through the abyssal gate. Otherwise, I would have wanted to take her with me. There was another Nangong Qianro in the real world. Based on the timeline, she should still be attending Wuda University. I was curious about what would happen if the two Nangong Qianros met. Nangong Qianro looked a bit lost and regretful. "If you see her, can you pass on a message for me?" "What is it?" I asked. She suddenly smiled radiantly. "Wear skirts again. Don't leave any regrets in your youth." I paused for a moment. "All right. Ki-hee-hee." A sinister laugh echoed from the distant sky as Aries and Pisces appeared. Yao Yuan had been watching for them. I knew there were rats tailing us. "Turns out it's you," Yao Yuan said coldly. Aries grinned smugly. "You've just fought a big battle. Not much vitality left, is there? Hand over the key, and I might spare your life." Yao Yuan replied calmly, "I really don't have much vitality left." I was waiting to see who it was. "With the gate closing in less than an hour, you two don't have the key to teleport. You'd better hurry to the gate." With that, Yao Yuan vanished, leaving Aries and Pisces dumbfounded. I turned to Nangong Qianro. "It's time for me to go." She nodded. "Safe travels." Using the key, I activated the teleportation, sending both my avatars and their corpses out of the abyssal realm. In the distance, Aries stood frozen. He had been ready to fight, and they'd all just left. Cowards. "Fight me." Pisces, meanwhile, was enjoying the spectacle. This trip to the abyssal realm had been more of a sightseeing tour, they had accomplished nothing. He was already imagining how furious Leo would be. "The abyssal gate is closing. If you don't leave now, you'll be stuck here." Pisces quickly flew toward shelter number 10, leaving Aries behind, confused and flustered in the wind. "Wait for me." Bai Yang, who had just come to his senses, dashed after them in a daze. It was over. The grand plan was ruined. Nangong Xingye was dead, and the surviving subway warriors wore expressions of utter confusion. Nangong Qianro stepped onto the ruins. "The queen is dead, and the aberrants are all gone. Humanity has triumphed." SHHK, Nangong Qianro drew her sword and pointed it skyward. "Together, we will rebuild order from these ruins. The process will be long, possibly spanning generations, but flowers will bloom again, the stars will shine, and we will walk the path of light. Even the half-infected will escape their tragic fates. Let us burn away the darkness and welcome the dawn." The clouds above parted, and sunlight poured down onto Nangong Qianro's sword, its golden glint reflecting onto everyone's faces. In that radiance, they saw hope. Back at the circus headquarters, my doppelgangers and I returned after a fantastical adventure. Each clone was buzzing with excitement. "That was awesome. I got the first kill. Those subway warriors were so weak, they couldn't even compete for my targets. Is that world completely gone now? It'll probably keep changing." It felt like playing a game. We were the fourth calamity. Should we pick an MVP? All the doppelgangers turned to the blob of flesh on the table. The Law King stepped forward. "Devourer Bro is the MVP this time. Who's in favor? Who's against?" The contributions made by Devourer Bro were undeniable. The clones murmured among themselves, "He's too strong. If he doesn't get nerfed, how are the rest of us supposed to play? Exactly, his stats are off the charts. He doesn't even need to do much. Without Devourer Bro, I would have lost. He even saved the Law King. After some discussion, everyone unanimously awarded the first MVP to Devourer Bro. Devourer Bro snorted coldly. At least you have some sense of justice. In the otherworldly realm, aside from Devourer Bro and the Law King, I had deployed 99 doppelgangers. Over a third were lost in the chaotic battles. Now, the bodies and wounded had been brought back. The surviving clones were tasked with moving the corpses. The headquarters had even added a crematorium, which was being used for the first time today. The severely injured clones, who were beyond saving, were also lined up for processing in front of the furnace. After today, there would be more names inscribed on my memorial. By the crematorium, 2 clones were tossing in bodies. What does it feel like to be cremated? One clone stared at the flames, filled with curiosity. The other threw a body inside and shut the door. If you're that curious, try it yourself. But you'll have to go last. I'm already swamped with all these corpses. The curious one nodded. Last is fine. When the time comes, I'll handle it myself. Don't worry about me. Meanwhile, I was studying the newly acquired world source. There's no manual or notes. What on earth is this thing? Judging by the reaction of the Maka tribe's leader, the world source was incredibly important. As the saying goes, I may not know what it does, but I can't afford to be without it. Suppressing my curiosity, I turned to the pulsating blob of flesh on the table. Are you going to stay like that forever? Devourer Bro yawned. My energy's depleted right now. Wait a while for my devouring ability to recover. The more I devour, the faster it'll be. I raised an eyebrow. Why didn't you say so earlier? I could have given you all the bodies. Devourer Bro responded in a cold tone, I want fresh ones, with blood and vitality. Don't just throw anything at me and treat me like a trash can. I shook my head. Picky eating isn't a good habit. Devourer Bro huffed several times and ignored me. Whoa. Turn on the TV. A clone station near the otherworldly realm's entrance sent a message. I leaned back on the sofa and picked up the remote to turn on the TV. Jiangqing TV was broadcasting live. The square was in chaos. People were running in every direction, and explosions boomed in the distance. The female reporter, a seasoned war correspondent, remained calm and composed even in such a situation. Breaking news, 2 high-ranking members of the Fairness Association have appeared. Jiangqing law enforcement is in full pursuit. As you can see, intense battles are still ongoing in the distance. Through the camera lens, I saw the multicolored glow fading as it descended. The countdown had ended, the otherworldly realm was closing. In my heart, I silently wished, BT, may you succeed in rebuilding the new world. The reporter also noticed the glow fading and exclaimed, look, the entrance to the otherworldly realm is changing. The radiance is dissipating, and it seems to be shutting down. A few seconds later, the last wisp of light disappeared, severing the connection between the 2 worlds. Survival and development are already luxuries, yet those within often remain unaware of it. I didn't know what would happen to the world Nangong Qianro was leading, but with humanity's crisis resolved, development would surely become the focus. I hoped the people of that world would cherish the opportunity and not repeat their mistakes. On my phone, I saw dozens of missed calls from Qin Yu. I had spent a whole day and night in the otherworldly realm. That silly woman wouldn't have starved herself at home, would she? After giving Devourer Bro some instructions, I headed home. On the way, I passed a phone booth. Stepping inside, I took out the card Yao Yuan had given me. It had nothing but a phone number on it. After some thought, I dialed the number. On the other end, Yao Yuan's weary voice quickly answered, who is this? In a dimly lit room around a circular table, Pisces and Aries sat facing each other. Aries looked sullen, while Pisces was in an excellent mood, even whistling a tune. Ugh, this is so annoying. Aries snapped. Pisces chuckled. It's not me being noisy. It's your mind that's unsettled. Aries, you care too much. Watching Aries sulk was more satisfying to Pisces than finding money on the street. Ever since their last mission failure, Aries had been incessantly mocking him. Now, the tables had turned, and Pisces was thoroughly enjoying it. Don't worry, you did fine. Even if the mission failed, Leo won't say much. You're a senior member, not a newbie like me, Pisces said smugly, crossing his legs. Aries gritted his teeth and was about to retort when a powerful pressure filled the room. Aries, I'm very disappointed in you. In the leader's seat, Leo's shadow appeared, his voice low and seething with anger. Aries immediately stammered, let me explain. I can explain. Bang. Enough. Leo slammed the table hard. Do you have any idea how precious a world source is? I paid a steep price for it, and what did you do with it? A one-day tour of the otherworldly realm. How dare you? Pisces saw an opportunity and fanned the flames. It wasn't just a one-day tour. Aries also offered me an up-close demonstration of Yao Yuan's swordsmanship. I learned quite a bit. Aries shot a glare at Pisces. You traitor. Leo continued, that otherworldly realm has been confirmed as a world-hunting realm. Do you realize how much you've cost the organization? If we had obtained the world source from that realm, we could have immediately advanced to the next phase of our plan. Aries didn't dare argue directly and mumbled under his breath, we didn't have the key. Even if we entered the realm, we couldn't get the hunting mission prompt. I didn't want to run around aimlessly like a headless chicken. There was nothing I could do. Behind Leo, a shadowy figure of a 9-headed lion emerged, causing the meeting room to tremble violently. Ugh. Aries turned pale, coughing up blood. I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Leo snorted coldly, withdrawing the oppressive aura and the shadowy figure. Pisces raised an eyebrow. That's it? He had been hoping for more drama. Leo's voice remained stern. The loss of the world source will be deducted from your resources. Aries wore a bitter expression. World sources were priceless on the multiracial black market. This setback meant 10 years of hard work wasted. Understood. Aries didn't dare provoke Leo's wrath further and reluctantly agreed. Leo tapped a finger on the table rhythmically and continued, tomorrow, you will go to the Black Mountain Research Institute. Our informant reports that Lin Xiao's team is developing a serum to enhance warriors. I want you to obtain a sample. Aries exhaled in relief. A new mission meant the otherworldly realm incident was behind him. How much security could a research institute have? For him, it was a piece of cake. This time, he would surely redeem himself. No problem. I'll get the sample. Pisces interjected, what about me? Leo turned to him. You will go to the Sea City immediately. Virgo needs your assistance. Pisces nodded, relieved. Thank goodness, no more partnering with Aries. If it weren't for the lack of personnel in the abyss, I would have killed you both. Fail again, and bring me your heads. With that, the Leo vanished. Pisces turned to Aries with a grin. Today's our last day working together. Care for a drink? Get lost. Aries stormed off, fuming. Stretching lazily, Pisces muttered, ungrateful. Beautiful ocean city, here I come. It's me. I felt a bit speechless. I had just handed him the card a few hours ago, and he had already forgotten. How much time is left on the countdown? Yao Yuan's voice sounded weary. Take it easy, young man, I advised kindly. Yao Yuan. In the other world, those two with the golden masks are part of the Fairness Association's 12 zodiacs. They're all advanced martial artists and take orders directly from their mysterious leader. I originally planned to capture them once they exited the other world, but they got away. Facing two advanced martial artists at my level is tough, especially since I was heavily drained in the other world. It's no surprise Pisces and Aries slipped away. I couldn't help but exclaim internally. So that scruffy-looking guy had such an impressive background. 40 hours left on the countdown, Yao Yuan said lightly. As I expected. A short countdown means the world correction is straightforward and won't take much effort. I was completely baffled. What even is the source of the world? Yao Yuan didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, where did you get the key? Brother Biao gave it to me. At this point, there was no reason to hide it. Yao Yuan chuckled. Wang Biao is quite the character. I agreed. Great minds think alike. Yao Yuan went on to explain, having just experienced the other world, you probably have some guesses about how it works. There are two types, ordinary otherworlds and hunting otherworlds. Ordinary ones are like secret realms in cultivation novels, with opportunities like techniques and weapons, but also dangers. However, they don't have intelligent life and exist as independent spaces. Hunting otherworlds, on the other hand, are evolved by the will of the world. They have complete timelines, based on the real world, and simulate scenarios of world destruction and human extinction, essentially, erroneous timelines. World hunting missions are about removing the pollution and setting things back on track. The source of the world is the reward for successful hunting missions. I listened intently. It was roughly what I had guessed. Yao Yuan continued, completing a hunting mission doesn't mean your work is done. Now that you know the future's erroneous evolution path, you must return to the real world and correct it, nipping the mistakes in the bud. Only then is the mission truly complete, and the source of the world becomes yours. As for how to use it, that's something you'll have to figure out later. For now, let's focus on your world correction task. He asked, does your correction task involve the Black Mountain Research Institute? I was bewildered. I have no idea. Other than the countdown, I had no additional information. How was I supposed to know the specifics? Focus your mental energy on the countdown, Yao Yuan instructed. I followed his advice, and then something miraculous happened. A line of text appeared beneath the countdown. Primary correction objective, destroy all samples and data of the reverse alpha serum. Secondary correction objective, prevent Ma Yan's evolution into the queen. I smirked. Did I really have to click into the details? This task system wasn't very user-friendly. I relayed the correction objectives to Yao Yuan. Just as I suspected. The other world primarily evolved around the research institute, Yao Yuan said. My gaze fell on the secondary correction objective. How was I supposed to stop it, kill her? Honestly, I couldn't bring myself to do it. This wasn't Ma Yan's fault, it was the world's. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., there'll be a set of identification documents for accessing the Research Institute in locker number 9 at East City Station. The password is 6 sixes. You'll have 3 hours to complete the correction task. At 11, I'll lead a team to the Black Mountain Research Institute. You must leave before I arrive. I understood Yao Yuan's meaning. We had never been in cahoots, and we hadn't even spoken on the phone today. If I caused chaos at the institute, it would inevitably attract law enforcement. At that point, Yao Yuan would only act impartially. Why are you helping me? I was confused. The source of the world was incredibly valuable. I didn't believe anyone would be so generous. Yao Yuan replied calmly, this source of the world cannot fall into official hands. Otherwise, it will end up taken by the Maka race. Better to keep it within our own people. Even if I were part of the Fairness Association instead of the circus, Yao Yuan would have made the same choice. With external enemies looming, internal conflicts had to take a back seat. After a moment of silence, I asked, one more thing, what does the key actually do? When I got home, I saw Qin Yu asleep on the couch with a blanket over her. Hearing the door open, she jolted awake and froze when she saw me standing at the entrance. Her hair was messy, and she looked like she hadn't slept all night. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, and her face was pale. I felt a pang of guilt. "Jia, I'm back," I said softly. Qin Yu's lips quivered, and tears suddenly welled up. "Qin Zhe, where did you go? You didn't come home, and you didn't answer your phone." I stayed up all night worrying. I was touched, she was still my sister, after all. Just one day of being away, and she was this worried. I made a decision, when I became powerful one day, I'd make sure to take her along. "You didn't leave me any money. I haven't eaten in 2 meals. Qin Yu pouted as she walked up to me, looking aggrieved. The warm feeling in my heart vanished instantly. Never mind, I wouldn't take her with me after all. Lost some weight from hunger, huh? I teased her irritably. Qin Yu sniffled. "If you don't bribe me properly, I'll tell Mom you stayed out all night." "Go ahead." I turned and headed toward my room. Qin Yu stomped her foot. "You little brat, just you wait." That evening, I cooked a feast and managed to cheer her up again. From my memories, Qin Yu was always easy to appease. Over dinner, she mentioned, "By the way, I have something to tell you." I looked up. "What is it?" "I'm heading to Ocean City tomorrow." "I might be gone for a while," she said. "Why are you going to Ocean City?" I asked curiously. "A friend's birthday party." "I'm just going to hang out for a couple of days," she answered casually. "Got enough money?" Hearing my question, Qin Yu's eyes lit up with anticipation. "My little brother's all grown up, using his savings to help his big sister," she exclaimed. Rolling my eyes, I placed a bank card on the table. "There's 100,000 in here. The password is your birthday." Qin Yu gasped. "Martial artists make this much money? I should have gone to Martial University back then." I nearly laughed. With her martial talent, if she could get into Martial University, pigs could fly. "When are Mom and Dad coming back from their trip?" I asked as she happily counted the money. "Probably within the month," Qin Yu replied. After dinner, she even voluntarily washed the dishes, though, unsurprisingly, she broke 2 of them again. Late at night, I lay in bed, planning my next steps. Tomorrow, I'd complete the correction task and then focus on training. The martial exams were coming up. Although I didn't see the other candidates as competition, this world was full of dangers. Strengthening myself was key. I glanced at the small tree on my chest, my eyes glinting. Earlier today, I had learned the key's purpose from Yao Yuan during our call. The key is used to open a stargate. This was Yao Yuan's exact wording. When I pressed him about what the stargate was, he started being cryptic again. In addition, he mentioned that there would be a surprise waiting for me once I completed the correction task tomorrow. I touched the small tree on my chest and rolled over in bed. There was no point in overthinking it now. Best to get some sleep. The next day, at East City Station, I located locker number 9. Entering the password, I retrieved a black package. Inside was a black access card, no photo, no name, just a string of numbers, and mysterious patterns etched behind them. Using my faceless ability, I swapped my face for that of a random passerby. Then I boarded the bus heading to the Black Mountain Research Institute. Just like last time, the Research Institute was heavily guarded. Armed security personnel stood at the entrance, verifying IDs. Is this really going to work? I muttered nervously as I approached, holding up the card. To my surprise, the security guards immediately straightened up, their expressions turning respectful. Sir, please, allow me to escort you. The security captain nodded and bowed, leading the way. I wasn't even subjected to a security check. Incredible, Yao Yuan. I was led through a VIP corridor, while on the other side, a line had formed, employees, visitors, and people there for collaboration talks, all waiting their turn. Among them was a tall, clean-cut young man. After his ID was verified, he was allowed through. Ha, ha, ha. I can't believe I got in so easily. The young man looked thrilled. This isn't your car. At the platform, the young man noticed the section I was in, which had far fewer people. Trying to board there, he was promptly shooed away by the security captain. How unfair, the young man muttered under his breath, moving to another section to queue up. I watched his retreating figure. He looked vaguely familiar. Sir, you may board now, the security captain reminded me. Oh. I stepped into a private railcar that was reserved just for me. Meanwhile, the young man also managed to board in another section, muttering to himself, that was too easy. This time, I, Ares, am definitely going to make a name for myself.